Chapter 1. Have I become the villain? Brain storage. The water reversal realm. The sacred land of Lingxiao. The residence of the Son of God. Your Excellency, the Son of God. Please, wait a moment. 3 hours later. At the side of the bed, a stunningly beautiful woman, her skin exposed and her figure voluptuous, knelt at the feet of Wuchen, the Son of God. Ruyan, is there a shred of falsehood in what you have spoken upon the bed? Wuchen's gaze was profound, revealing no hint of emotion as he questioned the kneeling Ruyan. Your Excellency, every word I utter is the truth. I would not dare deceive you. Ruyan's forehead pressed against the ground, her body slightly trembling, yet her face was flushed, glistening with fragrant sweat, clearly still recovering from the intense cultivation she had just undergone. Upon hearing this, Wuchen inhaled sharply, his expression grave. This is bad. A significant issue has arisen. He had once been an ordinary young man from Blue Star, fond of basketball. In a match against a black opponent, a sudden elbow had transported him to this world. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as a transmigrator. He was exceptionally fortunate to begin his journey as an embryo, not just any embryo, but one of extraordinary lineage. He was the sole legitimate heir of the esteemed Gu family, the foremost among the 5 ancient clans of the Upper Realm. His father, the current head of the Gu family, his mother, the daughter of an emperor, his grandfather, a formidable being of imperial cultivation. Such an auspicious beginning allowed Wuchen to revel in laughter within his mother's womb for an entire month before his birth. Thereafter, life was tranquil, filled with the luxuries of divine artifacts at his fingertips and elixirs at his beck and call. However, a year ago, due to the ancestral teachings of the Gu family, all young heirs of his age were required to descend to the lower realm for 3 years to temper their minds, which led him to the water reversal realm. Upon his arrival, Wuchen promptly declared his identity and sought out the master of Lingxiao. The sacred land of Lingxiao was the legacy left by the Gu family in the lower realm, intended to covertly safeguard the Gu descendants traversing this realm. Yet, to Wuchen, it felt akin to a feudal endeavor. Wasn't it better to protect openly rather than in secrecy? Wouldn't residing directly in the sacred land be far more secure? Thus, the scene unfolded of him, at such a tender age, residing in the Son of God's estate, cultivating alongside the saintess. Originally, he had intended to enjoy these 3 years and return safely to his family, continuing the legacy of his father. However, a grave predicament has now emerged, a matter that could determine his fate and that of his entire family. Just moments ago, the saintess Ruyan revealed to him that on the eve of her joining the sacred land of Lingxiao, she had unilaterally annulled her engagement with a wastrel named Xiao. The annulment was not just a mere formality, it was an affront laden with humiliation. At the scene of the engagement dissolution, Xiao had proclaimed grandly, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. He vowed that within 5 years, he would personally arrive at the sacred land of Lingxiao, ensuring that all who had once looked down upon him would deeply regret their disdain. Such a familiar scenario of annulment, such a well-known 5-year promise, made Wuchen's lips twitch involuntarily as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Now, as the Son of God in the sacred land of Lingxiao, and having just taken Ruyan as a servant, it seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the tragic antagonist, merely serving as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Calculating the days, it has been precisely 2.5 years since Ruyan called off her engagement. The reason for her sudden revelation today was her recent discovery that, within this brief span of time, Xiao had remarkably transformed from a mere waste into a prodigious talent among his peers, having shattered multiple realms. Most recently, he was rumored to have slain a formidable opponent 2 realms above him, stirring great acclaim. Has he grown to such an extent in just half the time? Wuchen's heart raced with urgency, realizing it was time to devise a plan. It seems the moment has come to issue a command to mobilize the entire Lingxiao Holy Land to eliminate this individual. At that instant, a melodious chime resonated in his ears. "Ding! Your system has been activated." It has arrived. Wuchen felt a jolt of excitement. The treasure he had awaited for 20 years was finally here. Detected that the host is at a critical juncture of choice. The corresponding system will activate based on the host selection. Option 1. Follow the path of assistance. Akin to Liu Bang with Han Xin, Qin Wang with Bai Qi, and Zhu Yuanzhang with Liu Bowen, aiding various fated children to ascend to the pinnacle and achieve supremacy across realms. Reward: Super Return System chance to trigger 10,000-fold returns. The return system? It sounds rather appealing, Gu Wuchen mused, momentarily captivated. Yet, upon reflection, his expression changed drastically, sensing something profoundly amiss. Han Xin, Bai Qi, Liu Bowen. None of them met with a favorable end, did they? Was their fate nothing but death and destruction? Please, not this. Option 2. Embrace the path of longevity. The system grants you eternal life, ensuring invincibility, allowing you to evade worldly strife and avoid all fated children, developing gradually until you ultimately become the greatest in the world. Receiving. Longevity system, even drinking water can extend your lifespan by 10,000 years. Rather ordinary. Option 3. Follow the path of the antagonist, hunting all fated children, either they perish or you do. Seize all their opportunities, e.g., your wife shall be nurtured by me, your destiny. I shall inherit. Acquiring. Supervillain system. As Gu Wuchen grappled with which path to choose, the phrase regarding your wife evoked the memory of a great figure from the Three Kingdoms era, leading to a swift resolution. A moment's hesitation would be a profound disrespect to his own aspirations. I choose C. No, I select the third option, the path of the antagonist. Gu Wuchen proclaimed resolutely in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the supervillain system. Supervillain system unlocked. Destiny Child Radar function. When relevant individuals approach within a certain distance, the radar will automatically announce their presence. Panel function. View the host's attributes as well as those of others, including glimpses into their life trajectories. System All. A grand villain gift package awaits. Open it directly. Ding. Heaven-swallowing divine body red. The most enigmatic physique in the world, capable of devouring all things and transforming them for personal use. Each manifestation renders one a public enemy, including the consumption of other divine bodies. Creation Demon Art Red. A magical skill birthed from the void at the dawn of creation, possessing boundless transformative power. Unknown Beast. FF Egg Gold. It is rumored to have originated from the ancient East, a mysterious creature said to bring carefree existence when nurtured. Innate Treasure. Human Emperor Banner Red. Various boundary-breaking mirror pills, numerous spirit-gathering pills, and several great restoration pills. Following a series of alert sounds, Gu Wuchen's heart raced with excitement. Find it all. Whatever divine body or demonic technique, fill them up completely. Ding. Binding process for the host is underway. 3.2.1. Binding successful. Cultivation levels are classified as Qi Refining Realm, Qi Si Realm, Sky Control Realm, Spirit Melding Realm, Profound Understanding Realm, King Sealing Realm, Emperor Ascending Realm, Transcendent Realm, Saint Entry Realm, Saint King Realm, Supreme Realm, Fragmented Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 2. The Merging of the Divine Body. A thought enters the realm of kings. The phrase "a long drought meets sweet rain" aptly describes Gu Wuchen at this moment. Perhaps due to his extraordinary circumstances of transmigration, his innate constitution was lacking, resulting in an exceedingly slow cultivation pace. Throughout his 18 years in the Gu family, he had primarily devoted himself to gently mending his foundational roots and meridians, compensating for his congenital deficiencies. After painstakingly restoring his physical shortcomings, he was now at the juncture of cultivating in the lower realms. Thus he found himself merely at the void mastery stage. Of course, this was merely the surface of his cultivation. The hidden cards bestowed by his parents were not accounted for. Boom. In an instant, the devouring divine body merged with Gu Wuchen, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption within him. His once parched and feeble dantian was enveloped by a radiant golden light. The dantian became insatiably greedy, akin to a ferocious beast starved for a century, ravenously consuming the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Void Mastery Stage 3. Void Mastery Stage 7. The sound of a breakthrough echoed, and he ascended to the Spirit Fusion Stage 1. The Spirit Fusion Stage signified that Gu Wuchen's meridians and roots began to accept the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, becoming thicker and more resilient. Spirit Fusion Stage 4. Spirit Fusion Stage 9. Mystic Realm. Without any hindrance, Gu Wuchen broke through to the Mystic Realm, with the spiritual energy within him multiplying over 100-fold. He clenched his fist, invigorated by the surge of power, but before he could reflect, the Creation Demon Sutra surged forth. The creation force of the Creation Demon Sutra was exceedingly domineering. As it entered Gu Wuchen's sea of consciousness, it carelessly kicked aside the original imperial scripture, taking its place without hesitation. The ancient imperial scripture, a long-standing legacy of the Gu family, shrank back in a corner of the sea of consciousness like a frightened beast, trembling in submission to the whims of the Creation Demon Sutra. In but a moment, Gu Wuchen's aura surged dramatically. The mystic realm emphasizes the harmonious integration of one's body with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, and with the support of the Creation Demon Sutra. This process became extraordinarily effortless. Mystic Realm Stage 2. Mystic Realm Stage 7. King Sealing Stage. A thought entered the King Realm. This level was already comparable to the ancient ancestors of various regions in the lower realms. Upon entering this realm, the spiritual energy within Gu Wuchen finally settled. Though the devouring divine body and Creation Demon Sutra continued to autonomously absorb spiritual energy, albeit at a slower pace. With a breath of turbid air expelled, Gu Wuchen stretched his muscles, feeling refreshed. He reveled in his newfound power, but before him, Ruyan, who had been kneeling for quite some time, was utterly flabbergasted. Was the Son of God truly this formidable? He was 1,000,000 times more powerful than before. Was this still cultivation or merely quenching thirst? As she internally lamented, she simultaneously felt immense relief for having pledged allegiance to the Son of God early on. Surely, her future status could not be less than that of a concubine. With this thought, her delicate form unconsciously shifted as she knelt. In contrast, Gu Wuchen, having experienced the brief joy of elevating his cultivation, regained his inner tranquility. Even choosing to temporarily disregard Ruyan's movements, casting merely a glance at her panel. Name, Ruyan. Realm, 3rd level of Fusion Spirit Realm. Physique, innate charming bone. Fate, destined female villain. Identity, Saintess of Lingxiao Sacred Land, servant of Divine Son Gu Wuchen. Destined to perish at the hands of Xiao Shisan in 2.5 years, becoming the catalyst for the enmity between Xiao Shisan and Lingxiao Sacred Land. In this light, it is evident that Xiao Shisan is indeed the fated child. Gu Wuchen's gaze flickered, realizing that time was of the essence. It had already been a full incense stick's worth of time since he learned of the wedding cancellation. Heaven knows whether Xiao Shisan would break through several realms in this time, ascending to greatness. With such thoughts, he retrieved a jade pendant from his spatial ring, gently crushed it in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, Ling Tian, the Saint Lord of Lingxiao Sacred Land, along with the 7 peak masters, opened their eyes simultaneously, their robes billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The next moment, swish swish, 8 sounds of ruptured air echoed, shooting directly towards the Divine Son's residence. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, and almost simultaneously, they clasped their hands in a gesture of respect towards the dwelling. Please, Divine Son, give your command. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them astounded. The esteemed Saint Lord and Peak Masters, each a figure of unparalleled cultivation, were bowing in deference to the dwelling of a Divine Son, even daring not to enter. Inside, Gu Wuchen gestured, draping a loose robe over Ruyan's shoulders. First, put on your clothes. Do you know the whereabouts of Xiao Shisan? My lord, he recently joined the Mission Sword sect and caused quite a stir. Ruyan replied as she collected the scattered garments from the floor. Very well. Gu Wuchen nodded. The ones outside. We shall depart immediately from Mission Sword sect. Yes, Mission Sword sect. In recent days, the atmosphere within the sect had been remarkably vibrant. This was due to an elder suddenly emerging from seclusion, announcing that anyone who could ascend to the 8th level of the Sword Tower would be accepted as a true disciple. At this moment, disciples were pouring out from the tower, each wearing expressions of despair and reluctance. How could anyone possibly reach the 8th level? I encountered a monstrous being on the 4th level, whose strength was terrifyingly bizarre. Indeed, it is said that the elder barely managed to reach the 8th level for less than half an incense stick's time. How could we possibly compare to the elder? Wait, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Look, the light on the 8th level of the Sword Tower is lit. Someone has ascended. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire sect plaza. His eyes brimmed with shock. Who possesses such bravery? It has been years since any disciple has reached beyond the 7th level. Could it be one of the newly joined? The disciples exchanged glances, searching for familiar faces within the tower. Look, the elder has arrived. In the distance, a graceful figure approached, landing beside the Sword Tower. Her skin was fair, her delicate feet bare, exuding both purity and a hint of allure, her captivating eyes fixed intently on the tower, her expression agitated. One of the second ancestors of Mission Sword Sect, Lingxiao. 1,000 years have passed, and it is at this moment. Could it be that Mission Sword Sect is truly fated to endure? Where's the sect master? She softly called out, her voice resonating throughout the entire sect. Junior Qingyun pays respect to the ancestor. Before long, a middle-aged man, bearing a long sword and possessing a sharp gaze, bowed before Lingxiao. The one who dared to enter the tower, do you know of him? Reporting to the ancestor, this young man is named Xiao Shisan, a descendant of the fallen Xiao family from Heiyun City, who joined our Mission Sword Sect 10 days ago. Lingxiao nodded slightly and waved her hand gently, causing all disciples in the square to retreat several hundred meters. From this moment on, no one is permitted to enter the sword tower. Once he emerges, I shall take him as my direct disciple. Upon hearing these words, the disciples in the square were filled with discontent, especially the male disciples, who felt a surge of frustration at being overshadowed by one who had only recently joined the sect. Given time, they would surely seek an opportunity to suppress him. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the horizon. The Holy Sun Gu Wuchen has arrived at Lingxiao Sacred Land. A colossal divine vessel, obscuring the sun, descended upon the square of Mission Sword Sect as if it were an unchallenged realm. The ludicrous protective formation of the sect could not hinder it in the slightest. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Holy Sun Gu Wuchen. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Every member of the Mission Sword Sect, including Sectmaster Qingyun and Ancestor Lingxiao, knelt before Gu Wuchen. Flanking Gu Wuchen were the Lingxiao Holy Master and 7 Peak Masters, serving him like attendants. Ancestor Lingxiao, despite her vast experience, was overwhelmed with astonishment, unable to comprehend why a Holy Sun held greater esteem than a Holy Master. Simultaneously, she sensed the deliberate aura radiating from Gu Wuchen. Kingly realm. Such a young, kingly realm. Seated in his lofty position, Gu Wuchen cast a casual glance over the sect square, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lingxiao. A rare gem, he mused inwardly. As an exemplary youth of the 21st century, he was immediately drawn to Lingxiao's graceful figure and the unique aura of one accustomed to authority. He found it appealing. Ding. Destiny's female supporting character detected. Is it her, the one kneeling before me, the most prominent among them? Yes, host. Your radar is a bit slow. My eyes are quicker. Do take note next time. Oh, by the way, let's check the panel. Name. Lingxiao. Realm. Peak of the original kingly realm, temporarily fallen to half-step kingly realm due to failure in breaking through to the emperor realm. Physique. Mysterious in sacred body, fate. Destiny's female supporting character. Situation. Recently, another ancestor of Mission Sword Sect went missing. She has become the sole ancestor. Due to her fallen realm, the sect is now weak and in urgent need of restoring her cultivation and finding a successor to deter other sections. Identity. The pivotal female supporting character of the destined child Xiao Shisan, likely to evolve into Xiao Shisan's master in the short term. You, raise your head. Gu Wuchen's voice reverberated across the sect square, yet none dared to look up, knowing this so-called Holy Sun could not be addressing them. Only Lingxiao, kneeling at the forefront, felt a peculiar gaze upon her, causing her beautiful eyes to narrow in response. She instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting the profound eyes of Gu Wuchen, causing her heart to tremble. To be frank, she was uncertain of the implications of the sudden visit from the Lingxiao Sacred Land for them. The Mission Sword Sect was akin to a mayfly in comparison to a grand tree in the eyes of the Sacred Land. Not to mention, the 8 individuals standing beside the sun, each one a formidable figure of the Emperor realm. The mere presence of such power could effortlessly obliterate their second-rate sect. Lingxiao, at your service, to pay respects to the esteemed sun, she said, bowing gracefully. Lingxiao, a charming name indeed, Gu Wuchen remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his eyes narrowing slightly as he chuckled. I have come today to share a piece of joyous news with you, so there is no need for apprehension. Joyous news. The attendees were momentarily taken aback. Even those from the Lingxiao Sacred Land were perplexed regarding the sun's intentions. Gu Wuchen maintained his smile, speaking nonchalantly. Lingxiao, do you perceive anything discordant about my presence here? Upon hearing this, Lingxiao was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes flickering as she hastily lowered her head and replied with measured respect. Your esteemed presence arrives aboard a divine vessel, accompanied by 8 powerful guardians of the Emperor realm. In my humble opinion, there is nothing discordant at all. Is that so? I beg to differ. Gu Wuchen shook his head, continuing, allow me to offer you a hint. It pertains to the maidservant behind me. At this, the crowd finally noticed the striking woman standing behind Gu Wuchen. Luo Xinyue's gaze shifted towards Lu Ruyan, scrutinizing her closely, yet she could detect no irregularities. And thus she clasped her hands in respect, stating, I am but a fool. I humbly beseech you to enlighten me, esteemed son. Since you cannot deduce it, I shall reveal it to you. Gu Wuchen raised his hand slightly. I have 4 formidable allies flanking each side, and while there is a maidservant behind my left, do you not find the space behind my right rather vacant? Luo Xinyue was momentarily speechless, failing to comprehend his insinuation, though an unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Therefore, Gu Wuchen's voice suddenly rose several notches. Miss Luo Xinyue, would you care to fill this vacancy? Oh, and let me remind you, this is a notification, not a negotiation. With that, he unleashed his King Realm cultivation. A terrifying aura swept over the entire sect plaza, causing all members of the Mityan Sword sect to momentarily lose their breath. The devouring power emanating from Gu Wuchen's celestial body inadvertently tore at the disciples, leaving even the sect master and elders feeling a tinge of discomfort. As the invisible pressure enveloped her, Luo Xinyue's heart raced. After years of cultivation, she understood all too well what Gu Wuchen's words implied. He desired her to become one of his ordinary maidservants. She was acutely aware of what such a role entailed. Yet she also knew that any refusal could lead to the utter annihilation of the Mityan Sword sect in an instant. At that moment, the sect master, Qingyun, suddenly clasped his fists and said, Esteemed son, halfway through his words, Gu Wuchen's gaze sharpened, and a beam of golden light shot forth. Who permitted you to interject? Slap. A brilliant light transformed into a colossal hand, striking fiercely across Qingyun's face. With a resounding impact, darkness enveloped Qingyun's vision as his body was sent hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing into the mountains behind the sect, his fate uncertain. At that moment, the members of the Mityan Sword sect held their breath, afraid to make a sound, lowering their heads as much as possible. My patience is limited. A devilish whisper once again emerged from Gu Wuchen's lips. Your Excellency, the Divine Sun suddenly, Lu Xinyue knelt on one knee, her heart resolute. She was a perceptive individual, fully aware of the precarious situation and the sect's predicament. It was evident that even without today's upheaval, other hostile forces would inevitably come seeking retribution. Should that occur, being besieged by several formidable king-tier experts would render her powerless. Thus, for her own sake and that of the sect, she spoke solemnly. I, Lu Xinyue, pledge to serve my master for all eternity. Ha ha ha, splendid. Gu Wuchen exclaimed, rising in delight, his gaze filled with admiration for the kneeling woman. You truly understand the times, saving me considerable effort. In that case, a reward. With that, a crystal-clear elixir soared from his hand, landing perfectly in Lu Xinyue's mouth. Buzz. Instantly, a soft, milky white halo enveloped Lu Xinyue. Following this, her previously diminished cultivation surged forth. She possessed a foundational peak at the king tier, and with the divine elixir's aid, her ascent was seamless. In mere moments, she reached the 7th level of the king tier. Recovering much of her strength, Lu Xinyue could hardly contain her excitement. Bowing deeply once more to Gu Wuchen, your servant thanks you, master. No sooner had her words faded than the sword tower in the center of the square erupted in a dazzling light, drawing the attention of all present. The 9th level of the sword tower opened. This signified that the individual challenging the tower had successfully reached the pinnacle, marking them as the first genius to ascend to the 9th level since the establishment of the Mityan Sword sect, aside from the founding ancestor. Ha ha ha! A raucous, unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the sect's plaza, and a disheveled, yet undeniably sharp youth emerged from the tower. Glimmers of golden light faintly surrounded his figure, a sign that his sword bone was nearing completion. I, Xiao Shisan, from this day forth, shall elevate my cultivation speed 100-fold. At that time, even the Lingxiao Sacred Land shall be beneath my feet. Ha! Chapter 4. The Destined One, Xiao Shisan. After his laughter subsided, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the sword tower, gazing down upon the sect members, his eyes betraying a profound disdain. He perceived the astonishment etched upon the faces of the disciples and even the elders. Indeed, they had every reason to be astonished. Countless years had passed since the inception of the Mityan Sword sect, and the strongest among them had barely managed to reach the 8th level. Only he had ventured into the 9th, obtaining the true inheritance and the innate sword bone. Yet, what he failed to realize was that the expressions he interpreted as astonishment were, in truth, those of bemusement as the onlookers regarded him. What had he said? That he would not regard the Lingxiao Sacred Land with respect? However, the sacred land of Lingxiao lies right before us. How could one act so recklessly? In an instant, the fearful sentiments of the disciples vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation. As for Xiao Shisan, he completely disregarded the crowd below, spreading his arms to embrace the boundless power coursing through him. A smile crept upon his lips as he mused internally, "Old man, I have finally achieved it. As you foretold, within 3 days I shall reach the realm of spirit fusion, will I not?" Though framed as a question, his tone was decidedly affirmative. At merely 22 years of age, and with a remarkably brief period of cultivation, he was on the verge of attaining the 4th realm of martial prowess, his overall strength eclipsing that of many ordinary stewards or elders. Yet, his inquiry went unanswered. The ancient voice within him seemed oblivious to his words, which struck him as peculiar. Before he could ponder further, the imposing and serious voice of ancestor Lu Xinhua echoed from below. "What are you doing? Hurry and pay your respects to the Son of God." Son of God? Xiao Shisan paused, perplexed by the term. To his knowledge, only the sacred land had a Son of God. What could this small sect possibly know of such a title? He recognized the speaker as the very reason he had joined the Mitian Sword sect. "Impudent! What are you still doing up there? Descend at once." Ancestor Lu Xinhua's tone grew increasingly grave. Fearing that Xiao Shisan's indifference might provoke the Son of God and bring calamity to the sect, she summoned her power at the king's realm, manifesting a colossal hand from the void to strike him down. The transparent hand blotted out the sun, and the might of the king's realm was not something Xiao Shisan could withstand at his current level. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the spirited youth was sent crashing to the ground, resembling a defeated dog, utterly disheveled. Gu Wuchen observed the deep pit before him, where a shadowy figure lay partially obscured, shaking his head in amusement. Ever since Xiao Shisan emerged from the sword tower, he had quietly watched him flaunt his prowess without intervening. Even the maid he had just accepted had dealt him such a blow. Reflecting on this, he opened the panel of the fallen Xiao Shisan. Name: Xiao Shisan. Age: 22. Identity: disciple of the Mitian Sword sect. Son of the Xiao family from Black Cloud City. Personality: proud and unyielding. Realm: 9th level of sky control. Physique: fire flame body. Sword bone: fate. Child of destiny. Recent movements: to obtain Lu Xinhua's profound sacred body, join the Mitian Sword sect, breached the sword tower, passed the 9th level. Acquired innate sword bone, approached ancestor Lu Xinhua to become her disciple, gaining the full support of the sect and rapidly advancing in cultivation. So that is how it is. No wonder this lad sought refuge in this sect, Gu Wuchen thought to himself, nodding in understanding. The benefits of the profound sacred body are well known. For male cultivators, it is a remarkable asset for breaking through limitations. Cough, cough. As the smoke dissipated within the pit, a rather disheveled figure slowly rose to his feet. He coughed violently a couple of times, his gaze sharpening into a piercing glare as he glowered at Lu Xinhua, his mindset undergoing a significant transformation. Initially, the plan to join the Mitian Sword sect was to utilize the alchemical prowess of the soul within himself to concoct a restorative elixir for Lu Xinhua. Naturally, he intended to infuse it with peculiar elements to ensure her submission to him. However, he has now changed his mind. He no longer intends to heal her wounds, but rather to claim her for himself. After all, the power of the Xian sacred body is limited to a single use. Once utilized, it can simply be discarded. It is a pity, though, to have a formidable aid of the king's realm at his side. With his thoughts settled, he slowly emerged from the pit, dusting off his attire, his previously sullen expression transforming into one of feigned charm. "Esteemed ancestor, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier exuberance," he spoke, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, presenting himself with an air of dignity as if the previous events had never transpired. "Well then, why do you not greet the Son of God?" Lu Xinhua observed Xiao Shisan's improved demeanor and refrained from further admonishment. After all, he was a disciple capable of penetrating the 9th level of the Sword Tower. Had it not been for the unexpected visit of the Son of God today, the future of the Sword sect might very well rest upon this disciple's shoulders. Having spoken, she stepped aside, allowing Xiao Shisan to behold Gu Wuchen, who sat majestically upon the floating dragon throne, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, upon noticing Ruyan standing obediently behind Gu Wuchen, his gaze sharpened, and his breath suddenly grew heavy. This figure was one he would never forget. He could never erase the scornful look she had cast upon him when their engagement was annulled, treating him as if he were utterly worthless. In moments of peril, teetering on the brink of death, this incident would replay in his mind, fueling his resolve to attain a terrifying level of power, so as to trample this woman beneath his feet. Just as he felt the urge to unleash his fury and confront her in a battle to the bitter end, a wave of coolness surged through his chest, quelling his boundless rage. Xiao Shirshan became significantly more composed, silently grasping the jade pendant at his chest. Realizing it was the pendant's power that had restored his clarity, he then lowered his gaze and once again performed a bow. Disciple Xiao Shirshan pays his respects to the Son of God. At that moment, he was unaware of the unfolding circumstances and was merely following the ancestors' directive to greet the Son of God, leaving other matters for later. However, he was met with a disdainful snort. Humph! Ignorant young one, merely endowed with a body of sword bones, you dare to dream of trampling upon our Lingxiao Sacred Land? How ludicrous! One of the most tempestuous peaks of the Lingxiao Sacred Land suddenly interjected, his voice, laced with strands of true power, unleashed the terrifying pressure of the Emperor realm, relentlessly compressing Xiao Shirshan, who stood below, even with his sword bones. He could not escape the ominous cracking sounds echoing from his body, threatening to shatter at any moment. Yoopht! Xiao Shirshan was abruptly slammed by the overwhelming pressure, his mind going blank, utterly unable to resist, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, desperately striving to keep himself upright. In that moment, even breathing became a challenge, and he suddenly recalled that Ruyan had indeed entered the Lingxiao Sacred Land, and now that she was present, were not the individuals before him all members of the Lingxiao Sacred Land? Chapter 5. I adore your great sword bones. Oh, one should not stoop to the level of a child. It's entirely natural for someone emerging from a breakthrough to feel a surge of excitement. We must exhibit a degree of magnanimity. Gu Wuchen waved his hand with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Shirshan's arrogance. Hearing this, the elder of the sacred land immediately withdrew his imposing aura, silently standing aside and refraining from further comment. With the sudden alleviation of pressure, Xiao Shirshan felt as though he had been reborn, greedily inhaling the fresh air. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the smiling eyes of Gu Wuchen above him, as well as the elder of the sacred land who had just retracted his hand. Confusion and malice flickered in his eyes. Logically, he should express his gratitude, yet he sensed that the individual before him was undoubtedly the son of the sacred land, which felt decidedly off. Xiao Shirshan, why aren't you thanking the esteemed son? Lu Xinyue stepped forward, speaking gently. The dignity of the sacred land is not to be insulted. The fact that the sun has spared you this time is a tremendous grace. At her words, Xiao Shirshan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the wisdom in his future master's statement, reluctantly he nodded and clasped his fists, saying, I am grateful for the grace of the esteemed son. I spoke out of turn just now, and I hope you will forgive me. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, despite his own lack of strength. The pride instilled by his sword bones forbade him from speaking in a diminished manner. Ah, it's a trifling matter. Gu Wuchen graciously accepted Xiao Shirshan's apology. However, he swiftly shifted the subject, pointing a finger towards the young man's rear. Since you are a disciple of the Mitian sword sect, do not expect special treatment. Kneel alongside them. You must be quite fatigued after your emergence, so kneel and rest. Kneel? Xiao Shirshan's expression froze. The son of the sacred land was instructing him to kneel, even suggesting it was a moment to rest. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed that everyone in the sect, save for the matriarch Lu Xinyue and himself, was indeed kneeling in the center of the plaza. Yet, how could he possibly kneel? With his sword bones fully developed, even the heavens did not require his submission. How could he kneel before such a minor figure as the son of the sacred land? Furthermore, he feared that if he truly knelt, the sword bones he had just acquired might shatter in an instant, for they would not choose the weak. His mind raced with thoughts, and suddenly, he recalled that the son appeared to be quite lenient, having forgiven his earlier brashness. Perhaps if he expressed his inability to kneel once more, the son might absolve him of that requirement? Esteemed son, I humbly beseech your forgiveness once again. Due to certain special reasons, I am truly unable to kneel, and I hope you can accommodate me. This time, Gu Wuchen was not so readily forgiving. Instead, he lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, a playful expression gradually emerging on his face. Tap, Tap. An eerie silence enveloped the sex venue, a chilling sensation creeping into the hearts of all present. Finally, Gu Wuchen's hand came to a halt, and without warning, he unleashed his king-level cultivation, delivering a resounding slap towards Xiao Shisan from a distance. Smack! Bang! Coincidentally, this impact sent him crashing back into the very pit from which he had previously fallen. Truly, one should not take kindness for granted. Am I your father? Time and again, I have spared you. Gu Wuchen's sudden strike took everyone at the Mityan Sword sect by surprise. Just a moment ago, they were smiling, and in the next, he had acted with such swiftness. They were acutely aware that a sacred land could annihilate them with ease, requiring no justification. Merely a fabricated excuse would suffice. In an instant, all disciples and elders harbored resentment towards Xiao Shisan, pondering how someone so audacious could dare to speak to the Son of Heaven in such a manner. After all, he was indeed a child of destiny, and with his cultivation at the spirit fusion realm, he managed to withstand the blow without suffering significant harm. Thanks in part to Gu Wuchen's casual strike, Xiao Shisan clambered out of the deep pit once more, his hair disheveled and caked in dirt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and upon closer inspection, several of his teeth had been knocked out. Yet, despite this, he showed no inclination to kneel. Standing at the edge of the pit, diligently regulating his breath while attempting to communicate with the soul within him. Old man, awaken quickly. Something is terribly amiss today. If you do not emerge soon, I may meet my end here. At last, an ancient sigh reached his ears. Alas, if it truly comes to a matter of life and death, I will attempt to rescue you. However, the sentence remained unfinished, the voice abruptly ceasing, not due to interruption, but because the elder chose to say no more. Hearing that he could be saved brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Shisan's heart. He was well aware of the elder's origins, hailing from the mysterious upper realm. Being in the lower realm now, he felt reassured about his safety. Clap, clap. Gu Wuchen, seated high above, clapped his hands unexpectedly. Truly remarkable, a talent possessing a grand sword bone. While others kneel, you refuse to do so. It seems there is no longer a necessity for the Mityan Sword sect to continue. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all members of the sect tightened, particularly that of ancestor Lu Xinyue, who hastily considered kneeling to plead for the sect's mercy. Yet, a mere glance from Gu Wuchen silenced her, compelling her to remain still and obedient, for she dared not defy him. While the ancestor remained unmoved, the disciples and elders below could not contain themselves. Though they dared not stand, they were quick to voice their grievances. Xiao Shisan, you are far too reckless. Do not think that having traversed the 9th level of the Sword Tower grants you immunity. Hasten to kneel before the Son of Heaven. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the entire sect? Do not forget, without the sect's guidance, you would not be where you are today. I am well aware of your origins, Xiao Shisan, coming from a remote little town. What was it called? Heiyun Town? If you bring about the destruction of our sect today, your small family behind, you will be left with nothing. Xiao Shisan's anger ignited, his eyes turning crimson. While he could endure other criticisms, the fact that a fellow disciple dared to use his family as leverage was intolerable. He was on the verge of striking down the one who spoke such reckless words. However, Gu Wuchen would not allow such audacity to continue. He gently raised his hand, applying a slight pressure from the air above. Xiao Shisan halted abruptly, feeling as though an immense mountain had suddenly descended upon his back, relentlessly pressing down on him, causing his waist to bend little by little. His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if they might collapse at any moment and force him to kneel upon the ground. You all, leaning against his sword bones with all his might. Xiao Shisan struggled to hold on, blood gradually seeping from his 7 orifices, his knees bending further under the tremendous pressure. The disparity between the fusion spirit realm and the king sealing realm was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, without the aid of the soul within him. He found himself utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Chapter 6, Bone Devouring. Such a hard-headed individual, yet still refusing to kneel. Gu Wuchen regarded the defiant youth before him with indifference, activating his divine body, the celestial swallowing body, which loomed ominously over Xiao Shisan's head, subtly hinting at the impending detachment of his sword bones. What? My sword bones? Xiao Shisan exclaimed in shock. He had only been in the world for 2.5 years, and the most vital possession he had acquired was this powerful sword bone. If it were to be taken from him, would he not be rendered utterly useless henceforth? As the incessant extraction of his sword bones continued, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure. Thud! A sharp sound echoed as he fell to his knees, his joints crashing into the earth. every pore of his body oozing blood, a truly pitiful sight. The disciples behind him pointed and whispered, finally exhaling in relief as they witnessed his capitulation. Mocking him with derision, in the end, he still knelt. What a wretched creature. If he truly brings ruin upon our sect, we shall haunt him even in death. The dual blows to his body and spirit plunged Xiao Shirsand into a state of utter despair. His skin began to crack, as if he might shatter at any moment. The essence of the sword bone was characterized by pride, unyielding to heaven, earth, or any adversary. Kneeling, let alone bowing low, was simply unacceptable. Yet now, Xiao Shirsand found himself genuinely kneeling, and in a most woeful manner, bereft of dignity. At that moment, it seemed as if his sword bone had developed a will of its own, disdainfully attempting to extricate itself from his body, willingly drawn into the celestial swallowing body. Should Xiao Shirsand fail to act swiftly, it would not be long before the sword bone completely departed from him. At that juncture, he would truly be rendered a useless shell. Old man, why not make a move? Without me, how shall you revive? Who will reconstruct your corporeal form? Xiao Shirsand screamed in his mind, the agony of his bones separating from his body incessantly igniting his frail nerves. All he desired was for everyone present to perish, especially this so-called son of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, whom he vowed to obliterate. Do not be hasty, the elder's voice resonated softly. There are 8 formidable ascendant monarchs outside. In my prime, I could have annihilated them with a mere glance, but the situation is indeed troublesome now. However, there remains but one method to escape this predicament. Clinging to his dwindling consciousness, Xiao Shirsand heeded the elder's words and nodded vigorously. His gaze shifted, and suddenly, a milky white elixir materialized beside him. He abruptly turned to the silent Lu Xinyue, summoning his last reserves of strength to utter, "Ancestor, the Lingxiao Sacred Land has come this time with the intent to obliterate our sword sect. This elixir possesses the extraordinary ability to mend one's wounds, restoring one to the pinnacle of the king realm, and consequently facilitating a breakthrough into the emperor realm, thereby transforming one into a formidable emperor-level powerhouse." This was the plan devised by the elder. The elder's soul power was immensely potent. However, due to Xiao Shirsand's low cultivation level, even when attached to him, it could not exert significant strength, rendering him incapable of battling emperor realm experts. Only by relying on this elixir and seizing control of Lu Xinyue's body could the elder fully unleash the prowess surpassing the emperor realm. The elixir floated gracefully before Lu Xinyue, gently descending into her delicate hand, emanating a faint aura of an emperor-level elixir, unmistakably indicative of its extraordinary quality. "Hurry and consume it, ancestor," Xiao Shirsand bellowed with desperate fervor. If she were to swallow the elixir, he would be able to retreat unscathed today. Lu Xinyue clasped the elixir in her hand, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Shirsand before lifting her foot and soaring into the air, approaching Gu Wuchen. What was her intention? A look of confusion flickered across Xiao Shirsand's anguished face. The elixir remained uneaten, and approaching another was akin to offering it freely. To his bewilderment, Lu Xinyue unexpectedly bowed before Gu Wuchen in midair. "My lord, the servant has been remiss in her teachings, allowing such a disgrace to arise within the sect. One who disregards you, my lord, and foolishly attempts to use an elixir to deceive this servant. This matter bears no relation to me, and I beseech your keen discernment." As she spoke, she knelt in the air, raising her hands above her head, cradling the milky white elixir. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Shirsand felt as though the very heavens were collapsing, his mind muddled into a haze. What on earth was transpiring? Who could elucidate it for him? He had only recently entered the sword tower, yet even the once proud elder had become so subservient, referring to herself as a mere servant. "Ah, you are quite remarkable. Possessing the potential to be my personal attendant," Gu Wuchen remarked with a smile, beckoning Lu Xinyue closer to him, grasping her delicate hand and drawing her into his embrace. A soft gasp escaped Lu Xinyue's lips as her body pressed closely against the man behind her, causing her heart to race and a blush to bloom upon her fair cheeks. Having never been this close to a male, she felt no inclination to resist. Obediently perching on Gu Wuchen's lap like a docile kitten, her eyes tightly shut, biting her lip, Gu Wuchen, with one arm wrapped around Lu Xinyue, toyed with her hand and the elixir, casting a derisive glance at the perplexed Xiao Shirsand. "Quite the array of tactics you possess. Still foolishly seeking a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Truly amusing." With that, Gu Wuchen unleashed his divine form. The terrifying physique of the celestial devourer caused the world within several thousand miles to shift in hue, coalescing into an extraordinarily mysterious black vortex high above. The sword bone, having been actively and passively severed, finally detached completely from Xiao Shisan's body, a golden-yellow skeletal remnant, stained with blood and flecks of flesh, hovering above him. Thud! As the remnants of the sword bone departed, Xiao Shisan's entire being felt as if it had disassembled, collapsing onto the ground. In his current state, he could not even muster the strength to kneel, only able to lay prostrate, utterly incapable of moving even a single finger. A remarkable bone indeed. Gazing at the resplendent golden sword bone, Wuchen clenched his palm, drawing it into the swirling vortex, transforming it into a nourishing essence for the devouring heavenly body. In that instant, he sensed a surge of formidable energy within him, vast and boundless. With the investment of time for refinement, it could elevate his cultivation. However, there was no urgency at present. He needed to deal with this so-called child of destiny first. Prostrate on the ground, Xiao Shisan turned his head sideways, tears of blood streaming as he gazed skyward. The sword bone that rightfully belonged to him had been so brutally seized, and the woman who should have been by his side was nestled in another's embrace. He felt an overwhelming desire to expend every ounce of strength and confront Wuchen. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Not a single part of him remained unscathed. Even calling upon the ancient spirit within him would only hasten his demise. At that moment, a melodious crane's cry pierced the heavens. Xiao, where are you? Chapter 7. The fated female protagonist, Hualiener, the protective array of the Metian sword sect, was once again breached as a colossal spirit crane soared into the courtyard. The crane landed majestically at the center of the plaza, from which two figures descended. The girl in front had skin as pale as snow, tinged with a delicate pink hue. Her long, ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, embodying both youthful innocence and a touch of maturity. Xiao, where are you? Why can I no longer sense your presence? A hint of urgency marked her face as she scanned her surroundings, yet the familiar silhouette eluded her sight. Following closely behind her was an elderly woman, shrouded beneath a cloak. Divine Son, the newcomer is not to be underestimated. The individual accompanying her is of comparable realm to mine, both being at the pinnacle of the Emperor Ascendant stage. I recognize such a powerful presence from the lower realms. They are likely not from our water-replenishing realm. The Holy Master Lingxiao, with utmost respect, reported to Wuchen. Throughout his report, his tone remained relaxed. Unperturbed by the arrival of a formidable opponent of equal standing, even a potential force from above. After all, this was the Gu family. Even in the upper realms, they were a force to be reckoned with. Wuchen nodded silently, paying no mind to the Emperor Ascendant cultivator behind the girl, directing his full attention to the young lady in front of him. Name: Hualiener. Realm: sixth layer of the profound understanding realm. Physique: water moon spirit body. Fate: fated female protagonist. Destined partner of Xiao Shisan. Trajectory: daughter of the Hua family from the upper realm, having received aid from Xiao Shisan in the lower realm. Regards him as an adoptive brother, destined to become his companion once he ascends to the upper realm. Upon reading this, Wuchen's heart brimmed with delight. He had not anticipated the fated female protagonist to appear so swiftly. Yet, this was fortuitous, alleviating potential troubles. Meanwhile, Hualiener, upon reaching the edge of a deep pit, finally spotted that familiar, albeit bloodied, figure. Xiao, what has happened to you? She hastily attempted to approach and examine the injuries of Xiao Shisan, only to be intercepted by the elderly woman behind him. Miss, allow me, the old woman said. Her black robe swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind. And with a gentle wave of her hand, she moved the barely conscious Xiao Shisan closer. There lingered a faint aura of sword bones about him, yet within his body, the sword bones seemed to have been abruptly extracted. His entire skeletal structure and meridians were gravely damaged, likely to have a significant impact on his future cultivation. The old woman, with a mere glance, discerned the extent of Xiao Shisan's injuries and placed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Though it could not heal his wounds, it would sustain his life for the time being. Upon hearing this, the young woman covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. How could this happen? Who? Before she could finish her sentence, the old woman interrupted her once more, discreetly conveying a message. Miss, this is not the time for reckoning. We are, after all, in the lower realm, and my powers here are limited. The opposition boasts 8 formidable practitioners of the Ascendant realm, including 2 at the peak of that stage. Engaging in open conflict would likely be detrimental to us. For now, it is best to take this, Xiao Shisan away. The word waste lingered unspoken on the old woman's lips. As Hualiener's guardian, she had watched the young master grow up, and it was clear to her that Xiao Shisan had once held affection for her charge. Yet, how could a person from the lower realm ever be worthy of someone from the illustrious Hua family of the higher realm? Furthermore, the initial favor bestowed upon Miss by Xiao Shisan was minimal, had it not been for her kind heart and her recent emergence from her family. She likely would not have even glanced at someone named Xiao Shisan, let alone consider him a sworn brother. Hualiener bit her lip, silently nodding, her eyes still filled with concern. She had lived her entire life in a warm and peaceful environment, never having witnessed such a bloody scene. Even the death of a dog she played with as a child had brought her to tears for a long time. How could she not grieve for someone she had known in the lower realm? The old woman stepped forward and slowly spoke, "Esteemed guests, I am a being from the higher realm, currently guiding the young lady through her trials in the lower realm. I humbly request your cooperation, allowing me to take this individual away." By revealing her identity from the higher realm, she sought to avert conflict and encourage the other party to withdraw. However, the response she received was derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha, truly laughable," boomed the peak master of the Lingxiao Sacred Ground. "Today, not only will you not take him away, but whether you two can even leave depends on the wishes of my lord, the divine son, Zhenshi Palm." This peak master, a formidable figure second only to the Holy Master, would not miss the opportunity to showcase his prowess before the divine son. With his strike, he unleashed his signature Zhenshi Palm. "Not good, miss, quickly hide behind me." The old woman could hardly fathom that invoking her higher realm status would provoke such a violent response. As the massive palm print hurtled toward her, she dared not hesitate, extending her withered fingers to point in the air. "Flower, formation, rise." As her voice faded, the ground instantaneously blossomed with countless vibrant flowers, forming a bizarre array that enveloped her, along with Hualiener and Xiao Shisan. Boom! The palm strike landed upon the floral formation, stirring a cloud of dust. Cracks appeared in the flower array, yet it remained unbroken, thanks to the profound cultivation of the elderly woman, who forcefully withstood the blow. As the dust settled, the three figures re-emerged, and the elderly woman's expression darkened, her entire being brimming with fury. Had it not been for the need to protect her young mistress, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. It was utterly humiliating for someone of her status from the upper realm to be so beset by those from the lower realm. The tremor caused by the collision of the two attacks jolted Xiao Shisan awake, much like a beaten dog. He bore the pain coursing through his body and opened his eyes, catching sight of the figure that haunted his dreams. "Yener, is it you?" He instinctively reached out towards Hualiener's ankle, driven by the primal urge to grasp at a lifeline amidst despair. However, Hualiener, upon noticing his outstretched hand, took a slight step back, evading him. Although she regarded Xiao Shisan as a sworn brother and would assist him in times of trouble, it did not imply her acceptance of any form of physical contact. After all, her future fate was intricately tied to him. Xiao Shisan's hand froze, feeling awkward at Hualiener's reaction, yet he refrained from saying much, knowing that the priority was to cling to safety. Upon realizing that Hualiener hailed from the upper realm, a sense of assurance washed over him. Perhaps his life was not meant to end today. Chapter 8. The Revelation. "I am a member of the Gu family." In the midst of his thoughts, the elderly woman administered a medicinal pill into his mouth, gradually alleviating his pain and allowing him to speak. "Liener, please help me avenge my brother. They suddenly invaded our sword sect, indiscriminately seizing my sword bone and attempting to put me to death. I want them to perish, and to do so in the most gruesome manner." His eyes were filled with hatred as he vowed to eradicate everyone present. Hualiener observed her sworn brother's terrifying demeanor, furrowing her brow in concern. This was a far cry from the Xiao Shisan she had come to know. Now, he resembled a demon, shedding the elegance he once possessed. Moreover, the current situation was beyond her control. Although she hailed from the upper realm, she had only brought one person with her. If the opposing party truly wished to forcefully detain them, it would pose a significant challenge. "Brother Xiao, please listen to me. We must deliberate on this matter and find a way to leave first." "Leave?" The word struck Xiao Shisan like a thunderclap, blinding him with rage. In his eyes, no matter how formidable the individuals from the lower realm appeared, they could never rival those from the upper realm. Just considering the guardian behind Hualiener, whose true strength was unfathomable, albeit somewhat restrained in the lower realm, it was unfathomable to him that she suggested retreat. Was his sworn sister so callous as to be unwilling to assist him in seeking vengeance? With this thought, he clenched his jaw tightly. striving to suppress his furious emotions and keep them hidden from her. After all, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. He could only choose to acquiesce, leaving other matters to be addressed after departure. "Hey, you lot," called out Gu Wuchen, still toying with the delicate hand of the beauty in his embrace, a wry smile forming on his lips as he added, "Are you still contemplating revenge or escape? Despite not having grasped the current situation, do you think so little of me?" His voice deepened ominously, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon the recently awakened Xiao Shan, burying his head once more into the earth, with no one able to intervene. Not even the guardian behind the young lady. Such a sudden blow startled Hualiener, standing beside Xiao Shan, and she instinctively wanted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by the elderly woman behind her. "Fear not, he is not dead," the old woman reassured. Her gaze fixed intently on the young and formidable Gu Wuchen, inwardly lamenting the speed of this young king-level expert, which was beyond even her perception. Such a prodigy, even in the upper realms, would be a scion of a prominent family. In consideration of not bringing calamity upon the Hua family, the elder attempted to lower her stance, cupping her hands in respect before Gu Wuchen. "I am the 17th elder of the Hua family, and I am unaware of which power you hail from. I hope the floodwaters do not wash away the Dragon King's temple." "You are not worthy of knowing where we come from," Gu Wuchen replied, shaking his head slightly. The name of the Gu family was not something just anyone could be privy to, and given the present circumstances, there was no need to invoke the family name. "You need only understand that today, none shall leave." As he spoke, Gu Wuchen raised his hand, leaving 2 of the 8 royal realm experts behind while the remaining 6 surged forth, encircling Hualiener and her companions. "Do you truly wish for a mutual destruction?" The elder's voice turned hoarse, seeing the overwhelming stance, tightly protecting Hualiener behind her, completely disregarding Xiao Shan. At this moment, she wished fervently for this calamity to perish, believing that without him, they would not be in such dire straits. Miraculously, Xiao Shan revived, pulling his head from the soil and lying there, mocking, "Ha ha ha, you are mad. My sworn sister is from the upper realm. If you do not kneel and beg for mercy now and dare to act, you are all truly tired of living. The royal realm experts you pride yourselves on are merely second-rate within her family. Submit, and perhaps I can beseech my sister to spare you." "Impudent, silence." Slap. Another resounding slap shattered all of Xiao Shan's teeth. This time, it was not Gu Wuchen who spoke, but the elder of the Hua family, who truly wished to flay Xiao Shan alive and toss him into a boiling pot. If he wished to perish, he should not drag them down with him. The situation was already dire, and he dared to threaten them. Hualiener, upon hearing Xiao Shan's tirade, furrowed her brow deeply, her mind racing as she suddenly grasped the truth. She had never revealed to Xiao Shan that she was from the upper realm. When the elder had disclosed her identity, Xiao Shan had still been unconscious. How could he possibly know? The sole explanation lies in the fact that he was fully aware of his identity from the very beginning. Deliberately approaching her, bestowing small favors, and claiming kinship, thereby allying himself with the influential Hua family. At that moment, a clear chime resonated in Gu Wuchen's ears. Ding! It has been detected that Hualiener has developed a rift with Xiao Shan, leading to serious suspicion and triggering a reward of 100 critical hits. Upon defeating the destined child, all of their equipment will be dropped. What? Gu Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. He had not even taken any action yet, and a rift had already formed? However, this was even better. He eagerly anticipated what treasures might emerge after defeating Xiao Shan. Meanwhile, 6 formidable figures from the Lingxiao Holy Land were poised for action, having firmly locked onto the elderly woman in the center, ready to strike at any moment. The old woman nervously surveyed her surroundings and, through a telepathic message, conveyed to Hualiener, "Miss, we can only reveal that identity now. Although you have always denied it, I understand. Allow me to speak." Hualiener's delicate features tightened. The situation had unfolded beyond her expectations, and it was time to bring forth her greatest reliance. She stepped out from behind the old woman, shedding her previously fragile demeanor, her gaze now imbued with determination. Without casting another glance at Xiao Shan, she surveyed the crowd, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. "You of the Hua family may truly be unaware, but the esteemed Gu family from the upper realm, Changxing Gu, must surely have reached your ears. I, too, can be considered a half-member of the Gu family." The mention of the Gu family rendered the Lingxiao Holy Land's members momentarily speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity, before collectively turning their gaze towards Gu Wuchen, who cradled a beauty in his arms. There was only one Gu family in the upper realm, and that was the Chongqing Gu family to which Gu Wuchen belonged. Could it be that this young maiden had ties to the Gu family? Her words suggested she was a half-member, a designation typically reserved for those who married into the family. Considering her youthful age, which was comparable to that of the esteemed son, could she possibly be his consort? The thought sparked incredulity among the powerful figures, who couldn't help but muse to themselves. Were they merely pawns in a game involving the esteemed son and this maiden? Chapter 9. The destined child provoking the destined daughter to break down, observing that tensions had eased and the atmosphere had momentarily returned to calm. Hualiener breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Internally, she lamented that even in the lower realms, the name of the Gu family was universally recognized. Otherwise, today as proceedings might have been exceedingly difficult. Yet, before her relief could fully settle, Gu Wuchen spoke up. What? You claim to be a member of the Gu family? Simultaneously, he mentally reviewed all branches and offshoots of the Gu family, realizing that he could not recall any branch bearing the surname Hua. Indeed, the young lady is truly a half-member of the Gu family. I dare not lie about this, Hualiener responded, her tone now steadied and composed. She spoke with confidence, her demeanor betraying no hint of deceit. At that moment, Xiao Shisan regained consciousness, and through the connection of his own soul, he became aware of the words his sworn sister had just uttered. Not only was she the little princess of the Hua family, but she was also entwined with the Gu family. 13. Since your foster sister is a member of the Gu family, you must seize this connection with unwavering resolve. Your future achievements will be boundless. You may not have heard of the Gu family, but allow me to encapsulate it in a single phrase. In the upper realm, even if you were to pierce the heavens, survival is still a possibility. However, should you dare to provoke the Gu family, death may well be your greatest reprieve. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Shisan felt a surge of vitality. Could it be that he was saved once more? With this thought, his breath quickened, and fueled by an unknown strength, he managed to rise from the ground. He cast an indignant glare at the distant Gu Wuchen, already concocting plans for future torment. And let us not forget that woman behind him, Ruyan. All these changes in Xiao Shisan did not escape Hualiener's notice. She felt an increasing sense of estrangement towards her foster brother. She then spoke again to Gu Wuchen, asking if, under these circumstances, they could be allowed to leave. Surely, you must understand that no one dares impersonate the Gu family. We lack the audacity to jeopardize our entire clan for personal gain. Wait, before she could finish, a furious roar interrupted her. Suddenly, Xiao Shisan raised a hand, pointing angrily at the individuals from Lingxiao Sacred Ground, and with righteous indignation, he declared to Hualiener, Lian your compassion is misplaced. This is merely the lower realm, and there is no need for such caution. Today, allowing them to take their own lives on the spot would not be excessive. Heed your brother's words. Do not let them escape easily. Xiao Shisan, be silent. Hualiener could no longer contain her frustration and retorted angrily. She had tried to reason with him, appealing to both logic and emotion, hoping to resolve the situation swiftly, yet her foster brother repeatedly pushed matters toward an irretrievable outcome. After today, our bond as siblings shall be severed. Take care of yourself. Despite her typically gentle disposition, she was now thoroughly provoked by Xiao Shisan's actions. Did he not understand the wisdom in recognizing the times? Foster sister. Xiao Shisan's expression froze, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his familiar foster sister. He could not fathom the reason behind her drastic change in attitude. How could she, seemingly supported by the Gu family, always appear so timid? In a fervent inquiry to the elder, he pondered, Old man, does the Gu family truly possess such formidable influence? Why is my foster sister behaving this way? Could it be that the Gu family has diminished in power during your years of absence? Absolutely not. The elder replied with unwavering certainty. Let me put it this way. If the Gu family were to cease to exist, then this vast world would likely follow suit, let alone your own existence. Is the Gu family truly that fearsome? In that moment, Xiao Shisan gained a fresh perspective on the so-called eternal Gu family. His resolve strengthened. Perhaps his foster sister, despite her connection to the Gu family, remained oblivious to its terror, which explained her timidity. With this realization, his gaze ignited with fervor. Thus, he resolved to take it upon himself to teach these individuals a lesson on behalf of his sister. Regarding the identity of his adoptive sister, Gu Jia, he harbored no doubts. After all, in his eyes, Hualiener would never lie about such matters. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that enveloped his body. slowly turning around to retrieve the ancient, unperturbed sword from its sheath behind him. Locking eyes with Gu Wuchen from a distance, he raised his hand, pointing the sword towards his opponent. You, the holy son of Lingxiao Sacred Land, listen well. If you do not return the sword bone to me today, and do not cripple your own cultivation by severing your hands and feet, then your Lingxiao Sacred Land shall cease to exist. His voice boomed, resonating in the ears of all present. Reactions varied among the crowd. Some expressed astonishment, others terror, and many disbelief. Particularly, the 8 formidable beings from Lingxiao Sacred Land, along with Ruyan, who was aware of Gu Wuchen's identity, felt as though 100 wild horses trampled through their minds, utterly at a loss for words to describe their emotions. What was happening? Was he truly using the Gu family's reputation to threaten the holy son of the Gu family? Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out where Xiao Shursan stood. As only Lu Xinyue, nestled in Gu Wuchen's embrace, noticed Gu Wuchen lightly flicking his fingers in the air. This caused the sword in Xiao Shursan's hand, aimed at himself, to be sent flying away. Your audacity has truly opened my eyes, Gu Wuchen remarked, brushing his fingers against Lu Xinyue's delicate face after flicking the sword. He then completely disregarded Xiao Shursan and turned his attention to Hualiener. I am well aware of the Gu family's illustrious lineage. Yet you previously claimed to hail from the Hua family. As far as I know, the Hua family and the Gu family have had little to no interactions, correct? You must understand that impersonating a member of the Gu family could lead to your entire clan's demise. I am not impersonating anyone. I am indeed a future member of the Gu family. Hualiener hastily clarified. Gu Wuchen's future? What evidence do you have? He was in no rush. In his eyes, Xiao Shursan was already as good as dead, destined to perish within minutes. However, before that, he wished to uncover the true connection between Hualiener and the Gu family. Of course there is a connection, she began, but hesitated, glancing around as if struggling to find the right words. Seeing her in distress after Xiao Shursan's sword had been deflected, he grew anxious. His fate today was closely intertwined with hers. Sister, we need not fear him. Just reveal the truth, and then they shall bow to us, crippling their own cultivation as an apology. What do you understand? Hualiener snapped back at Xiao Shursan in irritation. She finally grasped the sentiment of her protector, wishing she could silence Xiao Shursan with a single blow. Yet he had not spoken entirely in error if she did not present substantial evidence today. It was likely that these individuals would not easily let her and her companions go. Thus, she took a deep breath, seemingly resolute. I can reveal my symbolic identity. But for the Gu family, they would prefer that not too many people learn of this matter. If I disclose it today, I fear that in the future, all of you will be purged by the Gu family, with no exceptions. Chapter 10. Hualiener's Other Identity. Upon these words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The disciples and elders of the Mission Sword sect harbored no doubts regarding her words. For even the fall of a mere sesame seed from the upper realm could spell their doom. They yearned to cover their ears, to seal their senses and turn a blind eye to the secrets at hand. Yet, with so many formidable figures present, they dared not act. Instead, they grimaced, each one akin to a constipated soul, kneeling upon the ground as if seated upon needles. As for seeking assistance from the ancestor, how ludicrous. The current patriarch was nestled in the arms of the Holy Land's divine son, seemingly too preoccupied to secure his own safety. Hearing these words, Xiao Shursan's conviction that Hualiener belonged to the Gu family deepened, possibly even as an illegitimate child of a direct line. This revelation elucidated her uniquely precarious identity, one whose exposure could lead to catastrophic consequences. As for the potential calamity that could befall him upon hearing this news, he felt no trepidation. After all, Hualiener, his sworn sister, had long been regarded by him as a cherished possession since their first encounter. It was only a matter of time before she became his woman. He could hardly believe that becoming the son-in-law of the Gu family might invite peril upon his life. Liener, fear not. Speak boldly. Should trouble arise, I shall bear the brunt of it, Xiao Shursan assured her, thumping his chest with a promise. Were an uninformed observer to witness this, they might genuinely perceive him as a brother of considerable prowess, ready to defend her. However, upon hearing Xiao Shursan's declaration, Hualiener furrowed her brow even deeper, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Were it not for the current crisis, she would have been tempted to stab him fiercely. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Gu Wuchen, for she understood that this young man was the architect of the day's events. After a brief silence, Gu Wuchen shifted the lovely Lu Xinyue from his left leg to his right, continuing to toy with her delicate hands, and expressed his curiosity. Indeed, I am eager to witness how you intend to unveil the so-called identity of the Gu family. With a deep sigh, Hualiener felt a tumult of emotions within her. Had she truly arrived at this juncture? Since birth, she had been burdened with this identity, one she ardently wished to shed, yet found herself powerless to reject. After all, it concerned the survival of her entire family. Slowly, she placed her pristine hand upon her spatial ring and retrieved a pink jade pendant. At that moment, Gu Wuchen's eyes widened upon recognizing the pendant. It indeed belonged to the Gu family. However, the color of the pendant signified different statuses. His was a golden jade pendant, denoting a direct lineage and the position of the divine son, while the pink one. Before Gu Wuchen could ponder further, Hualiener tossed the pink jade pendant into the air, brought her finger to her lips, and gently bit down. A slender stream of blood coursed across the pendant, which instantly radiated a dazzling light. In an instant, the world transformed. The feeble protective formation of the Mission Sword sect was utterly ravaged by the energy emanating from the jade pendant. The heavens dimmed, and ominous clouds enveloped the sky, intermittently flashing with lightning, each bolt rivaling the might of the strongest forces within this realm. The oppressive force of the terrifying lightning hung heavily in the air, suffocating the members of the myriad sword sect, who found themselves prostrated on the ground, struggling to breathe. Many of the weaker cultivators even coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, this was not the end. Each bolt of lightning seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing and weaving through the sky. Ultimately, a colossal character, composed entirely of lightning, materialized high above, the character for Gu. This singular symbol commanded an overwhelming presence, instilling profound shock within the hearts of all who beheld it, including the powerful figures from the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Positioned in the lower realm, they were witnessing the might of the Gu family's token for the very first time, and even with their formidable cultivation, they found their breath somewhat labored. "My lord, is that token truly from the Gu family?" inquired the trembling Lingxiao Sacred Master, addressing Gu Wuchen. "Indeed, it belongs to my family, and I share a significant connection to it," Gu Wuchen replied, a rare smile gracing his face as long-buried memories resurfaced in his mind. Since his birth, his constitution had been weaker than that of ordinary people, prompting his parents to employ various methods to enhance his physique and restore his meridians. Among these methods was the practice of yin-yang supplementation, which involved seeking out furnace cauldrons. As the sole son of the Gu family's divine son and patriarch, the quest for a furnace cauldron had stirred considerable commotion in the past. It must be said that Gu Wuchen's father was rather audacious. While such matters were typically conducted discreetly, he boldly issued the Gu family's highest bounty, seeking to find suitable furnace cauldrons for his 5-year-old son once he came of age. This led to a frenzy among families eager to align themselves with the Gu family, sending their daughters in hopes of being chosen as candidates. However, the Gu family maintained extremely high standards, and even amidst the numerous clans and factions of the upper realm, they ultimately selected only 9 young women to serve as future furnace cauldrons for Gu Wuchen, aimed at improving his constitution. These 9 women varied greatly. Some were daughters of prominent families of similar age to Gu Wuchen, while others were well-known rogue cultivators. When Hualiener mentioned revealing her identity, suggesting it might bring about peril, it was because after the selection of the 9 young women, Gu Wuchen's mother had decreed that no one was to ever speak of this matter again. Anyone who did would become an enemy of the Gu family. Should the inhabitants of the lower realm discover this information, it could indeed lead to a catastrophic fate for those in the know. For the Gu family could easily annihilate an entire lower realm if necessary. As his thoughts returned to the present, Gu Wuchen wore a faint smile. Hualiener, the princess of the Hua family, was one of those 9 young girls and had been bestowed with a unique token from the Gu family. It was said that her selection allowed the Hua family to evade a great calamity, enabling them to survive in the upper realm to this day. In midair, the radiance of the token gradually faded. The pink token returned to Hualiener's grasp, held tightly in her hand. "How now? Can you believe it?" she articulated slowly. If not for dire necessity, she would have preferred to keep her identity concealed. After all, one's future is merely a furnace, lacking in glory for oneself. Gu Wuchen cast a profound glance at Hualiener, whose exquisite features were perfectly accentuated, complemented by the unique aura of her illustrious family, rendering her a rather suitable vessel. He was all too aware of the efficacy of the water-moon spirit body. Those who engage in dual cultivation with her could cleanse themselves of impurities, enhance the smoothness of their meridians, and accelerate their cultivation. Indeed, she was an exceptional candidate for a furnace. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Shisan suddenly erupted in laughter. Haha, now you recognize that my sister is from the Gu family, do you? I have changed my mind. I demand that you, the divine son, self-destruct your cultivation, render your hands and 3 legs useless, and kneel to implore me. Perhaps then I might show mercy and allow you to leave. Chapter 11. Upon the Spirit Platform Humph. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen could not help but chuckle. Initially, he believed that Xiao Shisan, as the chosen one, would possess some dignity. Yet, to his surprise, after a mere trifling torment, Xiao had entirely lost his reason, akin to a famished wolf devoid of wit. Xinhua, you may leave, Gu Wuchen said, patting Lu Xinyue's skirt. She hastily stood, flustered and unable to conceal her embarrassment, and rushed to explain, Divine Son. This Xiao Shisan is truly unrelated to us. Enough said. Merely observe from the sidelines and stand where you ought to, Gu Wuchen waved dismissively. With that, he swiftly materialized before Xiao Shisan. Lu Xinyue obediently positioned herself behind the chair, beside Lu Ruyan. In the center of the arena, Xiao Shisan's legs trembled slightly. Although Gu Wuchen exuded no pressure, the absence of his sword bones still rendered him quaking. You claim you will ruin me? Gu Wuchen's face radiated an enigmatic smile as he extended his hand and lightly patted Xiao Shisan's shoulder. The sensation on his shoulder sent chills down Xiao Shisan's spine. Facing this demon at such close quarters rendered him speechless. Moreover, the proximity to Gu Wuchen evoked a sense of inferiority within him. Gu Wuchen's distinct upper-class demeanor, combined with his towering stature and striking handsomeness, relentlessly assaulted his nerves. What's the matter? Lost your voice? Gu Wuchen asked, his tone laced with mockery. Just moments ago, you were boasting about crippling my 3 legs. Gradually retracting his hand, Gu Wuchen scrutinized Xiao Shisan before ultimately directing his gaze to his lower abdomen. If you do not act, I may take the initiative. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an unbearable pain surged through Xiao Shisan's abdomen. It was the most excruciating torment a man could endure. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen as cold sweat streamed down his brow. With the remnants of his consciousness, he glanced at his bloodied hands. Realizing that something vital had irrevocably departed from him, he undoubtedly understood what that was. It was his essence, his future. Thus, the last vestige of his rationality was utterly obliterated. With an exceedingly grotesque visage, he lay on the ground, casting his gaze upon his hesitant foster sister, Hualiener, and bellowed in fury, Sister, you are a member of the Gu family. Do not fear these individuals before us. Avenge me, your elder brother. Avenge you? What nonsense. Upon witnessing Xiao Shisan's incessant clamor, Gu Wuchen showed no restraint, placing his foot upon the man's head and twisting it as one would extinguish a cigarette. The pitiful cries echoed throughout the entirety of the Metian sword sect. My lord, the elderly matron behind Hualiener spoke up. We are unaware of your indifference towards the Gu family, but our request is rather simple. Allow me and the young lady to depart. And let today's events be forgotten. We will not report to the Gu family. As for the waste beneath your foot, you may dispose of him as you see fit. What do you think? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Hualiener nodded in agreement. Having long since lost faith in Xiao Shisan, she would no longer show softness towards someone who sought to exploit her by feigning closeness. You wish to leave? That is a simple matter. Gu Wuchen continued to press down on Xiao Shisan's face, alternating between gentle and forceful, causing the man's visage to emerge and submerge in the dirt. However, before that, I am quite intrigued by the token you hold. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen's gaze shifted to the Gu family token in Hualiener's hand. I cannot give that to you, Hualiener exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, resolutely refusing. Although her own matters were trivial, losing the token could provoke the Gu family's ire, placing her own family in jeopardy. Fear not. I have no intention of stealing from you, Gu Wuchen replied with a faint smile, extending a finger to levitate the Gu family token into the air. Before anyone could grasp his intentions, he unleashed another surge of energy that enveloped the token. While he approached Hualiener, his finger poised to touch her forehead. In an instant, Hualiener felt a resounding explosion within her mind. Her consciousness coalesced into a miniature version of herself, arriving upon her spiritual platform. Here, she stood unclothed, her form radiantly pure. Above her on the spiritual platform loomed Gu Wuchen, clad in immaculate white robes, also in a spiritual state, gazing down at her. Hualiener was momentarily stunned, her mind stalling. Yet soon, realization dawned upon her. This scenario signified something monumental. It meant that the man before her was, in fact, the scion of the Gu family, the very individual she was destined to serve, the one to whom she must yield unconditionally. Despite the absurdity of the situation, the evidence lay before her. Only the Gu family scion could traverse her spiritual platform, a technique left behind by the Gu family in years past. In that moment of clarity, she fell to her knees in her spiritual form, her forehead touching the ground, her eyes filled with trepidation. "My lord, I did not realize it was you, Gu Wuchen let out a cold snort, slowly descending beside her, admiring her exquisite form as he spoke in a slightly somber tone. "Not bad, as my furnace, instead of remaining at home. You venture to the mortal realm to rescue another man. Such audacity from the Hua family. No, it is not like that." Hua Lianer felt her heart tremble with fear. Gu Wucheng's words bore an immense weight, capable of determining the fate of the entire Hua family with a single utterance. "As for me, I am Xiao Shisan. Prior to this, we were merely acquaintances. My intention in rescuing him was solely to repay a favor." "A favor? Huh?" Gu Wucheng knelt before the prostrate Hua Lianer, gently lifting her chin with a finger. To think that a mere favor could elevate one to the status of sworn siblings. "Does he take me for a fool?" As he spoke, his grip tightened, leaving red imprints on her delicate chin. Pain welled in Hua Lianer's eyes as tears threatened to spill, and she hastily explained. "It is not as you think. A few days ago, my spirit crane, my steed, fell gravely ill for reasons unknown. By chance, I encountered Xiao Shisan, who provided me with a medicinal pill that restored my spirit crane's health completely. I intended to offer him a reward as a token of gratitude, but he insisted on rejecting any compensation, claiming that our bond after one meeting was more genuine than mere thanks, and thus suggested we become sworn siblings. That is how the events unfolded." Fearing that Gu Wucheng might still doubt her, Hua Lianer raised her right hand in a vow. "Great divine son, rest assured. I swear by the Hua family that my body and soul shall forever belong to you. I have only met Xiao Shisan once. We have had no interaction, and even our conversation was interrupted by my protector. If you do not believe me, I can personally eliminate this arrogant individual who dares show disrespect to you." "My lord." Chapter 12. The servant bows to the divine son. "Is that so? Can you truly accomplish that?" Gu Wucheng's expression remained unchanged, betraying neither joy nor anger, as he continued to grip Hua Lianer's chin, coldly retorting. "Indeed, absolutely, without a doubt." Hua Lianer's long eyelashes trembled incessantly. She understood that a single misstep in her words could bring catastrophic ruin to her family. "Very well." With that, Gu Wucheng released her chin, allowing his hand to glide down her fair shoulder. "Now, we shall see how you perform." Upon finishing his sentence, Gu Wucheng's thoughts stirred, and the two of their ethereal forms suddenly vanished within the spirit platform. When Hua Lianer opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her original body, now supported by her protector. "Miss, are you all right? What just happened?" "No need to elaborate. I am fine." Hua Lianer shook her head, standing tall as she cast a deep gaze at Xiao Shisan, who lay motionless, having survived multiple near-fatal injuries. In that instant, she made a resolute decision. Amidst his pain, Xiao Shisan felt a chilling presence behind him, a sensation that he could not turn to identify. He sensed something slipping away from him, perhaps an opportunity or his destiny. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to ponder such thoughts. Struggling to draw his last breath, he beseeched, "Lianer, quickly save me. Slay this." Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Lianer stepped forward, her gaze icy as she confronted him. "Silence. Is Lianer what you dare to call me?" As she spoke, she unsheathed her sword, resolutely driving it downward without hesitation. Ah! 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 Pain and lamentation filled the air as the sword pierced through Xiao Shisan's left cheek. Emerging from the right, its blade embedded deeply into the ground. In an instant, his mind became a void, and the world around him faded into shades of gray. Despite his desperate attempts to comprehend, he could not fathom why Hua Lianer would strike at him so mercilessly. The blade had severed half of his tongue, and had it not been for a powerful soul within him that kept him tethered to consciousness, he might have been rendered utterly speechless, able only to weakly move his eyes towards the figure before him, familiar yet profoundly estranged. Why? He yearned to voice this single question aloud. How could someone from the esteemed Gu family of the upper realm cower before the son of a lower realm force? Had his mind become unhinged? After executing her act, Hua Lianer closed her eyes, lost in thought, before slowly reopening them and gracefully approaching Gu Wuchen. In full view of the assembled crowd, she bent her knees slightly and, with a soft thud, knelt before him. Her ruby lips parted, and her voice carried a hint of sorrowful fragility. This servant, Yener, pays her respects to the esteemed son. Gasp. The entire Meteon sword sect collectively inhaled sharply, raising the temperature within the sect by several degrees. What was happening? Just moments ago, both factions had been locked in a fierce confrontation, enacting a dramatic scene of heroism. Yet now, the beauty had not come to rescue the hero. Instead, she had betrayed them, kneeling before the antagonist with an air of delicate weakness. The elder protector, witnessing this scene, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She understood the impending solitude that awaited the young lady. Before her was not merely the son of a minor sacred land, but the Gu family's son, whose words could either elevate or annihilate the Hua clan. The thought sent a chill through her from head to toe, leaving her in a daze. And without a second thought, she prepared to kneel alongside the young lady. However, Gu Wuchen's cold gaze caught her, and he remarked, "You wish to kneel as well? Truly, I had not recognized your worth. Pray, if you must kneel, do so at a distance, so as not to obstruct my view." With a sense of relief at his words, the elder hurriedly retreated, kneeling at a respectful distance, her motions fluid and unbroken. As for the young lady's safety, it was no longer within her purview. All she could do was silently pray. In the center of the arena stood 3 figures: Gu Wuchen, poised and dignified; Yener, kneeling and filled with desperate entreaty; and Xiao San, impaled by the sword, left with only his eyes to move. Yener, Gu Wuchen began, lifting one foot and suspending it in the air. "This servant is here," Yener responded promptly, her intelligence allowing her to discern his intent. She hurriedly crawled forward until she was beneath his foot. As Gu Wuchen's foot descended slowly, it rested upon her delicate back, an act that seemed remarkably natural. "I am quite displeased by today's events. Do you still remember your identity?" Remember, I, Yener, kneel on the ground, supporting Gu Wuchen's right foot, utterly afraid to show a hint of defiance. "I am the furnace of the divine sun, my body and soul entirely devoted to him, never having committed or dared to commit any act of betrayal against him." Upon hearing this, Xiao San's mind erupted once more in a cacophony of confusion. This time, he was truly bewildered. His world plunged into darkness as countless thoughts collapsed within him. Recalling that day when he first encountered Yener, despite employing some schemes to injure her celestial crane before healing it, he genuinely cherished this innocent and beautiful girl. She was like a butterfly dancing amidst a garden of flowers, so uniquely captivating, drawing him in like a moth to a flame. Since their fateful meeting, he had been restless, haunted by her pure visage every time he closed his eyes. With a solemn vow, he promised himself to diligently train, to ascend to the upper realms, and to return as a formidable presence to claim Yener, the beloved girl of his dreams. But now, what did he witness? He beheld his beloved, whom he regarded as untouchable, kneeling before his enemy, becoming a stepping stone beneath his feet. Moreover, she spoke of being a furnace. How ironic. It turned out that his goddess was merely a plaything to others. Tears of blood streamed from Xiao San's eyes as the world around him turned a deep crimson, leaving only one word echoing in his mind: hatred. He loathed the injustice of fate, resented Gu Wuchen's sudden intrusion today, which had inexplicably led to his injury and impending demise. Yet, he could do nothing, forced to watch as Yener became the furnace of his adversary. Xiao San's transformation did not escape Gu Wuchen's notice. With a slight pressure of his foot, he nudged Yener's delicate shoulder, causing her to fall to the ground. Then raised his hand to withdraw the sword embedded in Xiao San's face, casting it down before her. "Look at your sworn brother, on the brink of death, still seemingly unwilling to accept his fate. Thus, let you, his sworn sister, deliver the final blow." Chapter 13. The auspicious beast appears, a new dawn. Gazing at the buzzing sword beside her, Yener's beautiful eyes shimmered as she made her decision without much contemplation. She had no choice, nor dared to choose. In this moment, for her family and for herself, she had to take action to pledge her loyalty to the divine sun. Slowly rising, Yener drew the sword from the ground, step by step approaching Xiao San. A pained groan escaped Xiao San's lips. He did not wish to die, especially not at the hands of the woman he envisioned a future with. Yet, with a swift motion, the long sword pierced his abdomen, penetrating his dantian. His internal organs, along with all his meridians, succumbed to the icy aura emanating from the blade, freezing into frost. With a crisp sound, All that had turned to ice within him shattered into fragments. At this moment, Xiao Shisan's consciousness was gradually dissipating, leaving behind merely an empty shell. His eyes and mouth wide open, fixated on Hualiener, gazing at the lifeless form of Xiao Shisan. Hualiener did not linger on the corpse, but withdrew her long sword, kneeling respectfully with one knee on the ground, declaring, "The servant has slain this audacious individual who dared to disrespect the Son of God." "Excellent. Well done," Gu Wuchen replied from his elevated position, gently ruffling Hualiener's hair. In response, she obediently leaned in, signifying her loyalty. This was the power of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen mused inwardly. Setting aside the short acquaintance between Hualiener and Xiao Shisan, even if they had known each other longer, she would never dare to defy him today. At this moment, were it not for the public setting, he could have utilized this furnace, with her needing to cooperate fully. Simply put, it was exhilarating. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of irony regarding his role as a villain, a situation layered with complexity. First, there was the temporary slave Ruyan, fortuitously the target of Xiao Shisan's 5-year pact, and then there was Hualiener, the woman Xiao Shisan would pursue in the upper realm, who had been designated as his furnace since childhood by his parents. Such abundant enmity. Had he not discovered his identity as a villain early on, the consequences would have been dire as he matured. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Gu Wuchen resolved to focus on the present. After all, as the destined child of heaven, he would surely eliminate any adversaries he encountered in the future. As for the corresponding destined daughter, ahem, my lord, should I continue to serve you? Hualiener's melodious voice interrupted, her cheeks flushed, clearly prepared for what was to come. Her audacity was a means to curry favor with Gu Wuchen. Only by taking decisive action could she feel assured of her loyalty. You have performed admirably today. I reward you with a visit to your paradise. Gu Wuchen regarded Hualiener's exquisite beauty, her demeanor ripe for the picking. And it would be a lie to say he was not eager. However, before proceeding, he needed to resolve today's events thoroughly. With this thought, Gu Wuchen walked slowly to Xiao Shisan's corpse, his gaze sharp, a profound smile gracing his lips. To others, Xiao Shisan was undeniably dead, his internal organs utterly shattered, leaving no chance for survival. Yet, he understood that the absence of a system notification indicated this young man still possessed a hidden card for survival. Today, he must ensure that this young man was completely eliminated, just as he prepared for his next action. A stirring in his heart brought forth a pristine white egg into his hand. Claiming the novice gift pack, an egg of pristine purity, the shell began to crack, and in mere moments, a pure white figure emerged. In an instant, it felt as though the heavens were torn asunder, a radiant white light cascading from the heavens, illuminating the entire earth. The clouds roiled like furious ocean waves, layers of dark clouds pierced by golden rays, transforming into countless specks of light scattered throughout the expanse. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated between heaven and earth, reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar, shaking the mountains. What creature could this be? A primordial beast? Gu Wuchen, resting his chin on his hand, observed the unfolding spectacle. As the celestial phenomena ceased and the white light dissipated, a cat, entirely snow-white with peculiar eyes and a tuft of red fur on its forehead, appeared before him. Meow? The white cat, with its large, curious eyes, surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting Gu Wuchen, it seemed to have found its mother, leaping from its shell and landing directly in his arms. Meow meow. It affectionately nuzzled Gu Wuchen's chin, its fluffy ears twitching. All right, that tickles. Gu Wuchen chuckled, gently stroking the cat's head. Did you just communicate with me from your shell? Claiming that you feed on spiritual entities and can completely resolve the issue with Xiao Shisan? Meow. The white cat, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded vigorously, extending its paw to pat Gu Wuchen's shoulder. It then leaped from his embrace and trotted over to Xiao Shisan's lifeless body. A slurping sound echoed, akin to sipping bubble tea, as a strange spiritual entity was drawn forth by the cat. Unexpectedly, the visage of this entity was not Xiao Shisan, but that of an elderly man, frail and aged. Ah, indeed, the ring's elder. Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, feeling that something was amiss, and now he understood. Every destined child must possess their own extraordinary boon, be it a vial, a jade pendant, or the spirit of a powerful being residing within a ring. Clearly, what Xiao Shisan possessed was the latter. Upon the appearance of the elder's spirit, he was not as dazed as Xiao Shisan, but rather composed, cupping his fists in respect. Esteemed one, I have a word to share. Might I speak? If you're uncertain, then do not speak, Gu Wuchen interjected, waving his hand to cut off the old man. The matter of Xiao Shisan had already been delayed long enough. He was eager to enjoy the blossoming flower and had no time to listen to an old man's ramblings. Cat, it's up to you. Meow. The cat gleefully jumped up, delighted by Gu Wuchen's command. In the next moment, its size suddenly increased, and with one gulp, it devoured the unsuspecting elder's spirit. Chomp chomp. Midway through the feast, the cat's expression changed, as if it had realized something unpalatable. Spit. A transparent spiritual entity, the size of a cockroach and on the verge of disintegrating, was expelled from its mouth. By sheer coincidence, it landed right next to Hualiener. As she discerned the visage of the spirit, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Xiao Shisan, you are still alive. Chapter 14, Complete Annihilation. Explosive loot. Cockroach Xiao Shisan, bereft of the elder's protective spirit, appeared utterly flustered, like a chick separated from its hen. I am not Xiao Shisan. You have mistaken me for someone else. I truly am not. Are you not? Gu Wuchen shook his head with a smile. Reminiscing about half an hour prior when the chosen one, Xiao Shisan, stood with unyielding resolve, resembling a formidable pillar against the heavens. Yet now, his corporeal form lay annihilated, and his soul merely a wisp of its former self. Even if he were to miraculously escape today, the prospect of returning to his original state seemed bleak. Moreover, it was nearly time to indulge in the rewards his parents had prepared for him. Raising his palm, a pebble levitated from the ground, settling into Gu Wuchen's hand. He gently curved his fingers, applying a modest force to propel the stone towards Xiao Shisan's soul. At this moment, Xiao Shisan was akin to a flickering candle in the wind, easily toppled by a mere gust. How could he withstand even a simple stone from Gu Wuchen? Panic-stricken and visibly terrified, he could only take a small step back as the stone approached. With a sharp crack, the soul fragment shattered instantaneously, transforming into specks of starlight, dissipating completely from this realm. Immediately thereafter, a familiar notification chimed in Gu Wuchen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the chosen one, Xiao Shisan. You have earned the qualification for a 100 draw in the system mall. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all items belonging to the chosen one. The celestial pendant, fire flame technique, Shen heavy sword, and bloodsect puppet technique. Personal belongings include simple clothes, straw sandals, trousers, and undergarments, which can be recycled in the mall for mall coins. Detected that the host not only killed Xiao Shisan, but also compelled all his female allies to submit, triggering the reward critical opportunity exploration mechanism. Opportunity exploration mechanism? Open it. Ding. Remaining opportunities of the chosen one, Xiao Shisan, 9. Mastering the heavenly sword sect step by step at the Master S Pavilion. Acquiring the founding legacy of the sword sect. In the extreme north, the sacred ice fire. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, remnants of divine beasts. A series of opportunities appeared before Gu Wuchen, varying in magnitude, presenting a structured progression. Even a pig could ascend to greatness by acquiring these resources step by step. Gu Wuchen stroked his chin, briefly observing the opportunities before temporarily closing the interface. Most of these were likely rewards Xiao Shisan would only obtain years later, so he felt no urgency. Even a couple of days' delay would not result in loss. At present, however, the most pressing matter drew his gaze to the kneeling Hualiener. It was, of course, the enhancement of her physique. Divine Son, are we to return now? Lingxiao Shengzhu inquired respectfully, cognizant that the day's events were nearing conclusion. You may return first. I shall remain out for a while longer, Gu Wuchen gestured dismissively, for he had no inclination for others to witness his private affairs. Lingxiao Shengzhu felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing this and hastily urged, but Divine Son, your safety. You should be aware of my hidden cards. Do not fret, even in the lower realms, where the highest cultivation is merely at the emperor level, few can challenge me. Then, very well, Lingxiao Shengzhu conceded, nodding in acceptance as persuasion proved futile. Having sent away the entourage from Lingxiao Holy Land, Gu Wuchen shifted his attention to Lu Xinyue, casually tossing a token. This is the token of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. You have 3 days to settle all matters concerning the Metian Sword Sect. After 3 days, allow Lu Ruyan to escort you to my Divine Son's residence. Do you understand? Yes, the servant comprehends. Lu Xinyue bowed slightly, cautiously accepting the token, and took Lu Ruyan to the center of the Sword Sect's plaza to relay her departure arrangements. In the end, only Hualiener and her guardian remained. Gu Wuchen abruptly pulled the kneeling Hualiener into his embrace, teasingly stating, Huh? Let us depart to your so-called paradise and engage in some delightful activities. Hualiener trembled uncontrollably, her delicate face flushed. Being in such close proximity to a male made it difficult for her to breathe. Yes, my lord, she stammered, I shall lead you there. At that moment, the voice of the old guardian echoed from a distance. Mississippi him? Is there something? Gu Wuchen cast a cold glance at her, causing the old woman to shiver as if plunged into ice, hastily explaining, and no, nothing. I merely wish to inform the young lady that I will return to the family to report that you have encountered the divine son and the good fortune of serving him. Go on, go on. Gu Wuchen waved his hand impatiently, dismissing her. He was only interested in one thing at present, with little regard for anything else. Baiwa Valley, renowned as one of the most picturesque yet perilous locales in the Fushui realm. Although it is called Baiwa Valley, the blossoms within far exceed 100. There are at least 10,000 varieties, many of which possess sentience. The enchanting flowers conversed in melodious voices. Sister Hua, why hasn't she returned yet? Wasn't she supposed to come back shortly after attending to business? How has so much time passed? Alas, I hope nothing has gone awry. I have an unsettling feeling. How old are you all? The youngest among you is over 500 years old, yet you still call her sister. How shameless. Sister Hua has returned. From the sky descended a man and a woman, landing before the only thatched cottage in Baiwa Valley. It was none other than Gu Wuchen and Hualiener. Upon seeing Hualiener being embraced by someone, the sentient flowers instantly went into a frenzy. Hualiener, possessing the water moon spirit body, exuded a full affinity for the water element, naturally endearing her to these flower spirits. Release Sister Hua, you villain. Sister Hua, we have come to rescue you. Each flower displayed the images of various young, beautiful women. With furrowed brows, they surrounded Gu Wuchen and Hualiener, their intentions hostile. Wait, don't act rashly. He is not a bad person, Hualiener hastily explained. During her time training in the lower realm, she had formed sisterly bonds with these flowers, and she did not wish for Gu Wuchen to be wronged over a mere misunderstanding. Destroying Baiwa Valley would be but a word from them. Fear not. I am not so petty. However, I do possess some ire. Your performance shall be observed shortly. Gu Wuchen remarked nonchalantly, while simultaneously squeezing Hualiener from behind, eliciting an astonishing sensation. A soft, delicate moan escaped Hualiener's lips as she bit her lower lip, feigning indifference while suppressing her embarrassment. She reassured her flower fairy sisters that she was perfectly fine. Chapter 15. The Tale of Auspicious Beasts. Are you truly unscathed? The flower fairies exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly at a loss, they watched their sister, led by a stranger, into the solitary thatched cottage within the 100-flower valley. Inside the cottage, the air was thick with the fragrance of myriad blossoms. Were an ordinary person to inhale it, they might find their lifespan miraculously extended by several years. Even Gu Wuchen, at the peak of the King's realm, felt invigorated, his meridians flowing with newfound vitality. Divine One, Hualiener stood respectfully beside Gu Wuchen, her translucent earlobes flushed with warmth. Instinctively bowing her head, she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Shall we proceed now? Of course, Gu Wuchen chuckled lightly, stretching his arms. First, help me disrobe. Oh, and your hair is too long. Remember to tie it up. Meanwhile, far from the water overturning realm, the auspicious sect faced considerable unrest due to the recent happenings at the Mission Sword sect. Master, I assure you, every word I speak is true. The Mission Sword sect has indeed encountered the legendary auspicious beast. The moment of its birth heralded a transformation in the skies, visible for hundreds of thousands of miles. There is no possibility of fabrication. In the grand hall, a silver-haired elder, the second elder of the auspicious sect, stood before the imposing figure of the master, passionately reporting. After finishing his account, he turned his gaze to the young master beside the master, his excitement palpable. The young master is a person of innate fortune. On the day of his birth, a purple qilin appeared in the sky, reminiscent of today's auspicious beast's emergence. If the young master can acquire this beast, the future of our auspicious sect is boundless. With a thud, the young master Ouyang Qinyan sprang to his feet, breathless with excitement as he retorted. Is what the second elder says truly accurate? The legend of the auspicious beast is real. Absolutely. The second elder nodded emphatically before suddenly shifting the subject. However, the Mission Sword sect has now declared itself a subsidiary of the Lingxiao Holy Land, which has deterred those who might covet the auspicious beast. Even we find it difficult to confront the Lingxiao Holy Land directly. That is of no consequence. Ouyang Qinyan could no longer contain his joy, exclaiming loudly. He cared little for the sanctity of the Holy Land. The auspicious beast was destined to be his. His azure robe billowed mysteriously as he turned, his handsome face radiating an extraordinary charm as he gazed fervently at his father above. "Father, we cannot delay in pursuing the auspicious beast. I propose we dispatch a team led by me to the Mission Sword sect to retrieve it. Indeed, the auspicious beast shall be ours. We will spare no expense in obtaining it." Master Ouyang wanly regarded his anxious son with understanding. Since Ouyang Qingyun's birth, he had been a source of endless fortune, a favored child of destiny. With a mere utterance, a supreme elixir would descend from the heavens into his mouth. A gentle cultivation would lead him to instant enlightenment, transcending into an ineffable realm. Even a stumble while walking would be attributed to the rare treasures of heaven and earth, as if these celestial gifts were beckoning him to come and collect them. Historical records of the sect reveal that he is strikingly similar to the esteemed founder of the Fortune and Blessing sect, the venerable Fu Ruizi, a being of destiny. Appearing once in several tens of billions of years, he is a favored child of the heavens, destined to emerge as the strongest in the world. In the past, Fu Ruizi was but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of existence, the legendary realm, yet ultimately fell short. The reason for this lay in his inability to find the corresponding auspicious beasts, despite scouring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Had he possessed those auspicious creatures, the Fortune and Blessing sect would not be in such a state of decline, struggling for survival in the lower realms. Ouyang Qingyun, having waited patiently, grew anxious when his father did not continue. "Father, shall I gather our forces and set out immediately?" Awakened from his reverie by his son's inquiry, Ouyang wanly bore no trace of reproach. Instead, he responded with affectionate indulgence. "Let us hold on for a moment. The Lingxiao Sacred Land is not to be trifled with. This sacred ground is typically low-key and is said to have intricate ties to the upper realms. We must prepare adequately before proceeding." "Prepare adequately?" Ouyang Qingyun was taken aback. "You mean, wait until after tomorrow?" "Precisely." The pressure of Ouyang Wanli at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm inadvertently resonated through the hall. "Tomorrow, you shall lead the charge to the Mission Sword sect. No, directly to the Lingxiao Sacred Land, to seize the auspicious beasts. Anyone who stands in your way shall be met with death." Time passed relentlessly. 2 days had slipped by since the demise of the fated child, Xiao Shisan. During this time, everything appeared astonishingly tranquil, as though nothing had transpired, save for the whispered tales surrounding the Xiao family in Black Cloud City, which seemingly vanished overnight. Rumors suggested that the family's young master had offended some formidable figure, inciting a calamity that led to their annihilation. At the 100 Flowers Valley, Wuchen exhaled deeply, calming his restless heart as he sat at the bedside, leaning against the wall, channeling the vast spiritual energy within him. The 2 days of relentless cultivation alongside Hualiener had yielded significant benefits. It must be noted that her selection into the Gu family was indeed well-deserved. The divine body absorbed Xiao Shisan's sword bones, and coupled with the continuous acquisition of the water moon spirit body, his internal spiritual energy had reached saturation, poised for a monumental breakthrough. Then, a sound like a wave breaking echoed. The sound of a breakthrough resonated, and in that moment, Gu Wuchen's cultivation soared. Reaching the Emperor realm in the lower realms signified that one could claim kingship, becoming a figure of prominence, qualifying for the establishment of a sect. Each level required years of accumulation to transcend. Yet for Gu Wuchen, the act of breaking through had become as effortless as drinking water. The first heaven of the Emperor realm, the third heaven of the Emperor realm, the seventh heaven of the Emperor realm. In just 2 days, he had transformed dramatically, achieving the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm once more. In addition, the meridians within her body subtly emanated a faint azure glow, a manifestation of the effects of the Shui's spirit body on Hualiener. The Shui's spirit body provided a modest enhancement to Hualiener's cultivation, yet it could repeatedly cleanse Gu Wuchen's entire meridian system with ethereal waters. If her previous cultivation speed was rated at 1, it had now risen to a minimum of 15 or even 2, the most significant aspect being the permanent enhancement. His cultivation speed would now be approximately doubled compared to before. Lord Sun, Heir slowly awakened, her flower-white long legs mostly exposed, her delicate feet curling restlessly. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, adorned with noticeable tear stains. Struggling to maintain her fragile composure, she sat up timidly and spoke. "My flower demon sisters collect the dew from the 100 Flower Valley each morning. extracting the purest portion to concoct exquisite nectar. I wish to procure some for you to taste, my lord. Gu Wuchen nodded in agreement, thoroughly pleased with Hualien Heir's demeanor that day. Chapter 16. Tallying rewards. Having donned the scattered garments strewn across the room, Hualien Heir cautiously exited, her intentions crystal clear. Her sole purpose was to wholeheartedly ensure Gu Wuchen's comfort. Now that the die was cast, her future was thus determined, since she could not alter her fate. She would silently acquiesce to his desires. Moreover, recalling the madness of the past 2 days sent a shiver through her knees, an indescribable sensation enveloping her. Watching Hualien Heir's retreating figure, Gu Wuchen shook his head with a smile, redirecting his focus to the unprocessed system rewards. He had slain Xiao San, a fated child, and nearly all of his equipment had been dropped. It was time to meticulously assess the spoils. With a thought, the divine beast Piki suddenly emerged. Leaping into Gu Wuchen's embrace and nuzzling against his chest. Have you digested everything in 2 days? Gu Wuchen affectionately stroked the cat's head, scrutinizing the divine beast in his arms. Its appearance remained largely unchanged from 2 days prior, yet it was palpably stronger. Curiously, however, Piki exhibited no distinct energy fluctuations, indicating an absence of concrete cultivation levels. Nevertheless, Gu Wuchen would not deem Piki a mere triviality, with the ability to devour souls. It was certainly a beast beyond the Emperor realm. All right, go play outside for now. I shall seek you again shortly. Setting the clingy Piki down by the bedside, Gu Wuchen donned a blue robe. Meow? Piki tilted its head and mewed, understanding that its master had pressing matters to attend to, and scampered off to play outside. Within the room, Gu Wuchen found himself alone once more, communicating with the system in his mind. Everything within the system's space materialized before him. Let me see what treasures await. He discovered the Tianxin sacred pendant, capable of temporarily housing the souls of the strong and nurturing them, yet deemed of little utility. System. Convert this into system coins. Ding. Tianxin sacred pendant recycled, exchanging for 230 system coins. 230? Upon hearing this figure, Gu Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. This exquisitely named jade pendant was valued at a mere 230? Could it be that the prices in the system's marketplace were extraordinarily low, leading to such a valuation? Thus, he silently opened the system's shop. The words Villain Exclusive Shop prominently appeared before him. He clicked Enter. Instantly, a dazzling array of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs appeared, neatly arranged within the marketplace. After a brief glance, Gu Wuchen could not help but gasp in astonishment. The items within were remarkably exquisite. Even as the divine son of the Gu family, he found himself exhilarated. Yet, they shared a common flaw. They were exorbitantly priced, far too expensive. For instance, a rebirth pill, when consumed, would enable the user to be resurrected 3 days after an untimely death, restoring 99 of their cultivation. Such a miraculous pill, which he had never even heard of, commanded a staggering price of 10,000 gold coins. It was worth noting that the so-called Heavenly Profound Sacred Pendant was merely priced at 230 gold coins, suppressing the urge to deride the system's marketplace as a scam. Gu Wuchen quietly closed the shop and reopened the system space to examine his spoils. The flame technique? Utterly worthless. Inferior even to the martial arts practiced by the servants of the Gu family. He promptly chose to recycle it. Recycling successful, 180 gold coins earned. The Xian heavy sword? A piece of worthless heavy sword forged from subpar Xian iron. It too was deemed unworthy, and he opted for its exchange. Recycling successful, 310 gold coins earned. This cycle continued as Gu Wuchen recycled item after item from Xiao San's belongings, even exchanging the tattered undergarments he had acquired, ultimately garnering a mere 3,625 gold coins. Sigh, what a pitiful sum. Shaking his head, Gu Wuchen lamented Xiao San's disappointing worth. After all, as a destined son, how could he be valued at just over 3,600? However, upon further reflection, it was somewhat reasonable. Xiao San was still in the novice village. At the initial stage of development, and having been slain by himself, it made sense that he possessed little of value. Subsequently, he perused the future opportunities that Xiao San might encounter, discovering 2 prospects that piqued his interest. The extreme north, the sacred ice spirit fire? Memories of exotic flames surfaced in his mind. Such entities were exceedingly rare, even in the upper realms, fiercely contested among the great families. To find one in the lower realm was indeed an opportunity not to be missed. Furthermore, if he recalled correctly, The sacred ice spirit fire ranked among the top 10 in the exotic fire hierarchy. The other opportunity that captivated his attention was within the God Burial Mountains, where Xiao Shirshan would acquire the legacy of a powerful being 2 years hence. Legacy? Gu Wuchen held little interest in that, no matter how formidable the being. They could not surpass the strength of his own parents. What intrigued him was the identity of this powerful being. In the upper realm, the Changshan Gu family was his own kin. Unconsciously, he pinched his chin, finding the situation increasingly fascinating. This villain, without realizing it, had such profound intersections with the destined son. It was truly villainy at its zenith. As his thoughts settled, Gu Wuchen's breath quickened. The main event was about to commence. The reward for slaying the child of destiny is 100 consecutive draws. The system has explicitly stated that the upper limit of these draws is quite high, while the lower limit is rather low. The intricacies of this phenomenon must be experienced personally. At this moment, he is impatient to begin. System. Let us proceed with the draw. Preparing the lottery for the host. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of fasting pill. White. Congratulations. Host, you have received 10,000 cat treats. Green. Congratulations, host. You have received a betting set. None. With each successive reward being revealed, the dark lines of frustration above Gu Wuchen's head multiplied. What is the meaning of this? A betting set and cat treats. Does the esteemed Gu family scion truly lack such trivial items? Congratulations, host. You have received an unknown underwear, red, as a pair of pink, fragrant underwear descended from above, landing squarely on Gu Wuchen's head. He could no longer contain his irritation. Grasping this peculiar reward, he bellowed at the system. What kind of worthless system are you? Can you not provide something of actual value? You are the most pathetic system I have ever encountered. Perhaps responding to Gu Wuchen's outburst, or perhaps embarrassed by the prior lackluster rewards, the system finally delivered something noteworthy upon reaching 100 draws. Congratulations, host, you have received a Dao fruit, golden. Instantly, Gu Wuchen was invigorated, his earlier rage dissipating entirely. The Dao fruit. Could it truly be the legendary Dao fruit? Consuming one allows mastery over a singular Dao. Chapter 17. Dao fruit. The Dao, a realm beyond the reach of mortals, can only be glimpsed by those who have cultivated themselves to the broken realm and reached the quasi-imperial stage. Moreover, the transition from quasi-imperial to imperial status necessitates possessing a personal Dao. This singular, seemingly simple path has ensnared countless prodigies, preventing them from ever ascending to true imperial status. In other words, this Dao fruit from the system's lottery is a terrifying treasure that could enable a quasi-emperor to break through to the emperor level. Should it appear in the higher realms, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. The Dao fruit gradually materialized, crystalline and translucent, emanating a soft, enigmatic glow. Its form was not fixed. At times it resembled a sparkling gem, while at other moments it transformed into a swirling mass of chaotic energy. The surface was adorned with ancient, arcane patterns, seemingly inscribed with the secrets of the universe's inception. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen swallowed it whole. Delaying would only invite unforeseen changes. Securing it within himself was the only assurance. As the Dao fruit melted upon entry, a refreshing sensation coursed through his meridians, and for the first time, Gu Wuchen entered a state of profound enlightenment. Here, he felt as though he were drifting through the vast cosmos, reveling in the baptism of celestial essence while grasping the essence of existence itself. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, Gu Wuchen's tightly shut eyes sprang open, a newfound clarity illuminating his mind. Lowering his gaze, he clenched his empowered hands, having attained mastery over the path of strength. Though his cultivation was merely at the king level, he now possessed a Dao that even quasi-emperors found elusive. To describe this as monstrous would be an understatement. It transcended the bounds of reason entirely, having elevated his cultivation from the 7th level of the King-S realm to the pinnacle of the King-S realm. He now awaited but a single opportunity to ascend to the Emperor-S realm. This was primarily due to the fact that the Dao fruit would only provide the pathway of the great Dao, not the cultivation itself. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Enter. Hualian timidly opened the door and stepped inside. Her hands cradled before her as if she were holding something precious, approaching with utmost care. Upon reaching the bedside, she stepped onto the bed and knelt beside it. Softly speaking, "My lord, the nectar has been prepared. It is the culmination of my sister's efforts over a long time, and I hope you will indulge in it." Gazing at the bowl of clear liquid that Hualian held in her hands, Gu Wuchen was puzzled. Do you lack a container for it, requiring you to hold it in your hands? My lord, you are unaware, Hualien patiently explained. Once the nectar is crafted, no vessel can contain it. It must be consumed immediately for maximum efficacy. Furthermore, due to my unique constitution, holding it with my hands temporarily preserves its nutrients. Oh, I see, Gu Wuchen nodded. Then, shall I partake now? Indeed, Hualien leaned closer, her hands gently bringing the nectar to his lips. Her delicate fingers brushed against Gu Wuchen's lips, and as her hand gradually lifted, the nectar flowed from her palm into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, an exceptionally refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. A comfort that was beyond verbal expression enveloped Gu Wuchen, as if a weary soul had finally found restful slumber after years of sleepless nights. Ah, splendid! He could not help but exclaim, feeling his cultivation rise a fraction once more. Although he remained at the pinnacle of the King's realm, he was now significantly closer to breaking through to the Emperor's realm. A small crack formed in his previous bottleneck. After relishing the experience, Gu Wuchen, still yearning for more, asked, "This nectar is remarkable. Is there any left?" And no, there isn't. Hualiener's hands lingered near his lips as she replied. To create more requires the long-term accumulation of my sisters, and it is uncertain when the next successful batch will be made. This time, you are fortunate, my lord, to have coincided with the production of a new batch. What a pity, we shall speak of it another time, Gu Wuchen lamented at the absence of further nectar. Yet it was an unavoidable circumstance. However, his gaze lingered on her exquisite hands, where crystalline droplets flowed down her arm. Since it is so precious, it would be a shame to waste it. I shall drink it all. With that declaration, he seized Hualiener's arm and pulled her into his embrace. My lord, that is not the nectar. As half a day passed, having indulged to his heart's content, Gu Wuchen finally emerged from his seclusion, departing the 100-Flower Valley alone. Hualien did not accompany him, utterly fatigued from the exertion and needing rest. But she promised to arrive at Lingxiao Holy Land as soon as she regained her strength. Standing high above the Valley of Blossoms, Gu Wuchen could not help but marvel at how effortlessly one could cultivate their prowess. In just a few short days, he was on the verge of breaking through a significant realm, having also grasped the path of strength. He estimated that he could now, relying solely on the power of this path, slay adversaries across greater realms. The path of strength, amidst the myriad of 3,000 paths, was a subject of considerable debate. Some formidable beings asserted that its pinnacle lay at the very top of these paths, capable of shattering myriad laws with sheer force. However, many others contended that throughout history, those who mastered the path of strength often did so incompletely, resulting in achievements that were merely mediocre, placing them in the mid-tier of the 3,000 paths. Nevertheless, Gu Wuchen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. What he needed most now was to hunt the so-called children of destiny by accumulating more rewards. Perhaps he could obtain one or two fruits of the path, allowing him to embody multiple paths, thereby ensuring that when he reached the imperial realm, his strength would far surpass that of an ordinary emperor. He pondered whether to venture to the extreme north to collect the. Gazing into the distance, Gu Wuchen fell into contemplation. The extreme north was exceedingly far. The journey, coupled with the time required to subdue the, would likely take about a week. To be honest, during this week, he would rather pursue the children of destiny, for the rewards they offered seemed far superior to the. However, upon further reflection, it dawned upon him that the children of destiny were not as commonplace as stray dogs. For the time being, it was prudent to acquire them. Just as he was preparing to take action, he felt a tremor at his waist. The Divine Son's token from Lingxiao Sacred Land was activated. Taking out the token, he heard the voice of the Lingxiao Sacred Master emanating from within. The fortuitous divine sect from the north has arrived, claiming they are willing to pay any price for our auspicious beast. However, the intentions of the visitors do not seem benevolent. What say you, Divine Son? Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen let out a cold chuckle. He was well aware of what the auspicious beast was. It was his divine creature, Piao Piao. How dare someone covet his possession? It appeared that his plans to collect the in the extreme north would have to be set aside for the time being. Piao Piao, come forth. Since someone has taken an interest in you, we must approach them with sincerity. Meow? Piao Piao suddenly leaped out, tilting its head and perching on Gu Wuchen's shoulder. Gazing at its master with a look of curiosity, it sensed that someone was about to face misfortune. Chapter 18. The Fortuitous One. Lingxiao Sacred Land. One of the most powerful factions in the overturned water realm. Upon Gu Wuchen's return, The atmosphere here was anything but the usual tranquility. The disciples were not engaged in their customary cultivation, but rather appeared to be in a state of unusual excitement. What is happening? He casually seized an elder who was watching the commotion and inquired. The elder, startled by the sudden grip on his shoulder, showed signs of annoyance. But when he turned to face Gu Wuchen, his expression shifted to one of shock, and his legs began to tremble. Divine Son, enough with the pleasantries. What is going on? Gu Wuchen interrupted, his impatience evident. It is as follows. After listening, Gu Wuchen released the elder, his interest piqued. According to the elder, not long ago, the fortuitous divine sect had made a sudden visit, arriving with such grandeur that it seemed they had brought the entirety of their sect's resources with them. At the forefront stands Ouyang Qingyun, the young master of the Fortune and Auspice sect, a fortunate soul born under the auspices of destiny. Their intentions are unmistakable. They seek the auspicious beast corresponding to the recent celestial phenomenon witnessed at the Mityan Sword sect. However, the comprehensive strength of the Fortune and Auspice sect pales in comparison to that of the Lingxiao Holy Land, prompting them to adopt a fade of profound courtesy, ostensibly to negotiate an exchange. In truth, they maintain a resolute stance, as if concealing some extraordinary trump card. They assert their willingness to offer any price for the auspicious beast, even if it means becoming a subordinate of the Lingxiao Holy Land in the future. Subsequently, the Holy Master of Lingxiao transmitted a message, summoning him to return and take charge of the matter. The current bustle within the Holy Land is attributed to the serendipitous arrival of Ouyang Qingyun, who, within mere hours, has stumbled upon a significant treasure, one so substantial that even the Holy Master cannot afford to overlook it. This tale begins with Ouyang Qingyun leading his delegation to the Lingxiao Holy Land. Initially, everything seemed routine. The members of the Fortune and Auspice sect were assigned to guest quarters for rest. However, as fate would have it, while idle on the way to their lodgings, Ouyang Qingyun absent-mindedly kicked a pebble, which fortuitously struck a nearby grand tree. The resulting chain reaction caused the tree to topple, ultimately smashing a massive boulder that cracked open to reveal a hidden entrance. The issue lies within this aperture. The Lingxiao Holy Land has existed for countless years, rooted in the very inception of the overflowing water realm. Yet even after all this time, no one had ever heard of such an opening within the Holy Land. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emanating from within this entrance are decidedly unusual, leading to speculation that it may harbor treasures buried by the inaugural Holy Master of Lingxiao. How intriguing indeed. Gu Wuchen felt a surge of exhilaration. The nature of the treasure itself mattered little to him. His focus was solely on the fateful Ouyang Qingyun, who might very well be the next child of destiny, potentially even more formidable than Xiao Shisan. They navigated unhindered to the Holy Master Peak, where the crowd thinned considerably. Aside from a select few core disciples, others were barred from entry. Upon the peak, two factions regarded each other from afar, devoid of any overt hostility, instead engaging in calm discourse. Today we have come with sincerity, spoke a white-haired elder from the Fortune and Auspice sect, narrowing his eyes as he earnestly urged the Lingxiao Holy Master. Our young master has inadvertently uncovered a significant treasure buried within your holy land. Therefore, we hope you will give due consideration to the matter of the auspicious beast. His intent was clear. They had brought nearly all their valuable possessions to exchange for the auspicious beast, and shortly after their arrival, they had presented the Holy Master with a substantial gift, the mysterious entrance, which likely conceals the treasures of the first Holy Master. In terms of reason and sentiment, the other party ought to acquiesce. Yet, the Lingxiao Holy Master, standing opposite him, shook his head contemplatively. While I must extend my profound gratitude to the virtuous young Master Qingyun for uncovering this entrance, the matter of the auspicious beast is not solely within my purview. That is the pet of our divine son. We must await his personal arrival for a more comprehensive discussion. You, esteemed elder, appear somewhat anxious, for you are well aware that delays may lead to unforeseen changes. After all, you are the sovereign of the Holy Land. While the divine son is merely a candidate for your position, ultimately, all matters are at your discretion. Why wait for the divine son to return? Oh, such words cannot be uttered lightly. The Holy Master of Lingxiao nonchalantly approached the stone table, seated himself, and conjured a tea set from thin air, beginning to pour tea. If you are feeling impatient, perhaps you might join me for a cup of tea while we await the divine son with patience? Observing the composed demeanor of the Holy Master, the entourage from the Furuishan sect felt a surge of frustration, akin to striking a fist into a cotton pillow, utterly vexing. Very well then. Ouyang Qingyun spoke, stepping forward with measured grace, respectfully lifting his teacup and draining it in one gulp. Ah, splendid tea. I shall await the Divine Sun's presence to discuss this matter further. I am confident he will acquiesce to this transaction. Is that so? Let us hope for such an outcome. The Holy Master of Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, falling silent thereafter. In truth, given his esteemed position and the might of the Holy Land, there was no necessity to invite them in as guests. He could have easily dismissed them. However, considering the interests of the Divine Sun, he, being a seasoned negotiator, dared not intervene recklessly. Thus, he permitted this group to enter the Holy Land for tea and respite. Unbeknownst to them, the tea was nearly consumed. A figure ascended Holy Master Peak, approaching with a leisurely gait. Upon his arrival, all present in Lingxiao, including the Holy Master himself, promptly rose, respectfully bowing and greeting, "Divine Sun, you have returned." This scene left the members of the Wuchen sect utterly bewildered. The Holy Master pays respects to the Divine Sun? What an inversion of order. However, before they could ponder further, Gu Wuchen had drawn near. His gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Qingyun, scrutinizing him from head to toe, occasionally emitting sounds of astonishment. Excellent, splendid, delightful. Simultaneously, before Gu Wuchen, a panel unfolded. Invisible to all but himself. Name, Ouyang Qingyun. Identity, young Vice Master of Wuchen sect, son of Master Ouyang Wanli. Age, 26. Personality, calm, meticulous, and serene. Realm, 6th level of the transcendental stage. Physique, auspicious Tao body, minor completion. Fate, child of destiny. Fortune approaches. Treasure, auspicious teaching whip. Heaven-turning seal, recent movements, arrived at Lingxiao Holy Land to exchange for auspicious beasts. Unexpectedly discovered the cave left by the first Holy Master of Lingxiao. Chapter 19, the powerful recycling system. Oh, is that all? Gazing at the meager 2 lines in the recent movements section, Gu Wuchen felt a profound sense of curiosity. This was precisely the narrative progression he sought. Why did it abruptly halt at such a pivotal moment? System, what is the meaning of this? Without hesitation, he began to inquire of the system. The recent trajectory of the fated child, Ouyang Qingyun, has deviated due to the emergence of the host's auspicious beast, rendering the future unpredictable. In simpler terms, any timeline intersecting with the host has become shrouded in uncertainty. After some contemplation, Gu Wuchen found this notion quite reasonable. Typically, the recent movements of a destined child, much like Xiao, would be fully discerned by the system and conveyed in written form. However, should he intervene, the future would spiral into uncontrollable chaos. This implies that the unfolding of events would be at his discretion, subject to constant change, with him at the helm. Nonetheless, this only solidified his role as the antagonist. One may remain comfortably at home while the destined child descends from the heavens, given the presence of the auspicious beast. Even if Ouyang Qingyun refrains from turning hostile today, he is bound to seek to eliminate Gu Wuchen and seize his treasures in the future. At that moment, Ouyang Qingyun felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, as Gu Wuchen's scrutinizing gaze seemed to pierce through his very being, instilling a sense of foreboding. He instinctively crossed his arms and questioned in a tone that betrayed his unease, "Are you not the son of the Lingxiao Sacred Land? What intentions do you harbor in regarding me thus?" "Oh, it is nothing of consequence," Gu Wuchen casually dismissed, his gaze unwavering, meticulously appraising Ouyang Qingyun from head to toe. There was no way he would allow the other to leave unscathed. He began to fantasize about the riches that might accompany the capture of this new destined child, perhaps something exceptionally valuable, such as the auspicious Tao body, which sounded far superior to the ordinary fire flame body. Since his arrival at the Sacred Land, the discovery of treasures had become evident. "Sir, I hope you will maintain your decorum." Ouyang Qingyun ultimately could not withstand Gu Wuchen's fervent gaze, retreating until he found solace beside the Grand Elder, where he whispered anxiously, "Grand Elder, why does this Lingxiao son evoke such an unusual sensation within me? I cannot say for certain, but the way he looks at you is indeed intriguing, and his cultivation level is enshrouded in mystery. I cannot fathom it. You must exercise caution, young master." The Grand Elder was equally alarmed. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm, a strength that could be counted on one hand in the lower realms. Yet, he found himself unable to perceive the depth of a junior's cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Wuchen indeed had not employed any special artifacts to obscure his cultivation. Rather, he was suffused with the essence of the Tao due to his mastery of the path of power. Those who have not grasped the Tao could never discern his true depth. Seeing Ouyang Qingyun retreat, Gu Wuchen settled into his stone chair before him. Tapping his fingers lightly on the stone table, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, I have heard you are quite the fortunate one, having uncovered a long-buried secret of our sacred land within mere hours of your arrival? Such fortune is undeserved. It is merely a stroke of luck, Ouyang Qingyun replied unhurriedly. Moreover, that is a treasure of your esteemed sacred land. We would never dare to lay claim to it. We have come solely for the auspicious beast. Auspicious beast? Huh. Gu Wuchen scoffed. It seems there are indeed those who would set their sights upon me. To commit murder may require justification for a righteous individual, yet for a villain, there exists no rationale for allowing an opportunity to slip away. Ling Tian, I am at your service. What must be done need not be elaborated upon, correct? Understood. Commanding the Lingxiao Holy Master, a thought ignited, activating the Holy Master's decree. An assembly of formidable figures from the sacred land converged upon the Holy Master Peak, encircling the members of the Fortune and Glory Divine sect at the center. What is the meaning of this? The Grand Elder and Ouyang Qingyun's expressions shifted dramatically as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings and inquired, what is the meaning? I should be the one asking you. With a resounding crash, Gu Wuchen shattered the stone table, rising to his feet with a disdainful remark, how dare you, such worthless beings, attempt to negotiate with me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own peril. Ling Tian, seize them all and confine them in the dungeons beneath the sacred land. I shall interrogate each one to determine if they are spies sent by other sacred realms. Yes. Almost simultaneously, the elite from various sacred lands sprang into action. The atmosphere shifting ominously, heralding the convergence of unparalleled strength from the lower realms. A sight most terrifying indeed. Hold! The Grand Elder shouted anxiously, shielding Ouyang Qingyun with his body, raising a small seal above his head. We come with utmost sincerity and have brought the treasured artifact of the Fortune and Glory Divine sect. Please do not misunderstand. Upon seeing the small seal, the Lingxiao Holy Master's pupils constricted, his body pausing midair as he raised an arm, halting the onslaught below. I did not expect your sect leader to bring the celestial seal. However, this does not alter our course of action. Hearing the words celestial seal, Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow and interjected, wait a moment. Are you implying that you are not spies but intend to exchange this small seal for my auspicious beast? Indeed. Indeed, how could we possibly be spies? The Grand Elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily nodded. The celestial seal, the paramount treasure of the Fortune and Glory Divine sect, lives up to its name. Capable of turning the world upside down, one of the few innate spiritual treasures within the overflowing water realm. Is that so? Then allow me to see it. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at the young sect leader beside him. Ouyang Qingyun subtly nodded, conveying through thought, there is no harm. The celestial seal has recognized me as its master. Let him see it. Very well. With the young sect leader's consent, the Grand Elder exerted a slight force, sending the celestial seal soaring into the sky, landing precisely in Gu Wuchen's hands. As the celestial seal was grasped, a chilling sensation coursed throughout Gu Wuchen's body, enveloped in threads of innate power. Curiously, he toyed with the celestial seal when suddenly, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Innate treasure celestial seal. Redemption price, 9,999 gold coins. Would you like to redeem it? Gu Wuchen was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing that this was a prompt from the system's redemption feature. However, the small seal bore another S mark. It did not belong to him. Yet could it still be redeemed? As if sensing Gu Wuchen's confusion, the system voice continued. The redemption system, officially named the Destiny Child Redemption System, can only redeem items belonging to the Destiny Child. Whether they are equipment dropped upon slaying foes or items willingly bestowed upon the host, they can be redeemed instantly. After listening, Gu Wuchen roughly understood the implication. In simple terms, it meant a blockage. In reality, Ouyang Qingyun had borrowed it for his inspection, but he had stated it was merely for a glance, using the term for me. Ouyang Qingyun consented, casting the Tianming seal towards him, which would be deemed by the system as a voluntary gift from the other party. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Wuchen chose to accept it, having slain the fated child. Xiao Shisan, he had earned over 3,000 gold coins. Now, with 999 gold coins within reach, how could he possibly refuse? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 999 marketplace gold coins. Meanwhile, not far away, Ouyang Qingyun suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. He was filled with terror and disbelief as he raised his head to gaze at Gu Wuchen, who was seated at the stone table. My connection with the Tianming seal. Severed? Chapter 20. Truly remarkable. Young master, what is happening? What has been severed? The elder promptly supported Ouyang Qingyun, his voice laced with concern. The Tianming seal. Ouyang Qingyun spoke, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. The imprint of the Tianming seal has vanished. I can no longer sense it. What? The elder was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. The Tianming seal was one of the treasured relics of the Furuishan sect, a legacy passed down from ancestors. Even the sect leader at the peak of the Emperor realm could not fully unleash its power. How could such a precious artifact simply cease to exist? With this thought, he glanced at Gu Wuchen, particularly at his empty palm. Upon seeing it devoid of anything, his pupils constricted, and he shakily raised a finger to point at Gu Wuchen. Divine Son, where is our Tianming seal? He knew full well that the Tianming seal had been thrown from his own hands, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. If he lost the sect's cherished treasure because of this, he could hardly fathom the calamity that would ensue. Tianming seal? What Tianming seal? Gu Wuchen, idly preparing a pot of tea beside the stone table, sipped leisurely, responding with a nonchalant question. Did you not come to exchange for auspicious beasts? What? Did you bring the Tianming seal to trade? Then let us see it. Don't hide it like a bashful maiden. You. Upon hearing this, the elder was incensed. A man as seasoned as he was could discern the divine son's insinuation. It was nothing short of robbery. He must have employed some method to privately seize the Tianming seal, all the while feigning ignorance. I shall speak. Ouyang Qingyun stepped forward, wiping the blood from his lips and adopting a gentle demeanor. Divine Son, please do not jest. The Tianming seal was clearly delivered to you by our esteemed elder. This is something everyone has witnessed. Stop. Stop. Gu Wuchen interrupted Ouyang Qingyun's speech with a wave of his hand. I warn you. Do not speak nonsense about the Tianming seal being handed to me. Who witnessed it here? Was it you, sect leader? Reporting to the Divine Son. I did not see any Tianming seal. Rather, it is the Furuishan sect attempting to pull a fast one, which is quite laughable, replied Lingxiao, the sect leader, with utmost seriousness. And what about you? Gu Wuchen pointed his finger at other powerful figures from the Lingxiao Holy Land. As esteemed members of a sacred place, they are expected to have keen senses and sharp eyes. Surely they could not be mistaken. No, we have not seen any treasures, let alone the Tianfan seal. The elders of the Holy Land shook their heads vigorously, resembling a drum in their fervor. Some elders even closed their eyes, claiming to be practicing a divine technique, having not opened them for over a century, let alone seen anything. It was absurd. These mere elders dared not contradict the Son of God. Naturally, they echoed whatever pleased him. Look, Gu Wuchen spread his hands. None of us here have seen the Tianfan seal you mentioned, much less delivered it into my hands. I suggest you return home and check thoroughly. Perhaps it was left behind at home or accidentally dropped in the restroom. Such possibilities exist, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The words of the Son of God ring true. We hope our fellow friends will diligently investigate at home to avoid misunderstandings. The elders nodded in unison, affirming his statement with righteous fervor. In this exchange, the members of the Furuishan sect, particularly Ouyang Qingyun, wore expressions of deep dismay, as if they were suffocating. He was filled with unspoken anguish. No one had anticipated that a prominent sacred place, one of the strongest forces in the entire water realm, would commit such blatant acts of robbery. Originally, they had arrived bearing precious treasures, and even if the other party had refused to exchange for the auspicious beast, it should not have escalated to outright plunder. Typically, the mightiest forces and figures are more concerned with their reputation, at the very least. They maintain a facade of joviality while engaging in covert dealings. Yet, who would have thought that in broad daylight, they would audaciously swallow his Tianfan seal? Even Ouyang Qingyun, known for his calm and gentle demeanor, was on the verge of losing his composure. Having been nurtured in luxury and favored by fortune since childhood, he had never endured such indignity. Mentally, he was bombarded by the nonsensical chatter of the Lingxiao Holy Land's members, from the Holy Master down to the elders, while physically, he suffered backlash from the severed connection to the Tianfan seal. Under this dual assault, his internal energy surged violently, threatening to erupt. Young master, remain calm. This is their territory, and we should not resort to violence, the Grand Elder urgently advised, preparing to pull Ouyang Qingyun back to prevent any untoward occurrences. However, just as he reached out, he witnessed Ouyang Qingyun's restless aura suddenly retract, as if nothing had happened. Moments later, A visible vortex of spiritual energy condensed above Ouyang Qingyun's head, surging uncontrollably into his body. In but a brief moment, he ascended to the 7th level of the Tongxian realm. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him. Rather than allowing this dual assault to damage his resolve, he had instead turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through a realm and achieving the 7th level of the Tongxian realm. This scene elicited a spectrum of expressions from those present, ranging from joy to concern. Naturally, the members of the Fruition sect rejoiced. Their young master had transformed anger into a breakthrough, ensuring a boundless future for their sect. The weight of concern rested upon the Holy Lord Lingxiao and the elders, as the matter of the celestial seal was destined to incite irreconcilable discord between the Holy Land and the Fruition sect. With such a prodigious talent as the young vice leader among their ranks, one could not help but wonder if calamity loomed on the horizon. At this moment, the Holy Lord Lingxiao contemplated whether to engage in communication with the Son of God, considering the possibility of permanently retaining these uninvited guests. However, Gu Wuchen stood apart from the rest, exuding a joy that surpassed even that of the Fruition sect's members. He rose, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he strode purposefully toward Ouyang Qingyun. Ha! Splendid. Truly, he lives up to the rumors of being the favored son of the heavens. A person of great fortune. The principle of breaking before establishing is indeed marvelous. As he approached, the elders of Lingxiao parted to create a pathway, with the Holy Lord and the Grand Elder flanking him, advancing to stand before Ouyang Qingyun. What do you want? Ouyang Qingyun felt the weight of a gaze for the first time in his life, a gaze so intense and unabashed that it sent a shiver down his spine. He exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a mix of anxiety and confusion. As for the celestial seal, if it poses an issue, I shall relinquish it. Perhaps I simply forgot to bring it. I will search for it upon my return. Chapter 21. Hand it over to me. Gu Wuchen was oblivious to Ouyang Qingyun's words. His mind was consumed with an insatiable desire for the lamb awaiting slaughter before him. Is this the body of celestial fortune? Truly terrifying. It far surpasses the inconsequential fire-flame body of Xiao Shisan, a realm apart, utterly incomparable. Even the sword bone held no allure for Gu Wuchen. He merely absorbed it with his divine physique, transforming it into nourishment flowing within him. Yet, when faced with Ouyang Qingyun's body of celestial fortune, he felt genuine envy. Imagine, who would not wish to be enveloped in luck? A mere setback could lead to profound enlightenment, and a casual visit could unveil treasures. Reining in his covetous gaze, Gu Wuchen flashed a charming smile and firmly clasped Ouyang Qingyun's shoulder. Although I do not comprehend what this celestial seal entails, if you can indeed demonstrate sincerity, exchanging for a divine beast could be considered. Is that truly the case? Ouyang Qingyun, initially unsettled by Gu Wuchen's intense scrutiny, felt a surge of energy upon hearing these words. His yearning for the divine beast was akin to a soldier, weary from years of relentless warfare, finally entering a brothel, an urgent, overwhelming desire. In other words, even if the conditions set forth required the entire Fruition sect to exchange, both he and his leader father would wholeheartedly agree. After all, with the divine beast at his side, his future achievements would assuredly elevate him to the status of a great emperor. Indeed, I speak the truth. I am the son of Lingxiao and would never utter such wild claims. Excellent. What sincerity do we bring today? Ouyang Qingyun's words trailed off as the Grand Elder swiftly interrupted, discreetly transmitting a warning. Young vice leader, this individual harbors deep schemes. He has just deprived us of a celestial seal, and we must exercise caution. These words instantly alerted Ouyang Qingyun, who glanced back at the Grand Elder. Receiving a subtle nod in return, the Elder's face etched with a grave expression. It is evident that one cannot fully trust every word spoken by Gu Wuchen. Once he regained his composure, Ouyang Qingyun stepped back slightly and inquired with as calm a tone as possible. May I ask if there is a specific item you wish to exchange? Whatever you request, I can assure you, on behalf of my father, the esteemed leader of our sect, I shall grant it all. At that moment, his mind was too preoccupied with the matter of acquiring the auspicious beast to consider the implications of the Tian seal. Nothing was more important than obtaining the auspicious creature. Suddenly, a cat's meow broke the tension, capturing the attention of everyone present. From Gu Wuchen's embrace emerged a fluffy white head, curious and lively. It leapt onto Gu Wuchen's shoulder, grooming its paws and occasionally flicking its soft tail near his ear. To the onlookers, especially the members of the Fortune and Auspice sect who had not witnessed the creature's emergence, It appeared to be an ordinary small beast, merely a pet. However, Ouyang Qingyun was different. Upon seeing the creature, his pupils constricted, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a goose egg. A glimmer of crystal-clear excitement escaping the corners of his lips. "It is the auspicious beast," he exclaimed. He felt an undeniable certainty, as a person favored by fortune. He possessed a unique sensitivity to auspicious creatures. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was 100% sure that this little beast was indeed the legendary auspicious creature. "Young master, is that truly the auspicious beast?" the elder inquired, his eyes widening with curiosity. Just days prior, he had only learned of the beast's birth through unusual phenomena, yet he remained ignorant of its true appearance. "Yes, I am absolutely certain. This time, our sect is destined for greatness." Ouyang Qingyun's expression was one of exhilaration, tears brimming in his eyes. Heaven had truly favored him. Not only had he been blessed with daily good fortune, but now the auspicious beast had come to him, allowing him to soar through the realms of heaven and earth. "Do not get ahead of yourself." Gu Wuchen's words fell like a bucket of cold water. Yet, they could not extinguish even a fraction of Ouyang Qingyun's fervor. His breath quickened, and anxiety painted his face. "Your Excellency, you may not fully understand the significance of the auspicious beast. Treating it merely as an ordinary pet is a grave waste. If you could entrust it to me, in due time, I will ascend to the pinnacle of greatness, and you shall be the one to reap the greatest rewards. Oh, and I can even swear by the way of heaven, that when the time comes, I shall elevate you to be my foremost general, second only to me, enjoying the reverence of all beneath the heavens." The more Ouyang Qingyun spoke, the more fervent he became, his eyes reddening with the desire to reach the summit of his aspirations. In his heart, he held unwavering confidence that he could exchange for the auspicious beast from Gu Wuchen. Ordinary individuals could never harness even a fraction of its potential. No, not even 1,000th, a 10,000th, or even a millionth of its power. Only he, favored by the heavens, possessing a unique constitution, could continuously nurture the auspicious beast with his abundant fortune, and within a century, elevate it to the fearsome realm of an emperor. After that, he established a profound connection with the auspicious beast, allowing it to bestow upon him the imperial aura of good fortune. In merely a century, he could ascend to the realm of the great emperor. In simpler terms, if granted 200 years, both he and the auspicious beast could be transformed into two great emperors. Moreover, there was potential for them to surpass even the great emperor level. What say you, esteemed son of God? If you are willing to exchange the auspicious beast, I could swear an oath to the heavenly path this very instant. As he spoke, he was already poised to make the vow, awaiting Gu Wuchen's nod. "Shouldn't I feel moved?" Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes, regarding the youth before him with a bemused smile, contemplating the audacity of this foolish boy, already painting grand visions before even starting his journey. "You must trust me." Ouyang Qingyun began to lose his composure, his gaze frequently drifting toward the grooming beast, as seeds of greed took root in his heart. "Even if you are the son of the sacred land, possessing the auspicious beast would not allow you to harness its true potential. Surrendering it to me is the wisest choice. I can even promise that under my guidance, you shall at the very least become a legendary quasi-emperor." Quasi-emperor. The utterance of this term left the formidable beings of the Furuishan sect in stunned silence. It was an utterly foreign concept to them. In the lower realms, reaching the emperor realm is already the pinnacle, and ascending to the higher realms necessitates the complete eradication of rebelliousness, achieving the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is inherently elusive, and the quasi-emperor exists far beyond countless higher levels. In that moment, they cast envious, jealous, and resentful glances at Gu Wuchen, lamenting their inability to discover an auspicious beast to present to the young master, for such a gift would guarantee a future of boundless possibilities. Chapter 22. I Want You. The elders of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, along with the holy master Ling Tian, felt their lips twitch slightly. This was not their first encounter with such absurdity. They recalled just 2 days prior when Xiao Shisan had threatened Gu Wuchen with the longevity of the Gu family from the higher realms. What an outrageous affair. It is essential to note that although they resided in the lower realms, every millennium or so, they would communicate with a steward from the Gu family through special channels, gaining a rudimentary understanding of their formidable strength. One could say that while the quasi-emperor could reign supreme among other great powers in the higher realms, in the eyes of the Gu family, it was utterly insignificant. As the sole legitimate heir of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen would inevitably reach that realm one day, even if he spent his days in slumber. Upon hearing Ouyang Qingyun's promise of future quasi-emperor status, Gu Wuchen's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you insulting? Setting aside the fact that he possessed a villainous system, even without it, his family resources could easily forge a great emperor. How dare someone suggest he could only become a quasi-emperor in the future? It seemed he had been too lenient with the young man. With that thought, Gu Wuchen's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, his countenance darkening as he slowly approached Ouyang Qingyun, raising a hand high. Slap. The sound of a thunderous slap echoed, resonating from Ouyang Qingyun's face. The resounding slap served as a stark reminder to you, daring to insult me, that your future achievements are destined to be limited to that of a mere quasi-emperor. How foolish you are. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Ouyang Qingyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him momentarily unresponsive. The elders of the Fortune's Radiant sect behind him were equally taken aback. Unable to react in time, everything unfolded too abruptly. Moreover, the reason given by Gu Wuchen for the slap left everyone questioning their own ears. What did he say? That insulting him would confine his future to that of a quasi-emperor. How ridiculous. A realm considered unattainable in their eyes was turned into mere insults by Gu Wuchen? Gu Sun, the Grand Elder of the Fortune's Radiant sect, was the first to recover, hurriedly supporting the swaying Ouyang Qingyun, his expression deeply troubled. We came here with sincerity, and my young master even invited you to join in a grand endeavor, yet you not only showed ingratitude, but also maliciously harmed another. Is this how the Holy Land Son of God treats his guests? No sooner had he spoken than Lingxiao, who had been serving as Gu Wuchen's bodyguard, took action. He would not permit anyone to dare insult his master in his presence. After all, this directly pertained to whether the Gu family would be inclined to elevate them to the upper realms in the future, with a swift display of his peak emperor-level power. Lingxiao firmly locked onto the Grand Elder, who was about to utter more insolence. In the next instant, the Grand Elder's entire arm was severed at the root, tumbling to the ground while blood gushed forth from his shoulder. Daring to speak disrespectfully to the Son of God, this arm serves as a warning. Oh, and by the way, let me remind you, no one has ever been able to reattach an arm I have severed. When? The Grand Elder's pupils constricted sharply. He had not even seen how the attack was executed. He could no longer feel his own arm. The intense pain and the fear of the unknown rendered him momentarily speechless. Quickly, protect the Grand Elder and the young master. Witnessing this scene, the formidable members of the Fortune's Radiant sect dared not hesitate. They rushed forward to encircle the Grand Elder and Ouyang Qingyun, each one brimming with a fierce aura, attempting to resist Lingxiao's overwhelming presence. Yet, they had underestimated both the foundation of Lingxiao's Sacred Land and Lingxiao himself. He wore a look of disdain and let out a heavy snort. Humph! With a swift motion, like a line of dominoes, the members of the Fortune's Radiant sect fell one after another, blood trickling from their mouths as they clutched their chests, incredulously gazing at the still unengaged Lingxiao. How could this be? Among those present, the weakest was at the half-step emperor level, and the strongest was only slightly inferior to the Grand Elder. Both being at the 10th level of the emperor realm, merely a step away from the legendary transcendent realm. Yet, they were effortlessly subdued by Lingxiao's mere cold snort, who was also at the emperor level. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They roared in their minds, as it contradicted the worldview they had held for many years. Following this display of overwhelming strength, Lingxiao, having accomplished all this before the watchful eyes of the crowd, bowed respectfully to Gu Wuchen. The subordinate observed them spouting outrageous claims, defaming the esteemed Son of God, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. It was inconsequential. You have performed admirably. Gu Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, indicating no intention to cast blame. After all, he had no intention of letting any of these visitors escape today. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingyun, encircled and coughing, struggled to rise. His injuries were not severe. However, the sting from Gu Wuchen's slap left his cheek burning. He glanced at the powerful allies who had accompanied him, and his heart sank to the depths of despair. Clearly, this was entirely unforeseen. Must he truly resort to his trump card? His mind raced, and after much hesitation, he shook his head. No, even if I employ that card, I cannot guarantee what other hidden resources the Lingxiao Holy Land possesses. At that point, it may indeed lead to an irrevocable confrontation. Having never faced setbacks since childhood, he still naively believed reconciliation was possible. The situation had not yet reached an irretrievable stage. Moreover, even in the face of humiliation, he must endure. Once he obtained that auspicious beast, avenging himself would be effortless. Son of God, He began again, though his tone was no longer fervent and greedy, but rather subdued. I, along with the Grand Elder, have indeed spoken out of turn. I hope you will not take offense. Shall we discuss matters of substance? Oh. Seeing Ouyang Qingyan return to a semblance of normalcy, his flushed cheek presenting a respectful apology, Gu Wuchen formed a new perception of him. Could this be the destined one? Possessing a remarkable mindset, capable of enduring such indignities? Given time, if he did not proactively present himself, he might become a substantial source of trouble in the future. Regrettably, since their paths had crossed today, there was no chance he would be allowed to depart. Very well, Gu Wuchen suddenly declared. Since you wish to discuss serious matters, I shall oblige. You desire the auspicious beast upon my shoulder, correct? That can be arranged. However, I require something in return. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingyun was elated. Eagerly inquiring, please, speak. I would traverse mountains or seas of fire to procure it for you. Gu Wuchen slowly raised a finger, pointing it at Ouyang Qingyun. What I want is you. Chapter 23, The Cunning Grand Elder Me? Ouyang Qingyun pointed to himself, bewildered by the implication. At that moment, the Grand Elder, who had lost an arm and was struggling to staunch the bleeding, tugged at him from behind. Young master, I have a word to share. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Ouyang Qingyun turned to regard the pale-faced Grand Elder, whose breath was somewhat labored, and asked with concern, You may speak. But your injuries? Do not concern yourself. This minor injury pales in comparison to the grand aspirations of our sect. The Grand Elder shook his head. If sacrificing his arm could quell the ire of the Lingxiao Holy Land, it would be a worthy exchange. He took a deep breath and transmitted his thoughts. The current situation is clear to me. Obtaining the auspicious beast through ordinary means will prove exceedingly difficult. In the present day, there exist 3 strategies to obtain the mythical beast. What are these 3 strategies? The lowest strategy involves utilizing the hidden card bestowed upon you by the esteemed leader, engaging in open warfare with the sacred land of Lingxiao. However, given that this is the enemy's stronghold, the likelihood of success appears minimal. The middle strategy entails persuading the son of Lingxiao to believe in the possibility of his ascension to the status of a quasi-emperor. As for his recent remark implying that such a notion is an insult, it seems he doubts your capabilities. Once he is convinced, everything will fall into place. As for the highest strategy, gulp. The elder swallowed hard, his small eyes darting between Gu Wuchen and Ouyang Qingyun, seemingly reluctant to speak. Oh, elder. Given the urgency of the situation, there is no need for hesitation. Just speak your mind, Ouyang Qingyun urged, driven by an insatiable desire for the mythical beast. The highest strategy is that you yield yourself to the son of Lingxiao. Yield? What does that entail? Ouyang Qingyun was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. You mean to say? Indeed. The elder nodded gravely. Ever since the son of Lingxiao arrived, his gaze upon you has been peculiar, and just moments ago, he openly expressed a desire for you in front of so many witnesses. I suspect he may possess a fondness for the same sex. An old adage states that on the path to success, one must endure humiliation and hardship. Consider it akin to being nudged by a pig. With that, the elder fixed his gaze on Ouyang Qingyun. Having said all he could, the ultimate choice lay in the hands of the young leader. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingyun staggered slightly, harboring no doubt about the elder's words. The son of Lingxiao's enigmatic smile directed at him was indeed a reality, and he had an inkling that this was the case, though he was reluctant to admit it. Closing his eyes, he clenched his fists, the nails cutting into his palms and drawing blood. He had to make a choice. The elder was right. If the son of Lingxiao was genuinely willing to offer him the mythical beast at such a cost, it seemed he had little choice. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, determination blazing within them. Once again, he reiterated, for the sake of the mythical beast, he was prepared to relinquish everything. Thus, he straightened his posture, brushed the dirt from his garments, and donned what he considered a peaceful smile, stepping forward, alone, towards Gu Wuchen. He halted beside Gu Wuchen, his lips trembling. Despite his resolve, he hesitated in the face of reality. If you truly desire me, can it indeed procure the mythical beast? Absolutely, Gu Wuchen replied without hesitation. Whether it be Ouyang Qingyun's identity as the destined one or his innate fortune, these were treasures he sought. If he could persuade him to willingly offer his innate path body for absorption, the results would be far superior to a forced attempt. Of course, regardless of the outcome, he would ultimately have to eliminate him. Then I agree. Ouyang Qingyun nodded emphatically, intent on demonstrating his resolve through action. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly unbuttoned the top clasp of his robe, revealing his pristine shoulder. This scene left the entire assembly in shock. Even the venerable experts of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, who have lived for countless years, were utterly astonished for the first time. Each individual's reaction was exaggerated. To some extent, Ouyang Qingyun single-handedly triumphed over all the formidable beings present. What was he doing? The intention of his own divine son was to take his life, yet Ouyang Qingyun, in a bid for survival, resorted to such disgraceful antics? But, my goodness, you are a man. How could one employ such means to test a leader? Which leader could withstand such an ordeal? The experts of the Fortune and Prosperity sect, who had only recently stabilized their injuries from collapsing to the ground, were now spitting out mouthfuls of blood upon witnessing their young master's actions. This was utterly humiliating. Failing to obtain the auspicious beast, they could at least resort to force. In the struggle for power, one must accept death if it comes. Yet, how could they engage in such ludicrous behavior? They instinctively covered their faces. Sometimes, the shame inflicted upon them was more unbearable than death itself. Meanwhile, Gu Wuchen's expression shifted dramatically as he faced Ouyang Qingyun, who was continuously shedding his robe. His emotions were beyond verbal expression. If one were to summarize, it could only be rated as a 6. However, regardless of the rating, he could not bear to witness even another second of Ouyang Qingyun's distressing display. Abruptly rising, he delivered a powerful punch to Ouyang Qingyun's head. Bang! Ouyang Qingyun tumbled to the ground, his attire in disarray, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Yet, evidently, this could not satiate Gu Wuchen's wrath. Fearing the potential for a scandal, he was even more concerned about soiling his own hands. He turned and drew the accompanying sword of the Lingxiao Sacred Lord, directing a flurry of vicious stabs toward Ouyang Qingyun while cursing. Are you out of your mind? I desired your physique, your fortune, even your very life. Yet you foolishly interpreted it as a compliment, thinking I sought your lewdness? Have you looked in the mirror? With your appearance, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Truly shameless, a disgrace to the Fortune and Prosperity sect. Blood soaked the ground as Ouyang Qingyun was punctured repeatedly. However, at present, the pain in his body felt comparatively mild. The greater torment stemmed from his psyche. He realized he had been mistaken. The absurdity of the misunderstanding was laughable and ludicrous, leading to this embarrassing spectacle. Here he was, in front of a man who desired his life, loosening his garments. His already fragile nerves crumbled in an instant, and he could no longer maintain his usual composure and tranquility. Should today's events spread, how could he ever face the world again? But then, a flash of madness surged through his mind. No, there was still a way. That was to annihilate everyone present. Be they the Lingxiao Sacred Lord, the Divine Son, the Elders, or even those he had brought along, none could be spared. He would bury this incident completely. His previously blurred gaze gradually became clear, and then he descended into utter madness. The jade pendant around his neck suddenly exploded as he shouted, "Divine Spirit, save me." Chapter 24. The Illusion of the Auspicious Beast, the Purple Qilin. The originally clear azure sky was suddenly engulfed by dense clouds, as if an invisible hand were stirring the atmosphere. Abruptly, a dazzling curtain of violet light tore through the heavens, halting midair and transforming into a resplendent halo. The halo began to morph gradually, forming the colossal ethereal silhouette of a Qilin, its body radiating with flowing purple light, its scales shimmering like stars, and its eyes as large as bronze bells, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. Upon its emergence, it trod upon the void, first surveying the crowd below, before fixing its gaze intently upon the bloodied figure of Ouyang Qingyun. Are you the descendant of that esteemed lineage? Its voice was rugged and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. At that moment, Gu Wuchen ceased his torment of Ouyang Qingyun, instead expressing keen interest in the purple Qilin above. Remarkable. Even the Qilin has been summoned. I wonder which branch of the lineage this purple-haired creature belongs to? Ouyang Qingyun seized the opportunity to catch his breath and hastily replied, "Indeed, I am the current young master of the Furuishan sect, specially inviting the divine being to aid us through this peril." With this, he gazed upon the purple Qilin's ethereal form with great anticipation, for it was his greatest trump card, a card capable of turning the tide. He recalled how his father had entrusted him with the jade pendant before his departure, instructing him that when matters reached an irretrievable point, he should shatter it, and a divine being from the upper realm would come to his aid. This jade pendant, a relic left by an ancestor of the Furuishan sect, had lost its internal energy over the ages. His father had expended more than 2 days and considerable resources to restore its power, enabling communication with the divine. Now, Having summoned the purple Qilin, Ouyang Qingyun was filled with unrestrained joy. Who among the world did not know of the Qilin clan? It was said that during their zenith in ancient times, the clan leader was a true auspicious beast, leading the Qilin tribe to become one of the most formidable factions in the upper realm. It's settled, he mused, feeling the pain within him lessen significantly. As long as this purple Qilin could annihilate all present, the events of this day would never see the light of day. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Why did the purple Qilin, upon hearing his response, show no reaction, instead gazing at him with the same naked desire as Gu Wuchen? His heart raced, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. The purple Qilin stood silently in the sky, exhaling breaths as if contemplating something. So, it is the Fortune Dao body. Such a formidable constitution has appeared in this insignificant lower realm. If I were to devour this body, would I not have the opportunity to awaken my ancestral bloodline and become a true auspicious beast? The more it pondered, the more it found this notion compelling. Having long since cast aside the gratitude owed to its clan by the ancestors of the Fruition sect, at worst, after consuming the Fortune Dao body, I could safeguard this sect for millennia, thus resolving the past causality. Divine being, divine being? Seeing the purple Qilin lost in thought, Ouyang Qingyun cautiously inquired twice. What summons me here? For what purpose? The purple Qilin spoke, yet its gaze remained fixated on Ouyang Qingyun, its eyes harboring a profound greed. Due to the vast distance and the overwhelming presence of the purple Qilin, ordinary individuals could hardly bear to gaze upon it, thus its anomalies went unnoticed by Ouyang Qingyun. Divine One, this place is the sacred land of Lingxiao. They have been exceedingly arrogant, bullying my Fruition sect. Today, I, Ouyang Qingyun, the future 327th leader of the Fruition sect, beseech you to obliterate this place. Ouyang Qingyun was cautious and refrained from disclosing the true purpose of his visit to the purple Qilin. As the matter concerning auspicious beasts was one that could easily incite envy in others, to annihilate a force, it is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. The purple Qilin replied nonchalantly, treating the destruction of the sacred land with utter disdain. In its eyes, the eradication of a sacred domain was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It deemed sending a newly matured Qilin from its clan sufficient for the task. Reluctantly, it shifted its gaze towards the multitude gathered at the sacred land, already calculating its next steps. Today, aiding the Fruition sect in vanquishing this so-called sacred land would settle a debt of gratitude owed by its clan from years past. Subsequently, it would devour this auspicious body, ensuring the Fruition sect's prosperity for millennia. With its thoughts settled, it no longer wasted time. Slightly parting its lips, it began to conjure a blazing violet flame, immense in power, causing the surrounding space to ominously distort. Insignificant mortals of the lower realm, to perish by my hand shall be your honor. As the words fell, the violet flame surged forth. The temperature of the entire sacred land soared dramatically, instantaneously vaporizing all flora and herbs. As the flames advanced, the sacred lord of Lingxiao and his companions shielded Gu Wuchen, resolutely refusing to allow any harm to befall the divine sun, even at the cost of their own lives. Step aside. Such a trivial fire cannot harm me. It may not even be enough to produce a wisp of smoke. Gu Wuchen quietly emerged from the crowd, extending his right hand and pinching the space ring on his left hand, retrieving a rusted copper mirror. He hurled it skyward, precisely aiming to intercept the oncoming flames. Huh. Ignorant ants, attempting to stop a chariot with a mantis's arm, the purple Qilin scoffed disdainfully. Although this flame was a mere casual strike, it was not something the lower realm could hope to withstand. Yet, in the next moment, its mocking laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by disbelief as it beheld the unfolding scene. The rusty copper mirror, devoid of any aura, appeared as an unclaimed object, yet astonishingly, upon contact with its flames, it bizarrely absorbed the entire inferno into its depths, as if the flames had never existed. What is this object so strange? Even the well-traveled Qilin could not identify the mirror. Before it could ponder further, the copper mirror reacted. An even more potent violet flame erupted from within the mirror, shooting directly at it. Surrounding the flames was a faint aura of the Tao of fire. With no time to spare, the purple Qilin hastily sought to evade. But an attack infused with the essence of the Tao was beyond its capacity to dodge. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The shadow of the violet Qilin was engulfed by the flames, and those below could faintly hear the mournful cries emanating from within. How? Why? Why am I but a mere projection, yet capable of inflicting harm upon my very essence? Alas, my endurance was fleeting, the ethereal image shattered. dispersing into countless motes of light, vanishing into the void. The formidable purple Qilin projection was effortlessly obliterated by a simple strike from Gu Wuchen's copper mirror. As the mirror fell, Gu Wuchen nonchalantly returned it to his ring. This was merely one of the numerous protective talismans bestowed upon him by his parents prior to his descent to the lower realm. After all, he was the sole heir of the esteemed Gu family, a lineage of longevity, possessing countless life-saving trump cards. So much so that he had forgotten the name of the very copper mirror he had just employed. Chapter 25. I must inquire who you are. The terrifying purple Qilin arrived swiftly but departed even more rapidly, leaving no time for any menacing remarks before it vanished entirely. The scene fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of a heavy breath could be distinctly heard. Ouyang Qingyun stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly felt as though the world had transformed into something absurdly foreign and utterly unfamiliar. Could it be that his prolonged stay within the divine sect had rendered him completely out of touch, while the outside world had grown to such formidable heights? Merely wielding a copper mirror was sufficient to annihilate the purple Qilin projection from the upper realm. This was utterly preposterous. At that moment, the shattered fragments of a jade pinned beneath his feet began to stir. Energy coalesced within them, and in mere seconds, a miniature version of the purple Qilin, no larger than a palm, took form. This time, it bore none of its previous majesty, instead appearing utterly dejected. Upon its emergence, Gu Wuchen took notice and remarked with intrigue, "Quite resilient, I see. I wonder, how many more of such attacks can you withstand?" With that, he retrieved yet another item from his ring, a short flying dagger that hovered above his head, its blade pointed menacingly at the purple Qilin, poised to strike at any moment. "Please, my lord, hold." The purple Qilin urgently interjected. Its previous projection had succumbed to the flames imbued with the essence of the Tao, resulting not only in its ethereal form disintegrating, but also inflicting severe injuries upon its true self in the upper realm. It was no fool. It understood that one who possessed such a copper mirror was certainly not an ordinary individual. This time, it risked potential demise by once again relying on the jade pendant's projection, seeking to ascertain Gu Wuchen's true identity to prevent establishing a formidable enemy for its kin. "I have not come here to confront you," it declared. "Oh, is that so?" Gu Wuchen replied, a hint of amusement on his face as he gazed at the diminutive purple Qilin. "By your words, are you here to offer an apology? Pray do proceed. I am all ears." Apology? The purple Qilin was taken aback, feeling utterly unfamiliar with the term. Proud as they were, they never condescended to apologize. At most, they would suggest mutual concessions to gracefully extricate themselves from a predicament, but to humbly admit fault was a violation of their dignity. "My lord, I believe you have misunderstood. My purpose in projecting here again is to clarify your identity and avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. It is not an apology that I come to offer. My identity." Gu Wuchen's eyes narrowed. "You are not worthy to know. However, I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued by your identity, purple-haired Qilin." Upon hearing such humiliation, the purple Qilin immediately bristled. Just as it was about to retort, it abruptly halted, not daring to continue. For at that moment, the flying dagger above Gu Wuchen's head was poised, ready to strike, exuding an aura of impending doom. It did not doubt that if it uttered the word death, its ethereal form would undoubtedly be shattered in an instant. Even its true form could potentially be restrained, with the gravest consequence being its utter demise. Seeing the purple Qilin concede, Gu Wuchen shook his head and spoke to himself. "As far as I know, the Qilin Mountains are currently home to a main lineage and 4 branch lineages of Qilin clans: the Golden Qilin, the Azure Qilin, the Ink Qilin, the Water Qilin, and the Fire Qilin. As for the so-called Purple Qilin, it represents the strongest bloodline of the Qilin clan, having birthed only 2 throughout history. One is your ancestor, long deceased for countless years, while the other is certainly not you. Hence, I am quite curious about the origin of your purple fur. How could you possess such knowledge of our Qilin lineage?" For the first time, a look of panic crossed the purple Qilin's face. Its clan had lived in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years. How could this young man before it possess such understanding? He even discerned that it was not a true purple Qilin. Ignoring the purple Qilin's turmoil, Gu Wuchen continued, "Since ancient times, only the purple Qilin could become a divine beast and attain the status of an emperor. The remaining Qilins, regardless of their efforts, are bound by their insufficient bloodline, destined to remain as quasi-emperors at best. As I mentioned, in today's world, there exists but one purple Qilin, and it has yet to fully awaken. You, as a junior of the Qilin clan, dare to masquerade as a purple Qilin?" If this reaches the ears of your clan's priests, the punishment will be quite severe. You know this too? The purple Qilin was utterly shaken. Its once formidable demeanor vanished. Was it truly a member of the Qilin clan? Or was the other party? Wait. Suddenly, it recalled something. Humph. You claim there is only one purple Qilin in the world. On what grounds do you declare I am not it? You have never seen me. At this moment, it could not possibly admit to impersonating a purple Qilin. If it returned to its clan, it risked being cast out. I have not seen it. Ha ha. Gu Wuchen laughed heartily, flipping his hand to reveal a purple brush that appeared in his grasp. The faint pressure emanating from the brush sent shockwaves through the purple Qilin's heart. It was a primal force of bloodline oppression. In truth, its real identity was merely a member of the Fire Qilin lineage. Driven by vanity to masquerade as a purple Qilin, believing that no one in this lower realm would know of the Qilin clan's affairs. Little did it expect that its first attempt at deception would be so swiftly unmasked. What is the significance of the brush held by the young man? It emanates a unique pressure characteristic of the purple Qilin, and as a member of the Qilin clan, he could not have misidentified it. This brush is fashioned from the very fur of the purple Qilin. How could you possess such an item? It is impossible. It cannot be true. He shook his head vehemently, desperately denying the reality before his eyes. After all, the strongest member of the Qilin clan, the current Patriarch, is the only purple Qilin in existence who transcended to the quasi-emperor realm thousands of years ago, becoming one of the mightiest beings. Although the Patriarch has since gone missing, how could its fur possibly be transformed into a brush? Thus, no matter the circumstance, he could not bring himself to believe it. Do not be so quick to dismiss it, Gu Wuchen interjected, observing the Fire Qilin's descent into self-doubt. The current whereabouts of that purple Qilin is hardly a secret within your clan. You must be aware, are you not? How could I not know? The Qilin retorted. Chapter 26. The guardian dog. A painful memory that the Qilin clan would rather forget resurfaced in his mind. In ancient times, when countless races thrived in the upper realms, the Patriarch was none other than the purple Qilin, who led the entire clan to conquer vast territories. However, the Patriarch mysteriously vanished, leaving the Qilin clan in a state of decline, their overall strength dwindling over the years. After enduring countless generations, 5,000 years ago, an ordinary ink Qilin awakened its ancestral bloodline, evolving into a purple Qilin, thereby becoming the second of its kind in the entire clan. The purple Qilin, blessed with fortune, advanced in cultivation as effortlessly as one drinks water, and within 2 millennia, it reached the broken realm, with the potential to become a great emperor. Yet, 20 years ago, their tranquil existence was abruptly disrupted by the Lingxiao Gu family, a notoriously domineering and unreasonable clan. They intruded uninvited, aggressively proclaiming that their divine child had been born and required a steed, proceeding to gather all the Qilins in the mountains for selection. The Qilin race, known for its dignity, felt humiliated to be subjected to such a selection process, pointed at and judged by others. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Gu family, even the elders they sent were beyond the Qilin clan's capacity to confront, forcing them to swallow their pride in silence. As if that humiliation were not enough, it was further compounded by the fact that none of the over 100,000 Qilin clan members met the Gu family standards. They audaciously declared that the quality of this batch of Qilins was too poor to serve as a mount for their divine child. This dual blow instilled a deep-seated resentment towards the Lingxiao Gu family among the Qilins. Initially, they believed the ordeal would end there, merely a verbal humiliation without significant consequences. Yet, to their dismay, the nefarious Gu family turned their gaze towards the newly appointed Patriarch of the Qilin clan, the sole purple Qilin. At that time, the purple Qilin had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, merely a step away from becoming a true emperor. Should it succeed in its breakthrough, the Qilin clan's status in the upper realms would ascend, ensuring they would no longer be subjected to indignities. At this very moment, a formidable emperor from the Gu family made his presence known, effortlessly capturing the would-be rebellious quasi-emperor, the purple Qilin. Everything unfolded with such naturalness, akin to packing up leftover food after a meal. For the past 20 years, the entire clan had been consumed by thoughts of their leader, living in constant fear of persecution from the Gu family, suffering indignities such as being hunted like prey. Fortunately, the sole lamp of their leader remained alight, signifying that there was no imminent danger to his life, and thus, a glimmer of hope for the clan's future persisted. The scene shifted back to the purple Qilin, or rather, the Fire Qilin, who shook his head to cast aside the painful memories. This matter was one he would never disclose, as it pertained to the dignity of his entire clan. However, Gu Wuchen had other intentions. The last surviving purple Qilin, aged 238 years, originally named Mo Yang, had awakened his purple Qilin bloodline and renamed himself Ziyun. He had broken through to the fragmentation realm 3 millennia ago and ascended to quasi-emperor status a millennium later, mastering the paths of fire, wind, and auspiciousness. How could you know such intricate details? The fire Qilin was taken aback. Even he was only vaguely aware of such specifics. The young man before him was not a member of their clan, making it perplexing that he possessed such extensive knowledge. Are you curious about how I came to know this? Gu Wuchen stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the diminutive Qilin at his feet. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. You, Ziyun, are merely a large dog guarding the Gu family now. In my childhood, a mere bone would make you wag your tail in delight, nuzzling my palm for affection. And you, a mere commoner of the Qilin clan, dare to strike at me? Do you wish to hasten your own demise? Each word was like a thunderclap, resounding within the fire Qilin's mind. He was utterly bewildered, even questioning whether his ears had been cursed, delivering him fantastical notions. The last hope of the Qilin clan, their leader, destined to become a great emperor, was being insulted as nothing more than a guard dog? A warrior may be slain, but he shall not be humiliated. Even knowing that resistance could lead to his own death, he could not permit such disgrace to befall the esteemed purple Qilin. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, a moment of clarity flashed through his mind. Something was amiss. He suddenly recalled that a year prior, their leader had entrusted someone with a message and a portrait for the clan. He had merely glanced at the portrait in passing and thought little of it. Returning to his training, now he realized that the man in the portrait bore a striking resemblance to the individual before him. The leader's decree echoed in his mind. Better to venture into the depths of hell than to provoke a member of the Gu family. Should the man in the portrait lose even a strand of hair, the entire Qilin clan, including myself, shall suffer eternal torment and never be reborn. In an instant, everything became clear to him, and his eyes, no larger than peanuts, were filled with terror and regret. No wonder the individual before him could effortlessly produce a bronze mirror that could not only defend against, but also counterattack him. For this person is none other than the contemporary divine scion of the Gu family, a notoriously domineering clan in the upper realm. Thus, what he previously claimed, that the family patriarch is merely a watchdog for his household, was not an insult, but an undeniable truth. The notion of tail-wagging flattery was indeed a stark reality. It was over. This was the last thought of the fire Qilin. It anxiously lifted its head to gaze at Gu Wuchen, who loomed before it like a giant. Everything seemed irretrievable. In the past, even a patriarch who had reached the quasi-emperor level could be casually seized and reduced to a mere watchdog. What would become of itself, a mere, ordinary Qilin? The consequences would be dire. In an instant, it made a resolute decision. Its life was forfeit, and it bore no grudge against anyone. However, it could not allow its own misstep to endanger the entire Qilin clan or its esteemed patriarch. Its gaze grew increasingly steadfast as it slowly spoke. Divine Scion Gu, I am blind to the truth and have offended you. Though I deserve death, this is solely my transgression and bears no relation to the Qilin clan. Today, I am willing to die to atone. Upon finishing its words, its entire translucent form suddenly ignited in fierce flames. Within those flames, it appeared to suffer immensely. Yet it uttered not a word, casting its eyes upwards towards Gu Wuchen while bowing its noble head. Thud! It struck the ground heavily, as if imploring him not to vent his wrath upon others of the Qilin clan. Chapter 27. Did it scare itself to death? Gu Wuchen silently observed the unfolding scene, neither consenting nor contradicting. After a brief moment, the flames dissipated, and the projection of the fire Qilin vanished, leaving behind a shallow indentation. As the divine scion of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen naturally understood the nature of the fire Qilin's self-immolation. It was not the projection that had perished, but its true self, far away in the Qilin mountains of the upper realm. In essence, it was a suicide, executed in a manner that preserved a semblance of dignity. Such was the tyranny of the Gu family. Anyone who crossed paths with them, like the fire Qilin, would resort to self-resolution and pray not to implicate other clan members. This was, in fact, a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingyun, who remained silent, was already terrified beyond comprehension. Unable to think rationally, he could scarcely fathom that the fearsome Qilin he had summoned would be driven to take its own life by mere words from the other party. This was utterly impossible. It must be some form of trickery. Divine being, Where are you? Please do not jest. Come forth. You are a powerful entity of the upper realm. Do not engage in such frivolous antics. I implore you. He knelt on the ground, his robe stained with a mixture of mud and blood, desperately clawing at the indentation left by the fire Qilin before it vanished, attempting to unearth what he referred to as the divine being, oblivious to the fact that Gu Wuchen had silently approached him, extending his palm to press against the crown of his head from a distance. Heaven-swallowing divine body, activate. A terrifying force of suction suddenly emerged above Ouyang Qingyun's head. The divine body's devouring was far superior while the individual was still alive than after death. Thus, Gu Wuchen promptly chose to devour, yearning for the auspicious Dao body he had coveted for so long. No. The divine essence was being violently torn from Ouyang Qingyun's body, pushing him to the very brink of agony. His visage contorted in torment, reflecting sheer madness. Amidst the pain, he let out a frenzied roar. Gu Wuchen, you and I share no enmity. Even if you refuse to exchange the auspicious beast with me, why must you pursue me so relentlessly, driving me to the edge of annihilation? If I escape this predicament today, I shall assuredly take your life with my own hands in the future. Ouyang Qingyun had succumbed to madness. Even in the face of certain death, he did not forget to threaten Gu Wuchen, envisioning a day of vengeance. Yet, Gu Wuchen paid him no heed, continuing his grand endeavor of devouring. The tyranny of the devouring heavenly body is conceptually intended to transcend all divine essences in existence. Regardless of how fearsome a physique may be, it will ultimately be consumed by the devouring heavenly body. The only distinction lies in the difficulty of the consumption. For instance, Xiao sword bone, being a recent acquisition and an acquired trait, would be exceedingly simple to devour. However, Ouyang Qingyun's fortuitous Dao body, a notable divine essence in its own right, would require considerable effort due to Gu Wuchen's habitual frugality, adhering to the principle of sparing not a single drop. Young master. The formidable members of the Fortune and Prosperity sect found themselves encircled by the disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land, utterly incapable of offering assistance. Their voices filled with frustration and fury. Is this how you treat your guests in Lingxiao Holy Land? If word of today's event spreads to other holy lands, you shall become the target of universal scorn, reviled by all. Such noise. Gu Wuchen, pressing his right hand upon the crown of Ouyang Qingyun's head, chided impatiently. Then drew forth a flag, crimson and nearly blackened, the Emperor's banner, an essential item from the villain's novice gift pack. Upon its emergence, a majestic and vast aura enveloped the vicinity for hundreds of miles, emanating a primordial purple mist that instilled dread in the hearts of all present. The Emperor's banner expanded gradually, shrouding the entire Holy Master Peak, blocking out the sunlight, and casting the entire mountain into darkness. Since you all relish such clamor, it seems quite fitting for you to reside within my Emperor's banner. With a flick of his wrist, he infused the banner with his spiritual energy, causing its swirling purple hues to deepen in color. From purple to black, tendrils of black smoke rose from within, reminiscent of countless wailing specters. Observing the transformation of the Emperor's banner, Gu Wuchen's lips twitched slightly. It was inevitable, for anything emerging from the villain's gift pack, once infused with his spiritual energy, would inevitably be tainted by the essence of villainy. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. He turned his gaze toward the astonished members of the Fortune and Prosperity sect. Dear friends, since you claim to be guests of our Lingxiao Holy Land, why not converse within my banner? It would be a splendid opportunity to showcase our hospitality. With that, the Emperor's banner summoned a malevolent wind, standing proudly in midair, deftly avoiding his own people while enveloping the strong members of the Fortune and Prosperity sect within its grasp. Immediately, a colossal force of suction erupted. The sinister wind howled like a beast in mourning. Even those at the Emperor realm found their feet slowly lifting from the ground. Unable to resist the terrifying pull of the Emperor's banner, they stood in shock and terror, eyes fixed on the malevolent banner, drawing ever closer, their body hairs standing on end. Just a moment ago, when the primordial purple chi enveloped the banner, they might have considered stepping into its embrace. But now, as black smoke billowed forth, a chilling aura assaulted their senses, leaving them too fearful to approach. The dread of the imperial banner was beyond their capacity to resist. After a brief struggle, the figures of the mighty vanished without a trace. The imperial banner, seemingly sated, let out a satisfied belch of dark energy as it descended, standing steadfast beside Gu Wuchen. Truly, The treasures of the divine son were fearsome indeed. An elder from the sacred land could not help but exclaim. Reflecting on his own cultivation at the 8th level of the sovereign realm, he pondered, had he been in their place, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand that terrifying banner. Exercise caution. Is the treasure of the divine son something you can freely discuss? The Supreme Lord Ling Tian reprimanded the elder with displeasure. The elder instantly awoke from his reverie, glancing apprehensively at Gu Wuchen, who remained preoccupied with his devouring, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, Gu Wuchen was indeed at a critical juncture in his absorption. He could hardly spare a thought to retract the imperial banner, pouring all his energy into unleashing the devouring power of the sky-devouring divine body. Ouyang Qingyun, under his grasp, gritted his teeth, making one last desperate struggle. After all, he was the child of destiny, his willpower surpassing that of ordinary men, fiercely clinging to his divine body in a futile quest for a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Gu Wuchen's grip tightened, the pressure on Ouyang Qingyun's head nearing the point of deformation. Words that struck at his very soul echoed continuously from Gu Wuchen. Since my arrival and our meeting, everything about you appears as laughable as a mere jester before me. Allow me to bestow upon you the auspicious beast and promise my assent to the quasi-emperor realm. Are you aware of the true realm of the divine being you mentioned earlier, the Patriarch of the Qilan clan? He embodies 3 different paths as a quasi-emperor, and yet, he is merely fit to serve as my gatekeeper. Chapter 28, Defying Fate, the Thunder Tribulation emerges. Perhaps the quasi-emperor appears to you as an irresistible temptation, but to me, they are utterly worthless. Awaken. Gu Wuchen's tone grew increasingly severe, his expression cold as he unleashed the full might of his peak sovereign realm power. Merging with the sky-devouring divine body and the transformation demon sutra, all their power converged at a single point, wildly tearing apart Ouyang Qingyun's auspicious path within. The entire sacred peak of Lingxiao stirred with a tempestuous whirlwind. Even the likes of the peak masters could not help but silently marvel at the true strength of the divine son, discreetly retreating a few steps. Impossible, impossible. At that moment, Ouyang Qingyun was beyond human description, his body marred with blood, not a single patch of skin unscathed. He utterly refused to believe Gu Wuchen's words. No one could resist the allure of a quasi-emperor, not those from the lower realms, nor even those from the upper realms. As for Gu Wuchen's assertion that the quasi-emperor realm's purple Qilan would be reduced to a mere gatekeeper, he incessantly hypnotized himself, convincing himself that the other was lying to frighten him, hoping to shatter his resolve and seize his divine body in the process. He fixed his gaze upon Gu Wuchen, his eyes reflecting the chilling stare one might reserve for the deceased, etching this moment deeply into his memory. Possessing one of the most formidable physiques known to mankind, he could never allow himself to fall today. Absolutely not. Despair, reluctance, pain, and the primal instinct for survival converged, erupting as a frantic scream. All, in an instant, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light. The once tenuous Hongyun Dao body, which Gu Wuchen had extracted from him, regained its remarkable stability, resisting any further pull, and even exhibited a subtle inclination to return to Ouyang Qingyun's being. Before Gu Wuchen, a fresh attribute panel of Ouyang Qingyun emerged. Name: Ouyang Qingyun. Identity: Deputy Leader of the Fortune Divine Sect, son of leader Ouyang Wanli. Age: 26. Personality: frenzied, unhinged, easily irritable. Realm: 7th layer of the Profound Realm, 9th layer of the Profound Realm, King's Sealing Realm. Physique: Hongyun Dao body, on the verge of completion. Fate: Child of Destiny, defying fate, altering the universe. Magic treasures: Auspicious Teaching Whip. Xian Iron Heavy Armor. Such numerous changes had emerged. Gu Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. The panel before him was utterly transformed from what he had previously observed. The distinctions were as vast as the heavens and the earth. Setting aside the changes in personality, the advancement in cultivation was astonishing. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he had ascended from the 7th layer of the Profound Realm to the King's Sealing Realm. Moreover, the Hongyun Dao body had progressed from its initial minor achievement to being on the cusp of completion. Finally, the fate of the Child of Destiny had shifted from a mere blessing to the terrifying ability to defy fate and alter the cosmos. What cosmos was he intending to alter? What could a mere Child of Destiny hope to change? The answer was clear. Ouyang Qingyun aimed to reverse the dire situation of being devoured by him, a matter of life and death. It was then that Gu Wuchen understood the true terror of the Child of Destiny. Their power resided not solely in continuous opportunities and serendipitous encounters, but fundamentally in their ability to unleash extraordinary potential in the face of adversity, achieving a form of rebirth. Yet, Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes, observing Ouyang Qingyun, whose cultivation had surged to barely attain the king's sealing realm. He felt that the other's breakthrough was still insufficient. Even at the king's sealing realm, in his hands, he was akin to an ant, not vastly different from the profound realm. Could such a state genuinely lead to altering the cosmos? Despite his doubts, Gu Wuchen firmly believed in the system's assessment. If it could invoke the term altering the cosmos, then Ouyang Qingyun must possess far greater intentions. In the next moment, boom, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens as countless dark clouds converged, shrouding the entire Lingxiao Holy Land in a suffocating gloom. It was a tribulation cloud, who was undergoing tribulation. Had another individual broken through to the Emperor realm? But why choose to transcend within the Holy Lord Peak? Risking its destruction? The disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land stood in their respective positions, gazing toward the Holy Lord Peak, filled with astonishment. They all knew that only at the pinnacle of the king's sealing realm could one provoke the thunderous tribulation, and upon overcoming it, one would ascend to become a formidable Emperor realm expert. Thus, they engaged in private discussions, pondering which elder of the king ascendants was daring enough to undergo a tribulation on the Sacred Master Peak. On the Sacred Master Peak, compared to the disciples, Sacred Master Lingxiao and the numerous peak masters exhibited greater astonishment. Today, they had indeed broadened their horizons. The audacity of someone in the profound realm provoking the king ascendant's tribulation was an unparalleled occurrence in the annals of the continent. Yet, it unfolded right before their eyes. So seamlessly, coming to his senses, Sacred Master Lingxiao hastily interjected, "Holy Son, this Ouyang Qingyun has somehow summoned the tribulation. It would be prudent to avoid confrontation until the storm is past. We can deal with him afterward." In response to Sacred Master Lingxiao's counsel, Gu Wuchen remained unfazed, silently gazing at the gathering storm clouds in the sky, lost in contemplation. He recognized the truth in the Sacred Master's words. Ordinarily, tribulations are best faced in desolate places. Should he involve himself in the tribulation, its might would be exponentially magnified by thousands or even tens of thousands. Historically, there has never been a precedent for two or more individuals simultaneously facing a tribulation. The sole outcome would be the complete annihilation of all participants within the tempest. Furthermore, if one were to eliminate a person just before their tribulation, it would provoke heavenly wrath, redirecting the tribulation's fury until that individual was slain. Thus, Ouyang Qingyun summoning the tribulation at this juncture was, in a certain sense, a defiance of fate, a direct manifestation of altering destiny. Ha ha. The sound of Ouyang Qingyun's raucous laughter echoed in the air. His face was alight with frenzied joy, seemingly mocking Gu Wuchen's trepidation. "Are you afraid? If you are, then step aside. Once I have weathered this tribulation, we shall settle our scores." After speaking, Ouyang Qingyun, bearing grievous injuries, limped away to confront the tribulation alone, as though he preferred solitude in this endeavor. "Holy Son, do not act impulsively." Sacred Master Lingxiao's admonition resounded once more. "This scoundrel is already at the end of his tether. Given his condition, it is utterly improbable he will survive the tribulation. Let him perish beneath this heavenly thunder." Perhaps that would be the best outcome. If one were to ascertain who among the gathered was most anxious, it would undoubtedly be Sacred Master Lingxiao himself. As long as Gu Wuchen completed his training in the lower realms unscathed, his merit would ensure his elevation to the higher realms, with boundless potential awaiting him. Conversely, should Gu Wuchen suffer any harm, or should he find any of Sacred Master Lingxiao's actions dissatisfactory, it would be an irredeemable fate. Under the watchful gaze of Sacred Master Lingxiao and the Peak Masters, Gu Wuchen revealed a knowing smile, stepping forward towards Ouyang Qingyun. "Fear? Why should I fear? It is merely a trifling tribulation. Besides, it is merely the king ascendants. Even the tribulation of the Emperor realm, or the Supreme, or the Shattered realm tribulation, is but a gentle breeze upon my face." Chapter 29. Let us face the thunder together. While others may not foresee the aftermath of the tribulation, Gu Wuchen anticipated it with clarity. Thus, Ouyang Qingyun successfully ascended to the realm of kings, and not merely to an ordinary kingly state. Coupled with the complete mastery of the Hongyan Dao body, it could be said that he had undergone a profound transformation. Gazing up at the ominous clouds of tribulation that seemed poised to unleash a thunderstorm, Gu Wuchen remained utterly unperturbed. After all, he possessed the mastery of a singular path. Such mastery could only be wielded by those above the quasi-emperor level, meaning he was equipped with quasi-emperor techniques to confront the tribulations of the kingly realm. In simpler terms, it was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an effortless endeavor. With a light and graceful stride, Gu Wuchen approached Ouyang Qingyun, positioning himself at the very heart of the impending tribulation. His expression was casual, as if he were engaged in a trivial task. In stark contrast, Ouyang Qingyun's smile faltered, his breath quickening in alarm. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. This is a thunder tribulation. Are you seeking death?" He could no longer hurl taunts at Gu Wuchen as he had moments before, for he had assumed the other would not dare to act against him, even if he did so after the tribulation. To his astonishment, the other's reckless audacity led him directly into the storm of his tribulation, seemingly intent on a mutually destructive outcome. "You invited me here. I am simply a man of my word. Whenever someone extends an invitation, I shall certainly respond," Gu Wuchen remarked as he halted just within 5 feet of Ouyang Qingyun, speaking as though they were old friends. Completely unrecognizable from the villain attempting to seize his divine body moments ago. Coughing, Ouyang Qingyun was rendered speechless. He was all too aware of his own circumstances. If he were to face the tribulation alone, he would have at least a 40 to 50% chance of survival. Moreover, following his successful passage, the full power of the Hongyun Dao body greatly enhanced his chances of evading catastrophe, allowing him to eventually vanish from the world and return for vengeance once his strength was sufficient. Yet, unexpectedly, due to his mocking words, he had found Gu Wuchen, in a foolishly reckless manner, intruding into his realm of tribulation. Was this truly the son of a deity? Had he lost his senses? Before he could ponder further, the clouds of tribulation above thickened, reaching a climax, as a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel split in two, surging toward both Gu Wuchen and Ouyang Qingyun. "Damn it!" Ouyang Qingyun cursed under his breath, drawing forth his life-bound treasure, the Fujiao whip. Dragging his injured body, he lashed out at the descending thunderbolt. The whip struck the tribulation, producing a crackling sound, but it was only a moment before the tribulation shattered the whip's defense, with nearly 2/3 of its power hurtling directly toward Ouyang Qingyun himself. Boom! A vast cloud of dust erupted, burying him into a depression, exacerbating his already grievous wounds. Both his left and right arms shattered, hanging limply from his shoulders. One of his eyes was obliterated, leaving his body devoid of any intact parts. In contrast, Gu Wuchen faced a similarly powerful strike from the thunder. Yet he made no move to evade, even closing his eyes, allowing the thunder to strike him, rather than suffering from a fatal injury. The force of the lightning curiously merged into Gu Wuchen's body, transforming into a nourishing essence for his devouring divine body. Ah, how delightful! Gu Wuchen felt a surge of spirit. The tribulation was even more exhilarating than he had anticipated. It was akin to the shared cultivation he experienced with Huo. After being cleansed by the ethereal waters of the moon's spirit body and subsequently baptized by heavenly thunder, the faint shimmer of lightning flickered along his meridians, rendering them more resilient. Gradually opening his eyes, Gu Wuchen surveyed his surroundings and kindly addressed the barely breathing Ouyang Qingyun. "I implore you, do not succumb to death. Your fortuitous Dao body has long been reserved by me." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. "You've known about the fortuitous Dao body all along." He clutched his chest, speaking each word with deliberate weight. At that moment, he comprehended that his divine body had been coveted by the other party from the very beginning, rather than being a later discovery. His so-called exchange for the auspicious beast was, in the eyes of the other, merely a free offering of his divine body. Realizing this, he felt a sense of relief. The two of them enduring the tribulation together made success seem improbable, even during his prime, let alone escaping safely afterward. So be it. A chilling smile crept across his face as he opened his bloodied, toothless mouth wide and declared, "In that case, let my fortuitous Dao body perish utterly beneath the heavenly thunder. If you wish to seize it, I can only say, it is a futile dream." With that, he relinquished his nearly collapsing body, lying flat in the pit, gazing up at the sky with no resistance as the second bolt of heavenly thunder loomed. "Come swiftly. Let me die amidst the thunder. It would fulfill my final wish and prevent that scoundrel from succeeding." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the tribulation, the Holy Master Lingxiao and various peak leaders were in a state of frantic urgency. "Holy Master, what shall we do? Although the divine sun can easily withstand the first bolt of heavenly thunder, what follows?" they implored. the power of the subsequent bolts will increase exponentially. Indeed, we must find a solution. Holy Master, please think of something. Enough. I am more anxious than you. The Holy Master waved his hand impatiently, silencing the peak leaders. He then produced a jade slip, hesitated briefly, and crushed it decisively. Alas, it seems my punishment is unavoidable, he murmured, gazing at the sky as though awaiting something ominous to arrive. The upper realm, the eternal Dao domain, the Gu family of longevity, the foremost among the 5 ancient families. A dominant force in the upper realm. At that moment, within a grand hall enveloped in celestial energy, a man and woman appeared to be in heated discussion. The woman, armed with a long sword and clad in an elaborate sword robe, exuded an aura of vigor, yet her face was marred by worry. It has been over a year. I wonder how Chin'er is faring in the lower realm. If only the Gu family had fewer rules. Had I known, I would never have married in. She paced restlessly within the hall, casting glances at the silent man seated in the main position, whose imposing presence commanded respect without uttering a word. The more she looked, the more agitated she became. Ah, my lady, after a year of secluded cultivation in the Sword Tomb, why are you still so restless? Gu Jiushang sighed, setting aside the book he held. Since their son Gu Wuchen ventured to the mortal realm to temper his mind in accordance with the ancestral teachings of the Gu family, his wife, Morong Yunj, was so incensed that she returned to her parental home to express her discontent. However, after just a year of seclusion, she could no longer suppress her longing for their son and hurry back to seek accountability. Rubbing her sore forehead, she consoled herself. Wuchen has gone to the mortal realm, not the den of 1,000 demons. How could he be in danger? Moreover, he possesses the treasures your father secretly bestowed upon him for protection. Even if he were to stand still and allow others to strike, it would be impossible for him to be harmed, not even by an emperor. Before she could finish her words, a maid burst through the door, her face awash with panic. Master, Mistress, a grave matter has arisen. Chapter 30. The Eternal Gu Family. The unexpected entrance of the maid sent both Gu Jiushang and Murong Yunj's expressions into a tumult. They understood that this maid was responsible for relaying all matters concerning their son Gu Wuchen in the mortal realm. And the grave matter she spoke of was undoubtedly related to him. In particular, Gu Jiushang, with a thunderous crash, shattered the dragon chair forged from celestial iron. As a being of imperial stature, his unintentional display of rage sent tremors throughout the entire eternal Dao domain. Countless families and sects, filled with anxiety, gazed into the distance towards the vicinity of the Gu family, their hearts trembling. After all these years, who dared to provoke the Gu family's wrath? They fervently hoped it would not involve them. Within the hall, just as Gu Jiushang was about to speak, Morong Yunj hastened to the maid's side, her voice tinged with urgency. What has happened? Is it related to our son? Yes, indeed, mistress, the maid replied, breathless. She then relayed the news from the mortal realm in a rush, primarily concerning Gu Wuchen's voluntary entry into another's lightning tribulation at the Lingxiao Sacred Land. The lord of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, fearing for the young master's safety, had sent out a distress signal. Upon hearing the maid's account, Morong Yunj's anxious heart found some solace, and she let out a sigh of relief. Gu Jiushang also dissipated his formidable imperial aura, restoring tranquility to the entire eternal Dao domain. Thankfully, it was merely an ordinary lightning tribulation, not a scenario involving a siege by numerous powerful emperors. It was not a major issue. However, dismissing the maid with a wave of her hand, Morong Yunj suddenly placed her hands on her hips and confronted Gu Jiushang, puffing up indignantly as she pinched his ear with her delicate, jade-like fingers. What did I just say? The so-called ancestral teachings of the Gu family are utterly superfluous. Look, our son nearly found himself in peril. If it weren't for my father listening to my advice and sending so many protective charms, this incident could have escalated into a major catastrophe. Ouch, that hurts. Please, don't pull so hard. I am still the head of the Gu family. Have some mercy. Gu Jiushang grimaced in discomfort, his expression one of utter disarray. Despite his terrifying prowess at the imperial level, he found himself at the mercy of a woman of mere shattered realm, unable to muster even the slightest resistance, his face betraying a hint of ingratiation. There is no remedy. Who could blame her, being his wife? After all, she is the ethereal sword immortal he pursued with countless efforts. Even when he was an old bull chasing after tender grass decades ago, internally he couldn't help but scoff. It's not as if he hadn't provided his son with life-saving cards. In comparison to what her father had bestowed, his gifts were more than sufficient. Had it not been for the concern that the spatial ring might be inadequate, he would have offered even more. So now she realizes the pain? Our son is down below, unaware of the hardships he has endured. What is your little suffering compared to that? Morong Yunj still clung tightly to Gu Jiushang's ear, demanding a resolution. Speak, how shall we proceed? We cannot leave our son alone in that realm, can we? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, I might just take your ear as a souvenir. As she spoke, her fingers twisted in a clockwise motion, distorting his ear completely. All right, I will heed my lady. Whatever you say shall be done. Is that not sufficient? At this moment, Gu Jiushang finally grasped the situation. His wife had returned with intentions. Coincidentally, she had intercepted a distress signal from the Lingxiao Lord in the lower realm, and thus it was a fortuitous opportunity to present her demands. This was more like it. Upon hearing this, Morong Yunj released her grip, tenderly rubbing his ear. How does it feel? Still hurting? Shall I blow on it for you? Gu Jiushang's rare blush betrayed him. He feared nothing in the world, save for the dual tactics of his little wife, who had him firmly in her grasp. Ahem. Let us discuss this matter later in the palace. My lady, perhaps we should first address our son's situation. Seeing her husband's bashful demeanor, Morong Yunj burst into laughter, her mirth like a flower swaying in the breeze. Oh, look at you. After so many years of marriage, you still blush so easily. Very well then, let us speak of our son first. With that, she clapped her hands, and a graceful woman wearing a veil entered the room. Although her face was obscured, her demeanor exuded an unparalleled elegance, an allure that no ordinary person could rival, a charm irresistible to men. Upon entering, she bowed gracefully. Disciple Gu Chenxi greets her master, revered elder. Rise. When there are no outsiders, such formalities are unnecessary. Morong Yunj gently waved her hand, lifting the young woman with a wave of her magic. Chenxi, you should be able to discern my intentions for summoning you this time, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chenxi nodded slightly, her voice melodious and clear. Master, I surmise it concerns the young master's affairs? Indeed. Morong Yunj nodded in approval. Chen-er is alone in the lower realm, and as a mother, I am profoundly uneasy. Therefore, I entrust you with the task of temporarily acting as his protector. Do you understand? I understand. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chenxi assented. Very well, prepare yourself. You shall depart to the lower realm today to assist Chen-er. Understood. Gu Chenxi bowed and prepared to leave. However, just as she reached the doorway, her delicate hand nearly grasping the doorknob, Morong Yunj's voice echoed once more behind her. Oh, indeed, I have recently come across some whispers. It is said that the third young master of the Tang family and the young master of the Jiuyou Palace once quarreled fiercely over you, resulting in a violent clash. The third young master of the Tang family even lost an arm in this altercation, and the two families have since been on the brink of confrontation. As this tale unfolded, Gu Chenxi's shoulder trembled ever so slightly, and she quickly turned to kneel once more. Master, I only learned of this matter afterward. I have had no interactions with either of them. Our only encounter was at the grand banquet celebrating our ancestor's birthday. I harbor no resentment towards you. Morong Yunj said, stepping forward to assist Gu Chenxi to her feet, gently smoothing her slightly disheveled veil with a tender touch. Chenxi, you are my sole disciple, and for many years, I have regarded you as my own daughter, dedicating all my efforts to your cultivation. Yet, even so in my heart, Chen-er will always hold the foremost position. His natural constitution is lacking, a fault of mine, and I am willing to pay any price to make amends. Even if that price is you. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chapter 31, Devouring, the Body of Fortune. In the water reversal realm, atop the sacred peak of Lingxiao. At this moment, thunder rumbled ominously, clouds of lightning coalescing to a terrifying degree. Even the mightiest of those at the pinnacle of the monarch realm could not help but feel a tremor of fear. Beneath the storm, two figures emerged. One, Ouyang Qingyun, pale as death, awaiting the end of his life at the hands of the heavenly tribulation. The other, Gu Wuchen, invigorated and eagerly anticipating the lightning to descend for his consumption. Before the gathered onlookers, Gu Wuchen approached Ouyang Qingyun, extending a hand that emitted a powerful suction, extracting him from the depression. His palm pressed firmly upon Ouyang Qingyun's crown. Alas, your final hope in the tribulation shall not grant you what you desire, Gu Wuchen declared, ceasing further words as the devouring divine body activated, a towering and shadowy figure materializing behind him. Lacking a visage, it inspired a profound dread in the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon it. Thus ends your fortune body. I shall claim it. Come. With a thunderous shout, the meridians and bones within Ouyang Qingyun shattered in response. The nearly completed fortune body was being frantically pulled from him by Gu Wuchen. The dark figure behind him raised a pitch-black arm, joining in the devouring of the fortune body. No! Ouyang Qingyun shrieked, feeling his once proud constitution gradually slip away. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping his heart. Ziz at that moment, the calamity clouds above began to gather for the second bolt of lightning. More terrifying and unbearable than the first. Witnessing this scene, a smile suddenly emerged on Ouyang Qingyun's face, filled with despair. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Gu Wuchen. You expend all your energy devouring my body. I wonder what strength you shall have left to withstand the impending thunder. In the present moment, standing alongside Gu Wuchen, it is evident that 2 bolts of heavenly thunder shall simultaneously strike him. He harbors no belief that the adversary, in a state of divided focus, could withstand both strikes at once. There is no need for your concern in this matter. Gu Wuchen intensified his gravitational pull, and in the blink of an eye, the essence of the fortune Tao had been drawn out significantly, with success perhaps just a fleeting moment away. The heavenly thunder, having fully coalesced, descended like a torrential downpour. This time, the thunder did not split into 2 but instead converged into countless smaller bolts, all aimed directly at Gu Wuchen's position. Humph, the tribulation is far too feeble. Gu Wuchen snorted coldly, raising his left arm, and the path of power enveloped his palm, striking with unwavering precision against the oncoming thunder. A deafening roar echoed, causing a brief bout of tinnitus among all present in the Lingxiao Sacred Land. They were left bewildered, aware only that this was the might of heavenly thunder, something beyond the resistance of ordinary beings. The sacred lord of Lingxiao and the peak masters felt a tightening in their hearts, witnessing Gu Wuchen's corporeal defiance against the tribulation. Cold sweat trickling down, yet feeling utterly powerless. After all, should they join the fray, the potency of the thunder would only amplify, leading to certain demise. When the collision between the heavenly thunder and Gu Wuchen's fist concluded, revealing the scene below, they could only gape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. At that moment, Gu Wuchen resembled a war deity, standing resolutely at the epicenter of the thunderstorm. A faint luminescence of the great path shimmered upon his left fist, while the thunder had dissipated into mere remnants of electrical particles in the air. Simultaneously, the absorption of the fortune Tao was nearing its conclusion. With a sudden convulsion, Ouyang Qingyun collapsed to the ground, a milky white halo emanating from his being. It radiated purity and brilliance, quietly manifesting before Gu Wuchen. Such refined energy, far surpassing that of Xiao Shisan's sword bone. After a moment of reflection, Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes and swiftly consumed the halo formed from the fortune Tao. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented sensation, one of being favored by the heavenly path and acknowledged by fate. Yet, Gu Wuchen held no interest in such benevolence. After all, he was the antagonist. What need had he for the favor of the heavenly path? Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured everything associated with the fortune Tao, leaving only the most refined essence as sustenance for the devouring divine body. Thus, he acquired the blessings that the fortune Tao bestowed while remaining unimpeded by the heavenly path and fate. Having completed this, the 3rd bolt of heavenly thunder was poised to strike down at any moment. However, Gu Wuchen clearly possessed little patience left for such games with the thunder. His gaze sharpened as he casually retrieved an unnamed great blade from his spatial ring, infusing it with the path of power. He stood firm and swung it fiercely toward the tempest of heavenly tribulation. A flash of blade light erupted from the great knife, cleaving directly towards the storm clouds above. As if slicing through tofu, the calamity clouds were cleaved in 2. Yet, this was not the end. The blade's radiance, manifested by the path of power, was exceedingly domineering, cutting through the calamity clouds and leaving behind scars that stretched infinitely outward. In mere moments, the calamity clouds burst apart, the heavens above crackling with thunder and lightning, no longer able to coalesce into a complete tribulation. As the blade light pierced through, it gradually dissipated, restoring the boundless azure sky. Silently sheathing his great blade, before Gu Wuchen could make his next move, a luminous orb, imbued with the essence of thunder, plummeted from the heavens, precisely where the calamity clouds had been. What is this? Gu Wuchen pondered as he grasped the thunder orb in his hand, recalling a book he had read in the Gu family's scripture pavilion during his childhood. It detailed the extraordinary individuals among the ancestors of the Gu family, including those who had physically cleaved through calamity clouds. It was noted that, With an exceedingly minuscule probability, one might cleave forth the essence of the tribulation, manifesting as a spherical gem. However, its precise function was not recorded by the Gu family, as the likelihood was so negligible it could be dismissed entirely. Gu Wuchen understood in his heart that his fortuitous stroke of luck in producing the thunder orb could be attributed to Ouyang Qingyun's auspicious body. Stumbling into heavenly treasures while walking, accidentally sipping elixirs while drinking, these were no mere jest. Beneath him, Ouyang Qingyun remained barely alive, his breath shallow and labored, continuously emitting anguished groans. Having devoured his auspicious body, Ouyang Qingyun now held no further value. All that remained were the rewards bestowed by the system upon his demise. It was over. Gu Wuchen silently intoned, a flicker of nameless flames igniting at his fingertip, which he pressed to Ouyang Qingyun's brow. With a whoosh, the flames erupted into a fierce blaze. Ouyang Qingyun's life, flesh, and soul were utterly obliterated. Chapter 32, Activation of New Functions. Immediately thereafter, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the destined child, Ouyang Qingyun. You have obtained a 100 consecutive draws qualification in the system marketplace. Congratulations, host, for triggering hidden conditions, 2 kills of the destined child within 3 days, and acquiring the title of Great Villain of Destiny. Reward, Xianyuan Xian Kuan Bao, Red. You have acquired all items from the destined child, Ouyang Qingyun. Auspicious teaching staff, Xianbing Jade Marrow, 5 element stones. Among 2,376 treasures, can be recycled in the marketplace for marketplace coins. Detection shows you have successfully absorbed the auspicious body of the destined child, triggering hidden rewards and activating the trace investigation function of the destined child. Ding! Ouyang Qingyun's remaining opportunities. 6. Summoning the divine beast Qilin from the upper realm, now entering the upper realm, destroyed. Qinyu Mountain Range, remnants of the Feather Clan. Desolate Ancient Clan Family. Auspicious Fruit of Fortune. Qinyu Mountain Range, Ancient Clan Family? Upon seeing these 2 names, Gu Wuchen was slightly astonished. Both Qinyu Mountain Range and the Ancient Clan resided in the upper realm, indicating that the opportunities after Ouyang Qingyun did not exist within the confines of the mere water overturning realm. Contemplating the narrative's natural progression, it is evident that after Ouyang Qingyun summoned the Qilin, he was ushered into the upper realm. There, guided by his destined fate, he encountered a plethora of fortuitous opportunities, ultimately ascending to the status of an emperor. Alas, he encountered himself prematurely. Turning to the particulars of his opportunities, the Feather Clan ruins failed to pique his interest. However, the Hongyun Dao fruit ignited a fervent curiosity within him. The Hongyun Dao ranks among the foremost pathways within the myriad of 3,000 paths. Its emergence could not be overlooked, even by the esteemed Gu family, who would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to seize it. One can only imagine that had Ouyang Qingyun not met his untimely demise, acquiring the Hongyun Dao fruit would have rendered him exceedingly more formidable than an ordinary emperor upon achieving enlightenment. Subsequently, Gu Wuchen's gaze shifted to the 376 treasures laid before him, his eyes glinting in surprise. Goodness! Even as the divine scion of the Gu family, he could not help but marvel at Ouyang Qingyun's wealth. Though the quality was rather mediocre, the sheer quantity was indeed astonishing. It seemed unlikely that any treasures in the possession of Ouyang Qingyun's father could rival even a fraction of what his son held. It could be deduced that this was a boon from the Hongyun Dao body, suggesting that within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, the treasures had been thoroughly scavenged. At last, Gu Wuchen turned his attention to the newly activated functions of the system. The trace detection function pertaining to the Son of Destiny. What could that entail? Trace detection function active. The host may examine any individual or object to determine if they have intersected with the still existing Son of Destiny, thereby facilitating the search for the Son of Destiny. The description was succinct yet practical, and Gu Wuchen grasped its significance immediately. It indicated that by utilizing the system to scrutinize an individual, should they have encountered the Son of Destiny, it would be revealed. Likewise, if one were to inspect an object that had been utilized by the Son of Destiny or bore their essence, it too would be disclosed. This function undeniably simplified the quest for the Son of Destiny. Meow? The sudden call of Pai Pai interrupted Gu Wuchen's musings, as it nuzzled against him with its fluffy head, seemingly eager to communicate something. What is it? Do you wish to share something with me? Meow. Pai Pai nodded anthropomorphically, glancing at the thunder pearl clutched in Gu Wuchen's hand, unconsciously licking its lips. Do you want it? Gu Wuchen raised the thunder pearl, inquiring tentatively. Meow meow. Pai Pai nodded vigorously, saliva dripping as it extended a paw, attempting to grasp the thunder pearl. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen bestowed the thunder pearl upon Pai Pai, reasoning that it would be better to indulge its craving than to let it languish unused in his possession. Having felt that the thunder pearl did not contain the essence of the thunder Tao, but merely a potent concentration of thunder attributes, it held little significance for him. With the master's consent, Pai Pai's eyes sparkled with delight as it promptly swallowed the entire thunder pearl. In an instant, its fur bristled, accompanied by a faint electric glow, while its aura gradually intensified. Afterward, it shook its head, gradually diminishing in size until it became no larger than a palm. In a swift motion, it dove into Gu Wuchen's embrace. Before long, the sound of gentle snores emerged from within. You little rascal. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Wuchen chose not to say much, allowing it to be. Ever since consuming the Hong Dao body, he felt that Piao Piao had grown even closer to him. He recalled that Ouyang Qingyan once mentioned that those possessing the Hong Dao body could nurture auspicious beasts with their own aura of fortune, enabling these creatures to ascend to the realm of the great emperor within a century. Could it be that if Piao Piao slept in his arms for 100 years, it would achieve imperial status? At that moment, Gu Wuchen even felt a twinge of envy for this little creature, which did not have to struggle to hunt down its prey like he did. After the demise of Ouyang Qingyun, the holy master Lingxiao wasted no time, immediately ordering the encirclement and annihilation of the Furuishan sect's headquarters, sparing no living soul. Meanwhile, Gu Wuchen sat leisurely in the divine residence, reclining in a comfortable chair, studying the newly unlocked features of his system while enjoying the attentive service of the maid beside him. My lord, this grape is both plump and tender. Here. Open your mouth, Ruyan said, delicately pinching a grape and offering it to Gu Wuchen. Since the day Xiao Shan was cruelly slain, Ruyan had fully grasped the path she should take henceforth. As long as she served the divine one before her with utmost comfort, her future prospects were boundless. Beside her, however, stood Lu Xinyue, seemingly anxious and flustered. The affairs of the Mission Sword sect had been arranged, now assimilated as a subordinate force of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Although she would be under someone else's authority, at least her safety was assured. At that moment, watching Ruyan so naturally attend to their master filled her with both urgency and embarrassment. After all, having cultivated for countless years, she had always held a high position, both within her sect and in the wider world, never having engaged in such servile behavior for a man. She attempted to emulate Ruyan, picking up a grape and extending it towards Gu Wuchen's lips, but as she opened her mouth to speak, her words faltered. Master? She hesitantly met his gaze. Her face flushed, and her tongue stumbled over her words. Gu Wuchen's expression darkened as he replied, Your behavior is unbecoming of a maid. Do you not wish to be my servant? Are you having regrets? At his words, Lu Xinyue's heart trembled. Forget the terror of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Even Gu Wuchen, in his cultivation, surpassed her greatly. The thought of defying him was unthinkable, especially given the fate of Xiao Shan, which was still vividly etched in her memory. I, as a servant, would never dare to feel such a way. To become your maid is my utmost honor. Then do you understand what being a personal maid entails? I understand, master. Very well. Gu Wuchen rose from the chair, gesturing for Ruyan to step back momentarily. He then knelt down, gently grasping Lu Xinyue's delicate chin, his fingers gliding slowly as he spoke. You are aware of your constitution, known as the Xian Sacred Body. Its efficacy need not be elaborated upon. At present, my realm is stagnating at the pinnacle of the kingly stage, and I find it opportune to seek your assistance in my cultivation to break through to the emperor's stage. Is there a need for me to articulate this more plainly? No, there is no need for the servant to understand. Lu Xinyue half knelt on the ground, seemingly resigned to her fate. With hands trembling slightly, she began to shed her garments, slowly letting them fall away. Chapter 33. The True Thunder Tribulation. The Nine Heavens Annihilation Thunder Tribulation. All fell into tranquility. It is uncertain how much time passed, with a resounding shout emanating from the Divine Sun's estate. The sky was suddenly enveloped by a vast expanse of calamity clouds. The Emperor's stage Thunder Tribulation. The first Thunder Tribulation that a cultivator must endure. Gu Wuchen had already ascended to the sky, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, completely unafraid of the impending tribulation. To transcend 2 thunder tribulations in a single day, he is perhaps the only one in history capable of such a feat. This thunder tribulation was exponentially more formidable than the one he had previously endured alongside Ouyang Qingyan. After all, at that time, Ouyang Qingyan had drawn forth the kingly stage thunder tribulation, while he himself was merely at the pinnacle of the kingly stage, not having yet reached the emperor stage. The combined intensity of those tribulations was far inferior to the one he was about to face as he approached the emperor stage. High above, the calamity clouds thickened, and lightning flickered, as if the entire water realm trembled in response. Numerous ancient beings, who had long been secluded in hidden places, were abruptly awakened, spitting blood in shock as they gazed at the sky. They had been interrupted from their deep meditations, and ordinarily, one would expect them to fly into a rage. Yet upon witnessing the calamity clouds, their anger transformed into gleeful anticipation. Aha! Such a terrifying thunder tribulation, another prodigious talent is destined to fall here. No. Since my seclusion has been interrupted, I must go and see for myself. In an instant, countless old monsters from the lower realms emerged from their retreats, all converging towards the Lingxiao Sacred Ground, eager to discover who possessed the ability to summon such a dreadful thunder tribulation. At this moment, beside the Divine Sun Peak, the Lingxiao Sacred Master and the various peak lords looked on with troubled expressions. They were utterly bewildered. Could the Divine Sun not take a moment to allow the hearts of these elderly ones to rest for a mere 2 or 3 days? How much time has passed since the last tribulation? And now, another, even more terrifying thunder tribulation. Master, does this thunder tribulation resemble the 9 heavens annihilation thunder tribulation recorded in the texts? Inquired one of the oldest and most esteemed peak lords. 9 heavens annihilation? The sacred master furrowed his brow, gazing at the 9 layers of calamity clouds, and suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, what lay before them was the so-called nightmare of geniuses, the 9 heavens annihilation thunder tribulation. Its distinctive feature is the division of calamity clouds into 9 layers, each containing 9 thunder tribulations, summing up to a staggering 81 strikes of thunder. He had never heard of anyone surviving such a thunder tribulation. Yet now, he found himself powerless. The jade pendant from the Gu family, which he had hoped would summon aid from the upper realm, lay shattered in his grasp, and still, he had not seen anyone from the Gu family. Perhaps the Divine Sun possesses hidden cards and does not fear this thunder tribulation? He could only comfort himself with this thought. Above the Divine Sun Peak, the calamity clouds continued to gather, forming a thunder pool within, where countless bolts of lightning coalesced into fearsome thunder dragons. They roared and writhed, even emanating a subtle aura of heavenly might. Standing atop the mountain, Gu Wuchen felt a stirring within his heart, and in an instant, an ancient and imposing divine bow materialized in his grasp. Its entirety shimmered with a golden hue, adorned with ancient inscriptions that occasionally emitted a dazzling radiance. This was none other than the Xianyuan Qiankuan Bao, which had emerged after the defeat of Ouyang Qingyun. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to test its might and ascertain whether it rivaled the formidable power of the Qiankuan Bao that resided in his memory. With such thoughts, Gu Wuchen lifted his gaze to the billowing calamity clouds, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. Is it not yet fully condensed? If it continues to linger, I may be compelled to take the initiative. As if responding to Gu Wuchen's mockery, the calamity clouds finally stirred. A first bolt of thunder crashed down, as thick as a colossal pillar, tearing through the heavens and striking directly above Gu Wuchen's head. Excellent. His eyes flickered. This bolt of tribulation was infinitely stronger than the second one faced by Ouyang Qingyun, and it was precisely the tribulation he sought. With his left hand grasping the bow and his right hand drawing the string, the mysterious inscriptions upon the bow glimmered with brilliance, and a resplendent arrow swiftly coalesced. Originally, Gu Wuchen's current strength was insufficient to draw the Xianyuan Qiankuan Bao, but one must not forget that he had mastered the path of strength. With the enhancement from the path of strength, the Xianyuan Qiankuan Bao was drawn to its fullest arc. With a single arrow, the universe was pierced. The arrow transformed into a beam of golden light that surged toward the thunder. Upon collision, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying heavenly tribulation was rent asunder by the arrow, dispersing into countless tiny sparks of lightning that vanished into the air. The calamity clouds seemed incensed by this, roiling with increased ferocity as a more fearsome thunder dragon rapidly took shape. Saint Lord, how confident are you that this arrow can withstand such power? The terrifying might of the arrow was palpable even to those far away, including the likes of Saint Lord Lingxiao, who felt a genuine apprehension. The Saint Lord was already aware that his own prowess had surpassed the Emperor realm, elevating him to a level attainable only in the upper realms. Yet even so, confronted with Gu Wuchen's arrow, he held no confidence in his ability to endure it. He slowly shook his head and remarked, "The strength of the divine sun is beyond our capacity to contend with. To put it plainly, if you were to line up to obstruct it, that arrow could instantaneously pierce you altogether. At best, you would lose your cultivation. At worst, your very souls would scatter." A collective gasp escaped the mouths of the mountain lords, who stepped back in unison, unable to conceal their astonishment. Fortunately, they were allies of the divine sun. Amidst their reflections, the second bolt of thunder descended, even more ferocious and colossal, roaring toward the unyielding figure standing in the sky. Indeed, now this resembled a true heavenly tribulation. Wuchen laughed heartily, drawing the bow once more, this time conjuring two Qiankuan arrows, each imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Go! The two arrows transformed into beams of golden light, hurtling toward the thunder dragon that had manifested from the second bolt of tribulation. In an instant, they collided, erupting into a blinding radiance. As if the very heavens and earth were being consumed by this light, the thunder dragon let out a mournful wail, only to be pierced by the two arrows. Firmly impaled in midair, the restless thunder dragon writhed, yet could not escape the arrows that pierced it. With each convulsion, the power of thunder within it dissipated, and in but a moment, the colossal dragon vanished entirely. However, the tribulation was far from over. Rather, it had only just begun. The third lightning tribulation descended with the swiftness of a striking serpent. Wuchen knocked an arrow, conjuring 3 arrows that shot forth with unrelenting force. 3 arrows were loosed. Boom. The fourth lightning tribulation brought forth 4 arrows. The 27th tribulation summoned 27 arrows. As time passed, an increasing number of formidable beings gathered around the periphery of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Though they dared not venture within, they were undeterred in their observation from outside. After all, the might of the heavenly tribulation was not something the protective formation could shield against. Who was it that dared to face such a trial with such valor? This question echoed among the assembled strong, yet the answer remained singular. Unknown. Chapter 34. The Arrival of Gu Chensi, the Unyielding Sword Fairy. In the blink of an eye, all 72 bolts of tribulation lightning from the first 8 layers of the 9 heavens mysterious annihilation thunder tribulation had concluded. The once grand and majestic divine sun peak was now reduced to rubble, with only a steadfast figure standing resolutely in the high sky, bow in hand, showing no sign of retreat. The 9th and final layer of tribulation clouds began to brew slowly, absorbing the essence of the previous 8 layers, coalescing into the most fearsome tempest of tribulation. Wuchen, with disheveled hair and piercing gaze, fixed his eyes upon the heavens. The bow in his hand was drawn to its fullest, awaiting the descent of the tribulation clouds, ready to conjure 73 arrows in response. At that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the void, not far from the Lingxiao Sacred Land. An aura from the upper realms surged forth like a heavy hammer, causing many cultivators nearby, who had been eagerly watching Wuchen's tribulation, to suffer grievous injuries and spit blood. Even so, they dared not utter a word of complaint, hastily retreating several dozen miles. Holding their breath, their eyes fixed upon the rift, they understood that someone from the upper realms had arrived, not merely any ordinary force from above. Among these sovereigns of the imperial realm, the arrival of beings from the upper realms was no secret. However, it typically occurred in secrecy, never in such a grand display. For the lower realms also adhered to their own order. If any upper realm force were to descend recklessly, chaos would surely ensue. Most critically, the lower realms were protected by a powerful force. The rift widened, large enough for a person to pass through, and then it finally halted, forming a hollow space. Before the eyes of all, a slender figure clad in a white sword robe, bearing a blue longsword and adorned with a veil, emerged from the void. The newcomer was none other than Gu Chensi, sent by Wuchen's mother, Murong Yunj, to safeguard her son. As she made her entrance, the sharp sword intent radiating from her being caused all present to shiver with trepidation. Such terrifying sword might. What kind of figure from the upper realms has descended? In their hearts, they questioned fervently, yet dared not utter a single breath, silently bowing their heads, no longer daring to gaze upon the terrifying figure in the sky. As the woman emerged, her beautiful eyes, concealed beneath her veil, fixated intently on the man undergoing tribulation at the sacred land of Lingxiao. Was this the 9 heavens mysterious annihilation thunder tribulation? How could such a fearsome lightning tribulation exist? Was it not previously conveyed that it was merely an ordinary thunder tribulation? A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Qinxi's exquisite visage just as she prepared to step forward into the sacred land of Lingxiao. In the distance, two figures, one tall and the other stout, raced towards her. Their arrival was heralded by their voices before they even appeared. You dare to recklessly intrude upon the water reversal realm, disregarding the authority of the monitoring pavilion? Upon hearing the name of the monitoring pavilion, the gathered powerful figures, who had been bowing their heads, were simultaneously taken aback, secretly acknowledging that they had indeed arrived. The formidable force maintaining order in the lower realm was precisely why those from the upper realm dared not venture carelessly into the lower realm. Rumor had it that the monitoring pavilion benefited from the heavenly path. Even the mightiest factions would not easily provoke them to evade unnecessary troubles. Before long, the two members of the monitoring pavilion stood before Gu Qinxi, cloaked in dark robes, their voices hoarse. According to the rules, those from the upper realm who descend to the lower realm must face a 15-day imprisonment. Will you come with us, or shall we employ force to escort you? Those from the Gu family, irrelevant persons, leave. Gu Qinxi uttered no further words. With a mere gesture, two streaks of sword qi shot forth, aimed directly at the two before her. The swiftness was beyond evasion. Whoosh whoosh. A flash of white light surged forth. Two heads flew from beneath the dark cloaks. Blood rained down, splattering upon the figures below, rendering them cold all over. They are dead. The representatives of the monitoring pavilion, absolute rulers of the lower realm, have been slain in an instant? Gazing at the heads rolling upon the ground, they were utterly dumbfounded. This shattered their long-held worldview. In that moment, they yearned to flee swiftly, yet the Reaper in the sky remained still, forcing them to imagine themselves as mere mice, huddled in place, hoping not to be noticed. Gu Qinxi's eyes were filled with indifference, as though she had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. In the next instant, her figure vanished from sight, reappearing at the periphery of the ruins of the Divine Sun Peak, where Gu Wuchen was undergoing tribulation. Upon seeing Gu Qinxi's arrival, the Lingxiao sovereign and the assembly of peak lords and elders immediately bowed in greeting. Gu Qinxi, however, merely cast a fleeting glance at them. No need for excessive formalities. Inform me why the young master finds himself beneath the nine heavens' mysterious annihilation thunder tribulation. This greatly deviates from the message you conveyed to the Gu family. Her tone revealed no discernible emotion, yet the hearts of the Lingxiao sovereign and the others were taut with anxiety. They had clearly witnessed how the representatives of the monitoring pavilion, upon merely uttering a phrase in accordance with the rules, were dispatched by the Reaper before them in a single strike. It was beyond the realm of reason. Who could fathom whether she might, in a fit of rage regarding the Divine Sun, decide to eliminate them as well? Simultaneously, she inwardly lamented, "Sister, you could have arrived a bit earlier. This is already the second wave of tribulations." It was during the first wave of tribulations that he sought assistance from Gu Wuchen. However, despite her inner grievances, the Holy Master Lingxiao maintained a posture of utmost respect, relaying the events of the day faithfully to the woman before him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber of the monitoring pavilion's branch within the water reversal realm, two soul tokens suddenly shattered explosively. The cloaked figure seated nearby, deep in meditation, abruptly awoke, his gaze fixated on the scattered remnants of the broken soul tokens. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Lao Wu, Lao Lu, are they dead?" His breath caught in his throat, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his position, urgently needing to report this news to headquarters. It was beyond his control now. After hearing the account from the Holy Master Lingxiao, Gu Qinxi nodded slightly and turned her attention to Gu Wuchen, who was undergoing his tribulation. In just a year, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the King realm, achieving breakthroughs at an astonishing pace. Suddenly recalling something, a faint blush appeared on her delicate face beneath the veil. But she quickly regained her composure, spitting in disdain as if feeling shameful for her thoughts. Beside her, the Holy Master Lingxiao was nearly overwhelmed with fear. He kept his head bowed, not daring to meet Gu Qinxi's gaze. Upon hearing her spit, he assumed she was reproaching him for failing to protect the Divine Sun and was about to face punishment, so he hurriedly began to explain. "My lord, this matter truly has nothing to do with me." "Enough, no need for further words," Gu Qinxi interrupted him decisively. "You needn't linger here. Continue your pursuit of the remnants of the Fruition sect. I shall ensure that the young master remains unharmed." Upon hearing this, the Holy Master Lingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and hastily made arrangements to proceed to the Fruition sect. With the presence of the Lady Sword Immortal, he felt assured that he need not concern himself further with the main headquarters or Gu Wuchen. Before long, Gu Qinzi stood alone, her face obscured by a veil, gazing with a complex expression at Gu Wuchen, who was enduring the tribulation. During this interval, the 9th layer of tribulation clouds had unleashed 6 bolts, leaving only 3 remaining. The most formidable of them all, the 79th bolt of tribulation. Gu Wuchen drew his bowstring taut, 79 arrows coalescing upon the Qian Kuan bow, with a simultaneous release. Each arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking true at every part of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon was pierced through, shattering into nothingness. The 80th bolt of tribulation. 70 arrows were released once more. As yet another Thunder Dragon disintegrated, the clouds of tribulation fell into a brief silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The final bolt signified the culmination of the previous 80 tribulations, with countless talents having perished beneath its weight. Outside, Gu Qinzi stood poised, ready to act at a moment's notice. She had brought numerous items with her, including treasures capable of forcibly resisting the tribulation and altering fate itself. Boom. The last bolt of tribulation finally descended. To be precise, it was as if 81 bolts of tribulation fell simultaneously. 81 ferocious thunder dragons churned restlessly, striking towards Gu Wuchen from all directions like beams of light, as if the heavens themselves sought to eradicate this defiant individual who dared to alter fate. At this moment, Gu Wuchen focused his mind, concentrating entirely on the bow and arrow in his hands, ignoring the multitude of thunder dragons. With a slight lift of his arm, 81 arrows materialized on the Qian Kuan bow, forming a dense skeletal shape. Whoosh! Each arrow corresponded to a thunder dragon, colliding with tremendous force in an instant. The earth trembled, and the entire water-covering realm shuddered in response. Ascending to the royal realm, success. Countless individuals were momentarily engulfed in a deafening silence, overwhelmed by a power that transcended the lower realms, plunging them into profound panic. Gu Qinzi gazed at the calamity, her serene and exquisite visage betraying a rare hint of urgency. As time elapsed, the ominous clouds dissipated entirely, and Gu Wuchen stood tall in the heavens, silently stowing away the Qian Kuan bow, only then noticing Gu Qinzi's arrival. "Oh, what brings you here?" Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow and approached her. "Young master, are you unscathed?" Gu Qinzi spoke, her crimson lips parting as she produced a milky white pill, offering it to Gu Wuchen. "This is from my master. You must take it quickly. It is highly effective in healing injuries." Having tossed the pill into his mouth, Gu Wuchen felt a surge of pure energy coursing through his meridians. Though he bore no injuries, the fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished entirely. Mother is always so thoughtful. But why did she send you this time? Surely she doesn't wish to keep an eye on me? After regaining his strength, Gu Wuchen spoke with a hint of resignation. He was all too familiar with the stunning sword immortal before him, having grown up alongside her, knowing each phase of her development intimately. After all, they had practically shared a bath since childhood, making them childhood sweethearts. His mother's sole disciple was 5 years his senior and bore the title of the greatest genius in swordsmanship in millennia. At just over 20, her cultivation had reached a terrifying supreme realm, a rarity even in the upper realms. Compared to the prodigies of other prominent families, her prowess was unmatched. Noticing that Gu Wuchen seemed less than enthusiastic about her presence, Gu Qinzi appeared somewhat disheartened. "Master is concerned for you. That is why she sent me. After all, you recklessly intruded upon someone else's tribulation." "Haha, I was merely jesting. I'm pleased you could come." Gu Wuchen laughed heartily, naturally taking her delicate hand and walking alongside her. "Tell me, during this past year and more of honing my mind in the lower realm, how have my parents fared? Are they still in good spirits?" Held by his hand, Gu Qinzi felt a stirring within her heart but bore no resentment, allowing him to grasp her hand as she replied softly, "They are well. It is merely due to your training in the lower realms that Master returns home only once a year." As soon as she returned, she promptly dispatched me to ensure your safety, young master. Speaking of which, your progress has indeed been remarkable. Not only have you advanced to the Imperial Ascendance realm within a year, but you have also attracted the legendary 9 Heavens Xin Mie Thunder Tribulation. If Master were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. I, on the other hand, am a product of gradual accumulation. Having consumed countless rare herbs and treasures since childhood, even a pig would eventually show some merit. Gu Wuchen jested. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the new residence of the Divine Sun. Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue had long awaited their return at the entrance, standing respectfully on either side. As they prepared to approach their master, the sight of Gu Qinzi beside him halted their steps abruptly. She was breathtakingly beautiful. A wave of self-consciousness washed over them. At that moment, Gu Qinci had removed her veil, and her silken hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was as translucent as snow, delicate to the touch. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, while her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, shimmering with the light of distant stars, embodying an elusive depth amidst her cool demeanor. Clad in a simple white sword robe, cinched at the waist with a black ribbon that accentuated her slender form, even the loose garment could not conceal her alluring curves. Observing such a flawless woman, hand in hand with their master, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue found themselves in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to advance or remain still. Both of you may retire for now. Should I require your assistance, I shall summon you. Gu Wuchen waved his hand, dismissing the two women, for with Gu Qinci's arrival, their services were temporarily unnecessary. He was, after all, the antagonist. Matters of affection were reserved for the protagonists, and the inclusion of these two women was merely a pursuit of personal desire. Understood, master. The two women curtsied gracefully before departing, allowing Gu Wuchen to lead Gu Qinci into the residence. They walked to a stone table in a courtyard, where Gu Qinci appeared to be hesitant, as if on the verge of speaking. Young master, if there is something to discuss, please do so. There is no need for us to feel shy. Gu Wuchen poured her a cup of tea, smiling warmly. Very well, but I must warn you, young master, do not take offense, she replied. Of course. After taking a gentle sip of her tea, Gu Qinci continued, I sensed your essence emanating from those two women earlier. It seems they have indeed been favored by you. Yet, considering your esteemed status, how could those women from the lower realms possibly be worthy? Even to be chosen as maidservants would be an elevation for them. Therefore, I propose that if you still have needs, we might explore other avenues, much like before, which could alleviate your burden somewhat. Chapter 36. Investigating the Signs of the Chosen One. Just as Gu Wuchen took a sip of his tea, he instantly spat it out, splattering the unsuspecting Gu Qinci's face. Her visage became drenched, with droplets cascading from her hairline, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. We shall discuss this matter later. Let us set it aside for the time being. After a few coughs, Gu Wuchen's face flushed with embarrassment, inwardly lamenting his blunder. The once ethereal and aloof female sword immortal, untouched by the mundane world, has now succumbed to an incongruous transformation. This predicament is, to some extent, self-inflicted. After all, my arrival in this realm was as a mere embryo, yet my actual age reflects over 2 decades of existence. Faced with such a captivating maiden, how could one possibly maintain composure? The crux of the matter lies in the uniqueness of Gu Qinci's constitution, which her mother painstakingly procured for her future cultivation endeavors. As I remain incapable of achieving the sacred realm, I cannot hasten the final step. However, in those early days, my cultivation was quite rudimentary, confined within the Gu household with no avenues for escape, save for the company of Gu Qinci. Consequently, through years of gentle persuasion, we nearly traversed every boundary, save for that final step, with me, the seasoned guide, leading the way. Young master, are you all right? Gu Qinci, snapping back to reality, swiftly produced a handkerchief to tenderly wipe the corner of Gu Wuchen's mouth, while effortlessly erasing the moisture from her own visage with a delicate touch. I'm fine, truly. As for what you just mentioned, please refrain from bringing it up in front of my mother. Understood. Gu Qinci nodded obediently, recognizing this as a secret shared solely between the two of them, one that had yet to be discovered by their master. Speaking of which, the master still believes their relationship to be quite ordinary, oblivious to the depths of their shared experiences since Gu Wuchen's maturation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so wary of her. Resuming his seat, Gu Wuchen prepared another pot of tea, albeit his gaze frequently drifted towards the rounded contours of Gu Qinci where she sat upon the stone chair. A soft thud, the mere mention of the past, now conjured by Gu Qinci, inevitably stirred memories of what had transpired. I wonder how she endured the pain back then. Indeed, I am quite formidable. Struggling to divert his gaze, Gu Wuchen felt a pressing urgency towards elevating his cultivation. It seems that slaying more fated children is essential for an early breakthrough. By the way, I have yet to utilize the 100 consecutive draws from defeating Ouyang Qingyun. I hope they yield something worthwhile. Lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Enter. Lu Ruyan entered, delicately balancing a platter of fruit. She kept her head bowed, striving to adopt the most humble demeanor possible, for she understood that in the presence of such a flawless woman, silence was the wisest choice. Meanwhile, Gu Qinci resumed her cool and distant demeanor, sipping her tea in silence. Setting the fruits upon the stone table, Ruyan slightly inclined her body and spoke. The elders stationed at the Holy Land request that this servant inquire of the esteemed Son of God. There are numerous ancient beings lingering outside, yet to depart. Should we send them away promptly? Oh, what are they doing out there? Surely they do not intend to assault our Holy Land? That would be splendid, Gu Wuchen replied. Bewildered, as he had been preoccupied with transcending the thunder tribulation and was unaware of the unfolding events. The situation is as follows. Gu Chenxi began to recount the trivial occurrences since her arrival. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen nodded slightly. Showing little concern for her claim of casually dispatching 2 members of the monitoring sky pavilion. This was in line with the Gu family's modus operandi, after all. They were the antagonists. As for the multitude of formidable figures outside, it seemed they dared not depart without Gu Chenxi's command. Given the caliber of a powerhouse like Gu Chenxi, attempting to flee would be utterly futile, regardless of the distance they might travel. A gathering of ancient beings. One could surmise that many had already felt the repercussions. Recalling the newly activated skill, the trace detection system, Gu Wuchen made a decisive choice. Let us venture forth and see if these ancient beings can offer me some surprises. Outside the Lingxiao Sacred Land. As one of the most powerful factions in the overflowing water realm, it was expected that no one would dare linger here. However, today was different. First, Gu Wuchen attracted the 9 heavens' mysterious obliteration thunder calamity, capturing the attention of these ancient beings who came to investigate. Then, Gu Chenxi descended from the upper realm, swiftly eliminating 2 members of the monitoring sky pavilion, which instilled fear in the rest, preventing them from leaving in haste lest they provoke misfortune. Before long, a man and a woman emerged from the sacred land, hovering in the heavens and surveying the crowd below. Greetings, fairy. Upon Gu Chenxi's appearance, the numerous ancient beings below promptly knelt, not daring to show any signs of disrespect. In the sky, Gu Chenxi stood beside Gu Wuchen, her long sword resting on her back, completely indifferent to those beneath them. Her sole purpose for this journey was to ensure the young master's safety. Of course, should the need arise, she could also assist him in unwinding. Casting a sweeping glance across the crowd, Gu Wuchen quietly activated the bond detection system. Instantly, a myriad of panels materialized above everyone's heads. Almost all were uniformly white, save for one individual who emanated a faint red glow from above. Indeed, it exists, Gu Wuchen exclaimed with delight. The red glow indicated a connection with the Child of Destiny, suggesting that this person had received a measure of protection from the heavenly Tao, which would offer them benefits when the Child of Destiny followed a righteous path in the future. Even though the red glow was quite faint, its existence was undeniable. With a subtle glance towards Gu Chenxi, she nodded in understanding. Transforming her fingertip into a sword, she enveloped the indicated individual in sword energy and drew them closer. Subsequently, the 2 returned to the Lingxiao Sacred Land, leaving the ancient beings below in a state of bewilderment. Shall we go? Or shall we stay? To leave would mean risking the ire of the female sword immortal should she choose to pursue them. Yet, remaining meant they were still kneeling, should they rise. Let us remain kneeling, they ultimately decided, as it was better than facing death. Upon returning to the sacred land, the 2 did not head back to the Divine Son's estate, but instead ventured into a dense bamboo grove. Gu Chenxi released the individual they had brought along. It was an elderly man, his hair a mix of white and gray, with a deep scar running across his left cheek. Gu Wuchen promptly opened his panel. Name, Zhang Bai. Title, Guide of the Chaos Sanctuary, responsible for seeking out individuals with cultivation talent and delivering them to the sanctuary. Age, 863 years. Realm, 7th level of the King's domain. Physique, none. Fate, modest blessings. Connection with the Child of Destiny. Previously guided the Child of Destiny Ji Yun to join the Chaos Sanctuary. Chapter 37. Casting the Net. Ji Yun? Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow. It has come. The next Child of Destiny. Destined to join one of the sanctuaries renowned alongside the Lingxiao Sacred Master. I ask you, Gu Wuchen inquired of the somewhat bewildered elder before him. Ji Yun, do you recognize this name? The elder paused, taken aback by the question, but after careful contemplation, he replied, I have lived for several centuries. And while there are no less than 800 individuals named Ji Yun, I am uncertain which one you refer to, esteemed sir. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen himself was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that Ji Yun is indeed a rather common name, consisting of merely 2 characters. Although the waterfall realm is a lower realm, it is vastly larger than Earth in his past life, making it quite normal for names to be shared. Have you ever guided an individual named Ji Yun, or perhaps several? The elder's expression instantly morphed into one of distress. To be honest, esteemed sir, I am indeed responsible for the guiding work, but there are numerous children I have guided, and we only label them with numbers. Only after passing the sanctuary's assessments do we record their names again. Furthermore, there are many guiding halls established throughout the lower realms, where many simply pass through to undergo evaluations at the sanctuary. I have not retained precise names. Enough. Gu Wuchen raised his hand to interrupt the elder, having comprehended the situation. At present, knowing merely the name Ji Yun does not allow for precise identification of an individual. The current child of destiny, Ji Yun, could have joined the Chaos Sanctuary many years ago, quietly cultivating, or perhaps is still on the way to participate in the sanctuary's assessments. Either scenario remains plausible. Therefore, I shall dispatch someone to assist you in your search for Ji Yun, documenting all who meet the criteria. However, remember, do not act hastily. After recording, I shall personally handle it. Upon concluding, Gu Wuchen summoned Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, who, armed with her own authority, could better facilitate cooperation from the Lingxiao members to accomplish the task. As for the requirements, within the last 5 years, no, 10 years, every individual who has joined the Chaos Sanctuary and is named Ji Yun must be accounted for, without exception. Naturally, those en route to assessments should not be overlooked. I grant you 3 days for this endeavor. This demand had been meticulously contemplated by Gu Wuchen. For if Ji Yun had already been a member of the Chaos Sanctuary for over a decade, based on the nature of the heavenly Tao, he would likely be quite close to attaining the status of an emperor. Thus, extending the timeline to within 10 years is a most prudent casting of the net. After issuing these instructions, Lu Ruyan departed with several elders from the Lingxiao Sacred Land, alongside the guide. Beside him, Gu Chenxi could not refrain from inquiring, "Young master, what is the background of Ji Yun that warrants such considerable effort on your part?" With a coy smile, Gu Wuchen teased, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged." Gu Chenxi, displaying her astuteness, chose not to press further and redirected the conversation. "What are your plans for the next step, young master?" According to the family's ancestral teachings, one must endure 3 years of trials in the lower realm before returning to the upper realm. However, as you have already ascended to the imperial realm, remaining in the lower realm holds little significance. You may petition to return to the family ahead of schedule, without the necessity of fulfilling the 3-year term. Gu Wuchen pondered. You are indeed correct. Nevertheless, before I return, there are certain possessions of mine that I must reclaim. In 3 days, we shall venture to the extreme north to acquire a rare flame. Rare flame. Upon hearing this, an unusual expression flickered across Gu Chenxi's exquisite features. The existence of such a divine entity, one that even the Gu family could not afford to overlook, appearing in the lower realm without detection was simply astonishing. It is well known that the monitoring pavilion not only maintains order in the lower realm, but also amasses a substantial collection of treasures for its own purposes. It can be said that any treasure that would entice even them is unlikely to fall into the hands of those native to the lower realm, unless it is something like the Lingxiao Holy Land, which has its own representatives present. Meanwhile, at the monitoring pavilion, one of the major superpowers in the upper realm, renowned for being among the few forces with quasi-emperor level experts, the atmosphere within the grand hall was thick with tension. The deputy pavilion master sat in the main seat, his face a mask of fury. Humph. The water boundary is indeed unsettled. Initially, we turned a blind eye to the Qilin phantom that infiltrated it, considering the face of the purple Qilin in Ziyun. However, the recent emergence of a force that has descended in person to slay members of our pavilion is an outright affront. Do they truly regard the monitoring pavilion as a second-rate power? Eldarine, I entrust the matter of the death retracement to you. Investigate who possesses such reckless audacity. Yes. Soon after, an image materialized within the grand hall, depicting 2 individuals, those who had previously been slain by Gu Chenxi, the 5th and 6th members. Strangely, the figure responsible for their demise was not visible. One could only faintly hear the words, "The Gu family takes action," before the vision concluded. The Gu family? Do we have such a force in the upper realm? The deputy pavilion master furrowed his brow, sensing familiarity with the name, yet unable to place it, wondering if it could be a minor clan. However, the elder beside him suddenly trembled, his voice quaking as he remarked, "Deputy pavilion master, could it be the lifelong Gu family, the foremost among the 5 ancient families?" The lifelong Gu family. At this revelation, the deputy pavilion master's mind was engulfed in a whirlwind, momentarily incapacitated. How could he be unaware of the Gu family? Yet, the distance was not merely geographical. It was a chasm of status so profound that they did not even belong to the same echelon. It was exceedingly rare to encounter a member of the Gu family, leading him to never have considered this possibility. Now, the deputy pavilion master was thrown into a state of panic, his eyes widening as he stared at Elder Ein. The Gu family? Are you certain? Yes, quite certain, Elder Ein replied gravely, nodding his head. The formidable reputation of the Gu family is universally acknowledged. Any other minor clans bearing the surname Gu dare not claim association, opting instead to adopt surnames such as Gu or Gu. Thus, the Gu family stands unparalleled. The vice leader, unable to contain his emotions any longer, erupted in a frenzied roar, unleashing a torrent of expletives. You will accompany me immediately to apologize and prepare substantial gifts. Hoping it is not too late. Yes, vice leader. However, the Gu family is quite distant from us. It may take some time to arrive. Should we consult the leader to activate the temporal arc? The crowd timidly suggested. To hell with the Gu family. That is a path to death. The vice leader forcefully struck the speaker, sending him flying. We shall seek out the parties involved, imploring their forgiveness. If we venture to the Gu family, we shall likely be obliterated before we even utter a word. Chapter 38. A simple task above the boundless plains. A man and a woman soared through the skies, their feet resting upon long swords. Young master, please lower your hand a bit. It is quite difficult for me to maintain my balance. Oh, my apologies. Continue flying. Gu Wuchen begrudgingly lowered his hand a few inches until it rested upon Gu Chenxi's waist, finally ceasing his movements. In truth, with Gu Chenxi's presence, they could traverse the entirety of the lower realms in an instant. Even in the supreme realm, though there would be some restraint in the lower realms, their speed would be no jest. The idea of flying on swords had been proposed by Gu Wuchen. In his youth, he often played this way, and lacking sufficient cultivation, he would have Gu Chenxi carry him, all the while testing her resolve with playful antics. As 2 hours passed, deliberately slowed, the pair reached the northern part of the continent, where snow-capped mountains were abundant, and the temperature had plummeted by several degrees. By the way, I recall that the headquarters of the Fortune and Blessing sect is not far from here. I wonder how Lingxiao and the others are faring, Gu Wuchen mused. At their speed, they should not have arrived yet, Gu Chenxi pondered in response. I estimate it will take another 7 or 8 hours to reach this point. Shall we pay a visit first? That is precisely my intention. With that, a streak of white light sliced through the sky, heading straight for the Fortune and Blessing sect. At this moment, the sect was a gathering of numerous strong individuals. The sect leader, Ouyang Wanli, stood above, clad in white mourning attire, gazing indifferently at the proceedings. He had learned of his son's demise through the soul plate at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, only hatred consumed him. This loss not only extinguished his lineage but also obliterated the flicker of hope that had ignited within his sect after countless millennia. The Hongyan Dao body, even in the absence of auspicious beasts, held limitless potential. At the very least, it would secure a place for itself in the upper realm. But now, all was lost. Everything had been destroyed at the hands of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Ouyang Wanli vowed that he would not rest until Lingxiao was annihilated. He would never advance in cultivation again. Brothers and sisters of the sect. His rugged voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Our sect, known as Fortune and Blessing, symbolizes harmony and peace, and we have never engaged in conflict. We are a prestigious and righteous sect. My son, on the day of his birth, heralded auspicious signs for miles around, akin to a celestial being descending upon the world. It was the honor of the entire water-overturning realm. Indeed, this is about to bring forth an auspicious child for us, who perished at the hands of the sacred land of Lingxiao, employing exceedingly cruel methods. It has utterly obliterated the fortune of our sect, as well as that of the entire world. What do you propose we should do? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Let us ascend to the sacred land of Lingxiao. Let us seek justice for the young master. Let us avenge our sect. Observing this scene, Ouyang Wanli nodded with satisfaction. This is the power of the divine sect's call. Once he delivers an inspiring speech, they will undoubtedly rally with unwavering support. Although he harbored little hope for this venture, the audacity with which the sacred land of Lingxiao dared to slay his son and extinguish his aspirations compelled him to fight back fiercely. Very well. If that is the case, let us set forth at once. With a grand gesture, a colossal ark materialized above the divine sect. While it lacked the grandeur of Gu Wuchen's vessel, it excelled in size, capable of transporting many at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sounds of slicing air echoed as people hurried aboard the ark. Just then, an inconspicuous sword light surged from the distance. There was no time for any reaction. Swish. The sword light cleaved through, severing the massive arc in two. Those standing at its center met with utter demise, falling without a trace. Who dares? Ouyang Wanli was taken aback. Even with his peak cultivation at the Emperor realm, he could not discern who had struck. In the distance, Gu Wuchen and another appeared, gliding through the air. Ouyang Wanli, father of Ouyang Qingyun, I come here to inquire of you one matter alone. Have you gathered all the formidable beings of the Fortune and Blessing sect here? Who are you? Why do you appear in my sect? Ouyang Wanli soared into the air. Confronting Gu Wuchen at a short distance, his brow furrowed, the treasured blade of his life gripped tightly in his hand. You are not worthy to know who I am. I have stated that I come solely to ask you one question, Gu Wuchen replied, shaking his head slightly. All your sect's people have gathered here. Is there anyone missing? You. Ouyang Wanli was incensed by the sheer disregard shown towards him, as the adversary refused to answer his inquiry. Yet the recent sword light left him wary of hasty actions. He had no doubt regarding the sword's might, sufficient to pierce through his defenses effortlessly. Contemplating the identity of his opponent, he cautiously inquired, Are you perhaps from the sacred land of Lingxiao? To have slain my son and aimed to obliterate my sect? As the words escaped his lips, he grew increasingly convinced of their validity. Otherwise, why would they arrive at such a fortuitous moment, slaughtering so many of their powerful members? The crowd aboard the Ark surged forth upon hearing the name of the sacred land of Lingxiao, encircling Gu Wuchen and his companion tightly. Noting the lack of rebuttal, Ouyang Wanli affirmed his hypothesis. They are indeed from the sacred land of Lingxiao, intent on eradicating us. Despicable, they are far too arrogant. The grip on his long blade tightened, the sound of creaking echoing in the air. In that moment, his fury reached its zenith. Anger shattered his reason. And with his peak cultivation in the Emperor realm unleashed, he vanished from his position, brandishing his long blade. In the next moment, he reappeared before Gu Wuchen and his companion, his long knife raised high, and with a fierce swing, he bellowed, Die. As his words echoed, Gu Chenxi softly uttered a single word, Freeze. Instantly, time seemed to halt. Ouyang Wanli was immobilized in mid-swing, his eyes unable to blink. Then, a crisp and melodious sound of shattering emerged. Half of Ouyang Wanli's body exploded in a violent eruption, flesh and blood raining down from the sky. His innards laid bare for all to see. The young master has one question to ask you. Are there any disciples yet to arrive? This horrifying scene terrified many, and some timid souls stammered in response. And no, they have all come. The master has summoned us back to the sect 3 days ago, claiming that significant matters were afoot. We never anticipated returning only to hear of the young master's demise. Gu Wuchen turned his gaze toward the speaker, offering a smile. Indeed, finally someone who comprehends human speech. Since you are all present, there is no need for anyone to leave. And you, for your articulate contribution, shall be rewarded with a final audience with the flag. With that, a colossal, blood-red banner, shrouded in black smoke, loomed ominously above the sect. Heavenly Emperor's banner, arise. Fellow Taoists, please proceed. A chilling, malevolent wind swept through the entire sect. Its pull was so powerful that even the mightiest within the sect could not resist its grasp. From within the banner emerged dozens of vengeful spirits, carried by the wicked wind, harvesting the lives of all present. Is that the Grand Elder? And the Second Elder? How have they become spirits? No, please don't come any closer. Upon recognizing the true nature of the phantoms, they were instantly paralyzed by fear, turning to flee. Yet the entire sect was already enveloped by the Heavenly Emperor's banner. Escaping was futile, and even moving an inch proved to be an arduous task. Please don't kill me. You are so ruthless. The agonized cries erupted from every mouth, their last recourse, for beyond this, they awaited their demise. Ouyang Wanli remained fixed in his chopping motion, his visage contorted with rage, most of his body already lost, the malevolent wind incessantly tugging at his organs. The suffocating pain. The immobile form, in the most despairing manner, his consciousness dissipated completely. Soon, the once mighty Furuishan sect was left desolate, devoid of any living soul. What remained were mere objects, now devoid of their masters. After concluding this grim task, Gu Wuchen silently stored away the Heavenly Emperor's banner, or rather, it was more aptly named the Banner of 10,000 Souls now. The remnants would be left for Ling Tian and his companions to tidy up. They should not have traveled in vain. Let us depart. Meanwhile, at Lingxiao Sacred Land, countless figures cloaked in black suddenly descended, each exuding a terrifying aura. Yet all appeared anxious and uneasy. The leader, taking a deep breath, respectfully addressed a disciple guarding the Lingxiao Sacred Land. please announce that Feng Wuyo, Deputy Master of the Monitoring Pavilion, seeks an audience with the Divine Son of Lingxiao. Chapter 39. Consumption. System Mall. Have we encountered our Divine Son? The disciple stationed at the entrance of the Lingxiao Holy Land had only recently joined and was unfamiliar with the Tianjin Pavilion. But having heard that they were seeking their divine child, he did not dare to be negligent. Our esteemed divine child has just departed and is currently absent. Perhaps I should inform the overseer of the Holy Land. You may wait inside for the time being? Absent. Vice Pavilion Master Feng Wui hastily inquired. Do you know where he has gone? We have matters of utmost urgency to discuss with him. It is a matter of great importance. Presently, he was genuinely anxious, fearing that if the Gu family learned of this, it would bring catastrophic consequences for the Tianjin Pavilion. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you with that. The disciple at the gate shrugged, casting a condescending glance at the Vice Pavilion Master, as if to say, as a mere gatekeeper. It is already remarkable that I know the divine child is not here. How could I possibly know his whereabouts? Feng Wui's lips twitched in frustration. Being looked down upon by a disciple who had yet to reach the void flight realm and could not even fly was a blow to his dignity as a Vice Pavilion Master. Yet, he dared not express his anger and instead commanded his subordinates to investigate Gu Wuchen's whereabouts. He himself followed the lowly disciple into the Holy Land, hoping to uncover any news of Gu Wuchen. As for utilizing the unique surveillance methods of the Tianjin Pavilion to search, that thought never crossed his mind. If it backfired and the Gu family believed they were under constant scrutiny, the consequences would be dire indeed. After thoroughly reaping the benefits of the entire Furuishan sect, Gu Wuchen and his companion embarked on their journey to the far northern lands. Their mode of transportation was, of course, the sword beneath Gu Chenxi's feet. Meanwhile, Gu Wuchen busied himself by accessing the supervillain system to examine the items dropped by Ouyang Qingyun. A total of 376 treasures, including the auspicious teaching whip, Shimbing Yusue, and the 5-element stone. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen opted to exchange them all for gold coins. When it came to treasures, the Gu family was hardly lacking. Even a single item from their collection would far surpass these mundane artifacts in value. Moreover, the crucial point was that the system's recycling shop only accepted items dropped by the destined children. Otherwise, if he were to exchange treasures from the Gu family, it might overwhelm the system shop in no time. Ding. Auspicious teaching whip exchanged for 132 gold coins. Xianbing Yusue exchanged for 321 gold coins. 5-element stone exchanged for 36 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged the more than 2,000 treasures. Among them, the values varied greatly, with the most expensive worth several thousand gold coins and the least only a few. Regrettably, even the most valuable item here fell short of the initial 999 gold coins he had obtained from the Tianjin seal. However, the sheer volume compensated for it, yielding a total of over 530,000 gold coins, which, combined with his previous holdings, amounted to a grand total of 545,000 gold coins. Opening the shop list, a dazzling array of goods appeared before Gu Wuchen. Now considered a man of wealth, he was naturally inclined to indulge in some shopping. Let me see if there is anything of value. Thunderous strike, comparable in power to a strike from a supreme realm expert, priced at 50,000 gold coins. Of no use. With Chenxi around, I can summon as many strikes as needed. The Fangtian Huaji Extreme Dao Emperor weapon is priced at 990,000 gold coins. A splendid item, regrettably beyond my means. Perhaps I should consider the Dao fruits instead. Dao fruit, inferior, is priced at 50,000 gold coins each. Dao fruit, medium, is priced at 500,000 gold coins each. Dao fruit, superior, is priced at 1,000,000 gold coins each. Dao fruit, exceptional, is priced at 5,000,000 gold coins each. Dao fruit, random, 99 chance of being inferior, is priced at 150,000 gold coins each. Alas, the prices are exorbitant. Upon seeing the cost of the Dao fruits, Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, genuinely astonished by the subsequent prices. Given his current financial capacity, he could barely afford a medium Dao fruit or 3 random Dao fruits. However, what does it mean that 99 of the random Dao fruits are inferior? Is this a gamble? Indeed, if there is one thing he desperately requires at present, it is undoubtedly the Dao fruit. With it, he would possess the means akin to an emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, risking 150,000 in a gamble seems worthwhile. System, purchase 1 random Dao fruit. Ding. The system is drawing a Dao fruit for the host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a superior Dao fruit. Gold. A stroke of luck. A superior one has appeared. Gu Wuchen's breath caught in his throat as he gazed at the words superior emblazoned before the Dao fruit, hardly daring to believe his eyes. It is important to note that a superior Dao fruit inevitably contains an exceedingly potent avenue of power, compared to the previous Dao fruit he had drawn, which held uncertain potential. This superior Dao fruit is evidently far more stable. The reason the Gu family stands at the pinnacle of the 5 ancient clans is precisely due to the presence of emperors within their lineage, many of whom command supreme avenues of power. It can be said that once one reaches the emperor realm, strength is entirely determined by the avenue one masters. Exhaling slowly, he suppressed the overwhelming desire to devour the Dao fruit immediately. Clearly, he was currently soaring through the skies on a sword alongside Gu Qinci, making it an ill-timed moment for such indulgence. Afterward, he browsed the system's marketplace once more. He discovered a body cultivation technique, the Zhangtian domineering body art. This art resonates profoundly with his avenue of strength. When cultivated to its zenith, it requires no expenditure of spiritual power, enabling a single punch to obliterate an emperor. 10,000 gold coins. Exchange. The 9-turn golden lotus, dragon blood fruit, starry grass, crimson flame, zhu fruit, and ice soul mysterious crystal. These auxiliary treasures for body refinement are indispensable as well. System, grant me 20,000 gold coins worth. Weigh it out generously. I wish to stock up all at once. Gold coins flowed like water, and in an instant, nearly 100,000 were spent. Yet, Gu Wuchen felt no remorse. The items he exchanged for were treasures that would enhance his strength in real time. Once the extreme north region regains his power will undergo a transformative evolution. At that point, it will also be time to return to the upper realm and see his parents. Now, the moment he has been most anxious for has arrived. 100 consecutive draws. System, commence the draw. Ding. The system is conducting a lottery for the host. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 gold coins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tia Yuan Ding, red. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 gold coins. Revival pill, red. Xuanwu carapace, red. The lottery continued for a full quarter of an hour, with the worst prize being 5,000 gold coins and the best yielding 2 gold prizes. Gu Wuchen was left in a daze, his mouth agape throughout the entire event. The disparity between this experience and his first lottery draw was staggering. Out of 100 attempts, none were wasted. Could it be that he was not a mere antagonist, but rather the true child of destiny? If not, how could his luck in the lottery be so extraordinary, whether in 100 consecutive draws or random selections? Wait. Suddenly Gu Wuchen realized something. Was his good fortune attributed to the auspicious Dao body? Chapter 40. The Snow Domain Ice Ape and the Empty Mirror Cold Python. Gu Wuchen finally grasped the situation. When he first defeated Xiao Shisan, his luck had not been nearly as favorable. In that 100 consecutive draws, he even acquired a bizarre set of bedding and cat treats, an experience riddled with misfortune. Now, having amassed a plethora of valuable items, he owed it all to the auspicious Dao body gained from devouring Ouyang Qinyun. Alas, he regretted that he would not have the chance to express his gratitude again. Reflecting on this, Gu Wuchen retrieved one of the gold prizes from the system, the reward for the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. It was a jade slip containing a martial art technique. As his consciousness penetrated the slip, the complete technique of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger instantly merged into Gu Wuchen's sea of consciousness, requiring no further mastery, achieving immediate minor success. A majestic aura, capable of commanding mountains and rivers, surged within him as if he had mastered this technique for many years. Moreover, the jade slip included a powerful strike of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, causing his breath to quicken. The description clearly stated, creator of the technique, full-powered strike. As the name suggested, it was the full-powered strike of the technique's originator using the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Hiss. He wondered how this strike compared to his father's. Could it possess the might of multiple great emperor realms? Unable to deduce, he chose not to dwell on it further and instead retrieved another item of gold quality, the close-fitting belly band. Holding this item, of an unknown material but exuding an imperial aura, Gu Wuchen fell into contemplation. Why did the system always yield such peculiar items? He recalled the last time. There had been a pair of undergarments that reached red quality. Could this be a matching set? In front of him, Gu Chenxi noticeably shuddered as he unveiled the belly band. She turned her head, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at the item. The residual aura it emanated was terrifying, surpassing even the sword of her ancestral master that she had once encountered. Young master, where did you acquire this? Coughing lightly, he replied with casual humor. Oh, I found it. Haha. However, his heart was anything but tranquil. Gu Chenxi's ancestral master, his own maternal grandfather, was a sword deity who had lived for several epochs, his true power far surpassing that of ordinary great emperors. His sword was renowned as the pinnacle of the extreme Dao imperial weapons, unmatched by anyone. Yet, astonishingly, the belly band in his hand possessed a quality even superior to his grandfather's sword. Most importantly, the belly band emanated a subtle warmth, clearly having been worn continuously. Upon this realization, Gu Wuchen hastily stored the belly band within the system space, cautiously gazing upwards. After ensuring there was no disturbance, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the owner of the belly band was likely unaware that it had fallen into his possession. Otherwise, it could have led to complications. In the extreme northern region, a man and a woman descended, and guided by the system, Gu Wuchen accurately pinpointed the location of them. At the very depths of the extreme north lay the primal ice cavern. This cavern, named for its ancient origins at the formation of the continent, is one of the most perilous places in the entire. The specifics of its interior have never been recorded, as no one has ever emerged alive from within. Naturally, Gu Wuchen and his companion felt no fear whatsoever. Let us proceed and explore, Gu Wuchen declared, gesturing grandly as they both ventured inside. The cavern was vast, with the entrance towering several dozen feet high. Once inside, they were greeted by an extraordinary expanse, with the altitude soaring and the temperature plummeting. Gusts of frigid wind enveloping them. Even after his recent breakthrough to the Emperor realm, he felt a slight discomfort. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they reached the cavern's end, where flickers of fire illuminated the otherwise pitch-black ice cavern. A flickering flame appeared before them, rising from an ancient piece of profound ice. Though it was a fire, the light it radiated exuded a chilling aura. This was the seventh ranked, the sacred ice spirit fire. Gu Chenxi's beautiful eyes sparkled, a hint of joy gracing her delicate features. I never expected such a thing truly exists in the lower realm. Young master, you are indeed favored by fortune. Indeed. It is rather fortunate, Gu Wuchen replied, equally elated, for no one could resist the allure of. This is thanks to a friend of mine. He was the one who informed me of its existence. Then you must express your gratitude to this friend. He is someone worthy of deep bonds. Rest assured. We have already forged a profound connection. I have even shared my attire with him. It cannot be deeper than this, he jested. As they conversed, they approached the sacred ice spirit fire, but suddenly, a series of anguished roars echoed from outside the cavern. Roar. Before long, two colossal beasts charged in frantically. One was an ice ape, and the other a frost serpent. The ice ape was enormous, akin to a small mountain, its body cloaked in frost silver fur, each strand resembling sharp ice spikes. The frost serpent was similarly massive, its scales polished like dark iron, each piece extraordinarily hard. With their arrival, the cavern trembled violently. Exposing their fearsome fangs, the beasts roared, unleashing not steam, but tangible frost. Gu Wuchen and his companion stood in stark contrast to the two gigantic creatures. The snow domain ice ape and the empty mirror frost serpent. How peculiar that such beasts exist in the lower realm. Gu Chenxi quickly recognized the origins of the two before them. No matter, it is a perfect opportunity for me to test my new skills, Gu Wuchen stated, gently patting the delicate shoulder of his companion in front of him. These two little beasts are no challenge. Leave them to me. Be careful, young master, Gu Chenxi cautioned, nodding in reminder. In the snowy domain, the ice ape possesses innate strength, while the cold mirror serpent harbors a unique ice venom. Together, they present a formidable challenge. After speaking, she retreated to the sidelines, curious about the extent of the young master's strength after a year apart. It seemed that the mutual deference displayed by the two humans had incited the ice ape and cold mirror serpent, whose eyes glowed crimson, on the brink of fury. How dare you approach the sacred flame, seeking your demise? The ice ape struck first, raising its colossal fist, akin to a mountain, and brought it down upon Gu Wuchen with great force. A deafening sound of air being sliced through echoed as the fist passed, freezing the air into countless icicles that surged forth in a frenzied assault. Excellent. Gu Wuchen, rather than being alarmed, felt a surge of excitement. He summoned the spiritual power within him, channeling it according to the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger technique, condensing all his energy into the tip of his right index finger. Behind him, a massive shadow of a deity began to materialize. With a chilling gaze, he unleashed the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. The shadow solidified abruptly. A vast azure finger, spanning the icy cavern, descended with formidable might. The intricate patterns of the finger, reminiscent of mountain ravines, exerted pressure that halted the ice ape's fist midair. Amidst the sound of shattering ice, the colossal finger met the ice ape's attack. With a thunderous crack, the ice ape's once proud, pristine white fur disintegrated, revealing a myriad of fractures in its icy armor. A resounding explosion echoed as its crimson flesh was exposed. And before its terrified roar could escape, the finger had already pierced through its chest, wreaking havoc upon its innards. A chilling wind swept through. As the entire cavern's dome was lifted by the residual might of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, unveiling the dim, northern sky above. With a resounding crash, the colossal ape collapsed, cracks spider webbing from its brow and spreading across its body, its enormous crimson eyes filled with despair and unwillingness in its final moments. A single strike. An instantaneous kill. This creature, far beyond the realm of ordinary beasts, was slain by Gu Wuchen's Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Gasping for breath, Gu Wuchen felt the immense toll this technique had taken, nearly depleting his entire spiritual energy and leaving him mentally fatigued. With his current cultivation at the Emperor realm, he could only utilize it once. Morning dawn. This little serpent is yours now. I shall take a moment to prepare for the absorption of he declared, intent on not engaging further with the remaining cold mirror serpent. Having tested the power of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, his next task was to focus on absorbing understood. Just as Gu Chenxi's words fell, the cold mirror serpent appeared to witness some unspeakable horror. Its eyes bulging as its tongue flickered nervously. In the next moment, its entire body began to disintegrate, its serpent form, spanning 100 feet, fractured inch by inch in mere moments, transforming into pieces of serpent flesh. If Gu Wuchen's battle with the ice ape was a complete overpowering, Gu Chenxi's defeat of the cold mirror serpent was utterly unreasonable. Without even making a move, relying solely on his own sword intent, he effortlessly dispatched his opponent. His breathing remaining perfectly steady, gazing at the now transformed serpent flesh of the empty mirror cold python. Gu Wuchen couldn't help but marvel at the growing strength of his childhood friend and protector. If he did not hasten to elevate his own power, it seemed he would return to the upper realm merely to live off other successes. His gaze gradually shifted towards the strange fire upon the mysterious ice, and within him, the devouring god body began to stir with anticipation. While others might face near-fatal risks when consuming strange fire, proceeding with extreme caution and taking it in slow increments, the situation was entirely different for him. The devouring god body possessed a terrifying capability to consume even the heavens, rendering the minor strange fire trivial in comparison. Holy Spirit Ice Fire, come. Gu Wuchen opted for the most straightforward approach, swallowing it whole. The icy, piercing strange fire entered his body, and in an instant, his meridians froze, the flow of energy becoming exceedingly sluggish. At that moment, the devouring god body activated, its domineering absorption power cleansing all negative effects brought on by the strange fire. Much like the day he devoured the Son of Destiny, completely, without logic. Nearby, Gu Chenxi stood against the wall, her brow furrowed in concern for her young master's reckless method of consumption. Yet, with matters having progressed this far, she could not intervene. When it came to devouring strange fire, total concentration was paramount. Her only role was to serve as a protective guardian. Time passed slowly. Beneath her beautiful gaze, she noticed the strange fire within her young master begin to stabilize. Just as she diverted her attention, a sudden surge of both heat and cold erupted from Gu Wuchen's body. What? So soon? She gasped in astonishment. Less than a quarter of an hour had elapsed since he swallowed the strange fire, yet he had already completed the process. Was this devouring strange fire, or simply consuming a spirit fruit? Under her watchful eyes, a terrifyingly large vortex of spiritual power materialized above Gu Wuchen, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of this unique, frigid northern land, channeling it all into his being. His cultivation soared dramatically in an instant, ascending from the second to the fourth. Then the sixth level of the ascendant realm. With a sudden snap, Gu Wuchen opened his eyes wide, a glint of cold light flashing forth, freezing the air around him. As he sensed his cultivation, he mused, only the 6th level? While I could continue to convert the energy from the strange fire into cultivation, that feels rather short-sighted. Instead, I shall seize this opportunity to use the strange fire to aid my practice of the celestial dominance body technique. With that thought, a jade slip appeared in his hand, which he promptly crushed. The complete technique of the celestial dominance body was instantly imprinted in his mind. 9-turn golden lotus, dragon blood fruit, stargrass, crimson flame, jus fruit, and ice crystal essence were all summoned forth, stacked high enough to rival 2 people. Gu Wuchen grabbed a large handful and stuffed it into his mouth, commencing his training of the celestial dominance body technique. Seeing this scene, Gu Chenxi's brow arched in surprise, typically calm and composed. The corners of her mouth twitched in rare bewilderment. What was her young master planning to do? Let us first set aside the question of how this young master has acquired such an abundance of body-refining divine objects. The sheer quantity is indeed rather astonishing. For an ordinary individual, possessing such treasures would undoubtedly inspire attempts to refine them into elixirs, absorbing their essence in the gentlest manner possible. Yet, here was Gu Wuchen. Under the intense gaze of Gu Chenxi, whose heart raced with anxious anticipation as he boldly indulged himself. With each hand, he seized a handful, one after the other, consuming them with fervor. This relentless cycle continued for merely the span of an incense stick, and in that brief moment, all those formidable body-refining divine objects were utterly devoured. At last, Gu Wuchen silently mused. He activated the celestial dominance body technique, dispersing the pure energy absorbed from the devoured divine objects throughout his limbs and bones. A sharp, thunderous explosion resonated within him, coupled with the tempering of his physical strength soared to unprecedented heights. Thus, the night passed quietly, moon waning, sun rising. And on the morning of the 2nd day, he awoke once more. Success! Gu Wuchen opened his eyes, flexing his fists which appeared unchanged yet were now infinitely more resilient. His heart brimming with elation. He estimated that should he encounter the 9 heavens Zilenmi's thunder tribulation again, he might even be able to sleep through it without suffering a scratch. With the combined powers of the way of strength and his combat prowess had increased exponentially. After this joyful realization, his gaze fell upon Gu Chenxi, who sat cross-legged not far from him, having kept him company throughout the night. A soft glow flickered in his eyes. With such a stunning guardian by his side, he felt emboldened to freely consume and enhance his physicality even in this frigid expanse. Gu Chenxi, too, opened her eyes at that moment, their gazes meeting, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Congratulations, young master, on your successful breakthrough. Shall we depart now? Chapter 42, a long-awaited encounter indeed. Let us go. With a nod, Gu Wuchen confirmed that, having completed the gathering of, there was little reason to linger in this place any longer. In a few days, once he managed the affairs of the lower realm, he would return. At the ruins of the Fruition sect, 2 groups faced each other with wide eyes, one clad in ominous black cloaks, appearing exceedingly anxious. As they scratched their heads in despair, nearly on the verge of tears. Deputy Pavilion Master, I truly have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Divine Sun, lamented Ling Tian, the Holy Master of Lingxiao. Originally, our purpose here was to completely annihilate the Fruition sect, yet it seems the Divine Sun arrived ahead of us, wreaking havoc and leaving us to clean up the mess. Sighing heavily, Feng Wui, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Monitoring Sky Pavilion, expressed his frustration. After painstakingly gathering intel about the Divine Sun Gu Wuchen, it was disheartening to find himself empty-handed. With each passing minute, his anxiety intensified, fearing that upon his return to the Monitoring Sky Pavilion, the headquarters would have already been obliterated by the Gu family. Enough, enough. I shall continue my search. Feng Wui waved his hand dismissively, departing with a sense of desolation. It was truly humiliating for a deputy pavilion master of the Monitoring Sky Pavilion to be unable to locate even a single individual. However, he was not entirely devoid of gains. Although he failed to locate the person, he did uncover the identity of Gu Wuchen, who turned out to be the sole legitimate heir of the esteemed Gu family, the foremost among the 5 ancient clans of the upper realms. Upon receiving this revelation, he felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Initially, he had presumed that it was merely a distant branch of the Gu family that had fortuitously arrived in this realm and dispatched his 2 oblivious subordinates, thinking that if he brought forth some benefits to placate that individual, it would suffice. Little did he expect that it was, in fact, the divine scion of the Gu family who had personally arrived. How could he possibly appease such a figure? Even offering the entire monitoring pavilion would not suffice. His mind was awash with frantic thoughts, pondering why someone of such high stature as the Gu family's divine scion would descend to the lower realms for no apparent reason. Furthermore, if one were to come, could they not at least provide a prior warning? He could have personally escorted them. Alas, with another deep sigh, he found himself in a state of utter confusion. Stepping out from the ruins of the Furuishan sect and gazing into the boundless sky, his expression vacant. At that very moment, a flash of sword light streaked across the high heavens, vanishing in an instant. Who could that be, moving with such remarkable speed? When did the waterfall realm witness such a personage? As he grappled with his bewilderment, the elder beside him suddenly spoke. Deputy Pavilion Master. It is impossible for someone from the lower realms to possess such swiftness. Only those who descend from the upper realms could achieve that. Could it be that they are the protectors of the Gu divine scion? The words jolted Feng Wui from his reverie, as he was acutely aware that Gu Wuchen was accompanied by a formidable female sword immortal. With a sudden realization, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Quickly, go and stop them. They are indeed from the Gu family." In the vast expanse of the sky, Gu Wuchen regarded the group of formidable figures clad in black cloaks before him, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask who you are, waylaying us?" Just moments ago, he had been soaring through the air, cradling Gu Chensi, when this throng had suddenly emerged, intercepting them and uttering phrases such as, "We finally found you. How splendid. Young master, they may not come with good intentions. Their strongest member surpasses even my own cultivation. Exercise caution," Gu Chensi whispered in warning from behind. No matter. Gu Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, a jade slip already clenched within his grasp. This was one of his greatest trump cards, bestowed by his father before his descent, containing the full force of an imperial strike. He was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary, for the terrifying might of the imperial presence, even in the slightest measure, could obliterate this lower realm in an instant. At that juncture, the leader of the opposing group finally spoke. Feng Wui, with exaggerated eyes brimming with tears, choked out, "I, Feng Wui, Deputy Pavilion Master of the Monitoring Pavilion, pay my respects to the Divine Scion. We have come to confess our transgressions." The Monitoring Pavilion? Confess? Gu Wuchen momentarily paused, exchanging a glance with Gu Chensi, and instantly comprehended the situation. It appeared that the two members of the Monitoring Pavilion, whom Gu Chensi had casually eliminated upon her arrival, had led the Deputy Pavilion Master to believe that their faction had previously offended him, prompting this visit to seek atonement. Seeing Gu Wuchen silent, Feng Wuyo produced a ring he had long prepared, bowing deeply and humbly saying, "Gu Chensi, this modest gift is our humble token of respect upon our first meeting. I hope you will graciously accept it." Accepting the ring without hesitation, Gu Wuchen used his divine consciousness to probe its contents before smiling and replying, "Indeed, you speak the truth. This gift is quite trivial, of no practical use, but too precious to discard. However, since it is given with sincerity, I shall accept it. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." With that, he prepared to follow Gu Chensi as he was eager to seek out the next destined child. "Wait a moment, Your Excellency." Feng Wuyo quickly blocked Gu Wuchen's path once more. Gu Wuchen's expression darkened as he fixed an unfriendly gaze upon Feng Wuyo. Could it be that the Deputy Pavilion Master wishes to detain us here? And no, I would never dare. Feng Wuyo frantically shook his head, his hands gesturing animatedly in front of him as he hurriedly explained. "What I meant to convey is that Your Excellency possesses great magnanimity. My two subordinates, should they have shown any disrespect towards you, deserve their fate. Even if you do not take action, I shall personally punish them. I merely hope that you do not report this matter to your family. It is but a misunderstanding. Haha." Oh, Gu Wuchen contemplated the Deputy Pavilion Master, secretly admiring his meticulous mindset. Within his family, there were some antiquated relics whose methods were even more villainous than his own. Even if someone had not provoked him, a simple annoyance could lead to the annihilation of their entire clan. "What you imply is that I should refrain from informing my father, correct?" Gu Wuchen then placed a hand on Feng Wuyo's shoulder. "I shall keep silent, but there is a matter requiring your assistance." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuyo felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him and nodded vigorously. "Speak. As long as it is within my abilities, or even beyond them, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your request. Nothing so exaggerated. I merely require your help in locating someone. His name is Ji Yun," Gu Wuchen replied slowly, shaking his head. He then shared all the information he possessed regarding Ji Yun with Feng Wuyo. It seemed that for the esteemed monitoring pavilion, searching for a person within the realms under their control would be as easy as child's play. Rest assured, a trivial task indeed. Feng Wuyo assured, thumping his chest. Your Excellency, just wait a moment. In mere breaths, I shall accurately pinpoint his location. With that, he retrieved a fully golden scroll from his sleeve. Chapter 43. This must be him. Gu Wuchen cast a casual glance and remained indifferent. He recognized the scroll in Feng Wuyo's hand. It was a replica of a map of mountains and rivers, utilized by the monitoring pavilion to manage various small worlds. Compared to the authentic map of the Dao domain governed by his own Gu family, it was vastly inferior. As he unfurled the map, Feng Wuyo lightly tapped it, precisely marking the location of the chaotic sacred land, drawing forth a slender white thread. Subsequently, the characters Ji Yun floated above the map. The white thread connecting with Ji Yun, who was guided by the characters as it moved throughout the entire map. Feng Wuyo elaborated, Gu Shensi. Once the fine threads cease their movement, they will accurately pinpoint the location of Ji Yun. Please, bear with me for a moment. Gu Wuchen nodded, his gaze following the delicate threads as they gradually shifted. Before long, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The threads flitted about the map like a headless fly, darting chaotically southward and northward, utterly directionless. The chaos was so extreme that they had even entangled themselves into a knot. Is this what you meant, Master Feng? That you could find him in mere breaths? Gu Wuchen inquired solemnly, his tone tinged with displeasure. This is not how it should be. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Wuyo's brow. He had never encountered such a situation before. Based on his prior experiences, locating an inhabitant of the lower realms was a remarkably straightforward task. The map could even identify the precise locations of thousands within the span of a heartbeat. Yet today, at such a critical juncture, the map had inexplicably malfunctioned. Please, my lord, wait a moment, Feng Wuyo implored. I believe there is an issue with the map. I will rectify it at once. He began tapping the map frantically, yet regardless of his efforts, the threads continued to flail about like a headless fly, unable to reveal Ji Yun's whereabouts. Observing this, Gu Wuchen furrowed his brow. He was not naive. He understood that Feng Wuyo could not possibly deceive him at the expense of the entire monitoring pavilion. The only plausible explanation was that Ji Yun, this new destined child, possessed extraordinary abilities allowing him to evade the map's scrutiny. How intriguing, the protagonist of a hidden stream, perhaps? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Wuchen devised a plan. Since they could not locate him proactively, they would draw him out instead. Master Feng, since you cannot find the individual I seek, I shall refrain from further discussion. Surely, you can ascertain his identity, background, and whether he has any relatives? Feng Wuyo, who had been engrossed in repairing the map, felt a wave of relief wash over him at these words, nodding vigorously. Of course. This is far easier than finding him. I will dispatch someone to investigate. No, I shall go myself. He was eager to depart, feeling immense pressure from Gu Wuchen, the scion of the Gu family. Moreover, with the map temporarily out of commission, he felt as if death itself loomed on the horizon. Then do not delay, Gu Wuchen admonished. I shall grant you no more than an hour. Should you fail to find him, you may come to the Gu family to meet me. Yes, I shall go at once, Feng Wuyo exclaimed, his legs trembling at the mention of the Gu family, hastily leading his subordinates to seek information, all the while harboring resentment towards the unfamiliar Ji Yun. In the mountains, Gu Wuchen and Gu Chenxi sat in a makeshift cave, awaiting Feng Wuyo's return. To pass the time, Gu Wuchen decided to showcase his newly acquired, exotic fire. As the sacred ice spirit fire manifested, the temperature within the cave plummeted by several degrees. Although it was a flame, it radiated an extraordinary chill, penetrating the protective true qi and seeping into the very meridians of their bodies. Fortunately, Gu Chenxi's cultivation was considerably advanced, so she was not severely affected. Nevertheless, she could not conceal her astonishment. The 7th-ranked sacred ice spiritual fire is indeed extraordinary. Young Master, upon our return, Master will undoubtedly be elated. Yes, I believe so. Gu Wuchen nodded, recalling that within the entirety of the Gu family, only 2 anomalous fires had ever been obtained, the 20th and the 9th on the anomaly rankings. One belonging to the sole imperial grade alchemist in the clan, and the other to his father. In his childhood, his father often boasted before him about the fortuitous encounter that led to his acquisition of this anomalous fire, and how he risked his life to consume it, enduring near-fatal trials to succeed. Now, he mused, What expression would his father wear upon discovering that he had effortlessly subdued a fire ranked even higher than his own? A mischievous smile crept across Gu Wucheng's face. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lord Son of God, we have found him. All information regarding that fellow, Jiyun, has been gathered. Before long, Feng Wui arrived at Gu Wucheng's cave, respectfully presenting a jade slip to him. Lord Son of God, I have pinpointed Jiyun according to your criteria. He is one of 5 in his family, which includes his parents, an aunt, and a grandfather. 3 years ago, an unknown demonic cultivator devastated their entire village, leaving only him and his aunt to escape to a small hamlet. Shortly after their arrival there, the unremarkable Jiyun was chosen by an emissary of the chaotic sacred land to ascend with them. Curiously, he vanished midway, disappearing for 3 years without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Even his aunt remains unaware of his whereabouts, waiting at home for his return. Upon hearing Feng Wui's account, Gu Wucheng was momentarily taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. Was this not the quintessential protagonist archetype? Orphaned, with only an aunt to care for him, coincidentally sought by the sacred land for promising talents, and disappearing under the guidance of a mortal into the chaotic sacred land, could he be anything but the protagonist? With a sudden clap on the stone table beside him, he exclaimed, "Excellent. You have done well. He is precisely the person I seek. Let us depart for his home at once." Little Stone Village, a desolate hamlet, hidden amidst the mountains. With fewer than 100 households, its inhabitants lived a simple life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. At the village's heart flowed a crystal-clear stream, where a few farmers' daughters washed their clothes. Among them, an elder woman turned to a much younger woman nearby and inquired, "Say, young lady, have you yet found your nephew? With nearly 3 years passing, I fear it may be time for you to consider your own future." At these words, the younger woman's hands trembled slightly as she washed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she replied weakly, "I hope he is safe. My health is poor, and I cannot venture beyond these mountains. I can only burn incense and pray for his well-being. As for the matter of my lifelong commitment, let us speak of it another time." In that moment, her expression became increasingly desolate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if recalling something poignant. Chapter 44. The Terrifying Fate of the Protagonist. After conversing for a while with the elderly woman, the young lady picked up a basin brimming with clothes and made her way home. She walked slowly, every step seemingly a torment, yet her face was resolute, remaining silent as she trudged back. However, her mind could not help but dwell on the phrase life's significant affairs. As an ordinary woman devoid of any cultivation, did she not yearn for a sturdy chest to lean upon? Yet she was acutely aware of her physical condition, which had deteriorated to a critical state. Perhaps it would not be long before she departed this world, passing away in this isolated village, unnoticed by anyone. She had often dreamt of celestial beings descending from the clouds to rescue her from her plight. Yet she understood that this was mere fantasy. She was no princess, and no prince would come for her. Lost in thought, she eventually arrived at her thatched hut, as usual carrying a large basin of laundry and pushing the door open. In that instant, she froze. She stared intently at a distinguished young man in a luxurious white robe, his demeanor extraordinary, while her mind went blank. At that moment, Gu Wuchen also turned to gaze at the peasant woman who had just entered. He too was taken aback. It was not that she possessed exceptional beauty. Rather, her appearance was quite ordinary, exuding a gentle and virtuous aura, akin to a modest jade maiden, not particularly remarkable. The reason for their astonishment lay in her status. Name, Ji Qinxue. Age, unknown. Realm, none. Physique, none. Fate, protagonist by destiny, and of the protagonist Jiyun, by marriage. Future Empress of Humanity. Identity, daughter of the Empress during the era of all races. Her future trajectory would culminate in a life-threatening moment, 1 month hence, where she would be saved by her timely nephew Jiyun, awakening the bloodline of the Empress and bestowing it entirely upon Jiyun, thereby assisting him in attaining the throne and becoming the future Emperor of humanity. The title of Empress profoundly impacted Gu Wuchen's psyche. This figure was pivotal in leading humanity to victory during the era of all races, long before the ancient times, truly a sovereign in the annals of human history. Even in the ancestral hall of the Gu family, a statue of the Empress was revered, signifying profound respect. How could such a revered personage, living in legend, have a daughter who led a peasant's life in this remote village? Gu Wuchen felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Simultaneously, He harbored a deep curiosity regarding the fated son Ji Yun, whom he had yet to meet. If the fated ones were ranked, Xiao Shisan would barely qualify as a third tier, Ouyang Qin Yun as a sixth tier. Thus, Ji Yun would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle, the chosen son of heaven, treasured beyond measure, the very son of late fortune. Even the daughter of the empress was intricately woven into this fate. Fortunately, Gu Wuchen, arrived first. With a long exhale, Gu Wuchen felt his inner turmoil settle, and he scrutinized the woman before him once more. He noticed that her gaze was filled with astonishment. Yet there was no sign of panic, rather, an undercurrent of anticipation. What could this mean? Puzzled, he maintained a smile and inquired, "My lady." Upon returning home to find this unfamiliar man unannounced, "You do not seem frightened?" Ji Qianxue gradually regained her composure from her shock, and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. "Fear is an emotion reserved for the living, and I, it seems, am unworthy of such a sentiment." As she spoke, she set down a basin of clothes by the door and casually closed it. Seeing the door shut, Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, silently admiring her audacity as the daughter of the emperor. Ji Qianxue continued, "Moreover, you appear to be a man of considerable wealth or status, far beyond what someone from my humble village could contend with. If I were to scream and draw the attention of my neighbors, I would only place them in peril." As she spoke, she moved to the stove, poured a cup of water, and placed it before Gu Wuchen, taking a seat opposite him. "Might your visit be related to my missing nephew, Ji Yun?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" Gu Wuchen asked, intrigued by her perceptiveness. He had not uttered anything regarding his intentions, yet she seemed to discern his purpose. Ji Qianxue replied calmly, "I am not acquainted with outsiders. The only possible connection I have to the outside world lies with my missing nephew. Surely, you must have news of him?" Her bright eyes locked onto Gu Wuchen's, filled with hope. "I do not know your nephew," Gu Wuchen stated, shaking his head. He spoke truthfully, for he had yet to encounter Ji Yun, let alone claim to know him. Upon hearing this, Ji Qianxue's vibrant gaze dimmed noticeably, her head lowered in silence. Meanwhile, Gu Wuchen felt a conflict brewing within him. Initially, he had intended to resort to extreme measures, binding Ji Yun's and to force his appearance, as was befitting of a villain. However, now that he knew her identity as the emperor's daughter, such an act would be unthinkable, likely resulting in unintended consequences and disrespect to his own lineage. Thus, Gu Wuchen devised a new plan. If he could not bind her, perhaps he could instead take her as a consort. After all, it would ultimately draw Ji Yun out into the open. He then spoke, "I recall you mentioning that only the living are entitled to fear. Is there something ailing your body?" Not to dwell on sorrowful matters," Ji Qianxue sighed repeatedly, her fair visage clouded with melancholy. "Let me see." Gu Wuchen interjected as he grasped her arm without hesitation, his fingers gently resting on her delicate wrist, cautiously channeling a trace of spiritual energy to assess her condition. "My lord, you," Ji Qianxue stammered, her alabaster neck flushing visibly as she attempted to withdraw her arm. "Do not move. I am merely examining your health." Gu Wuchen furrowed his brow slightly, refusing to release his grip, and spoke in a commanding tone. At the same time, he gained a general understanding of Ji Qianxue's current physical condition. In summary, it could be described in 3 words: exceedingly dire. It could be said that the mere fact she was able to sit and converse with him was a miraculous event. Her breath was faint, her pulse barely discernible, and her heart, the most vital organ of a mortal, hardly beat at all. Her entire bodily functions were in a state of complete degeneration and paralysis. To say she was on the brink of death would not be an exaggeration. "Are you feeling better, young master?" Ji Qianxue, whose complexion had long turned crimson, stammered softly, inquiring. Chapter 45, Conversation. "Yes, it's manageable." Releasing his hold, Ji Qianxue's delicate arm was swiftly withdrawn. She gently massaged her wrist, which had just been pressed by Gu Wuchen. Her face still flushed, her gaze lowered as if lost in thought. At that moment, Ji Qianxue exuded an air of fragile femininity. Yet Gu Wuchen had no time to dwell on this. His mind was preoccupied with contemplation. The system attribute panel could not err. If it stated she was the daughter of the Emperor of Humanity, then she indeed was. However, it was said that the Emperor had perished long ago during the War of Myriad Races, and his daughter possessed no cultivation. How could she have survived until today? The only plausible explanation was that the Emperor had employed some extraordinary means to freeze his daughter, suspending her bodily functions until the Ji family discovered her and facilitated her awakening. Yet, Gu Wuchen discerned a peculiar detail. According to Feng Wui, Ji Qianxue had lived within the Ji family for many years, at least a decade. Nevertheless, based on his recent observations, Ji Qianxue's physical condition could not have suddenly deteriorated. It was highly likely a side effect of her awakening. If she had truly existed in such a state for 10 years, Gu Wuchen found it utterly implausible. Unless she had once possessed a special means to maintain her bodily functions, which was now lost, leading to her current near-death predicament. With this thought, Gu Wuchen furrowed his brows slightly and addressed Ji Qianxue, who was bowing her head beside him. "My lady, your physical condition is even graver than I had imagined, and I believe you are aware of this. Logically, you should have succumbed many years ago, yet here you are, alive today. Did you possess some means to sustain your bodily functions prior to this?" As soon as he spoke, Gu Wuchen distinctly observed Ji Qianxue's shoulders tremble slightly as she mumbled incoherently, "And no, there's nothing. I've always been like this." Before she could finish, Gu Wuchen interrupted her immediately. "Lying will avail you nothing, and besides, you just claim to fear not even death. Why then? Are you reluctant to speak of matters from your past? Your actions lead me to underestimate you." Upon hearing this, Ji Qianxue bit her lower lip, appearing somewhat conflicted. After a moment of silence, she seemed to muster her courage and sighed deeply. "Since fate has brought me to meet you today, I shall share some matters that have long been bottled up within me. Regardless, my nephew has been missing for 3 years. Perhaps he has already met with misfortune. And that precious object has likely vanished without a trace as well." Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, realizing that there indeed seemed to be a connection with Ji Yun. Although he harbored some conjectures in his heart, he refrained from voicing them, and instead quietly listened to Ji Qianxue, the daughter of the emperor, recount her past experiences. It turns out that before Ji Qianxue was unexpectedly discovered by Ji Yun's grandfather and taken in as his adopted daughter, she had been living in the mountains with a white pearl in her possession. The origin of the pearl was a mystery to Ji Qianxue. Yet each time she found herself in peril, the pearl would emit a radiant glow, aiding her in her escape. Furthermore, when she rested, placing the pearl on her bedside would allow its gentle energy to provide her body with the necessary functions and gradually restore her health. She estimated that by the time she reached the age of 60, her body would be restored to that of an ordinary person, no longer requiring excessive reliance on the pearl for sustenance. However, everything changed 3 years ago. The Ji family faced a tragic massacre, and once again, the pearl fulfilled its purpose, enabling her escape. Strangely, her nephew Ji Yun was also drawn into the light of the pearl, arriving in this small village alongside her. This occurrence piqued Ji Yun's interest in her pearl. The very next day after their arrival in the village, they encountered the emissary from the chaotic sacred land, who was searching for children suitable for cultivation. Ji Yun was fortuitously chosen. Faced with the invitation from the sacred land, Ji Yun had no reason to decline. And Ji Qianxue was overjoyed. Her nephew's success brought her a sense of fulfillment regarding the kindness shown to her by the late Ji Patriarch. However, just before Ji Yun was to depart, he unexpectedly made a request to Ji Qianxue to borrow the white pearl for protection against any dangers that might arise on the journey to the chaotic sacred land, promising to return it within 3 months and vowing to keep his word. Initially, Ji Qianxue flatly refused. The pearl's ability to ensure survival was secondary, as her own health was inextricably linked to it. 3 months, while not enough to lead to her demise, would certainly cause significant harm to her body in its absence. To her surprise, upon hearing her refusal, Ji Yun invoked the name of Ji Laoyi, his grandfather and her adoptive father. He argued that as the sole heir of the Ji family, his grandfather would never allow him to face danger without any means of protection. With such heartfelt reasoning, Ji Qianxue found herself devoid of any further grounds for refusal. She was not one to forget the kindness bestowed upon her by Ji Laoyi. Thus, Ji Yun departed with the emissary of the chaotic sacred land, taking the white pearl with him. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Ji Yun has yet to return, and the whereabouts of the pearl remain unknown. Ji Qianxue's health deteriorates day by day, enduring unspeakable suffering that others can hardly imagine. Initially, she suspected that Ji Yun had deceived her, taking the pearl and never intending to return. 2 years ago, after Ji Yun's departure, a disciple from the chaotic sacred land was dispatched to seek information about him. It was said that on the day Ji Yun left, he mysteriously vanished midway under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, and even the elders of the sacred land, when summoned, could not uncover his whereabouts. Thus, Ji Qianxue learned of Ji Yun's disappearance, along with the precious pearl that ensured her safety, which had vanished entirely. However, Whether Ji Yun had chosen to disappear of his own volition or had met with an untimely fate remained unknown to her. After expressing all of this, Ji Qianxue's complexion grew increasingly pale. This was a matter she had buried deep within her heart for many years. And although she felt a sense of relief in voicing it at last, her physical state deteriorated further. Her delicate frame swayed precariously, but fortunately, Gu Wuchen was by her side, reaching out to steady her and preventing her from tumbling to the floor. "My lord, I am fine, merely a bit dizzy. A short nap will suffice," Ji Qianxue insisted as she struggled to maintain her composure, her voice soft and frail. Observing her resilience, Gu Wuchen let out a slight sigh. After hearing her account and correlating it with the information from the system, he could surmise the sequence of events. It was clear that Ji Yun, the so-called destined child, had brazenly usurped all the opportunities that rightfully belonged to Ji Qianxue, including her imperial bloodline and everything else. Chapter 46. Proclaiming to the world, taking a concubine. Gu Wuchen retrieved a high-quality elixir from his palm and addressed Ji Qianxue. "Although this elixir cannot restore your physical condition, it will ensure you endure no more suffering for a month, allowing you to live a normal life as any ordinary person would. You must take it now." As Ji Qianxue gazed at the precious elixir in his hand, she instinctively waved her hands in refusal. No, this elixir is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please, my lord, take it back. My life is of little worth, not deserving of such a waste." As she spoke, Ji Qianxue's bright eyes widened in disbelief. For at that moment, Gu Wuchen had moved beside her, his large hand gently grasping her cheek, compelling her to open her mouth, and he placed the elixir within. Once the elixir entered her mouth, it transformed into pure energy that coursed through her body. The sensation of pain abruptly ceased, and Ji Qianxue could not help but let out a soft moan. After this was done, Gu Wuchen released his hold, observing Ji Qianxue's complexion visibly brighten, and he nodded in satisfaction. This time, he had invested significantly for the impending harvest of the destined child, Ji Yun. The elixir he had administered to Ji Qianxue was one of the red quality elixirs obtained from 100 consecutive draws, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Ji Qianxue's heart had stopped beating, it would ensure she lived for another month, impervious to the Grim Reaper's claim. "Let us go." Gu Wuchen extended his hand towards Ji Qianxue. "Where to?" Ji Qianxue was taken aback, still reeling from Gu Wuchen's forceful administration of the elixir, her mind in a fog. "To find your dear nephew," Gu Wuchen replied casually. "Your body, as I surmise, cannot be restored without the precious gem he has taken from you." However, Ji Qianxue hesitated, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. The elixir she had just consumed was undoubtedly genuine, continuously nurturing her body, and its value was beyond question. From this perspective, although this young gentleman exhibited a certain domineering nature, he was not a malevolent individual, and she felt no aversion towards him. Otherwise, she would not have unburdened her long-held secret upon their first encounter. "Miss," observing Ji Qianxue's stillness, her lowered gaze betraying her contemplation, Gu Wuchen spoke again, a hint of impatience lacing his voice. "I must remind you of one thing. Just as you remarked upon first meeting me, my status is one of considerable wealth and power, while you are merely a common farmer's daughter. Whatever I choose to do, you cannot resist or refuse. Be it forcibly administering elixirs, coercively taking you away, or engaging in other unsavory acts, you can only endure silently. Therefore, whatever I ask of you henceforth, you need only nod in agreement and follow my lead. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the flush on Ji Qianxue's face deepened, a flicker of panic crossing her features, and she suddenly felt a chill at her own predicament. Indeed, the unfamiliar young gentleman spoke the truth. She was but an ordinary farmer's daughter, one on the verge of death. Were she to be sold, she would scarcely be worth a fraction of the elixir's immense value. What could this gentleman possibly desire from her? What grounds did she have to hesitate or oppose his requests? With this thought, she rose from her seat and deeply bowed to Gu Wuchen. "I am grateful for your elixir, which alleviates my suffering. My previous narrow-mindedness was uncalled for, and I hope you can forgive me. I will accompany you, and from now on, I shall heed your every word." Having said this, she extended her hand to rest upon Gu Wuchen's, her delicate face a mix of shyness and determination, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Ji Qianxue's abrupt transformation left Gu Wuchen somewhat perplexed. Yet, he dismissed it as a mere expression of gratitude and apology, albeit an exaggerated one. Little did he know that his unexpected visit, during which he listened to Ji Qianxue's buried past, tended to her ailments. and ultimately forced the elixir upon her to relieve her suffering, had profoundly impacted a farmer's daughter who had endured years of solitude and pain without any cultivation. In the Lingxiao Sacred Land, within the residence of the Divine Sun, Gu Wuchen reclined upon a bed, while Gu Qinci tenderly massaged his shoulders and occasionally fed him his spirit fruit. Ji Qianxue, whom he brought back, was entrusted to the care of the residing caretaker at the Divine Sun Peak. "Young master, were you serious about what you just said?" Gu Qinci inquired, astonished, as a spirit fruit slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. "Indeed, I was," Gu Wuchen replied nonchalantly. "I have already instructed Feng Wui to notify various factions that I shall take Ji Qianxue as my concubine in 3 days, and a grand event will be held to which all are invited." However, Gu Qinci began to stammer, expressing concern over the magnitude of the affair. "Shouldn't we inform the master beforehand? After all, this marks your first time taking a concubine, young master." No, Gu Wuchen waved his hand dismissively. "This time, I intend to keep it low-key, announcing it solely under the title of the Holy Son of Lingxiao to the various forces of the entire Shattered Water Realm. I do not wish to reveal my identity as a member of the Gu family. Otherwise, all those from the upper realm would flood into this humble lower realm, overwhelming it in no time." As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept upon Gu Wuchen's lips. This was the result of his careful deliberation, choosing the timing of 3 days hence, neither too rushed nor too delayed, just perfect. By announcing through the monitoring heavenly pavilion, the news would undoubtedly reach Ji Yun in due course. Furthermore, according to the system's projected future trajectory, Ji Yun would emerge in 1 month's time to rescue the ailing Ji Qianxue and win her heart. By setting the day for taking a concubine 3 days from now, he aimed to compel Ji Yun to emerge prematurely, hastily making his way to Lingxiao Holy Land. Otherwise, if Ji Qianxue were truly taken as his concubine, Ji Yun would possess the emperor's legacy yet remain devoid of Ji Qianxue's imperial bloodline, resulting in a futile endeavor. Thus, this was a calculated scheme. Even if Ji Yun understood the peril of attending his concubine banquet, he would inevitably take it upon himself to claim her. Young Master Gu Qinci, observing his master's persistent grin at the thought of taking a concubine, could not help but interject. "I have investigated Ji Qianxue's condition. Although she is sustained by medicinal pills, she lacks any genuine cultivation. Should you take her as a concubine, I fear that her frail constitution may not withstand the rigors of the wedding night." Chapter 47, Surge. The Holy Land of Heavenly Fire. One of the 5 great holy lands alongside Lingxiao and Chaos stands as an absolute dominion upon the continent. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, the Holy Master Huijin sat solemnly in the main seat, listening to the reports from the elders of the Holy Land regarding recent events. When it came time for the elder in charge, he presented an invitation, handing it to Huijin. "Holy Master, this is an invitation from the Lingxiao Holy Land, stating that their holy son is to host a concubine banquet and request your personal attendance." Upon hearing this, Huijin's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "Humph. Do you take me for a fool? You report such an invitation to me, a mere banquet hosted by a minor Holy Land's holy son. And even if I were to show courtesy, I would only send disciples from our Holy Land to attend. Even if their holy master, Ling Tian, were to take a concubine, he wouldn't have the audacity to summon my presence. What is their Lingxiao holy son, after all?" As he spoke, fueled by indignation, he opened the invitation, but upon seeing the 3 gilded characters on the first page, his pupils constricted dramatically. Monitoring Heavenly Pavilion. Accompanied by the unique seal of the Monitoring Heavenly Pavilion, it was undeniably authentic. Turning to the second page, he read, "Holy Son Gu Wuchen, taking Ji Qianxue as a concubine." There was also a line of smaller text, stating that the Monitoring Heavenly Pavilion would personally verify attendance, ensuring all factions were accounted for. Hiss. As the embers inhaled a chill, a shiver ran down Huijin's spine, leaving him to ponder the true identity of this divine son of Lingxiao. How could he possibly have drawn the involvement of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion? What a jest! With such a proclamation in existence, who would dare to decline the invitation? To disregard it would mean forfeiting one's standing in the water reversal realm. Although the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, bound by the mandates of the Heavenly Tao, cannot arbitrarily interfere in the matters of the locals, no faction would be foolish enough to provoke them. The elder attendant below, witnessing the rapid changes in the Holy Lord's expression, felt a pang of unease. He recognized the inappropriateness of this invitation. How could the Divine Son's concubine banquet warrant a summons for the Holy Lord? He had merely followed protocol in presenting the invitation, never anticipating such a furious reaction from the Holy Lord. Thus, he hastily declared, "Holy Lord, I shall arrange for a response immediately, informing the Holy Land of celestial fire that we shall not attend the banquet, to assert our dignity." With that, he bowed and prepared to exit the grand hall. "Wait," Huojuan suddenly called out, slamming his palm onto the adjacent table. "Impudence! Who said I would not attend the banquet? To be part of the divine son of Lingxiao's concubine feast is a privilege for us all. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to Lingxiao Holy Land. Nay, today, we shall depart at once, striving to be the first to arrive." He commanded, "Prepare the divine fire vessel." Such a scene unfolded across the entirety of the water reversal realm, within the deliberation halls of various factions, from the smallest of inconsequential sects, who were unaware of the celestial monitoring pavilion's significance, to the grandest of holy lands. All hastened to ready their celestial vessels, eager to lead the way to Lingxiao Holy Land for the banquet. The fear of being outpaced, and consequently incurring the pavilion's wrath, loomed large. Meanwhile, within an ancient secret realm, a resolute young man engaged in combat against an ethereal shadow. This was Ji Yun, the next destined child that Gu Wuchen had tirelessly sought. He struck with the force of thunder, devouring the dissipating spiritual energy of the shadow. Time slipped away unnoticed, and with a final burst, the shadow vanished, leaving Ji Yun collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Have I truly reached the 7th level of the Monarch Ascendant realm? In no more than a month, I shall attain the pinnacle of this realm. At that time, the entire water reversal realm will be mine to traverse," he declared passionately. "And wait for me just one more month. I will return to find you." The mention of his aunt elicited no remorse in Ji Yun's eyes, but rather a deep-seated greed. He was no longer the naive youth of 3 years past, but a cultivator willing to forsake everything for the sake of power. Initially, he had intended to follow the envoy to the chaotic Holy Land for training. However, en route, he inadvertently activated the precious pearl borrowed from his aunt, the human sovereign pearl. Through this pearl, he uncovered numerous secrets and learned of the terrifying existence that was the human sovereign. The disparity between the human sovereign and the chaotic Holy Land was likely greater than that between a mayfly and a great tree. Upon realizing that the human sovereign pearl contained a legacy, he decisively harnessed its power to vanish from the sight of the envoy from the chaotic Holy Land. Arriving in the secret realm where he now resided, he had remained there for 3 years. For 3 years, he transformed from a youth devoid of any strength into a formidable powerhouse at the 7th level of the Ascendant Emperor realm. This is the terrifying essence of the Emperor's pearl legacy. His gaze gradually fell upon the precious pearl in his hand, the very artifact that altered his fate. Yet, he was not content. He yearned for more. Within the Emperor's pearl lies the most profound inheritance, the legacy of the Emperor himself. However, he could not attain that recognition, as it required a direct bloodline from the Emperor's descendants. He surmised that only his aunt could inherit the Emperor's legacy. As for himself, he could only claim one of the inheritances of the 8 kings who served the Emperor. One of them was the King of Azura, whose legacy was steeped in the souls of countless fallen beings. Nevertheless, his cultivation surged like a rocket, and he could scarcely imagine the terrifying power he would possess if he were to obtain the Emperor's personal legacy. Throughout these 3 years, he incessantly pondered how to alter this reality and obtain the Emperor's bloodline. Recently, he finally conceived the most optimal plan. Clenching his powerful hands, he could not help but break into a grin. "Ha ha ha. Dear aunt, you must wait for my return. I still require your Emperor's bloodline. Even if I cannot inherit it, I could always have a child with you, and our offspring would possess the Emperor's bloodline as well. In that case, wouldn't I become the father of the Emperor?" This was the scheme he devised. If he could persuade his aunt to willingly bestow her bloodline upon him, it would lead to a joyous outcome. Worst case scenario, he would take her as a concubine, which would serve as a form of compensation. However, if his aunt were to refuse, he would have no choice but to resort to more forceful measures, ensuring that they would conceive a child together, a future emperor. With this thought, a surge of determination coursed through Ji Yun's entire being, and he resolved to continue his cultivation. Although he was eager to return to his aunt, his cautious nature prevented him from taking any risks. The chaotic sacred land outside was undoubtedly still searching for him, and he would not venture out until he reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant Emperor realm. Just as he stood up, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. An ominous premonition surged through him like a tidal wave, as if something of great importance was silently slipping through his fingers. What could it be? He murmured to himself, unable to shake off his unease, and utilized the Emperor's Pearl to gather information. Every blade of grass and tree within 100 miles was under his vigilant watch. It wasn't until he discovered an invitation in the hands of a small sect leader, revealing that Gu Wuchen had taken Ji Qianxue as a concubine, that his mind exploded with fury. Gu Wuchen, you seek death. Chapter 48. The feast begins. Ji Yun roared in a frenzy within the secret realm, his eyes blazing red, wishing he could devour this Gu Wuchen who appeared from nowhere. With the Emperor's Pearl in existence, his aunt Ji Qianxue had long become his cherished possession, and he would not allow something that belonged to him to be seized by another. The usually composed Ji Yun could no longer regain his calm, glaring at the invitation through the Emperor's Pearl, filled with rage and mockery. Very well, Gu Wuchen, merely a mere son of a chaotic sacred land, daring to snatch my opportunity. You have made a grave mistake. I will make you aware of the terror that comes with the King of Azura's legacy. Having spoken, his silhouette gradually faded into the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, marking the occasion of Gu Wuchen taking Ji Qianxue as his concubine. At this moment, the Lingxiao Holy Land was teeming with people, the leaders of various factions, typically rare to encounter, were as commonplace as stray dogs by the roadside. Despite the congregation of such diverse forces, no conflicts arose, for none were foolish enough to provoke the terrifying Monitor Heavenly Pavilion. In the residence of the Divine Sun, Gu Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy illuminating his handsome visage. Success, he thought to himself. During these 3 days, he had not been idle. He chose to enter seclusion, absorbing the high-grade Dao fruit exchanged for 150,000 marketplace coins. The outcome was exceedingly satisfying, as he had mastered the path of slaughter, a truly fearsome path that struck terror into the hearts of many. Feeling the existence of 2 distinct paths within him, Gu Wuchen could not help but feel a surge of delight, while simultaneously anticipating the grand banquet wherein he would take a concubine, an event that also served as a trap for Ji Yun. The arrival of Ji Yun signified the opportunity to reap yet another destined child of heaven. As he stepped out of his chamber, he coincidentally encountered Gu Chenxi, who was waiting outside. Young master, you have become stronger? Gu Chenxi exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. With her supreme realm cultivation, she instantly recognized that Gu Wuchen had grown significantly stronger than he had been 3 days prior, not merely in superficial cultivation, but in overall prowess. Haha, fortunately, I had to prepare for the friends arriving today, Gu Wuchen replied with a hearty smile, then grasped the still-stunned Gu Chenxi's hand. Let us go? The grand event is about to commence, and I shall require your presence as a female sword immortal to help bolster the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in an opulent chamber, Ji Qianxue sat before her vanity, while Lu Xinyue meticulously attended to her appearance. At that moment, her face revealed nothing but confusion. Over these days, through Lu Xinyue, she had garnered a general understanding of Gu Wuchen's identity, the divine son of the Lingxiao Holy Land, one of the 5 great holy lands. He was a prodigy of the upper realm, and it was said that his family wielded immense power within that realm. Yet, this lofty young master would choose to take a mere commoner as a concubine. Ji Qianxue felt a profound sense of incredulity. She was not naive. She understood that it was improbable for Gu Wuchen to take her as a concubine out of mere infatuation, elevating her from a humble farmer's daughter to a phoenix among the branches. However, she also realized that without Gu Wuchen's intervention, she would not only be seated here, but likely would have perished in the thatched cottage of Little Stone Village, unnoticed by anyone. Thus, she hesitated to delve deeper into her thoughts, preferring to exist on the surface. At the very least, after today, she would become Gu Wuchen's legitimate concubine, the very first among his consorts. As she pondered this, the scene from 3 days prior surged into her mind. The distinguished young master Gu forcibly prying open her mouth to insert a medicinal pill. Her fair cheeks gradually flushed with warmth. Congratulations, Ling Tian. Today, your divine son takes a concubine. And the grandeur surpasses even the assembly during the chaos of the demon tribe. At that moment, backstage at the grand event, the 5 sovereigns of the sacred grounds gathered, encircling Ling Tian, the master of Lingxiao, as they incessantly offered their congratulations and inquiries. They attempted to uncover the origins of Gu Wuchen, questioning how he could compel the monitoring pavilion to behave like a servant at the gates of Lingxiao. However, their hopes soon dimmed, for Ling Tian, with the guile of a seasoned trickster, divulged nothing regarding Gu Wuchen's background. The only utterance he made was a cautionary remark: do not provoke him. No one can guarantee your safety. Consequently, The other four sovereigns had no choice but to relent, shaking their heads and departing. They found Ling Tian's words to be mere drivel, wondering how they could dare confront a figure whom even the monitoring pavilion feared. Nonetheless, having lived for an eternity, the four sensed an underlying tension in the air. It seemed that a significant event was about to unfold, and it would be prudent for them to remain mere spectators, avoiding any entanglement. At noon, the banquet commenced. Clad in resplendent red robes, the jubilant Gu Wuchen descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, on the other side, dressed similarly in a crimson gown and veiled in red, Ji Qianxue was gently assisted to the center of the venue by Lu Xinyue. As the two made their entrance, applause erupted from the gathered factions, only for the crowd to be met with astonishment upon realizing that Gu Wuchen's chosen concubine was an ordinary woman devoid of any cultivation. What a perplexing spectacle! How could the illustrious son of the sacred ground take a mundane woman as a concubine and warrant such a grand display? Initially, they had assumed the concubine to be a figure of great significance and had inquired far and wide for any prominent clans harboring a woman named Ji Qianxue. On stage, Gu Wuchen gently grasped Ji Qianxue's trembling hand and spoke softly. "Qianxue, after today, you shall be my legitimate first woman, recognized as such." Upon hearing these words, Ji Qianxue's heart raced beneath her crimson veil, an overwhelming feeling of surreal dizziness enveloping her. She was truly about to become Gu Wuchen's woman. Gu Wuchen paused and continued, "However, there is something I must clarify with you beforehand. Do you remember when I mentioned that your physical ailment could only be wholly remedied by the precious pearl belonging to your nephew? My hasty decision to take you as my concubine today was also to draw your selfish nephew to the scene, to reclaim the pearl and extend your life. Master, there is no need to explain to me. I understand completely," Ji Qianxue responded without hesitation. "The grace you have shown me, I cannot repay. Whatever endeavors you pursue in the future, I shall support with all my might, without a trace of selfishness. As for my nephew Ji Yun, if he has met with misfortune, so be it. However, if he has knowingly vanished for 3 years while aware of my condition, then the bond of kinship between us has long ceased to exist." Listening to Ji Qianxue's resolute tone, Gu Wuchen silently nodded in agreement. Thus, it was only a matter of time until the fish took the bait. Chapter 49. As the 9 bells toll, the divine sun arises. Gu Wuchen held Ji Qianxue's hand, standing at the center of the assembly platform, while an elder in a purple robe from the monitoring pavilion held the ceremonial list, loudly proclaiming its contents. From the heavenly fire sacred land, a vein of earthly flame. From the winter sacred land, 9 measures of arctic cold jade. From the chaotic sacred land, a drop of true dragon blood. From the profound sacred land, each proclamation from the elder elicited gasps of astonishment from the guests below. Particularly among the smaller sects, there was utter bewilderment as to why the leaders of the other 4 sacred lands would offer such extravagant gifts. For instance, the heavenly fire sacred land possessed only 5 sacred peaks, each concealing a vein of earthly flame beneath. To part with even one was a significant sacrifice. However, Gu Wuchen paid little heed to these offerings. As for veins of flame or dragon blood, even the purest essence of a true dragon was plentiful within his family. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as if peering through the protective array of the Lingxiao Sacred Land to discern the malice lurking in the shadows. As time ticked by, the elder in the purple robe finally concluded the reading of the entire list of treasures. Since this was a concubine selection banquet rather than a formal wedding, there were not many elaborate rituals involved. After the list was read, Gu Wuchen himself would deliver a speech, and the couple could then retire to their chamber, while the guests would proceed to the banquet. The elder, smiling as he set down the list, announced, "I invite our esteemed host of today's gathering, the divine son Gu Wuchen, to express his gratitude for everyone's presence." As his words echoed, he prepared to leave the stage. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding series of 9 bell tolls reverberated in the ears of every attendee, especially the leader of the chaotic sacred land, whose expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, a young man, radiating an aura of formidable energy, descended slowly from the distance. Above him hung an ancient bell, approximately 9 zhong high, exuding a deep bronze hue. The bell emanated an ancient and dignified aura, as if capable of suppressing all that exists. Its surface was intricately engraved with countless inscriptions, weaving together an ancient tableau depicting the primordial creation of heaven and earth and the division of chaos. The chaotic bell. Leaders of various factions stood in shock. rising from their seats to gaze incredulously at the suddenly appearing youth, their astonished eyes then shifting towards the equally taken aback leader of the chaotic sacred land, Sichuan. Sichuan, what does this mean? Moreover, the tolling of 9 bells, does this signify that your chaotic sacred land is about to birth a divine son? The heavenly fire lord, Wuchen, inquired in astonishment, aware that the criterion for selecting a divine son in the chaotic sacred land was the ability to summon the bell to ring 9 times, thereby earning complete recognition. The emergence of the chaotic divine son signified the impending resurgence of the chaotic sacred land, with a strong possibility of returning to the upper realms to carve out their own destiny. Yet, the situation had now taken a complicated turn. On the day of great celebration for Gu Wuchen, the holy son of Lingxiao Sacred Ground, the chaotic sacred ground unexpectedly presented the chaotic bell, a supreme treasure, along with its son, who exuded an aura of malevolence. It appeared that this was not a harbinger of good tidings. Let me elucidate. The sudden arrival of the youth was none other than Ji-yun, who had just emerged from the secret realm, intent on reclaiming Ji Qianxue. I, Ji-yun, have garnered the acknowledgement of the chaotic bell. Thus, I shall assume the mantle of the new holy son of the chaotic sacred ground. Today, I have come to attend the concubine banquet hosted by Gu Wuchen of Lingxiao Sacred Ground, and my gift for this occasion shall be none other than the chaotic bell. How does that sound? Astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing these words. Everyone understood that the chaotic sacred ground would never relinquish the chaotic bell to another. The likelihood of this happening was even less than that of the chaotic sovereign offering his own wife to someone else. Hence, the implication of the young man's words was crystal clear. To bestow the chaotic bell was tantamount to delivering a death sentence. He had come to bring an end to Gu Wuchen. With this thought in mind, all present, including the other 3 sacred sovereigns, instinctively retreated several paces, creating a significant distance between themselves and the chaotic sovereign. What a formidable presence the chaotic sacred ground commanded. One must consider that Gu Wuchen had the backing of the heavenly monitoring pavilion. They lacked the courage to accompany the chaotic sacred ground into a perilous confrontation at this banquet. Impudent! The chaotic sovereign smashed a wooden table beside him with a palm and glared fiercely at Ji-yun. I have only been away from the chaotic sacred ground for 2 days, and I was unaware of the emergence of a holy son within the sacred grounds. Who exactly are you? Who I am matters not, Ji-yun replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. You need only recognize that the chaotic bell above my head is indeed genuine. What is the matter, esteemed sovereign? Are you unable to recognize your own treasure? Upon hearing this, Sichuan furrowed his brow tightly. He knew all too well that the chaotic bell atop Ji-yun's head was authentic, as it bore a trace of his own mark, making it irrefutable. It seemed the sovereign had indeed come to this realization. A sense of joy filled Ji-yun's heart. His objective had been achieved. He was not a reckless individual. On the contrary, he approached every endeavor with meticulous caution, never venturing forth without ample preparation. For instance, today, upon learning that Gu Wuchen was the holy son of Lingxiao Sacred Ground, he too had adopted the identity of a holy son. In doing so, leveraging the significance of the chaotic holy son to the chaotic sacred ground, he was certain to secure their full support. With this, his chances of defeating Gu Wuchen and reclaiming his aunt would increase substantially. Esteemed sovereign, Ji-yun spoke once more, this time with a noticeably softened tone. As if conversing with kin, it was with great reluctance that I intruded upon this banquet today. The fault lies with Gu Wuchen, who forcibly took a maiden and even seized my aunt. As he spoke, he turned his gaze, locking onto Gu Wuchen in a resplendent red celebratory robe at the center of the stage with a furious glare. His anger surged further when he noticed Ji Qianxue, who was holding Gu Wuchen's hand and leaning in closer to him, nearly prompting him to act impulsively. Such impudence! Sichuan swiftly positioned himself in front of Ji-yun, imparting words of gravity. Ji-yun, you have indeed gained the acknowledgement of the chaotic bell, according to our customs. You are now recognized as the holy son of the chaotic sacred ground. However, today, regardless of the circumstances, you must apologize to Gu Shensi. Trust me, there is undoubtedly a misunderstanding at play. At this moment, Ishikawa was exceedingly anxious, caught in a quandary. Just moments ago, his communication jade pendant had emitted a sound, revealing the recent events that transpired in the Chaos Sacred Land. During the usual disciple selection, an extraordinarily remarkable youth had suddenly appeared, gaining the recognition of the Chaos Bell and vanishing from the Chaos Sacred Land, only to materialize here. Thus, he felt compelled to protect this prodigious child of the Chaos Sacred Land, one who had not emerged in hundreds of thousands of years. for the sake of not jeopardizing the future of the entire Chaos Sacred Land due to other matters. No, Ji Yun retorted vehemently. His paramount and singular objective today was to reclaim his rightful Ji Qianxue, a matter crucial to the Emperor's legacy. How could he possibly extend an apology? I shall not apologize, nor will I concede. I have come today to take away my aunt Ji Qianxue, who is being coerced by Gu Wuchen. Chapter 50. Interrogation. Ishikawa was on the brink of exasperation, with a multitude of words swirling in his mind, yet in front of the gathered crowd, he found himself unable to speak. He could not simply declare in public that they should return to the sacred land, endure for a few years, and with the recognition of the Chaos Bell, achieve the impossible in the future. As for discreetly conveying thoughts, with the presence of the monitoring pavilion, he was not naive enough to believe he could keep it hidden. Chaos, Sacred Lord. Gu Wuchen's nonchalant voice emanated from the center of the platform. Did you not hear? He is my concubine's nephew. Thus this is my family matter. You may take your leave. This does not concern you. However, Gu Shinsi, Ji Yun. Before Ishikawa could finish his thought, Gu Wuchen let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Humph. I am not negotiating with you. With a mere cold snort, without employing any spiritual power, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was sent hurtling backward, toppling over a dozen tables, which crashed violently against the wall. Lord! Lord! The two elders who accompanied the Lord were taken aback, and as they prepared to rise, an invisible pressure bore down upon them, shattering their chairs into fragments. They were forced to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Now is not the time to settle accounts with your Chaos Sacred Land. Remain obediently in your place. After executing this display, Gu Wuchen finally turned his gaze toward the youth before him, who radiated a murderous aura, seemingly eager to strike him down instantly, and he inwardly nodded. At last. You have arrived. It was worth all the trouble. A tribute panel. Name, Ji Yun. Identity. One of the 8 kings under the human emperor, heir to the Azura king. Nephew of the human emperor's daughter, Ji Qianxue, not by blood. Child of the Chaos Sacred Land, a quarter of an hour ago. Age, 18. Personality, composed, meticulous. Avoids recklessness, extremely prudent. Realm, Ascendant Emperor's 7th level physique. Chaotic Sacred Body, beginner. Destiny, child of destiny. Inheritor of the Emperor's bloodline. Future Emperor, treasures, Emperor Pearl. Chaotic Bell, secondary. Future trajectory. Prior to host S appearance in 1 month. Rescue the dying Ji Qianxue. Obtain the Emperor's bloodline from her, and through the Emperor Pearl, acquire the entirety of the Emperor's legacy. It is indeed the chaotic sacred body, rather than the chaotic divine body, which is somewhat regrettable. Gu Wuchen silently lamented, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that Ji Yun, gaining the recognition of the chaotic bell, must possess the chaotic divine body. To his dismay, it turned out to be merely the chaotic sacred body. However, upon further reflection, the distinction between the chaotic divine body and the chaotic sacred body is vast. In the grand cosmos, there may be 100 or even 1,000 chaotic sacred bodies, yet only one chaotic divine body can exist. The phenomenon of 2 chaotic divine bodies coexisting is impossible. After all, it is heralded as the foremost divine body in history. It seems that Ji Yun's greatest fortune lies in Qianxue's Emperor Pearl. With this thought, Gu Wuchen smiled subtly, leading the visibly anxious Ji Qianxue to take a seat beside him. Ji Yun, I have heard Qianxue speak of you, a disloyal nephew. Today, you dare to intrude without first bowing to your aunt and me, your uncle? What are you doing standing there foolishly? The utterance of uncle caused Ji Yun's expression to twitch. He had not anticipated Gu Wuchen's calm demeanor in response to his provocation, nor his use of the term to incite his ire. Casting a glance at the chaotic sacred lord, who was coughing blood, and the 2 elders pinned to the ground, his brow furrowed in concern. The situation had unfolded unexpectedly. His arduous efforts to secure such a formidable ally in the chaotic sacred land seemed to be collapsing rapidly. Nevertheless, the situation remained under control. Gu Wuchen, the divine son of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Ji Yun stood tall and spoke with unyielding dignity. Though you hold the esteemed title of divine son, I cannot concern myself with your exploits of forcibly claiming maidens and coercing them into servitude. But now, you have audaciously taken my frail aunt as a concubine. What is your intention? His tone grew increasingly fervent, laced with indignation, portraying the image of a dutiful nephew risking his life to protect his aunt from oppression. Even the guests present could not help but nod in silent approval. With such a paragon emerging from the chaotic sacred land, embodying loyalty and filial piety, should he leave unscathed today. The chaotic sacred land would surely ascend to unfathomable heights in the future. What is my intention? Gu Wuchen erupted in laughter. What a devoted nephew you are. Your words are truly laughable, and I must admit, I underestimated you. As you stated, I am of noble lineage, the divine son. And in the entirety of the shattered water realm, few can rival my status. What kind of woman could I possibly lack? Your aunt. The woman I have taken as my concubine today is a humble farmer whom I fortuitously encountered in a remote and nearly desolate village. She possesses no cultivation, leading a life of simple fare, her body ravaged by illness, each day a torment for her. Our conversation was delightful. I alleviated her hidden ailments and subsequently took her as my concubine, announcing to the world her rightful status. Now, I ask you, what could my intentions possibly be? Each word is a gem. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how could Gu Wuchen, of such noble lineage, covet a woman of no cultivation from the countryside? If he truly desired Ji Qianxue, there were countless methods to seize her without resorting to a concubinage banquet, gathering forces to celebrate. In other words, although Ji Yun claimed Ji Qianxue was coerced, it simply could not hold water. She is not of any distinguished status. Infuriated, Ji Yun clenched his teeth, having been publicly rebuffed, watching the righteous image he had just established crumble before him. He knew full well that the divine son before him likely understood Ji Qianxue's true identity as the daughter of the emperor, which was why he took her as a concubine. Yet, he could not voice this. To do so could backfire, creating a rift between his aunt and himself, rendering his aspirations for the emperor's bloodline utterly bleak. He remained silent, but Gu Wuchen pressed on relentlessly, questioning. Then allow me to inquire of you, the dutiful nephew. At the 7th level of the ascendant realm, you are a formidable force wherever you go. Yet your aunt lives alone in the village, burdened by illness, never failing to light incense and pray for your well-being. You possess such high cultivation, yet you indulge yourself outside, disregarding her, only to appear now when your aunt finds true love, intending to rob her of her happiness. What, pray tell, are your intentions? Chapter 51. I can consider you my own nephew. His cold words struck Ji Yun's heart like a heavy hammer. This was indeed the very matter he had least wished to contemplate over the past 3 years. To return and care for his aunt? Absolutely not. His return would introduce a multitude of uncertainties. For instance, the people from the chaotic sacred land might come seeking him, discovering the emperor's pearl in his possessions, or his aunt awakening the emperor's bloodline, thus wresting the pearl from his control. These scenarios were ones he could not bear to envision. Hence, he must cultivate within the secret realm of the emperor's pearl to attain a level of power sufficient to command authority. Even if during this time, his aunt must endure unbearable suffering, it would be worth it. At worst, he could make amends in the future. Why the silence? Observing Ji Yun's conflicted expression, Gu Wuchen scoffed derisively. Have I struck a nerve, compelling you to confront the truth? Or do you have ulterior motives for your sudden appearance at my aunt's concubinage banquet? I harbor no other intentions, Ji Yun retorted, his voice rising as he realized that he must establish a favorable image before his aunt today, no matter the cost. Otherwise, today, even if I were to forcibly take her away, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to attain the bloodline of the emperor in the future. Aunt. He shifted his gaze towards the veiled Ji Qianxue, who sat beside Gu Wuchen, and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Come with me. This so-called son of Lingxiao cannot genuinely wish to take you as a concubine. I have come to rescue you. You must trust me. He had already formulated a plan in his heart. Now he only needed his aunt's approval, after which he could utilize the emperor's pearl to teleport them thousands of miles away. At that moment, once they entered the secret realm of the emperor's pearl, there would be no one in the world capable of discovering their whereabouts. Subsequently, he would inherit the complete legacy of the emperor and break through, rendering even a minor figure like Gu Wuchen as insignificant as an ant before him. Contemplating this, his breath quickened, and his gaze fixated intently on Ji Qianxue, ready to activate the emperor's pearl at any moment. However, after a brief moment, Ji Qianxue let out a long sigh, unveiling her face, which bore a pallid hue. Ah, Xiaoyan, it is I am Xiaoyan. Aunt, let us depart. Upon hearing his aunt call him by his childhood name, Ji Yun's heart filled with joy. Realizing that the plan was already halfway successful, he controlled the chaotic bell above him, allowing it to descend slowly, while the chaotic holy body within him quietly operated. At this moment, without the support of the chaotic sacred land, the protection of the chaotic bell became all the more crucial. He had to remain vigilant against Gu Wuchen intervening in his plans at any moment. Strangely, however, Gu Wuchen made no move, instead observing him with an amused expression. Silent as ever. Ji Qianxue continued. Perhaps you are right. Young Master Gu does not genuinely wish to take me as a concubine. For I am merely a dying peasant girl, and it is impossible for me to aspire to the son of the sacred land. Indeed, that is the case. Aunt, I am relieved that you can think calmly. As long as you nod, I promise to take you away from here immediately. No one can stop us. Ji Yun responded swiftly. His body involuntarily took a step forward, drawing ever closer to the success of his plan. But then, Ji Qianxue's tone shifted. However, without young Master Gu's sudden arrival, I would likely now be a corpse. What else is there to discuss? Therefore, I am willing to become young Master Gu's concubine, regardless of the reasons. At this point, she paused, her tone growing cold and serious. Ji Yun, let me ask you, when we agreed upon a 3-month period for me to reclaim my pearl, you vanished for 3 years without a trace. Now that you have returned, you possess unfathomable power. Do not tell me that in these 3 years, you could not spare the time to return even once. Saying this, Ji Qianxue glared furiously at Ji Yun, this nephew she had not seen for 3 years, who now appeared increasingly unfamiliar to her. Just moments ago, Gu Wuchen had quietly informed her of Ji Yun's current strength. 7th level of the Ascendant Realm. Though she did not comprehend the significance of this realm, Gu Wuchen had kindly explained it to her. The pinnacle of the lower realm is but a mere step away. In her past encounters with the celestial beings, they were utterly defenseless against Ji Yun, who seemed to stride through life unopposed. With this realization, Ji Qianxue understood. Although her past 3 years had been a haze, she had contemplated countless scenarios in her mind. For instance, Ji Yun could be dead, the precious pearl stolen. Or he could be alive but ensnared by demonic cultivators, transformed into a living corpse. Alternatively, Ji Yun might not only be alive and thriving, but also unwilling to return and rescue her. Initially, she was loath to accept the latter possibility, yet now, faced with the stark reality, she could no longer deny Ji Yun's selfishness. Meanwhile, Ji Yun appeared momentarily dazed, his advancing steps abruptly halted, as he hastily attempted to explain. Aunt, please let me clarify. It's not as it seems. I too have my reasons. Oh, you have your reasons? Gu Wuchen interjected, his tone laced with mockery. How about this, allow me, as your uncle, to mediate the conflict between you two. Did not Qianxue just mention that her pearl has been in your possession for 3 years, and her condition is deteriorating, desperately requiring the pearl's restorative powers? If you return the pearl to your aunt for her recovery, it would serve as a form of atonement. Even though you have caused a scene at my concubine banquet today, I shall not hold it against you. What say you? Upon finishing, Gu Wuchen surveyed the attendees, proclaiming, Today, the lords of various factions and saints are gathered here as witnesses. If my nephew Ji Yun can make amends by returning the pearl that rightfully belongs to Qianxue, I shall not impose any difficulties upon him. Furthermore, from this day forth, I shall treat him as my own nephew, providing him with cultivation resources, ensuring that even if he ascends to the upper realm, he will achieve great success. The room fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated that Gu Wuchen, a divine offspring, would exhibit such deep affection for an ordinary woman. Even the matter of Ji Yun's previous defiance would be overlooked. Huijin, the saint of the heavenly fire sacred land, cupped his fists and declared, Gu Shenxi possesses remarkable magnanimity. I am in awe. The heavenly fire sacred land is willing to vouch for him. With one voice raised, others followed suit. I, the winter sacred land, stand as guarantor. I, the profound Yin sacred land, do so as well. The Star Fist sect is willing. The Beast Master Hall will also vouch. In mere moments, every faction present had pledged their support. The atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense, the weight of expectation resting heavily upon Ji Yun's shoulders. Hand it over. My dear nephew, Gu Wuchen said, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled leisurely toward Ji Yun, a knowing smile gracing his lips. His gaze fixed intently upon him. The reason he had refrained from forcefully subduing Ji Yun was that the latter held the Emperor's pearl, a treasure capable of ensuring his survival and escape. The terrifying might of the Emperor was indisputable. Gu Wuchen, despite his arrogance, would not naively assume he could contend with the Emperor's capabilities. As Ji Yun absorbed Gu Wuchen's words, his heart swelled with indignation and disdain. The resources of the upper realm paled in comparison to the value of the Emperor's pearl. Yet, with so many pressing him at once, all standing on their so-called moral high ground, he found himself rendered speechless, trembling with rage, his face flushed crimson. You shall not obtain the Emperor's pearl. The moment the words escaped his lips, regret washed over him. He cursed himself inwardly and hastily covered his mouth, panic etched across his features. Despite his considerable cultivation, most of it acquired in secluded realms, he had little experience in the world, and the gravity of the situation left him utterly uncomposed. No, that's not what I meant. The usually composed Ji Yun, under immense pressure, had lost all sense of restraint, voicing his innermost thoughts. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Wuchen's 3 resounding claps echoed harshly in the stillness of the room. Nephew, it seems these past 3 years have been quite fruitful for you. You even know the name of the Qianxue pearl. I wonder if your cultivation was also derived from it? Ji Yun, you have truly disappointed me. Ji Qianxue, standing behind, shook her head gently, her expression rife with disappointment. At this moment, she fully comprehended that Ji Yun had no intention of returning the pearl to her. His promise to take her away today likely bore ill will. Slowly, she rose to her feet and, with a slight bow to Gu Wuchen, said, "Young Master Gu, call me husband. The concubine banquet has commenced, so the title of young master should no longer be mentioned." Gu Wuchen interjected immediately. "Husband," Ji Qianxue stammered, clearly unaccustomed to the term. "Since Ji Yun is so heartless and selfish, seizing my pearl for his own cultivation without regard for my life, then our aunt-niece bond is severed. Should you require my assistance at any point, I shall give my utmost effort." "Indeed, there will be opportunities," Gu Wuchen replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Do not force my hand." After a brief moment of panic, Ji Yun's gaze flashed with a hint of ferocity. The legacy of one of the 8 kings, the Azura king, stirred restlessly within him. Now, he could no longer hope for Ji Qianxue's approval. Without it, while he could summon the Emperor's pearl to escape, he could not take her with him. Thus, he had only one path left to tread, to eliminate everyone present, save for Ji Qianxue, to validate his Azura path, and then seize her imperial bloodline through force. With this thought, he threw his head back and let out a primal roar. In an instant, crimson light erupted from his body, the faint traces of a grand path swirling around him like ethereal threads. Gu Wuchen gasped in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The Ji Yun before him seemed to be on the verge of mastering the Azura path. If given another month, he would likely completely grasp it, becoming the second genius after Gu Wuchen to possess a grand path in the Emperor realm. No wonder he chose to emerge from seclusion a month later. The reason was now clear. Thus I, Ji Qianxue, take you as my concubine, compelling him to emerge from his seclusion prematurely, thereby diminishing his combat prowess. Just as Gu Wuchen pondered these matters, Ji Yun had already transformed into a vengeful deity, emerging from the depths of hell, his eyes a fierce crimson, wielding the chaos bell, which emanated a faint blood-red hue along its intricate patterns. With a hoarse and grating voice, he taunted, "Gu Wuchen, you are but a mere son of a lower realm, likely oblivious to the true essence of the Tao. Today, I shall allow you to experience the weight of the Tao's might. Rise, Azura path." No sooner had he spoken these words than a terrifying aura of slaughter enveloped the entire venue, casting a shadow over the entire Lingxiao Holy Land. This aura seemed omnipresent, akin to countless sharp blades ruthlessly assaulting the hearts of all present. Even the illustrious guests, known for their formidable cultivation, felt a profound sense of dread. What is this? Why can I not channel my spiritual power? It is completely suppressed. A collective fear gripped the crowd as they realized that the spiritual energies they could usually manipulate with ease were now immobilized, as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. "Humph! Ignorant ants, dare you resist the might of the Tao?" Ji Yun scoffed disdainfully. In the past 3 years, he had undergone a transformation, having initially grasped the essence of the Tao. Had it not been for the incident regarding Ji Qianxue's abduction, he intended to fully master the Azura path before emerging from his retreat. However, upon shifting his gaze to Gu Wuchen, he was struck dumb. Gu Wuchen approached steadily, and as he drew within mere paces, the pervasive pressure of the Azura path inexplicably dissipated. "This is impossible," Ji Yun exclaimed in disbelief. "How could this insignificant lower realm insect possibly withstand my Azura king's heritage?" At that moment, he felt utterly confounded, realizing that his years of seclusion had rendered him akin to a frog in a well, limited in perspective. According to the records within the Emperor's Pearl, even during an era brimming with myriad races and prodigies, Those who mastered the Tao before attaining quasi-emperor status were undoubtedly the true paragons of heaven. With the Tao as their shield, even quasi-emperor experts could not remain entirely unscathed, unless the opponent also wielded a Tao, once surpassing his Azura path. As this thought flickered in his mind, Ji Yun immediately dismissed it. No, it is utterly impossible. The records state that even a powerhouse like the human emperor only grasped a personal Tao upon entering the sacred realm. Meanwhile, I merely inherited the Azura king's legacy, taking a shortcut to reach this juncture. How could this insignificant Holy Land son achieve such a feat? As he stood in a daze, Gu Wuchen had already approached within mere feet. Confronted with the escalating pressure of the Azura path, Gu Wuchen remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. The Tao, the Azura path. Alas, your mastery remains superficial, barely scratching the surface. You seem incapable of delivering my demise. As Gu Wuchen walked, he shook his head gently, his expression one of regret and reflection, as if lamenting Ji Yun's weakness and his shallow grasp of the Tao. You speak nonsense, Ji Yun retorted, seething with rage. To grasp the profound truths of the great path at such an early stage has always been Ji Yun's greatest pride. However, to be ridiculed in his most proficient domain is an affront he cannot abide. Infernal flames, arise, he thundered. In response, a fierce blaze ignited at Gu Wuchen's feet, emanating an overwhelming aura of destruction and karmic retribution, seemingly capable of incinerating all creation in an instant. Yet, Ji Yun was disheartened. Though the inferno birth from the path of Azura blazed fiercely, Gu Wuchen remained untouched at the heart of the flames, not even singeing a corner of his garment. More astonishingly, it seemed that the flames were subtly being consumed. Chapter 53. Apologies, but my offering is grander than yours. The flames proved too feeble. It was a travesty that the path of Azura had fallen into your hands. Gu Wuchen shook his head, waving his hand as a flame exuding a chilling aura blossomed from his side. The Holy Eye Spirit Flame ranked 7th among the exotic fires. Upon its emergence, the temperature plummeted, and the oppressive force generated by the path of Azura began to wane in its presence. But that was not the end. The exotic fire blazed with fervor, as if it had spotted an extraordinary source of nourishment. It coalesced into the maw of a beast, voraciously devouring the still-maturing Azura Inferno. What manner of creature is this? Impossible. This is the Inferno birth from the Great Path. How could it be consumed? Ji Yun suddenly felt the absence of the Inferno he had summoned, and in a panic, he retreated several steps. The chill brought by the Holy Ice Spirit Flame was insignificant compared to the shock it inflicted upon his psyche. Wasn't he the power of the Great Path supposed to be invincible? How could this occur, unbeknownst to him? The reason the Azura Inferno was devoured by the exotic fire lay in the inherent truth that nothing in flame form could surpass the might of true exotic fire. Exotic fire is the natural spirit fire formed within the heavens and earth, amalgamating the fiery powers from various great paths. In a certain sense, it embodies the union of countless fiery forces from diverse paths. How could a singular Azura Inferno ever withstand the exotic fire? Furthermore, the gradual retreat of the oppressive force from the path of Azura was a consequence of Gu Wuchen inadvertently revealing his two great paths while unleashing the exotic fire. The power of the path of Azura subtly manifested around Ji Yun, but with each step Gu Wuchen took forward, the great paths would sound alarms within Ji Yun, as if warning him of this formidable master. This individual is beyond your strength. Flee swiftly. But could Ji Yun escape? Yes, he could. He could rely on the power of the human Emperor Pearl to forcefully retreat. Yet he would not resign himself to such a fate. He would not willingly relinquish his human emperor bloodline to another. Should he flee today, by the time Gu Wuchen and Qi Qianxue consummated their union, it would be too late. With this thought, Ji Yun gazed upon the chaos bell he held in his hand, as the chaos sacred land spun wildly. In an instant, the chaos bell expanded dramatically, its ancient and majestic form hovering in the air, like a deity descending to safeguard his safety. At this moment, Shi Chuan, the master of the Chaos Holy Land, struggled to rise. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the activation of the revered treasure, the Chaos Bell. And an unusual brilliance flickered in his gaze. After countless years, the Chaos Holy Land had finally witnessed the emergence of an individual recognized by the Chaos Bell, the contemporary divine offspring. Yet, the timing was not right. Shi Chuan turned to glance at the hidden figures among the guests, as well as the dozens cloaked in black surrounding them. With great effort, he lay back down, gazing vacantly at the sky. Alas, perhaps the Chaos Holy Land was not yet destined for resurgence. Patience was required. With that thought, he gently closed his eyes. The dignified master of the Holy Land feigning death. It was not that he lacked the desire to assist Ji Yun, but rather that he could not bear to see the chaos Holy Land perish by his own hand. Were there even a glimmer of hope today? He would strive for a future for the Holy Land, which had been the utmost hope of every master before him. However, he had witnessed Ji Yun's selfishness. How could he expect gratitude from one who disregarded the lives of kin? In the end, Ji Yun might rely on the Chaos Bell to escape. But what of the Chaos Holy Land? Should they involve themselves, faced with the inexorable power of the monitoring pavilion? Even the formidable Gu Wuchen, a pinnacle sovereign, would not easily forgive them. Would the Chaos Holy Land be obliterated, only for Ji Yun to rebuild it and fulfill the ancestral teachings? Clearly not. With a long sigh, Sichuan gave up entirely on the notion of aiding Ji Yun. On the other side, the remaining attendees, upon witnessing the activation of the Chaos Bell, held their breath, their expressions turning grave. The Chaos Bell, revered as the foremost artifact of the waterfall realm, was said to have formed during the primordial creation of the universe. Its might was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. The Chaos Holy Land, though comparatively weaker among the 5 great holy lands, had endured in the waterfall realm for so long precisely because of this Chaos Bell. Although no one within the Chaos Holy Land could fully activate the true power of the Chaos Bell through the unique ancestral techniques passed down, they could awaken a portion of its functions, ensuring that other factions never underestimated the Chaos Holy Land. At this moment, the individual recognized by the Chaos Bell activated it. But no one could predict the extent of its unleashed power. Ji Yun made his move. He issued a low shout as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed into the bell. Chaos Bell, awaken! A distant chime resonated throughout the heavens and earth, and the invisible sound waves radiated outward from the Chaos Bell like ripples in a pond. Wherever the sound waves traveled, the very fabric of space fractured. Time appeared to halt, and all things were engulfed in chaos. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt was Gu Wuchen, who stood closest, unmoved. Gu Wuchen summoned the way of strength to his fist and struck fiercely at the encroaching sound waves. With a sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed. The Chaos Bell produced nearly tangible sound waves that shattered like glass, scattering in all directions. After executing this, Gu Wuchen nodded silently, thoroughly satisfied with his punch. This was one of the significant gains from his 3 days of seclusion. Aside from absorbing the Dao fruit, he had initially grasped the essence of the way of strength. One force can shatter myriad loss. When power reaches an overwhelming magnitude, no matter the nature of the adversary's assault, a single strike can shatter it, whether tangible or intangible. Subsequently, Gu Wuchen cast a dispassionate glance at the chaotic bell that hovered above Ji Yun's head, shaking his head once more. Your path of Azura, employed in such a haphazard manner, has led to the realization that even your pride, the chaotic bell, is but a defective artifact. Were the complete chaotic bell present, I might have been compelled to retreat momentarily, but yours is utterly inadequate. Defective? At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The artifact revered as the pinnacle of the entire reversal water realm was being dismissed as a mere flawed creation? They found this hard to believe, and Ji Yun, as its possessor, was even more incredulous. He shouted vehemently, absurd. It merely deflected a casual attack of mine. You cannot possibly comprehend the terror of the chaotic bell. Do I not comprehend? Gu Wuchen, unfazed by the public rebuttal, smiled instead of fuming. With hands clasped behind his back, he allowed his consciousness to wander through his spatial ring, searching intently. As he searched, he spoke. The only chaotic bell in existence shattered long ago during the era of myriad clans in their struggle against foreign races. The fragments that emerged have circulated across the realms, giving rise to numerous inferior chaotic bells. The one you possess is merely the tiniest shard, and indeed, the least valuable piece of the chaotic bell's essence. As for me, I apologize, but I happen to possess one of a far grander scale. Upon finishing, a radiant glimmer emanated from Gu Wuchen's spatial ring, an ancient vessel, exuding a formidable pressure that clearly overshadowed Ji Yun's chaotic bell, materialized before the onlookers. Chapter 54. Farewell, Gu Wuchen. This bell, too, radiated a profound bronze hue. Upon its surface, countless inscriptions intricately wove together to form an ancient tableau, depicting the genesis of heaven and earth and the primordial division of chaos. The sole distinction lay in its size and overwhelming might, evoking the sense of a paternal figure to Ji Yun's chaotic bell. The chaotic bell. 2 chaotic bells. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as their gazes flitted between the 2 bells, their minds struggling to comprehend the reality that there existed more than one chaotic bell. Observing Ji Yun, whose mouth hung agape in utter disbelief, Gu Wuchen's eyes narrowed as he commanded the chaotic bell with authority, exclaiming, "Chaotic bell, suppress." Boom. The resounding chime echoed with an even greater potency, unleashing a wave of sound that surged toward the chaotic bell above Ji Yun's head. "Impossible. My chaotic bell is one of a kind. Yours must be a counterfeit." Ji Yun hastily attempted to communicate with his chaotic bell for defense, but in that instant, he suddenly grasped something, bursting into laughter. "Moreover, even if yours were genuine, it would ultimately belong to me. Ha ha ha." Yes. He suddenly recalled that he was the favored child of heaven, endowed with the chaotic sacred body. While one could fear many things, the chaotic bell was not among them. With the chaotic sacred body operating at its zenith, it was evident that he intended to forcibly seize Gu Wuchen's chaotic bell using his unique physique. For he was acutely aware that only his divine body could effortlessly wield the power of the chaotic bell. This is evident from his ability to effortlessly seize the chaos bell in the sacred land of chaos and to easily erase the marks of all individuals upon it. "Come forth, my chaos bell. Soon I shall possess two of them, and I owe you my gratitude." Gu Shensi. Ji Yun's face radiated with joy, unperturbed by the impending assault, as the sacred body of chaos opened its embrace, welcoming the forthcoming second chaos bell. "How intriguing." Gu Wuchen's disdainful voice echoed from a distance, casting a look of mockery upon Ji Yun. Were Ji Yun to possess the chaos divine body, he would never dare to risk bringing forth the chaos bell. Yet, how laughable that he, with merely the sacred body of chaos, would attempt to seize something from his grasp. This very chaos bell was a gift from his maternal grandfather upon descending to the lower realms, said to be a trophy obtained after slaying an emperor-level powerhouse with the chaos divine body, to ensure Gu Wuchen could manipulate the chaos bell at will. His grandfather had even refined the corpse of that emperor, transforming it into a medium for controlling the chaos bell for Gu Wuchen's use. As the two chaos bells finally clashed, the resounding impact reverberated, striking at the souls of those present, causing their ears to ring and blood to flow from them, their minds becoming clouded. They were utterly incapable of withstanding the residual force emanating from their collision, had it not been for the intervention of the heavenly monitoring pavilion. Many would have perished instantly. In that moment, they truly comprehended the terror of the chaos bell and the might of Gu Wuchen. No wonder the pavilion was willing to assist him. His identity was likely far beyond their comprehension. At the scene, following the collision, Ji Yun's chaos bell was evidently overpowered, pressing down relentlessly, along with Ji Yun himself, whose feet sank deeply into the ground, unable to extricate himself. Observing that the time was ripe, Gu Wuchen activated a spell once more. Retrieve. The chaos bell, which had been suppressing Ji Yun, suddenly unleashed a terrifying force of attraction. "Since you wish to seize my possession, be prepared to have it taken from you." Ji Yun felt a sudden lightness atop his head as his chaos bell detached and soared towards Gu Wuchen. Standing firm, Gu Wuchen grasped Ji Yun's chaos bell with ease. The system's notification chimed promptly. Ding. Detected the item belonging to the child of destiny, Ji Yun. Chaos bell, fragment. Would you like to reclaim it? Reclaim. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 999 gold coins. With the system's notification concluded, Gu Wuchen's balance in the villainous shop soared to over 1 million. Yet, this was not the end. As the chaos bell was reclaimed by the system, it was replaced by an ancient bronze fragment that quietly settled in Gu Wuchen's hand. A fragment of the chaos bell. The system had merely reclaimed the fragment of the chaos bell, which had evolved through countless ages into a new chaos bell, returning the most vital fragment to Gu Wuchen. He tucked the fragment away, deeming it fortuitous that he not only earned 1 million gold coins, but also gained the precious fragment of the chaos bell, accomplishing two objectives in one endeavor. To understand, the complete chaotic bell surpasses the extreme imperial weapons wielded by the mightiest emperors by an immeasurable degree, making it an object of envy for the Gu clan. In stark contrast, Ji Yun was rendered utterly dumbfounded at the very moment the chaotic bell vanished. All connections he had with the bell were severed completely. He was left in utter ignorance as to how it had disappeared. Upon witnessing the fragments of the chaotic bell being taken away by Gu Wuchen, Ji Yun finally grasped the truth. His chaotic bell had been stolen, and it had been taken while his opponent was devoid of the chaotic sacred body. What, then, was the value of his so-called chaotic sacred body? Merely a decorative piece? In a fit of rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After 3 years of seclusion, he had anticipated emerging to be revered by thousands, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Instead, He found that his once proud path of the Azura was rendered ineffective, and the #1 artifact of the overturned water realm. The chaotic bell had been forcibly taken from him. He had been living in a delusion all along. He chuckled bitterly, his confidence shattered. Yet this did not imply he would let this vendetta go unpunished. Gu Wuchen. He suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Gu Wuchen, his eyes brimming with a desire to strip away the life of this interloper who had disrupted his fortunes. I, Ji-yun, shall remember this day. One day, you. At this juncture, his gaze shifted towards Ji Qianxue, adorned in celebratory robes, in the distance. And you too, my beloved aunt. There will come a day when I will make you, and that dog of a man, pay dearly. We shall meet again. I firmly believe that day is not far off. As his words hung in the air, he activated the human Emperor Pearl, choosing to temporarily retreat from this place. Clearly, the circumstances had become exceedingly unfavorable for him today. Remaining any longer would not only thwart his royal bloodline, but also jeopardize his very life. Thus, he resolved to withdraw, intending to emerge only after fully embracing the legacy of the Azura King. At that time, all grievances could be resolved. In an instant, a pearl of pure white, radiating a gentle luminescence, materialized. Within it surged an unusual spiritual energy that enveloped Ji-yun entirely. Farewell, Gu Shensi. Enveloped in this spiritual aura, Ji-yun wore a mocking smile, even waving his hand as if bidding farewell to a dear friend. Chapter 55. I knew you wouldn't let me go. Since he could not take his aunt Ji Qianxue away today, Ji-yun decided to thoroughly vex this Gu Shensi. After bidding farewell, Ji-yun slightly opened his arms, closed his eyes, and regarded everything around him as inconsequential, relishing the sensation of the human Emperor Pearl's energy enveloping him. 3, 2, 1. He silently counted in his mind, unable to suppress a smile that crept across his lips. Depart. The radiance of the human Emperor Pearl suddenly intensified, forming a barrier of light that thwarted any external interference. Even Gu Wuchen furrowed his brow, unwilling to take a single step forward. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinzi had appeared by his side, whispering, "Young master, I cannot stop him." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the brilliance finally dissipated, and Ji-yun, along with the human Emperor Pearl he had summoned, vanished from the spot as if he had never been there at all. Have they fled? As everyone exchanged glances, an inexplicable shudder coursed through their bodies. In the midst of such dire circumstances, the sudden departure of Ji-yun was nothing short of astonishing, while his escape was concerning. The more pressing question lingered: would he return seeking vengeance? The answer was unequivocal, based on Ji-yun's demonstrated prowess today. Upon his return, the entire water reversal realm would surely transform into a hellish landscape. My lord, Gu Qinzi pondered for a moment before proposing, although that precious orb facilitated Ji-yun's escape. He remains trapped in the lower realms. It would be more prudent for me to report to the family, summoning our strongest warriors to shatter the water reversal realm and eliminate future threats. Her words sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. What did she just suggest? To obliterate the water reversal realm. And what of them? The destruction of the water reversal realm would mean the absolute annihilation of all living beings within. The members of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion were particularly taken aback, hastily retrieving communication jade slips to alert Vice Pavilion Master Feng Wuyo. They feared that if they delayed even slightly, this scion of the Gu family might indeed send forces to obliterate the realm. Young Master Gu, think twice, urged the Holy Master of the Fire Ash Sanctuary, stepping forward with a respectful gesture. He had discerned from the expressions of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion members that Gu Wuchen possessed the capability to shatter the water reversal realm. Otherwise, such audacious words would have been immediately quelled. Indeed, the Winter Holy Land is willing to assist the young master in locating the fugitive Ji-yun. Echoed numerous factions in fervent agreement, their faces betraying their anxiety, for this matter concerned their very survival. However, Gu Wuchen paid them no heed. He cast a fleeting glance at Ji Qianxue, who sat quietly at the back, her brows knitted in concentration. Slowly, he remarked, "It is a viable approach, seemingly capable of severing future calamities." Yet, deep down, Gu Wuchen understood that Ji-yun, blessed by destiny, had eluded the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion thus far. Even if the water reversal realm were destroyed, eradicating him would be a formidable challenge. Let me contemplate. As he fell into thought, Gu Wuchen considered whether he should summon the Gu family patriarch to aid in the search for Ji-yun. Suddenly, the tension in Ji Qianxue's furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile graced her pale face. Rising gracefully, her expression radiated joy. "My beloved, I have found him." "Found him?" Gu Wuchen's expression shifted. His suspicions had indeed been validated. Ji Qianxue was the key to successfully vanquishing Ji Yun. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted in the center of the gathering. The radiance quickly dissipated, revealing the much-anticipated Ji Yun. He sat on the ground, gnawing on a spirit fruit, cursing under his breath. Humph, Ji Qianxue. Since you refuse to accompany me, upon my emergence, I shall possess you by force. When we bear the future emperor of humanity, I will be the father of the human emperor. As he spoke, he erupted into laughter, the sound jarring in the otherwise hushed assembly. Ha 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 ha, in the midst of laughter. His mirth abruptly ceased. A sense of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by a faint whisper of others discussing his mental faculties. Greetings, dear nephew. At that moment, Gu Wuchen, with a cheerful demeanor, crouched beside Ji Yun, gently patting his shoulder. I knew you couldn't bear to part with your uncle, that you wouldn't simply vanish. I initially presumed the day we would meet again was still quite distant, perhaps a year and a half away. Yet, to my astonishment, you returned in the blink of an eye. You truly are my cherished nephew. However, as he spoke, Gu Wuchen's expression darkened instantaneously. The game ends here. With a resounding thud, a singular, unadorned fist shattered Ji Yun's dantian, leaving a gaping wound just above his abdomen, fully penetrating his being. Blood, mingled with viscera and fragments of spiritual fruit, erupted from Ji Yun's mouth, his vitality waning rapidly. He collapsed to the ground. Acutely aware of the life force ebbing away within him, his gaze fixated on Ji Qianxue, who stood expressionless behind Gu Wuchen. It was her. He inwardly screamed. Realizing that having hidden within the human emperor's secret realm, only Ji Qianxue could possibly locate him. Not even Gu Wuchen, nor the mightiest of the upper realms, could reach him. With another spurt of blood laced with his innards, the aura of the Azura path began to manifest, making one final struggle. Gu Wuchen scoffed disdainfully, pressing a hand against Ji Yun's spiritual center, unleashing the full force of the path of slaughter, mercilessly assaulting Ji Yun's senses. The Azura path crumbled in the face of the path of slaughter, its incomplete mastery obliterated in an instant. Ag. The collapse of the pathway shattered Ji Yun's last semblance of hope. He emitted a prolonged, agonized wail, his head tilting as his eyes widened in shock, ultimately succumbing to silence. A once prominent prodigy, who had ascended to imperial status in merely 3 years, and deemed a treasure in any noble family of the upper realms, now lay lifeless, unable to close his eyes even in death, yearning for the bloodline of the human emperor. Is he truly dead? Gu Wuchen's gaze flickered, realizing that this hunt for the destined child was far more seamless than he had anticipated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the destined child Ji Yun. Congratulations, host. You have received. Who is it? Who has slain my heir? Cursed be. The system's reward notification was abruptly interrupted by a deafening roar. The human emperor's orb that had fallen from Ji Yun's body was no longer pristine white, but a deep crimson, from which a terrifying soul emerged. Towering at 8 zhong, bound by chains, wielding twin blades, its eyes wide with fury. Though merely a remnant of a soul, a single glance was enough to instill dread. It was you who did this. The soul instantaneously locked onto Gu Wuchen, its gaze brimming with rage. He, the Azura king, one of the 8 kings under the human emperor, was the first to discover the heir. This fragment of my remaining soul was meant to find the successor and revive the glory of the age of myriad races. Yet, who could have anticipated that in merely 3 years, I would impart only a fraction of my power, and the successor would be slain? Upon realizing this, he instantly lost his sanity. Even within the Emperor's Pearl, he remained in a state of semi-slumber, for once he fully awakened. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, this fragment of his soul would entirely dissipate. Yet, he could no longer endure. Even at the peril of his soul's complete annihilation, he was determined to exact vengeance on the one who dared to jeopardize the affairs of the human race. Chapter 56. The Appearance of the Emperor. The remnant soul was firmly fixated on Gu Wuchen, disregarding even the obstructing figure of Gu Qianxue. The mere realm of supremacy was utterly insufficient to warrant his attention. Die. He raised a long knife and ruthlessly swung it down towards Gu Wuchen's head. The speed appeared sluggish, yet it imparted an inescapable sense of doom. Gu Wuchen's eyes narrowed as he silently pulled Gu Qianxue, who stood in front of him, to safety. The jade slip, imbued with the full force of the great desolation prison sky, finger was already clenched in his hand. Stop! A delicate voice rang out from behind Gu Wuchen. The onlookers turned towards the source of the sound. and upon realizing it was Ji Qianxue who had called for a halt, they were struck with incredulity. The unknown powerful remnant soul that had just appeared had surpassed their comprehension in terms of terror. Who would have thought that an ordinary human woman could muster such courage to publicly command him to cease? Was there any difference between this and courting death? As expected, the remnant soul of the Shura king paused slightly upon hearing someone attempt to obstruct him, and a hint of nostalgia flickered across his grotesque visage. How many years had it been? Had time eroded the memory of the Shura king's formidable reputation? Recalling the past, during the tumultuous battles among the myriad clans, the number of alien warriors he had slain far surpassed the combined totals of the other 7 kings. He was truly the god of death on ordinary days. Apart from the emperor and the other 7 kings, anyone who dared to challenge him would only meet a fate of eternal torment in the abyss. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, preparing to eliminate this audacious individual who dared to command him. Alas, as a remnant soul, he could not consign this person to the endless purgatory. But when he turned his gaze to Ji Qianxue's countenance, his mind exploded with shock. You, how could you possess the aura of the emperor? Who are you? He found himself in a state of extreme astonishment. No one understood the true circumstances of the emperor better than the 8 great kings. The emperor's demise had been exceedingly abrupt, leaving no time to bequeath any offspring, making it impossible for anyone to have caught the emperor's eye and bear a child alongside him. In other words, the lineage of the emperor had been severed, and it would be remarkable if there were even any descendants of the 8 kings left. Yet now, the evidence lay before him. Others may not discern it, but he could not be mistaken. The woman before him possessed the unique bloodline power of the emperor, a natural sovereign, the future pinnacle of the human race. He slapped his forehead in realization, joy clouding his mind, forgetting all about avenging his successor. Elder brother, 8th brother, come forth. The emperor's bloodline, there is an heir. Ha. He channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the emperor's pearl, and soon thereafter, 2 ethereal forms floated out. They appeared even more fragile than the Shura king and bore no towering stature, resembling ordinary mortals. One individual, wielding a feather fan, expressed his displeasure. Old 6. Do not utter such nonsensical words. How could the emperor of humanity possibly have descendants? Your words are a profound disrespect to the emperor. Moreover, you recklessly pulled both me and old 8 from our slumber. Do you comprehend the implications? It signifies that we shall soon dissipate entirely, unable to seek our inheritors. Indeed, brother 6, your actions are exceedingly rash. The 2 newly emerged souls, filled with both anger and helplessness, were well aware of the temperament of the Shura king, who was often impulsive. However, they had not anticipated such a ludicrous blunder this time, claiming to have found someone with the emperor's bloodline. Why did he not mention that he almost killed the emperor's own daughter? Oh dear, you 2 appear to be quite befuddled from your slumber. Just take a look for yourselves. At that moment, the Shura king, devoid of his previous murderous intent, gestured for them to direct their gaze toward Ji Qianxue. Alas, you are beyond redemption. The 2 souls shook their heads and turned their attention to Ji Qianxue, realizing that since they were already awake, their dissipating was imminent. They began pondering whether they should hastily find someone to inherit their legacy, lest the lineage of the emperor of humanity be extinguished entirely. Moments later, the bloodline of the emperor of humanity. The reaction of the 2 souls was even more pronounced than that of the Shura king. They floated beside Ji Qianxue, speechless with astonishment. As they were unexpectedly scrutinized by 2 unfamiliar souls, Ji Qianxue appeared somewhat flustered, casting a pleading glance toward Gu Wuchen. Fear not. They will not harm you, Gu Wuchen assured with a nod. Since these 3 souls had emerged from the emperor's pearl, and Ji Qianxue was the emperor's daughter, there was no cause for alarm. Upon hearing the term husband, the 3 souls were momentarily struck dumb. The descendant of the emperor of humanity is wed? However, upon further reflection, they found nothing unusual. The bloodline of the emperor had endured countless epochs. It was entirely natural for one to marry at an appropriate age. Moreover, this was a matter of the emperor's household, and they had no place to intrude. With this thought, the 3 exchanged knowing glances and silently nodded. Almost simultaneously, they reached out to touch their foreheads, without a hint of hesitation. Boom. The remnants of the 3 powerful souls of the emperor of humanity shattered instantaneously into the purest essence of spiritual energy, flowing into the emperor's pearl. Had they taken their own lives? Witnessing this scene, even Gu Wuchen could not suppress a sigh. The emperor's powerful beings, he conservatively estimated, were among the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Although they could not survive long in their residual soul forms, their decisive end was truly astonishing. Once infused with pure spiritual energy, the Emperor's pearl floated serenely in the air. Time, at that moment, abruptly froze. The gathered guests, some with mouths agape and others caught in the act of retreating, were all rendered motionless. This included the members of the monitoring pavilion, Guchensi, who stood rigidly in place, their consciousness frozen in the instant before time ceased. Even all the beings within the entire water reversal realm, along with the spiritual energy, were utterly still. Everything fell into silence. Only two individuals remained unaffected, Gu Wuchen and Ji Qianxue. A tall and imposing figure slowly emerged from the void. She towered slightly above Gu Wuchen, her long legs accentuating her stature, and cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall. Dressed in an elegant dragon robe that enveloped her entirely, she was surrounded by an indistinguishable array of profound energies. Gu Wuchen stood behind her, unable to see her face, yet the silhouette alone left him in awe. The Empress of Humanity, the most formidable figure in the annals of human history. Without her, humanity might have been reduced to mere livestock for alien races, relegated to the lowest tier of the food chain. Ji Qianxue faced the Empress, frozen in place, her gaze fixed, lost in thought. Within Gu Wuchen's line of sight, the Empress extended her hand to smooth Ji Qianxue's slightly disheveled hair, whispering softly to her. The specifics of their conversation eluded his ears, and he dared not inquire. More than the discourse, he yearned to glimpse the Empress's true visage, for the statue in his ancestral hall bore no facial features. Chapter 57. A Glimpse of Wonder. After an indeterminate time, Ji Qianxue gently nodded to the Empress, her eyes shimmering with tears, her demeanor transforming into one of unwavering resolve. Then, the Empress sighed deeply. Alas, time has slipped away from my expectations, and whether this is fortuitous or not remains uncertain. Slightly turning her body, she still refrained from revealing her face to Gu Wuchen. She continued, Gu Wuchen, what is your relation to Guchanga? Her voice was ethereal, imbued with authority, evoking an instinctive reverence in those who heard it. Gu Wuchen did not kneel. Even should he, it would be only if the Empress turned to him and commanded it as a mother-in-law might. He certainly would not bow to one who would not even allow him a glimpse of her countenance. Yet, upon hearing the name Guchanga, he could not suppress a tremor within his heart. He replied, Guchanga is the first ancestor of the Gu family, the founder of our lineage. The ancestral cultivation technique. The Changaju was bequeathed by this ancestor, which is the reason for the Gu family's enduring presence in the upper realms. He pondered in silence, speculating whether the Empress, who remained concealed, was perhaps an old acquaintance of his ancestor. Yet he admonished himself not to overthink. As if sensing Gu Wuchen's thoughts, the Empress spoke. Her back still turned. I share no connection with him. During the War of All Races, he did not participate directly, yet he indirectly repelled the myriad races, rendering the eternal Dao domain a place where no alien dared to tread. I never imagined that after the subsequent upheaval, both I and the 8 kings would fall. Yet Gu Changa survived and left descendants that endure to this day. What is the current strength of your Gu family in the upper realms? Our strength is considerable. No faction dares to provoke the Gu family, Gu Wuchen replied, tinged with modesty. Is that so? The Empress seemed to fall into contemplation. Before long, her figure began to slowly dissipate, and with it, the flow of time in the entire water realm came to a halt, gradually resuming. Just as her form was on the brink of vanishing, she finally turned slightly, casting a profound gaze upon Gu Wuchen, leaving behind a single remark. The 8 sovereigns and their descendants have long since vanished, leaving me with no one I can trust. Since you are a descendant of the Gu family, I entrust Xianyuan Qianxue to you. Treat her well. As these words fell, the figure of the Emperor of Humanity completely dissipated. Time in the water reversal realm began to flow again, and the onlookers resumed their actions from the previous moment, oblivious to the fact that time had been halted for approximately a quarter of an hour. Gu Wuchen found himself frozen in place, his mind filled with the final glance the Emperor cast upon him. In that instant, he momentarily forgot everything, even the features of the Emperor's half-visible face, only recalling that fleeting glance. What a peculiar eye it was, accompanied by emotions that were equally strange. He could not articulate it, but felt that the Emperor was shrouded in mystery. She had always turned her back to him and entrusted her daughter to him, only to vanish after a final glance. He had anticipated that upon learning his daughter was taken as a concubine, she would either slay him on the spot or demand retribution. The daughter of the Emperor should be a rightful wife. What significance does a concubine hold? Yet, none of these anticipated scenarios unfolded. The emperor was far more composed than he had envisioned. How curious. After murmuring to himself, Gu Wuchen shook his head, deciding not to ponder on such confounding matters any longer. He turned his gaze towards the various sect leaders and holy masters who remained somewhat stunned. Although they were unaware that time had been suspended, they could see that Gu Wuchen and Ji Qianxue, now properly referred to as Xianyuan Qianxue, stood in a position entirely different from the previous moment. Just as they were mulling over why this had occurred, Gu Wuchen spoke. Esteemed guests, I am deeply honored by your presence today. At this banquet for taking concubines, a rogue has caused a disturbance and has been dealt with. Therefore, I shall not continue to entertain you. You may take your leave. With that, he gestured to see them out. The guests, upon hearing this, felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, stepping forward to offer their congratulations before turning to depart. They had long wished to leave and had no desire to linger any longer. As for Gu Wuchen's expressions of gratitude, they were met with even more respectful responses. What a jest! Just a moment ago, this divine scion was contemplating the annihilation of their entire water reversal realm. Now he was thanking them. A gesture they would never dare accept. Fortunately, the rogue Jiyan inexplicably reappeared at the venue, leading to a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, thoughts raced in their minds once they returned. They would issue the highest orders within their factions, ensuring that no one provokes the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Should they encounter them, they would evade if possible. If not, they would simply endure the humiliation. A bit of face lost is far better than being utterly obliterated, is it not? Before long, the guests gradually departed, including those from the monitoring pavilion, leaving only the Chaos Sacred Land members behind. It was not that they did not wish to leave, but rather that they were truly unable to. The Chaos Sacred Lord, Shi Chuan, lay on the ground, feigning death, while the two elders were firmly suppressed, unable to move. At this juncture, Shi Chuan finally stirred. Unable to remain passive any longer, he realized that the situation had grown dire, with everyone having withdrawn. Feigning ignorance would only serve to displease Gu Wuchen. Rising slowly, his complexion pale, he clasped his fists and declared, Divine Son Gu, I am guilty. I humbly request your punishment. The astute man did not hastily shirk responsibility, for such an act would be utterly futile. In the face of absolute power, regardless of the truth, should one declare you wrong, you would indeed be deemed so. Any attempt at rebuttal would hold no significance. Shikawa, the Lord of Chaos, Gu Wuchen remarked, casting a glance at him. The Chaos Holy Land ranks last among the 5 sacred realms, relying solely on the Chaos Bell to maintain its position. Now that the Chaos Bell is in my possession, do you harbor any further thoughts? Nay, none at all, Shikawa responded without hesitation, shaking his head. The loss of the Chaos Bell was caused by that thief, Ji Yun. Your Excellency, you have aided our Chaos Holy Land in vanquishing this rogue, making you our great benefactor. The Chaos Bell rightfully belongs to you. We dare not voice any grievances. Ah, a man of discernment, Gu Wuchen acknowledged him with approval. Then called for Ling Tian, the Lord of the Lingxiao. Where is Ling Tian? I am here. Ling Tian appeared before Gu Wuchen, bowing respectfully, waiting for orders. Now that the Chaos Holy Land has lost the protection of the Chaos Bell, it will not be long before it is devoured by other sacred realms or formidable sections. Today, coincidentally, is a day of celebration for me. Thus, I shall grant Shikawa an opportunity. Ling Tian, from now on, you shall oversee the Chaos Holy Land. Begin preparing to take over. Yes. Ling Tian nodded, a smile gracing his face. In contrast, Shikawa's complexion turned ashen, fully comprehending Gu Wuchen's intentions. This meant that the Lingxiao Holy Land would absorb the Chaos Holy Land, and henceforth, the name of the Chaos Holy Land would vanish from the realm. Chapter 58. The Emperor's Secret Realm, the Emperor's Legacy. With the departure of the two lords, Gu Chenxi, displaying keen insight, seized the opportunity to take her leave. Yet, before departing, she could not help but lean close to Gu Wuchen's ear, cautioning him, Young master, be exceedingly careful when indulging Sister Qianxue. After all, she lacks cultivation and cannot withstand too much turmoil from you. I shall remain next door. Call for me at any time. Having uttered this, Gu Chenxi vanished, leaving Gu Wuchen in a state of bewilderment. He suppressed the urge to summon her back for immediate reprimand, turning instead to the blushing Xianyuan Qianxue, whom he lifted into his arms. Let us proceed with our unfinished business, into the bridal chamber. His heart felt considerably steadied. Prior to the emperor's arrival, his intention to take Xianyuan Qianxue as a concubine was primarily a strategy to lure out Ji Yun. The notion of entering the bridal chamber had been somewhat insubstantial. After all, he was aware of a certain father of the Tang family, who had long ascended to divinity, locking his daughter away to prevent her suitor from laying a hand on her. Should a forceful approach be attempted, it could even lead to the suitor's untimely demise. Yet now, the circumstances were entirely different. The emperor had personally entrusted his daughter to him. There was no room for evasion or procrastination. Action was imperative. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Gu Wuchen gently laid the blushing Xianyuan Qianxue, who had been cradling the emperor's pearl, onto the bed. Just as she was about to take the next step, Xianyuan Qianxue timidly spoke, "Husband, my sister just mentioned that the orb in my hand is known as the human emperor pearl, which contains her legacy. She instructed us to enter it promptly after her disappearance. Should we proceed now?" Gu Wuchen paused, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he replied, "Sister? Did the human emperor just refer to herself as your sister?" "Indeed, she stated so. She appears so powerful that she wouldn't deceive me," Xianyuan Qianxue asserted with unwavering conviction. Opening the panel, the information displayed read, "Name, Xianyuan Ji Qianxue. Identity, daughter of the human emperor from the era of myriad races, concubine of Gu Wuchen. Fate, future human emperor. I hadn't realized the human emperor had concealed this matter," Gu Wuchen mused, stroking his chin. The system's information was undoubtedly accurate. It was conceivable that the human emperor had intentionally instructed Qianxue to address her as sister. However, since the human emperor had not disclosed the full truth, he would not pry further. Closing the panel, Gu Wuchen redirected his focus to the human emperor pearl. Since the human emperor had urged them to enter swiftly, he was not inclined to delay their union. "Qianxue, activate the human emperor pearl. Let us enter now." "All right." A flash of light enveloped them, and the two individuals within the chamber suddenly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Gu Chenxi leaned against the wall, clutching his sword. Eyes closed as he listened intently. He murmured to himself, "Strange, they've been inside for quite a while without a sound. They haven't perished, have they? The young master has truly taken a significant risk, alas." In the human emperor's secret realm, the environment mirrored the outside world, forming an independent microcosm, vast and boundless. Gu Wuchen sensed the surroundings but could not discern any boundaries. Its enormity was astonishing. "What should we do next?" Your sister must have informed you," Gu Wuchen inquired. "Yes, she conveyed everything to me." "Follow me," Xianyuan Qianxue replied. Although it was her first visit, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She took Gu Wuchen's hand and, with a blink, traversed several thousand miles in an instant. Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, and Xianyuan Qianxue smiled, explaining, "My sister said that if I ever encounter danger, I should hide within the human emperor pearl, for even without any cultivation, I would be invincible here." As she spoke, they arrived at their destination. With a gentle tap of her jade finger in the void, the entire secret realm began to tremble. Soon, a magnificent palace, infused with spiritual energy, materialized before them. The grand entrance towered 100 feet high, its bronze doors adorned with celestial stones. "This is the place," Xianyuan Qianxue said, placing her hand upon one of the celestial stones, causing the doors to slowly creak open, releasing an ancient and majestic aura. The two entered side by side. The materials comprising the hall, heavenly jade, nether iron, fiery glaze, starfall stone, and ice crystal, were so extraordinary that even Gu Wuchen, the scion of the Gu family, felt as though he were an outsider stepping into a grand estate. The rarity of these materials had long since faded from existence, making them nearly impossible to find in the entire upper realm today. As they ventured deep into the grand hall, the two finally came to a halt. At the center stood a seemingly unadorned longsword, yet it was this very blade that captivated Gu Wuchen's attention, to be placed in such a significant position. Its name instinctively came to mind, the sword of the human emperor. Clang! Xianyuan Qianxue stepped forward and drew the sword of the human emperor from its sheath. Buzz! The space around them trembled, as if the sword had awakened at that moment. However, tranquility soon returned. The sword's brilliance faded, resting quietly in Xianyuan Qianxue's grasp. Hiss! Was the sword of the human emperor damaged? Gu Wuchen gazed at the cracks on the blade, as if it could shatter at any moment, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, Xianyuan Qianxue nodded solemnly and returned the sword to its sheath. "My sister mentioned that the sword of the human emperor has been destroyed, left here merely as a token of remembrance, now rendered useless. Nevertheless, she did not bring us here for the sword, but for us to receive her legacy." Us. Gu Wuchen was taken aback by her words. Could he truly inherit the legacy of the human emperor? He had thought that merely accompanying Qianxue into this place would allow him to gain something related to the human emperor's legacy, which he found quite satisfactory, considering he bore no bloodline connection to the human emperor. However, in the next moment, he dismissed his doubts. The entire hall suddenly transformed. The space above resembled the vast firmament, with countless pathways swirling around, to the point of becoming congested. From an unknown source, two beams of light shot forth, each penetrating the center of Gu Wuchen and Xianyuan Qianxue's foreheads. The two immediately seated themselves cross-legged, entering an enigmatic state. In this meditative trance, Gu Wuchen was filled with astonishment. What entered his consciousness was not merely a fragment of the legacy of the 8 monarchs, but the genuine legacy of the human emperor. Could such a thing be divided into 2 portions? Doubts aside, Gu Wuchen saw no reason to reject the precious gift presented to him. Thus, he gradually began to accept it. In this manner, Gu Wuchen and Xianyuan Qianxue simultaneously embraced the legacy of the human emperor within the hall. The only distinction being that Xianyuan Qianxue's appearance and aura were undergoing a gradual transformation. Chapter 59. Entering the Extraordinary, Mastering Time. Within his consciousness, there were no trials as Gu Wuchen had anticipated. Rather, it was a straightforward and forceful infusion of techniques, spells, and patterns. The human emperor's art, a unique cultivation method accessible only to those of the human emperor's bloodline, was accompanied by a drop of essence blood quietly floating nearby. This essence blood of the human emperor, once fused, would grant one the bloodline of the human emperor, an object of great desire for the destined child Ji Yunsheng during his lifetime, now quietly hovering before Gu Wuchen. Without opening his eyes, Gu Wuchen unhesitatingly activated the devouring sky body, consuming the essence blood of the human emperor in one swift motion. This was not a mere fusion, but a straightforward act of devouring. Before long, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, inadvertently instilling a sense of reverence in others. Simultaneously, he experienced a most tangible breakthrough in his cultivation, ascending to the 7th level of the human emperor realm. 8th level, pinnacle of the human emperor realm. Entering the extraordinary realm. Without any bottlenecks hindering him, he ascended to an extraordinary realm. Yet, this was not the end. His cultivation continued to rise. The 3rd layer of the extraordinary realm. The 5th layer of the extraordinary realm. Ultimately, he settled at the 6th layer of the extraordinary realm. A significant elevation in his cultivation. Remarkably, he had only absorbed about 1/10 of the blood essence from the Emperor of Humanity, reaching the limit of what he could consume at this moment. As for the Emperor's art, he had no intention of practicing it, despite its formidable power. It paled in comparison to the system's miraculous techniques. Thus, he chose to explore other legacies. The 9 seals of the Emperor, the Dragon Chi of the Imperial Path, the techniques of the nation and land. He glanced over them briefly before concentrating all his attention on a particular Tao pattern. This was the essence of the legacy. A complete Tao, represented through the intricate pattern. If the fruit of the Tao is a natural formation within the cosmos, a shortcut to understanding the great Tao, then the Tao pattern represents the pinnacle of human endeavor. Only a being of imperial status, with a terrifying comprehension of this Tao, could attempt to depict such a pattern for future generations to comprehend. Gu Wuchen chose to delve into this understanding directly, even with prior mental preparation. He was astonished as he began to grasp the intricacies of this Tao. The Tao of time, one of the supreme paths in absolute terms. The profundities within were astoundingly intricate. Gu Wuchen immersed himself wholeheartedly into the comprehension of the Tao of time. Time passed. How long, he could not tell. It felt like a day, yet seemed like a year. Suddenly, Gu Wuchen opened his eyes wide. He had succeeded. He casually took a seed and placed it in his palm, channeling the recently grasped Tao of time around it. Before long, the seed began to sprout at a visible pace, revealing green leaves, blooming, and bearing fruit. Then, the fruit aged, and the entire plant started to wither until it completely perished. This entire process transpired in just a few breaths. What a marvelous Tao of time, Gu Wuchen marveled. Although he had just begun to master the Tao of time, and was far from the ability to pause an entire realm as the Emperor of Humanity could, its power still left him in awe. He had accelerated the flow of time around the seed, allowing it to experience an entire life cycle in mere moments. He even pondered, if one could master the Tao of time to its fullest extent, could they not effortlessly cause any adversary to age and perish before their eyes? Indeed, a remarkable treasure. After expressing his admiration, Gu Wuchen opened his status panel. Name, Gu Wuchen, age, 20, realm, Sixth layer of the extraordinary realm, physique, devouring heaven divine body, consumed. Sword bone, fortunate Tao body. Chaotic sacred body, fate, supervillain, will inadvertently conflict with the protagonist of destiny. Cultivation techniques, creation demon scripture, unpracticed, long song technique, emperor's art, 9 seals of the emperor, etc. Possessing the imperial emperor's banner, the Xianyuan Bao, and the celestial origin cauldron, I have grasped several profound paths, the path of strength, the path of slaughter, and a preliminary understanding of the path of time. My spirit companion, Fei Fei, lies in slumber, at the 6th level of the transcendent realm. My progress along the path of time has been quite satisfactory. I await the awakening of Qinxue to unlock the remaining aspects of the legacy. The inheritance of the imperial emperor is certainly not limited to this. From the information regarding the legacy, I have learned that there are 2 crucial locations yet to be activated, which require the personal intervention of Xianyuan Qinxue. The first is the blood pool of the myriad races, a reservoir created from the slaughter of countless formidable beings, primarily intended to enhance one's physical form. The second is the Battle Soul Arena, the cornerstone of the Imperial Emperor's secret realm. There, one can engage in combat with spirits of equal cultivation, and by defeating them, absorb their pure spiritual energy to elevate oneself. The legacy indicates that should turmoil arise in the outside world, preventing the inheritor from training externally, one may rely solely on the Battle Soul Arena to cultivate. Within a maximum of 50 years, or even 30, one could traverse the path that would take countless prodigies eons to complete, paving the way to becoming an emperor. This is the terrifying nature of the Imperial Emperor's legacy. It is no exaggeration to say that it enables one to ascend to greatness in a single bound. At that moment, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed from behind me. The harvest is commendable, indeed. This is the legacy of the Imperial Emperor. Upon hearing those words, a chill ran down my spine. I had no awareness of anyone's presence around me, and I was utterly oblivious to how this individual had approached. In an instant, I summoned the path of time, firmly locking onto the source of the voice. Easy now, handsome. Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain. Furthermore, within this palace, the methods of the Imperial Emperor's legacy cannot harm me, the voice continued. As I turned, a spectral figure drifted into view. She possessed flowing white hair cascading to her waist, a tall and slender figure, and strikingly delicate features, her skin remarkably fair. At that moment, her captivating gaze scrutinized me intently. Indeed, you are quite handsome, a rare sight in my era. Furthermore, your comprehension ability is commendable. To grasp the path of time in merely 3 years is an impressive feat. Given more time, you might truly reach the heights of the Imperial Emperor. Who are you? I countered, ignoring her flattery. Surely, you do not think I am merely a spirit of this palace? She retorted, placing her hands on her hips with pride. I am one of the 8 kings under the Imperial Emperor, the Mirror King. Additionally, I am the most beautiful woman of the human race. It is a privilege for you to witness my true form today. You should hurry and express your gratitude. I was taken aback, skepticism etched across my face. I had certainly heard of the Mirror King, known to be the most enigmatic among the 8 kings. She possessed the ability to see into the hearts of others and could transform into any guise, even eluding the discerning eyes of emperors. How could such a mysterious being manifest in the form of this young girl? As I pondered, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. Wait, what did she just say? 3 years. He has comprehended the profound mysteries of time, yet 3 years have elapsed. How can this be? In 3 years, how many fated children would he have slain? How many rewards could he have claimed? Spirit of the artifact, have I truly been here for 3 years? Gu Wuchen inquired, his desperation evident. I shall reiterate, I am not a mere spirit of the artifact. I am the Mirror King, or you may call me by my true name, Yi Linglong. Should you dare to call me a spirit again, even if you are recognized by the Emperor of Humanity, I shall rend your lips asunder. At that moment, Yi Linglong bared her teeth in anger, her gaze fierce and ready to teach this individual a lesson for daring to mislabel her. Very well, you are the Mirror King. Gu Wuchen replied, resigned, not wishing to dwell on the matter further. So, illustrious Mirror King, has truly 3 years passed in such a fleeting manner? Indeed, Yi Linglong acknowledged, finally hearing the title she deemed worthy, nodding with satisfaction. However, fret not, the flow of time within the palace of the Emperor differs from that outside. Here, 1 year equates to merely a day outside, meaning 3 years is but 3 days. 3 days? That is more acceptable, Gu Wuchen exhaled with relief. As 3 days were entirely manageable, while 3 years were simply inconceivable. Yet before he could utter another word, Yi Linglong suddenly uttered a soft exclamation, her expression turning dubious. Wait, your tone suggests you still do not believe I am the Mirror King, you duplicitous wretch. As Yi Linglong prepared to take action, Gu Wuchen felt overwhelmed, pondering whether this spirit had been dormant for too long and had lost her sanity. Thus, he hastily raised his hand to halt her. Stop. If you claim to be the Mirror King, what evidence do you possess? As far as I know, the Mirror King can see into the hearts of others. Can you discern what I am thinking right now? Of course, that is child's play. Go ahead and think. Yi Linglong's interest piqued at this challenge, for it was a domain in which she excelled. Subsequently, Gu Wuchen scrutinized her from head to toe, imprinting her visage in his mind before silently closing his eyes. Let us think of an old tree with its roots entwined. Yi Linglong began to sense what Gu Wuchen was contemplating. Strange, I cannot discern anything? She furrowed her brow, perplexed. What she perceived was a void, an absence of thought. With her prowess, how could she fail to penetrate the mind of a mere transcendent cultivator? No, I must try again. But still, she could not see. Moments later, as Gu Wuchen opened his eyes and observed Yi Linglong's bewildered expression, he shook his head slightly. You see, you cannot discern my thoughts, yet claim to be the Mirror King. Who says I cannot? I have already perceived them. Impossible, Gu Wuchen countered without hesitation. If you truly saw them, your demeanor would not be so unchanged. In any case, cease this nonsense. Qianqiwei is the sister of the emperor and must not be disturbed during her inheritance. Yi Linglong fumed, yet felt powerless. Her gaze shifted towards the nearby Xianyuan Qianqiwei, who was undergoing transformation, and a trace of respect emerged in her demeanor. The direct bloodline of the emperor. She had learned of this from the remnants of the Shura king's soul, and anticipation stirred within her heart. Oh, I hope she can complete her task before my essence dissipates, allowing this final wisp of my soul to witness the true visage of the future emperor. Yi Linglong shook her head with a sigh, no longer embodying her previous frivolity, but instead wearing a countenance of desolation. Are you about to vanish? Gu Wuchen inquired curiously, having caught the crucial detail. What else could it be? Yi Linglong shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. My remnant soul has been awakened prematurely, with merely one more day remaining, which equates to a year in the Emperor's Hall. I will be utterly extinguished. It is a pity that I did not consider passing on this legacy during my lifetime. The lineage of the Mirror King will be entirely severed. Observing her melancholic demeanor, Gu Wuchen's mind sparked with an idea, and he proposed. I do have a solution that may preserve your essence. It depends on your willingness. I am unwilling, Yi Linglong retorted without a moment's hesitation, her expression rife with disdain. What could you possibly offer? My soul is but a feeble remnant, already at its last throes. Gu Wuchen, undeterred, retrieved the Emperor's banner from his spatial ring. Upon its emergence, Yi Linglong reacted as if faced with a formidable threat, retreating to the edge of the Grand Hall. Her gaze fixed warily upon the ominous banner emitting black smoke. What is this? What do you intend to do? She questioned, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. This is a treasure that can prevent your soul from dissipating, Gu Wuchen replied with a smile. It is called the Emperor's Banner. You speak nonsense. Yi Linglong immediately countered. The Emperor, embodying righteousness, would never create such a nefarious banner. Moreover, I have never heard of anything called the Emperor's Banner, even if it existed. It would be filled with the grandeur of primordial purple energy. What you possess resembles more of a ghostly banner. Not at all, Gu Wuchen shook his head. This Emperor's Banner is not the same as what you envision. Though it may appear ominous, it is actually a sanctuary for remnant souls. If you doubt me, why not step inside and see for yourself? I shall not, she replied defiantly. You can keep it for yourself. As they spoke, the black smoke from the Emperor's Banner drifted closer to Yi Linglong, who was resolute that it was anything but benevolent. Noticing her reluctance to enter the banner, Gu Wuchen spoke earnestly. Very well. I acknowledge that you are indeed the Mirror King, one of the 8 kings under the Emperor, and I am the Emperor's heir. Having received his personal acknowledgement, thus, we are allies. You should trust me. Even if you do not trust me, you should have faith in the Emperor's discernment. Upon hearing Gu Wuchen invoke the Emperor's name, she hesitated, realizing he had a point. The Emperor would not misjudge anyone. Finally, she steeled herself and decided to trust this heir of the Emperor. All right, I will enter your banner to test it. But if it proves ineffective, you must release me at once. As you wish, Gu Wuchen replied, smiling as he opened the interior of the Emperor's banner, drawing the compliant Yi Linglong inside. Shortly thereafter, Gu Wuchen heard Yi Linglong's astonished and elated voice resonate in his mind. This banner is remarkably peculiar. My remnant soul indeed seems to have halted its dissolution within. What exactly resides within this place? Unconscious souls from the king and emperor realms. These worthless spirits have been left here. Did you forget to dispose of them? If you choose to ignore them, I shall gladly take care of it for you. Feel free, as long as you are comfortable here. Gu Wuchen nodded. Recognizing that the souls within the emperor's banner were all from the fortune and blessing sect, and of no use to him, indeed, he had neglected to clear them away. This time, the harvest from the emperor's secret realm had once again added a significant boon, a remnant soul of a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Chapter 61. The Primordial Human Emperor Body, Xianyuan Qianxue. Having subdued Yi Linglong, Gu Wuchen continued to sit in the Grand Hall, consolidating his cultivation and further contemplating the ways of the world. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, equivalent to merely an hour in the outside world. On this particular day, Gu Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes, turning his gaze towards Xianyuan Qianxue, not far off, his expression revealing astonishment. Has it been accomplished? As the words fell, 8 phantoms encircled the girl, each corresponding to the 8 kings beneath the emperor, who all knelt in reverence, welcoming the birth of the new sovereign. Among them, Yi Linglong also emerged from the banner, kneeling aside with an expression of utmost respect. The entire hall was solemn and dignified. And even more astonishing was the 9-petaled golden lotus that manifested at Xianyuan Qianxue's brow, with each petal intricately carved with profound patterns. The totems of the 8 kings safeguarded her, while the 9-grade golden lotus subdued souls. Gu Wuchen recalled the ancient texts, drawing in a sharp breath. This was the phenomenon that accompanied the awakening of the human emperor. Qianxue had finally succeeded. In the next moment, the meditative Xianyuan Qianxue slowly opened her eyes. A beam of golden light erupting from her gaze, as if she could pierce through the heavens and gaze upon all existence. One could not help but feel a sense of reverence, as if confronting a supreme being overlooking the mortal realm. At that moment, Xianyuan Qianxue bore no resemblance to the delicate, ordinary farmer's daughter she once appeared to be. Her features had become even more exquisite, her nose elegantly raised, her skin fair as snow, and her ceremonial robe could hardly conceal her innate regal aura. She gracefully rose, her face blooming like a peach blossom, approaching with a radiant smile. Upon reaching Gu Wuchen, she slightly bowed. Husband, in the next instant, she embraced Gu Wuchen's broad chest, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Husband, thank you. If it weren't for your presence, the treasures left to me by my sister might have long since fallen into the hands of that rogue. Ji Yun, truly thank you. Xianyuan Qianxue's emotions surged, pressing her head against Gu Wuchen's chest. Fully aware that her success in inheriting her sister's legacy was entirely due to the man before her. Without her husband's intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do not weep. You are destined to become the human emperor, he gently reassured, patting her delicate back, though he found it difficult to breathe. He sensed that Xianyuan Qianxue's bloodline awakening was not merely a transformation of her physique. Even her form had undergone a remarkable change. Previously, due to the loose ceremonial robe, he had failed to notice, but now, pressed together, the sensation surged through him. Simultaneously, he opened his panel to take a closer look. Name: Xianyuan Qianxue. Realm: Peak of the Emperor's Ascendant. Physique: Primordial Human Emperor Body, fully awakened. Fate: Future Human Emperor. Identity: Daughter of the Human Emperor during the era of myriad races, concubine of Gu Wuchen. So soon? Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, and despite his preparation, he could not help but marvel. After 3 years of seclusion, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. She had transformed from a powerless farmer's daughter into a being at the pinnacle of cultivation in the lower realms. Her physique had inherited the legacy of the primordial human emperor body. It would not be long before she would once again ascend to the glory of the human emperor of Heir. After a considerable time, Xianyuan Qianxue finally ceased her tears, reluctantly separating herself from the warm embrace. At that moment, Yi Linglong approached, respectfully stating, "Under the command of the human emperor, I, the 8th King Mirror Monarch, congratulate the birth of the new human emperor." Upon finishing her words, she seemed to realize her presence here was somewhat inappropriate. Promptly slipping into the human emperor's banner with a remark, "I shall not disturb the intimacy of the human emperor. I take my leave first." What is this? The sudden appearance of Yi Linglong startled Xianyuan Qianxue, who turned to Gu Wuchen with a puzzled expression. Gu Wuchen briefly recounted Yi Linglong's identity and background. Xianyuan Qianxue nodded, a look of realization dawning upon her. Indeed, my sister mentioned before that within the human emperor's hall, there exists a remnant soul of one of her former subordinates. She also spoke of the tremendous impact her divine soul endured during the Great War, leading to some psychological issues, at times resembling a 3-year-old child, and at other times an elderly person. In any case, my husband, you must exercise caution in subduing her. Fear not, there shall be no issues. Gu Wuchen affectionately ruffled Qianque's hair, pondering why this so-called mirror monarch seemed so oblivious, only to realize she had suffered significant damage. However, he felt no concern for his own safety. Yi Linglong entering the human emperor's banner to become its primary soul was, in essence, akin to a spirit of the artifact. A spirit would never contravene the will of its master. If caution were to be exercised, it would be her own responsibility. Oh, right? Xianyuan Qianque suddenly recalled something and grasped Gu Wuchen's hand. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the next inheritance. In the blink of an eye, the two departed from the grand hall and arrived at the edge of a blood pool. The myriad races blood pool. Crafted by the human emperor to enhance the physical body. The pool was suffused with a malevolent aura, and even without entering, Gu Wuchen felt his meridians begin to stir, while the celestial dominance body art within him grew restless. My husband, this is an exceptional place. My sister mentioned that she truly slaughtered a multitude of powerful beings from the myriad races, infusing their essence into this pool to create it. You should enter and give it a try. The effects will surely be remarkable. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen nodded without any hesitation, but turned to the seemingly unperturbed Xianyuan Qianque with curiosity. Are you not going in? This is a gift left for you by your sister. No, you go in first. I shall wait for you outside. Xianyuan Qianque's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, lost in thought. Before Gu Wuchen could inquire further, she retreated, waiting at the entrance. How strange. As Gu Wuchen gazed upon the departing silhouette of Xianyuan Qianque, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He could not help but notice that after awakening her bloodline, Xianyuan Qianque had transformed significantly. She was no longer the picture of insecurity, but had instead become lively and whimsical. Unable to fathom this change, he chose to dismiss it from his thoughts. Gu Wuchen began to channel the celestial dominance body technique within him and stepped into the blood pool of the myriad races. Suddenly, an unnamed flame engulfed his entire being. Despite his already formidable physical strength, he felt an intense heat course through him. Employing the celestial dominance body technique, he activated the swallowing heavenly divine body and swiftly absorbed the energy within the blood pool. The concentration of the blood pool visibly waned as he absorbed its essence, all the while utilizing the drop of incomplete emperor's blood to enhance his physical strength. Days turned into a cycle of relentless effort. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout this time, Xianyuan Qianque remained at the entrance, steadfast and unmoving. She did not deliberately practice, but naturally broke through to the first level of the transcendent realm without encountering any obstacles. With a creak, the gates of the blood pool of the myriad races swung open, and Gu Wuchen emerged. At that moment, he exuded an aura vastly different from that of 3 days prior. His physical form had reached an astonishing level of prowess. Chapter 62. Emergence from seclusion. My husband, you have emerged. Xianyuan Qianque exclaimed with joy, stepping forward to place her delicate hand upon Gu Wuchen's chest. How do you feel? The blood pool of the myriad races should have enhanced your physical strength. You must feel invigorated. Seizing the hand that gently rested on his chest, Gu Wuchen, breathing somewhat heavily, responded, Indeed, the blood pool lives up to its reputation, exceeding my expectations. My physical strength now surpasses my cultivation level. However, this blood pool comes with certain side effects. My dear, you did not enter with me, but instead chose to wait at the entrance. Did you foresee this outcome? As he spoke, Gu Wuchen's face flushed deeper, emanating a palpable heat, akin to a lion on the verge of madness. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon the enchanting figure before him. Xianyuan Qianque lowered her eyes, her hand clasped in his while the other nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. My husband, ever since the theft of my emperor's pearl 3 years ago, I have endured relentless physical torment. Though I appeared calm on the surface, my heart has been increasingly burdened with resentment, unable to express my suffering due to my weakened state. Now, having inherited my sister's legacy and gained profound insights, along with my newfound cultivation, I can no longer suffer in silence as I once did. As she spoke, Xianyuan Qianque raised her gaze, her eyes filled with longing as they met Gu Wuchen's, who was teetering on the brink of losing his composure. I, too, yearned to release the pent-up grievances of the past 3 years, to unleash the agonies that no ordinary person could bear. Shall I wreak havoc upon a city? Shall I take lives? No, these are not my desires. I only wish for you, my husband, to assist me in venting the injustices within my heart, right here, today. Will you? Her candid words pierced through Gu Wuchen's ears, shattering the last remnants of his rationality. The side effects of the blood pool reached a terrifying degree, prompting him to immediately embrace Xianyuan Xianxue, lowering his head towards her. 5 days later, it had been 10 days since Gu Wuchen and his companion entered the human Emperor Pearl. At this moment, in the sacred land of Lingxiao, atop the divine sun peak, Gu Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared within the bridal chamber. He radiated an aura of vitality, his breath steady, and compared to 10 days prior, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. In his hand, he held the human Emperor Pearl, shaking his head slightly before storing it in his spatial ring. Not long ago, after departing from the blood pool, he and Xianxue visited the battlefield of souls within the human Emperor's secret realm, a place that directly enhances cultivation. It was an enviable location for anyone, as it could forge an emperor in just a few decades. Few would refuse such an opportunity. However, Gu Wuchen found it far too slow, preferring instead the swiftness of hunting the fated children. Thus, he opted not to retreat into seclusion, emerging from the human Emperor Pearl. As for Xianyuan Xianxue, she chose to remain within, continuing her cultivation, believing that with her current level of power, she could not assist Gu Wuchen and would only hinder him. She planned to break through significantly before emerging again. Gu Wuchen had no objections to her decision, knowing he would carry the human Emperor Pearl with him, allowing him to seek her out whenever necessary. It is noteworthy that this battle in the blood pool had indeed presented him with a worthy opponent, an experience he had never encountered before. As Xianyuan Xianxue had previously mentioned, in the outside world, she was certainly no match for Gu Wuchen and could easily be defeated. Yet, within the human Emperor Pearl's secret realm, she was absolutely invincible. In every conceivable aspect. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Gu Wuchen sensed who it was and said, "Come in. I imagine you have been waiting out there for quite some time." As his words fell, Gu Chenxi entered, clad in a sword robe, her expression peculiar. "Young master, it has been 10 days. If you do not open the door soon, I shall have to report to master." She glanced towards the bed where only the young master sat, raising an eyebrow. "Where is she?" "Oh, you mean Xianxue? She has encountered some fortuitous opportunity and has temporarily entered seclusion for cultivation." Gu Wuchen replied before shifting the topic. "By the way, have you informed the family? Should I continue cultivating in the lower realm, or can I return early?" "Of course, you should return early," Gu Chenxi exclaimed, plopping down beside Gu Wuchen with a smile. "Young master, you have already reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm. What further mental fortitude can you cultivate in the lower realm? The family urges you to return swiftly to prepare for the opening of the Tianyin chessboard a year from now." At this point, her voice trailed off as she scrutinized Gu Wuchen with wide eyes. "Transcendent realm, still at the 6th level, but your physique feels significantly stronger than before. Young master, you are progressing far too quickly. Just during your time in the bridal chamber, you have broken through an entire great realm. Thus, I must speak with my master about acquiring more concubines for you, young master, in hopes of attaining the path of the great emperor at the earliest opportunity." "You impudent girl, are you feeling mischievous again?" Gu Wuchen's expression darkened as he turned, pinning the audacious Gu Chenxi onto the bed, lifting her pristine foot to tickle the soul. "Ha ha, young master, please, it tickles." After a playful scuffle, the two emerged from the bridal chamber, somewhat disheveled. "Young master, I shall take my leave now to prepare for tomorrow's journey." Once Gu Chenxi departed, Gu Wuchen returned to his residence, promptly accessing the system to review the rewards acquired after defeating Ji Yun. 200 consecutive draws in the shop. Items from Ji Yun: robe, trousers, straw sandals. Host has slain 3 destined children. The title of the great antagonist grows ever more crimson. Reward: golden binding immortal robe. Remaining opportunities for the destined child Ji Yun: 5. Human Emperor Pearl, Human Emperor Inheritance, Heaven S Game Board. Heaven S Game Pieces, a pair. Earth Vein Mystic Palace, Supreme Spirit Vein, gazing at the neatly arranged set of Ji Yun's garments within the system space. Gu Wuchen couldn't help but lament, "System, is this all that Ji Yun has dropped aside from clothing?" Ding. Everything is accounted for here. Previously, there was the Chaos Bell, which has already been retrieved by the host, yielding 999 gold coins. Truly impoverished. Gu Wuchen shook his head with a sigh, though he soon reconsidered. Ji Yun had been snuffed out in his cradle, spending virtually all his time cultivating within the human emperor's secret realm, with scarce opportunities to encounter treasures. The only item he hastily acquired upon emerging was the Chaos Bell, which Gu Wuchen had already claimed. Fortunately, the Chaos Bell was of considerable value, with its gold retrieval amount far surpassing the total rewards from the previous 2 destined children. With this in mind, Gu Wuchen turned his attention to the system shop. Now possessing a fortune of 1 million gold coins, it was time to indulge in some expenditure. Chapter 63, Gu Technique. At the outset, Gu Wuchen opened the familiar section of Dao fruits. He gazed at the premium Dao fruit priced at 1 million each, deliberating extensively before ultimately deciding against it. He had already mastered 3 paths. Even if he were to exchange Dao fruits to enhance his strength, only the supreme Dao fruits would catch his discerning eye. Yet those required 5 million gold coins, an amount he could not currently afford. Thus, Gu Wuchen shifted his focus to the equipment section, zeroing in on a suit of armor. The Netherworld Battle Armor, priced at 880,000 gold coins, crafted from the deepest mines of the Nether Realm, capable of absorbing enemy attacks and converting them into defensive power. Could it truly absorb enemy attacks? Wouldn't that mean donning it would grant absolute defense? The simple yet profound description deeply moved Gu Wuchen. Although his spatial ring contained numerous treasures bestowed upon him by his father and grandfather for protection, most required active engagement, with few being passively utilized. The present Netherworld Battle Armor perfectly filled this gap. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen spent 880,000 gold coins to acquire the armor. Ding! The Netherworld Battle Armor is now bound to the host, binding complete. A flash of light coursed through him, and Gu Wuchen felt as though something had been added to his very being. With a mere thought, a set of dark, profound battle armor enveloped his entire form. The spectral armor shimmered with a chilling glow, its surface swirling with tendrils of ghostly energy, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in sorrow. The shoulders and helmet bristled with sharp spikes, and donned in this attire, he resembled a harbinger of death from the netherworld. Intrigued, Gu Wuchen silently acknowledged that clad in this armor, he appeared more akin to a villain. As his thoughts shifted once more, the spectral armor vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Yet, Gu Wuchen understood that this was the true terror of the spectral armor. If he had not been attacked or had not summoned it willingly, it would remain quietly dormant within him. However, should he be assaulted, regardless of the strength of the attack, it would instinctively activate to protect its master, even against sudden onslaughts. In other words, his defense was now invulnerable. No ambush could ever hope to succeed. With the acquisition of the spectral armor, Gu Wuchen noted that his system currency had dwindled to a mere few 100,000 coins. He promptly closed the interface and commenced his 200 consecutive draws. Ding! Preparing for the host lottery. 1/9 pattern exquisite supernatural pill, no side effects. 10,000 coins. 1/9 pattern exquisite entry pill, no side effects. Golden heart prison curse Gu. 15,000 coins. 1 unknown golden sock. Golden primordial Gu technique. The system's notifications quickly followed, and Gu Wuchen gazed at the plethora of items that had appeared in the system space, a flicker of delight igniting within him. Indeed, this round of 200 draws had proven far superior to the previous 100, yielding 3 golden items in one go. Gu Wuchen had heard whispers of the Gu technique. The Gu clan had once been among the most formidable forces in the upper realms, a lineage that none dared provoke. After all, one could never predict the circumstances under which they might fall victim to Gu. Thus, the Gu clan remained one of the most enigmatic races in existence. However, for reasons unknown, the entire clan had vanished, and the knowledge of their techniques was lost to time. The minor Gu techniques that still circulated in the market today were trivial, far inferior to the authentic arts once wielded by the Gu. Taking out the jade slip that documented the primordial Gu technique, Gu Wuchen crushed it in his grasp. A torrent of obscure and intricate symbols flooded his mind, characters unique to the Gu clan, which he found utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Detected the host's desire to learn the primordial Gu technique. Would you like to spend 150,000 coins to decipher it, achieving mastery of the Gu technique? Gu Wuchen paused, then responded, Decipher it, grant me immediate mastery. Ding. Deciphering complete. Congratulations, host, you have achieved mastery of the Gu technique. In an instant, countless Gu techniques surged into his consciousness. Various spells such as the Puppet Heart Curse Gu, Heart Prison Curse Gu, Illusionary Soul Locking Gu, and the Malevolent Heart Manipulating Gu, each more bizarre than the last. Notably, the method and effects of the Heart Prison Curse Gu were prominently included. Heart Prison Curse Gu creates illusions, manipulates behavior, seals consciousness, and erodes the soul. The brief description left Gu Wuchen gasping in astonishment. It's what a venomous sorcery, yet I find it quite to my liking. With a flick of my palm, a jade vial materialized in my hand, containing no less than 10,000 Gu insects of the heart prison curse binding. Following the ancient Gu techniques, I easily forged a pact with the insects, enabling me to cast the heart prison curse binding upon others at my whim. After completing these endeavors, I retracted the insects and glanced at the last golden item obtained from the draw. Unknown stockings, gold. It still radiated warmth. Evidently, a recent acquisition from the system. I placed it alongside the previously obtained unknown undergarments and belly band, rubbing my aching head and couldn't help but mutter, "System, is this truly appropriate? Pray tell, did you fabricate this trio of stockings and belly band yourself?" Ding. Certainly not. The system's lottery does not conjure items from thin air, but rather consists of genuine items from myriad realms. Host, you have received corresponding rewards, but it stands to reason that others have lost equivalent possessions. According to a theorem from your past life, known as the law of conservation of energy, meaning to say, indeed, everything you have acquired through the lottery, excluding items from the system store, belonged to someone else. Hence this system is aptly named the supervillain system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a wave of exasperation washed over me, intensifying the throbbing in my head. The Dao fruit and exquisite elixirs I had previously obtained were, in fact, pilfered by the system. While theft is one matter, how could it have stolen personal garments as well? I struggled to fathom the terrifying power of the individual whose intimate belongings were now in my possession, their strength surely surpassing even that of the most formidable weapons. Sighing heavily, I carefully stowed away the garments and withdrew my consciousness from the system space. Shaking my head, I resolved to cast this matter aside and stepped out of the room, intent on seeking out Gu Chenxi to test the strength of my netherworld battle armor. However, as soon as I exited, I discovered two graceful figures kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed in reverence as I approached. What is the meaning of this? I inquired. My brow furrowed in curiosity. Before me knelt my two handmaidens, Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue. Divine Son, they intoned, their voices laden with supplication. We have just heard from Senior Chenxi that you shall depart for the upper realm on the morrow, never to return to the Lingxiao Sacred Land. We beseech you, Divine Son, to take us with you, and not leave us behind. Ah, so this is the matter at hand. Indeed, I intend to bring you both along when I return to the upper realm. However, upon our arrival, your cultivation is too feeble to remain at my side. I shall instruct Chenxi to find a suitable place for your training. Do you understand? I replied with a calm demeanor. Understood, understood. They chimed, nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grain. Though they realized that once in the upper realm, they could no longer serve me as intimately as before. A sense of loss lingered. Yet, they understood the exalted nature of my identity. To serve even in the lower realm was a profound honor. Now, with the promise of being taken to the upper realm, their hearts brimmed with contentment, and they dared not to wish for more. After all, this signifies that their future accomplishments will transcend the mere ascension to the throne. Well, you may take your leave. Gu Wuchen waved his hand, and the two women departed in response. As they left, they frequently glanced back, subtly implying to Gu Wuchen whether he required their presence for the evening shift. However, Gu Wuchen remained oblivious, as he had other matters to attend to today. For instance, he intended to seek out Gu Chenxi to test the strength of the Yinming battle armor, the myriad manifestations domain. One of the largest and most intricate realms in the upper realm is characterized by an uneven distribution of various factions, frequently embroiled in conflict. Today, perhaps a new power will rise, only to potentially be obliterated by the morrow, vanishing from the upper realm. Yet, some factions manage to stand firm for years. Even if their own strength is lacking, none dare to provoke them. Take, for instance, the Hua family. Ever since the head of the family's daughter, Hualiener, was chosen as Gu Wuchen's furnace, the Hua family has seen a remarkable rise throughout the myriad manifestations domain. Those factions that once dismissed them now often send emissaries to pay their respects. At this moment, Hualiener, clad in a flowing pink gown, sat in a tea house, lost in thought. It had been some time since she emerged from the Hundred Flowers Valley, and she had promptly gone to the Lingxiao Sacred Land to seek Gu Wuchen. However, she had coincidentally found him absent and received a message from the Lord of Lingxiao, instructing her to return to the upper realm and await his arrival. This wait had stretched on for over 10 days. During this period, she had been consumed by anxiety, for after the incident involving Xiao Shisan, a single word from Gu Wuchen could determine the fate of her and the entire Hua family. She longed to find Gu Wuchen immediately, to serve him well. Only then could her heart find peace. Hey, Ruyan, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought. I've noticed your spirits have been off these days. Are you hiding something from your sister? Opposite her sat a tall and stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an innate allure with every subtle movement. Clad in a purple high-slit dress that revealed ample fair skin, she showcased her enviable figure to perfection. It's nothing, Sister Sume. I was merely pondering matters at home. Let us enjoy our tea. Ruyan snapped back to reality, offering an embarrassed smile as she raised her teacup and began to sip slowly. She refrained from disclosing her encounter with Gu Wuchen in the lower realm, as she dared not reveal the whereabouts of the Gu family's divine son without permission, despite the long-standing friendship between the Su and Hua families. Is that so? I must have overthought it. Giggling, Sume remarked, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she lifted her teacup to sip, yet a glint of coldness flickered in the depths of her gaze. As the two conversed, a strikingly handsome young man approached, his gaze fixated on Sume. He made his way to their table and presented a jade vial with both hands, his previously stern demeanor transforming into one of obsequiousness. Miss Su, this is a great returning pill I obtained from my father. I hope you graciously accept it. Oh, the great returning pill? Sume did not rush to respond. Instead, she smiled and inquired. Did not Lord Wang's father require medicinal pills for his injuries inflicted by enemies a few days ago? Is he no longer in need of them? I trust this elixir was not pilfered by you? Ah, do not concern yourself with that old man. The young man promptly shook his head. I am aware of the severity of his condition. It would be a waste to use the great recovery pill on him. Allow me to present it to Miss Su as a gesture of goodwill. As he spoke, he placed the jade vial on the table, his hands fidgeting slightly as he ventured. Miss Su, might I have the honor of your company at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? I would love to treat you to the finest delicacies they have to offer. Sume smiled gently, seemingly contemplating his offer. The young man's breath quickened, feeling he was one step closer to winning the affections of the goddess before him. With a slight pursing of her lips, Sume replied softly, your kind intentions, Lord Wang, are not something I can refuse. I shall graciously accept the great recovery pill, but the matter of dining at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion will have to wait, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the young man appeared somewhat dejected, yet his countenance remained amiable. No problem at all. I shall await news from you, Miss Su. As soon as you are free, I will make the necessary arrangements at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Thank you for your consideration. My lord, Sume replied, and the young man left with an eager bounce in his step, a smile permanently affixed to his face. Once he exited the tea house, Ruyan could no longer contain herself and cautioned, Sister Sume, do you not fear that leading these young lords on may cause them to turn against you? What does it matter? They offer these gifts willingly. I do not coerce them, Sume replied nonchalantly. I know my limits, so do not worry. But Ruyan attempted to voice her concerns again, only to be interrupted by Sume. Enough, dear Ruyan. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. We can reconvene another day. With that, Sume rose, stowed away the jade vial containing the great recovery pill, and departed the tea house without a backward glance, making her way directly to a residence. Fourth Prince, it is I, Sume. Before long, a dignified young man opened the door, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing her. Come in, come in. Has Miss Su confirmed our previous suspicions? The fourth prince asked eagerly. Absolutely. Sume affirmed with a smile. Ruyan is undoubtedly no longer a maiden. I could not be mistaken. I also heard she recently ventured to the lower realm, and upon her return, this is how she has changed. Likely a clandestine rendezvous with a lover. Hee hee. Excellent. The fourth prince clapped his hands in delight. Thus, the Hua family is doomed. I can also cultivate a favorable relationship with the Gu family, achieving two objectives in one stroke. As he spoke, his gaze lingered hungrily on Sume's exposed thigh. He had long desired her. Once I ascend to the throne, you shall be my empress, gracing the world with your presence. Hearing the term empress, a smile graced Sume's face as she nodded graciously and expressed her gratitude. However, within her heart, she held nothing but disdain. Her collaboration with the fourth prince was not for the sake of a mere throne, but rather to seize the opportunity to meet the scion of the Gu family and claim the position of the young mistress of the Gu family. Chapter 65. The request of Yi Linglong. The following day, the celestial vessel, shrouded in darkness, departed from the sacred land of Lingxiao, with only 4 souls aboard. Gu Qinxi was at the helm, while Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue flanked Gu Wuchen, dutifully offering him spiritual fruits. At that moment, a soul emerged, prompting Gu Wuchen to dismiss the two maidens. Once they had retreated, he inquired, Linglong, you appear to be hesitating. Is there something on your mind? Oh, our esteemed Gu family prodigy is quite informal, addressing me by my given name, Knight Linglong replied, reclining next to Gu Wuchen, her fair legs elegantly exposed, her delicate feet playfully swaying. In terms of age, I am even older than your esteemed ancestor. Does this not disrupt the hierarchy? She paused before continuing. Oh, how could I forget? You are now the man of our future emperor, hence calling me by my nickname is indeed fitting. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her enchanting eyes as she plucked a grape from the fruit platter and offered it to Gu Wuchen's lips. Your Highness, Linglong is feeding you fruit. In response, Gu Wuchen merely raised his eyelids slightly, refraining from partaking. I am not hungry. I am sated. Speak of your matters. From Qinxue, he had learned that the Mirror King, Knight Linglong, had once been a remarkably proud woman, indifferent to all but the emperor of yore. He had not anticipated such a dramatic shift in her demeanor following her soul's devastation. Is it that your Highness does not appreciate my presence? Knight Linglong chuckled, her thoughts shifting as her appearance and form underwent a dramatic transformation. Gu Qinxi. At this moment, she donned a white sword robe, wielding a long sword. Her visage identical to Gu Qinxi's, even down to the minutest detail, making it difficult for Gu Wuchen to discern the difference. Well, how does this guy suit me? Will your Highness indulge in the spiritual fruit now? Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow. Knight Linglong, resembling Gu Qinxi so closely and nearly pressing against him, stirred something within him, even in her ethereal state. However, he coughed lightly, closing his eyes. Ahem, I am not hungry. Besides, what can you, a mere soul, accomplish? I am not tempted. You. Knight Linglong exclaimed in exasperation, placing her hands on her hips, utterly flummoxed by his indifference. As for being forceful, that was out of the question. Her remnant soul was now tethered to his emperor's banner, dependent on him. Thus, she had to soften her approach. Her demeanor softened as she gently asked, Your Highness, where has our future emperor gone? Why is she not present? Oh, you mean Qinxue? She is currently in seclusion within the emperor's pearl, not intending to reveal herself for the time being. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen produced the emperor's pearl, giving it a slight shake before putting it away. Is that so? Knight Linglong's eyes twinkled with intrigue. I actually have a request to make of you. Speak. Recently, within your divine banner, I discovered that my lingering soul is gradually regaining its strength. Although the process is slow, it is conceivable that within a few years, I may be able to restore my corporeal form. Thus, I wonder if you might lend me your assistance. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen finally opened his eyes, sitting up from his reclined position to appraise Yi Linglong. He noticed that her soul had indeed solidified considerably, which was evident from her long legs that were almost indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. However, rather than immediately acquiescing, he inquired, If you truly can restore your corporeal form, I would certainly assist you, if only in consideration of the emperor and Qinxue. Yet, I presume that the cost of providing such a powerful entity with a new body must be considerable, no? Ah, for others, the price may be steep, but for you, the esteemed son of the Gu family, the foremost clan in the upper realm, such a cost would be as trivial as sipping water, Yi Linglong replied, her eyes narrowing in amusement. She leaned closer to Gu Wuchen, and whether by intention or coincidence, the top two buttons of her robe inadvertently came undone, revealing a fleeting glimpse of spring's radiance. As for the auxiliary materials, let us not dwell on them. The crux of my corporeal restoration lies in acquiring the body of a female sovereign of great strength. What on earth? Gu Wuchen's gaze immediately withdrew from the alluring sight, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief. Sovereign beings are not commonplace. While the upper realm is vast and rife with factions, there are but a scant few that possess such formidable entities. Even the illustrious Qilin clan boasts only one quasi-sovereign, the Purple Qilin, who is relegated to the role of a mere guardian hound. Furthermore, you require the body of a female sovereign? Before Gu Wuchen could voice his thoughts, Yi Linglong tapped her chin thoughtfully and continued, Well, the requirements are quite simple. A female body of at least the 9th level of sovereignty. Oh, no. The 8th level will suffice. If absolutely necessary, the 7th level could be used in a pinch. All right, enough. Gu Wuchen interjected hastily, fearing that her demands would only escalate in absurdity. Female sovereigns of the 7th level or higher are so rare in the entire upper realm that one could count them on a single hand. Each of them is renowned. And even if one were to defeat them, securing their remains would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, the restoration of your corporeal form cannot be rushed. However, I shall keep a vigilant eye on the matter. Indeed, there is no rush. My soul also requires several years to mend. Please remember to pay close attention, my emperor. As she spoke, Yi Linglong, wary of Gu Wuchen's potential disinterest in her plight, leaned closer to whisper in his ear, my emperor. Once I am able to restore my corporeal form, I can immediately regain my peak sovereign strength. Moreover, my soul has already left an imprint upon your divine banner. At that time, even if I achieve the sovereign realm, I will be bound to your will, and you may command me as you wish. In public, I can serve as your protector, ensuring your safety, and in private, I can be as obedient as your two maidens. With that, Yi Linglong vanished, returning to the divine banner, for she could not linger in the external world for long and required ample time to recuperate within her sanctuary. After listening to her words, Gu Wuchen could not help but acknowledge that he felt a stirring in his heart. A maidservant of a powerful emperor? How intriguing. As his thoughts wandered, the divine vessel had already traversed the shattered void and returned to the upper realm. Breathing in the long-missed fresh air of the upper realm, Gu Wuchen felt a surge of joy. Upon arriving in the upper realm, there was no longer any need for Gu Chenxi to personally steer the divine vessel. It would automatically navigate towards the Gu family's direction. Young master, Gu Chenxi approached Gu Wuchen with a smile, saying, I believe Master and Master's Master are eagerly awaiting your return at home. I also heard that they have prepared a surprise for you this time. Chapter 66, A Collision with a Bird Surprise? Gu Wuchen felt a flicker of anticipation within. Surely, anything prepared by his parents would not be an ordinary treasure. Thus, he urged the vessel to accelerate, eager to return home. Whoosh! The divine vessel streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, even passing by various sects and powers without any signs of slowing down. After all, the large character Gu emblazoned on the vessel deterred anyone from provoking them. In the eternal Dao domain, within the grand hall of the Gu family, Gu Jiushang sat in the position of authority, with his wife, Morong Yunj, by his side, and a number of elders from the Gu family below. Among them, the fourth elder stepped forward and spoke, Patriarch. Is it not somewhat hasty for young Master Wuchen to return after just a year of training in the lower realm? This seems to contradict the Gu family's customs. Gu Jiushang cast a fleeting glance at the elder who had spoken, not responding directly, but instead questioning, Are you doubting me? And no, the fourth elder stammered, retreating his steps immediately. Within the Gu family, Gu Jiushang held absolute authority as the patriarch. Unlike other families where the relationships were complex and some patriarchs needed to be balanced by elders. After all, Gu Jiushang had truly earned his position step by step. Moreover, the fourth elder sensed a chilling gaze directed at him from another corner. Morong Yunj. Though her cultivation was merely at the fragmented realm, the pressure she exerted was no less formidable than Gu Jiushang's. The reason for this was her father, Morong Fu, the universally acknowledged sword god of the upper realm. An extraordinary figure. Without any sect or affiliations, aside from his daughter and grandson, he led a reclusive life in the Sword Burial Mountain range. If there were a list of individuals one must not provoke in the upper realm, Morong Fu would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. At this moment, Morong Yunj also spoke up. Fourth elder, it is true that in such a setting, it is inappropriate for a mere woman like myself to intervene. However, when it concerns my son, I hope you will choose your words with care. According to information relayed by my disciple, my son Wuchen has already reached the late stage of the Ascendant Emperor realm. Remaining in the lower realm serves no purpose. And according to the ancestral teachings of the Gu family, he is permitted to return early. Yes, it was I who spoke inappropriately. I hope the patriarch and matriarch will not take offense. The fourth elder thought he might as well be dead, never expecting that his single remark would provoke such a strong reaction, and he hurriedly offered his apologies. Afterward, Gu Jiushang cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of elders below and spoke with a calm demeanor. I am aware of your collective intent in gathering here, but today marks the return of my son from his trials in the mortal realm. I wish for no unpleasantness to transpire. All matters shall be discussed on the morrow. Do I make myself clear? The elders exchanged glances and nodded in unison, yes, before they all retreated. Once they exited the grand hall and closed the doors, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. The fourth elder shook his head as he approached the elder who had remained silent throughout. Elder, what do you propose we do about this situation? Young Master Wuchen's premature return will undoubtedly lead the family head to override our concerns and send him to the ancestral grounds. Yet, we are all aware of young Master Wuchen's limited capabilities. A mere year in the mortal realm cannot possibly suffice for him to reach the imperial realm. The family head's insistence is merely a facade. To squander this opportunity for entering the ancestral grounds would be a tremendous loss for the Gu family. Enough of this. The elder interrupted with a shake of his head. You have witnessed the family head stance today. It remains unchanged from the past, showing no inclination to entertain our opinions. Furthermore, this matter involves his son, making it even less likely for him to relent. At this juncture, he cast a knowing glance at the anxious fourth elder. We were nearly led astray by your insistence to convene with the family head. Moreover, I must remind you that the quota for entering the ancestral grounds was originally designated for your descendants. Now that young Master Wuchen has returned, that quota will undoubtedly be relinquished. Do not act foolishly. With that, the elder swept away his sleeves and departed, while the remaining elders dispersed, shaking their heads in regret for having followed the fourth elder's misguided lead. Within the hall, Gu Jiushang and Murong Yunj began their discourse after the elders had left. Old Gu, she remarked, the intentions of the fourth elder are unmistakable. He seeks for our precious son to forfeit his chance at entering the ancestral grounds. Surely, he will not resort to underhanded tactics? Haha, my dear, you underestimate me, Gu Jiushang replied with a hearty laugh. Though the Gu family is vast, none can elude my scrutiny save for those few ancestors who remain sequestered in the ancestral grounds. The fourth elder is wholly inadequate in this regard. If there are any hindrances, there is indeed one that bears little consequence. But it will provide an opportunity to gauge our son's progress over the past year and silence their dissenting voices. At this point, he paused and looked at his wife, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "And must you call me old Gu? It makes me sound like a decrepit elder. I would prefer you to address me as husband, which is far more pleasant." Murong Yunj tilted her head in confusion. But you are clearly so many years my senior. Calling you old Gu is not inappropriate. By ordinary reckoning, you could very well be my great-great-grandfather. On the outskirts of the Gu family estate, where the collateral branches and their families resided, a divine vessel passed through, none other than Gu Wuchen and his entourage. Beyond this point lay the core area of the Gu family. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed forth. I, Gu Feng of the Gu family, have come to welcome young Master Wuchen's return. Before the Shenzhou, a figure stood resolutely, gripping a spear with an expression of arrogance on his face. The Shenzhou, on its automated course, came to a halt, and Gu Wuchen's voice resonated from within. Gu Feng? I do not recognize you. However, a good dog does not obstruct the path. I shall grant you 3 breaths to vacate. The voice echoed across the heavens, causing the Gu family's collateral branches to glance over, puzzled by the unfolding events. You, to be publicly insulted as a dog. Gu Feng's grip on the spear creaked ominously. His talent, even among the Gu clan, was paramount. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, before he could utter another word, the 3 breaths elapsed. Gu Chenxi took command, and the Shenzhou suddenly surged forward. Gazing at the oncoming vessel, Gu Feng instinctively sought to evade, but then reconsidered. If he stepped aside, how could he fulfill his purpose for coming? Besides, he did not believe that Gu Wuchen would truly dare to collide with him. Humph, he scoffed, standing tall in the sky, his demeanor unruffled, betraying no hint of fear. However, in the next moment, bang, a cloud of blood mist erupted in the sky. Only a spear fell from the air, plunging into the ground. The Shenzhou did not falter, continuing its course towards the heart of the Gu family. Young master, that man, no matter, Gu Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, as if nothing had transpired. It was merely a collision with a passing bird. It is of no consequence. Chapter 67. Return and Stay. At the very instant Gu Feng was struck down by the Shenzhou, numerous members of the Gu family were instantly roused. At the forefront was the family head, Gu Jiushang, who had been conversing with his wife just a moment prior. His speech abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. Then, he erupted into laughter within the great hall. Ha ha ha, splendid. As expected of my son, his methods are even more ruthless than my own in my youth. This is the demeanor befitting the divine scion of the Gu family. What has transpired? Is it Chen who is in trouble? Murong Yunj inquired, her voice laced with concern at any news regarding her son. Nay, how could our son possibly be in peril? Gu Jiushang gestured dismissively. But soon a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. On the contrary, it is others who are in trouble. My dear wife, let us go. It is time for us to bolster our son's position. With that, their figures vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, the 4th elder of the Gu family, recently chastised by the elder, began to feel the weight of his actions. While the quota for entering the clan grounds was indeed precious, how could Gu Jiushang, as the family head, deny his own son a special entry? The words he had just spoken might have already etched resentment in the head's heart. Just as he pondered his next course of action, anxious cries echoed from outside the cave. Gu Wu, I implore the ancestor to come forth and seek justice for my son, Gu Feng. Why is he here again? The fourth elder's annoyance was palpable upon hearing the familiar voice. It was none other than Gu Wu, a descendant of his lineage, who had informed him of his son Gu Feng's extraordinary talent, prompting his approach to Gu Jiushang. Speak quickly, do not wail. The authoritative voice of the fourth elder resonated from within the cave, as he had no desire to encounter this unfilial descendant at the moment. Ancestor. Gu Wu knelt at the cave's edge, his voice strained from desperate cries. Fenger has been killed. What? In an instant, the fourth elder appeared before Gu Wu, gripping his neck with a single hand and lifting him high. Did not Gu Feng remain in seclusion within the confines of the Gu clan? Who would dare to take his life on our territory? The fourth elder was engulfed in fury. He was well aware of Gu Feng's talent. With an impressive compatibility of over 80% with their family's cultivation technique, the Long Song Sutra, it was known that even he had not surpassed 90% in his own practice. One could only imagine that, given time, Gu Feng's achievements would rival his own. Yet now, to hear that he had been slain? After so many years, how could anyone dare to kill a prodigy of the Gu family? That person must be utterly annihilated. Struggling to breathe under the fourth elder's grip, Gu Wu stammered, It was Gu Wuchen. My son said he would personally welcome the Gu family's divine child back, and now he is dead. It must be the doing of Gu Wuchen. At these words, the fourth elder's pupils constricted, and he flung Gu Wu aside like a lifeless dog, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. Seeing this, Gu Wu crawled to the feet of the ancestor, crying out, Ancestor, Fenger cannot die in vain. Our line has only produced such a genius after so many years. And now, while still in his infancy, he has been murdered by Gu Wuchen. You must help us seek justice. Silence. The fourth elder bellowed, his fury palpable. Were it not for Gu Wu being his direct descendant, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him dead at that moment. Gu Feng's venture to confront Gu Wuchen was surely instigated by Gu Wu. Kicking the weeping Gu Wu aside, the fourth elder spoke darkly. This matter must be addressed by the clan leader. Gu Feng, as the hope of our lineage, must not have died in vain. However, do not harbor any illusions. Neither the clan leader nor Gu Wuchen is someone we can afford to offend. You must understand this. Gu Wu lifted his head to gaze at the ancestor, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the fourth elder grasped Gu Wu and vanished from the scene, but not before producing a jade token. The token of the Gu clan's law enforcement hall bore a straightforward message. Gu Feng of the Gu family has been murdered within the clan, and the assailant remains unknown. Gu Jiushang, accompanied by Murong Yunj, promptly arrived above the celestial ship where Gu Wuchen was located, yet they did not rush to descend. My son has finally returned. Look at him. He has lost weight. Let me go down to see him. Murong Yunj's gaze was fixated on Gu Wuchen, and had Gu Jiushang not held her back, she would have already leaped onto the celestial ship to embrace her son. Why the haste? You have seen our son and still worry? Let us wait a moment until those restless ones make their appearance, Gu Jiushang replied. Gu Jiushang stood high above, leaning against the railing, his expression devoid of any anxiety. Instead, he continuously gazed into the distance, his eyes subtly shifting, lost in contemplation. They did not have to wait long before the fourth elder, accompanied by Gu Wu, positioned themselves in front of the divine vessel. This time, the divine vessel came to a halt, refraining from crashing forward as Gu Feng had done, for the fourth elder's strength was not to be underestimated. Once the fourth elder intercepted the divine vessel, he remained silent, standing still in the air. Although Gu Wuchen held a noble status, he was still beneath the fourth elder of the Gu family, whose cultivation and seniority far exceeded his own. Thus, there was no reason for him to greet a junior. From the divine vessel, Gu Wuchen ambled out, rubbing his eyes as if he had just awakened. After a considerable period of rubbing and scrutinizing the fourth elder, he feigned seriousness and remarked, Oh, is that not the fourth elder? To think you have come personally to welcome me. I, the junior Gu Wuchen, am most grateful. In response to Gu Wuchen's overtly sarcastic greeting, the fourth elder gave a cold snort. Humph. There is no need for excessive courtesy, divine son. My purpose here is not to welcome you, but to seek the murderer. My descendant, Gu Feng, has just perished here. What? Gu Wuchen's face displayed astonishment. Your descendant, Gu Feng, has died here? When did this happen, and who dares to act so boldly? There is no need for you to elaborate, divine son, the fourth elder replied. his many years of experience rendering him impervious to Gu Wuchen's feigned ignorance. I have already notified the law enforcement hall to arrive. The circumstances surrounding Gu Feng's death will be determined freely. However, I implore you to wait a moment before departing, until the situation is thoroughly understood. His words were impeccably measured. He neither offended Gu Wuchen overtly nor lacked sufficient reason to request his presence. Once the law enforcement hall arrived, even if Gu Jiushang were to come in person, it would be impossible for Gu Wuchen to evade full accountability. Yet, he did not anticipate that Gu Wuchen would not be swayed by his reasoning either. With a cold sneer, Gu Wuchen retorted without any courtesy, "Old Deng. My greeting as I descend from the divine vessel was extended due to your status as an elder. Do not take liberties. If you believe I am responsible for Gu Feng's death, then you must immediately apprehend me and demand retribution. If you lack the courage, return to your cave and remain there quietly. Do you understand?" Chapter 68. Displaying power. Having spoken, Gu Wuchen waved his sleeve and prepared to depart, for he had no time to engage in futile disputes. The fourth elder stood there, stunned, even questioning his own hearing. How could he, a dignified fourth elder of the Gu family, be so insulted? The humiliation was unbearable. Indeed, Gu Wuchen was correct. He could not dare to take action against him, let alone demand retribution for Gu Feng. However, protocol dictated that there should be a public apology and compensation in treasures, which would allow the matter to pass. After all, given the protective nature of Gu Jiushang and his wife, it was unlikely that Gu Wuchen would face any substantial punishment. Stop! A sudden, thunderous shout came from Gu Wu, standing beside the fourth elder. The fourth elder had been overly cautious, bound by hesitation, but Gu Wu had no such concerns. He was merely an inconspicuous figure within the Gu family, but due to the birth of Gu Feng, a promising prodigy destined to attain enlightenment and ascend as an emperor, he was once again entrusted with significant responsibilities. It could be said that his status was elevated by the merit of his son. However, with the loss of his child, his identity would inevitably plummet, and the endless resources for cultivation would be severed without hesitation. In this moment, his eyes widened with rage as he beheld the audacity of his son's murderer, and reason was swiftly overwhelmed by emotion. The repercussions and costs were cast aside in his mind. "You insolent wretch, receive my strike." With a swift motion, Gu Wu erupted from beside the fourth elder, unleashing his full prowess in the sacred realm, transforming into a malevolent wolf-like apparition, its jaws gaping wide as it sought to devour Gu Wuchen whole. The fourth elder did not intervene, not for lack of desire but because, at that instant, he prepared to obstruct Gu Wu. Under no circumstances could Gu Wuchen sustain even the slightest harm in his presence. Yet, as he readied himself, he found his entire body paralyzed. He could neither utter a word nor move a finger or an eye. It was as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Fully aware of the calamity that had befallen him, Gu Jiushang had arrived. As a fellow powerhouse at the emperor level, Gu Jiushang did not need to show himself. A mere thought rendered the fourth elder as immobile as a corpse. Fear, profound fear. This was the most terrifying moment he had experienced since his ascension to the emperor realm. Meanwhile, in a state of fury, Gu Wu had already reached Gu Wuchen's side, who remained oblivious, facing away from him. Perish. Madness filled Gu Wu's eyes. With Gu Wuchen accompanying their demise, he would not suffer loss. However, in the next instant, Gu Wuchen abruptly turned, his gaze emanating a palpable intent to kill, locking onto Gu Wu. The path of slaughter surged forth from his eyes, enveloping a 100-mile radius in an aura of death, causing countless descendants of the Gu family to feel an overwhelming chill, as if a demonic deity had descended upon them. The one who felt it most acutely was, naturally, Gu Wu, standing closest to Gu Wuchen. The might of the pathway was not something a mere sacred realm cultivator could withstand. In an instant, the wolf-like apparition he had manifested shattered completely, revealing his true form. Yet, this was not the end. As he stared into Gu Wuchen's eyes, his mind was ravaged by the piercing intent to kill, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. The fourth elder was rendered speechless, but within his heart, he screamed in madness at the sight before him. The pathway. This was indeed the power of the pathway. No one understood better than an emperor-level powerhouse what it meant for Gu Wuchen to have mastered the power of the pathway at such an early stage. It signified an absolute prodigy among prodigies. Even other prodigies would have to respectfully acknowledge Gu Wuchen as the progenitor of their kind. In this moment, he finally comprehended that the family head's words were not in vain. Gu Wuchen's early return from his year-long trial in the lower realms was not a matter of personal gain, but rather a testament to Gu Wuchen's strength. indicating he no longer needed to waste time in the lower realms. Similarly, concealed in the heavens, Gu Jiushang and Murong Yunj could not hide their astonishment. They had certainly discerned that their son had reached an extraordinary level of cultivation, exceeding their expectations of the imperial realm, which brought them immense joy. However, they soon discovered that Gu Wuchen's surprises extended far beyond that. The power of the great Tao, particularly the Tao of slaughter, ranked among the most formidable paths, was astonishingly comprehended by Gu Wuchen while his cultivation was still at the extraordinary level. Such talent was unprecedented, not only within the Gu family, but throughout the entire upper realm. In the heart of the Tao of slaughter, Gu Wuchen and Gu Wu stood merely a few feet apart, with Gu Wu's body frozen midair. His consciousness began to spiral into chaos, his limbs entirely unresponsive to his commands, leaving him only able to gaze blankly at Gu Wuchen, utterly powerless. At that moment, Gu Wuchen spoke again, his tone imbued with authority. You, Gu Wu, today attempted to assassinate me, the current divine son of the Gu family. According to our family rules, I shall execute you on the spot, and all direct bloodlines within 10 generations shall be eradicated. As his words echoed, Gu Wuchen extended his fist, abstaining from any use of spiritual power, and delivered a straightforward punch towards Gu Wu. The unenhanced fist collided with the body of Gu Wu, who had attained the Saint Realm. Bang! Contrary to expectations, the punch did not fail to breach any defenses. Instead, Gu Wu's body could not withstand even a moment. Erupting in a cloud of blood mist, he was dead beyond revival. Having concluded this, Gu Wuchen dusted off his hands, having lifted the shroud of the Tao of slaughter. He had just shattered the body of a Saint Realm expert, someone whose cultivation surpassed his own by an entire realm, using nothing but the strength of his physical form. He was not surprised, for just the day before, he had practiced in Gu Qinxi's boudoir, realizing that in terms of physical strength alone, he was no less than Gu Qinxi, who was of the supreme realm. While he remained unfazed, the others were utterly astounded. The fourth elder's heart screamed in turmoil, questioning why he had provoked such monstrous beings for the sake of a promising descendant. How could one so young master the great Tao and possess such outrageous physical prowess to obliterate a saint realm with a single punch? Who could explain to him how the lower realms could cultivate such strength? At that moment, he longed to step forward and apologize for his earlier remarks. But the pressure looming above him rendered him incapable of action. Gu Jiushang and his wife were equally overwhelmed by joy. Even though Gu Jiushang's cultivation was unparalleled, and he had outshone countless prodigies in his youth, he could not deny that his son surpassed him in valor. It had been years since they felt such happiness. The last time was on their wedding day. At this juncture, a team from the law enforcement hall arrived, albeit belatedly. Recognizing the time had come to make an appearance, Gu Jiushang decided it was his turn to handle the ensuing matters. My dear, let us descend. Indeed, Murong Yunj nodded, taking a swift step forward to stand beside Gu Wuchen, her face radiating with affection and concern for her son. She did not forget to check on Gu Wuchen's right hand that had delivered the blow to Gu Wu. Does your hand hurt, my child? Rest assured, your father is here, and he will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Chapter 69. Upholding Justice. It does not hurt, mother. Gu Wuchen gazed at his mother, who was filled with concern for him, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Throughout his life, both his mother and father had lavished upon him, their only child, an extraordinary level of indulgence. It could be said that he wanted for nothing. They held him so tenderly that they feared he might dissolve in their hands. This perfectly aligned with his memories from a previous life, where the archetype of the villainous progeny was characterized by overly doting parents who, in their unyielding pampering, ultimately led their son to be overthrown by the destined hero. However, he was different. He was a man endowed with a unique system. At that moment, members of the law enforcement hall approached the fourth elder. Upon receiving the message from the fourth elder, they swiftly organized a team to investigate. After all, the death of a member of the Gu family, particularly one who was a prodigy with access to ancestral grounds, was no trivial matter. As they observed the blood mist that still lingered in the air, they could not help but furrow their brows. The leader among them displayed visible anger. He could discern that, just moments before their arrival, yet another member of the Gu family had perished. Before he could utter a word, a towering figure descended from the sky. Exuding an aura of authority without uttering a sound, he instantly captured the attention of all present. The head of the family, Gu Mo, the head of the law enforcement hall, immediately clasped his hands in salute and performed a deep bow. Gu Mo pays respects to the head of the family. At the same time, a thought stirred within him. The death of a Gu family member had actually summoned the head of the family. Could there be more to this incident than met the eye? His gaze shifted to the nearby Murong Yunj and Gu Wuchen, and he was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled hearing that Gu Wuchen, the son of destiny, would return from the lower realms today. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Wait, hold on. He realized something. A sense of uncertainty filled his eyes. He felt that today's events were far more complex than he had initially imagined. Above them, Gu Jiushang acknowledged Gu Mo's greeting with a slight nod, and his authoritative voice resonated. Gu Mo, I have full confidence in your handling of this matter. I have come to retrieve my son, and it is merely a coincidence that I have arrived amidst this incident. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with me. You should act in accordance with your principles. Nevertheless, as he spoke the names of my son and principles, there was a discernible weight to his tone. Gu Mo, having lived for an unfathomable length of time, was well aware of what the head of the family implied. My son referred to Gu Wuchen, who would dare to harm him. As for principles, that was even more straightforward. What did fairness mean to the Gu family? Certainly not justice. The strongest among them, the head of the family, Gu Jiushang, embodied fairness. To act with principle meant to act according to the head of the family's directives. Understood. We shall conduct a thorough investigation immediately. Gu Mo resolved. Raising his hand, and a vast, clear image materialized before everyone, revealing the recent events in this very place without the need for external aid. His exceptional capabilities, which had earned him the position of head of the law enforcement hall, included a rare comprehension of the path of mirrors. One of the functions of the path of mirrors was to generate a visual representation, allowing for a retrospective of all occurrences that had transpired moments prior. Oh, it appears that someone has also grasped the path of the mirror, though his understanding is rather superficial. Perhaps his future accomplishments will be quite mediocre. The voice of the Mirror King, Yiling Long, suddenly resonated in Gu Wuchen's ears. He was referred to as the Mirror King for his mastery of the mirror's path. Having achieved an exceptionally profound level of understanding, Gu Wuchen paid her no heed, instead watching alongside his mother to see what tricks this head of the law enforcement hall would conjure. In the air, an image swiftly materialized, depicting the divine vessel that Gu Wuchen was aboard. The divine vessel sped past, and as it traversed the outskirts of the Gu family, a figure suddenly obstructed its path. It was Gu Feng, as expected. Gu Mo furrowed his brow in silent contemplation. Following this, the entire sequence of events unfolded. Gu Feng, wielding a spear, stood alone before the divine vessel, blocking Gu Wuchen's advance. Gu Wuchen commanded him to move aside. Though his tone was rather brusque, it indeed carried a tone of counsel. Nevertheless, Gu Feng remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Ultimately, the scene of the divine vessel crashing into Gu Feng, resulting in a cloud of blood mist, materialized. The entire incident was flawlessly presented before everyone. At this moment, the fourth elder had been released from his confinement by Gu Jiushang and was free to move. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, words fail me. He would not be foolish enough to engage in any debate. The facts lay bare before them. Gu Wuchen had already warned Gu Feng, yet he persisted in obstructing the path, and his death was merely the consequence of his own actions. The Divine Son is not someone who can be hindered at will. As the imagery gradually faded, Gu Mo pondered for a moment, preparing to make a decision when a member of the law enforcement hall suddenly leapt forward. Hall Master, I hope you can uphold justice as our esteemed family head has instructed. Although Gu Feng had obstructed the Divine Son, he had also stated that he was there to welcome the Divine Son's return. From the visuals, it was evident that Gu Feng bore no malice. He should not have met such a fate. Nonsense. Gu Mo immediately rebuked loudly, turning to the speaker, his mind racing to recall the man's identity. Gu Qian, a descendant of the fourth elder, Gu Feng's great-grandfather, and Gu Wu's grandfather. Gu Qian, you should not have stepped forward at this moment, Gu Mo said earnestly, unable to resist offering a word of caution to his subordinate. No. Although Gu Qian was Gu Wu's grandfather, he appeared merely as a middle-aged man. He stepped forward again, approaching the hall master. Having worked alongside the hall master in the law enforcement hall since his youth, Gu Qian was well aware of the hall master's unwavering fairness and impartiality, never passing judgment on any wrongful cases. I believe today will be no different. I recall that the first hall master of our law enforcement hall once stated, the emperor and the commoner are equally culpable. Gu Mo had initially contemplated protecting this subordinate, not wanting to be dragged into an abyss due to the actions of a few descendants. However, upon hearing him speak thus, even placing himself in the line of fire, foolishly attempting to adjudicate the Divine Son's transgressions, he was instantly filled with an impulse to strike him down. Indeed, when the Gu family established the law enforcement hall, The first-generation Hall Master had indeed declared that the Emperor and the commoner were equally culpable. But can such a statement hold the same weight in the present circumstances? At that time, the head of the Gu family was weakened, his cultivation level merely average among the elders. The head of the law enforcement hall possessed an undisputed prowess, making him a formidable presence within the Gu family, and he spoke his mind freely, beyond the reach of anyone's authority. However, the strongest individual in the Gu family now is Gu Jiushang, the current family head. To invoke the phrase the emperor and the commoner share the same punishment under these circumstances is tantamount to courting death. Truly, you are beyond redemption, Gu Qian. Gu Mo entirely relinquished hope for this subordinate, deeming him as one who brings about his own ruin. Thus, he waved his hand, once again revealing the image of Gu Feng, spear in hand, intercepting the divine vessel. Pray tell, have you ever witnessed a family welcoming the esteemed son of heaven with a spear? Observe how sharp the spearhead is. I harbor no doubt that should the ethereal son of heaven make an appearance, he could be pierced through with a single thrust. Chapter 70. Collateral consequences. The reason Gu Mo chose to expend his breath rather than directly apprehend Gu Qian was due to the increasing number of Gu family disciples who had gathered to observe. As the head of the law enforcement hall, it was imperative for him to articulate his stance before taking action. Meanwhile, the onlookers had begun to murmur among themselves. Goodness! It is indeed Lord Gu Mo in attendance, a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, a rare sight indeed. Not to mention, don't overlook the presence of the fourth elder. I had the fortune to hear his teachings once, and it was indeed enlightening. Hush, you uncultured lot. Have you not noticed that our family head has arrived? I dare say. Today's events are of considerable significance. At this moment, Gu Qian's expression darkened upon hearing Gu Mo's words. He understood that Gu Feng did not intend to honor the Son of Heaven, but merely sought to challenge Gu Wuchen under the guise of a welcome. Nevertheless, he believed that regardless of the circumstances, Gu Feng's actions did not warrant death. Even if death were to be the consequence, it should be left to the law enforcement hall to decide. How could one resort to lethal measures within the Gu family? He found himself unable to contend with Hall Master Gu Mo, and turned his gaze towards Gu Wuchen in the distance, first offering a respectful bow. Gu Qian of the law enforcement hall pays his respects to the Son of Heaven. He then shifted his tone, regarding Gu Feng's demise. I find it rather suspicious. Might I request that your divine vessel be entrusted to our law enforcement hall for a thorough investigation? Gu Qian, do not act foolishly. Gu Mo abruptly pulled Gu Qian back, tossing him aside as he hastily clarified, Your Excellency, this is not my intention. Gu Feng's interception of your divine vessel was, in layman's terms, akin to provoking misfortune. His death is merely the consequence of his own actions. There is no need for the divine vessel to be examined by our law enforcement hall. Rather, while Gu Feng may have perished, he still bears responsibility for any damages inflicted upon the vessel. As Gu Qian is Gu Feng's elder, the compensation for these damages shall fall upon his shoulders. What? Hall Master, you? Gu Qian was utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom that Gu Mo not only refrained from holding Gu Wuchen accountable for Gu Feng's death, but was also imposing a financial burden upon him for the divine vessel. Is there no sense of justice in this? Just as he prepared to voice his objections, Gu Wuchen spoke from a distance. Ah, I see now. It is the elder of Gu Feng. No wonder you are so agitated. Master of the hall, I shall forego the compensation from Xinzhou. After all, with Gu Feng's meager cultivation, he could only stain the Xinzhou barrier with a hint of blood, having no substantial impact. However, as Gu Wuchen trailed off, he cast a teasing glance at Gu Qian. Since you hold the position of the law enforcement hall, allow me to inquire, if someone were to brazenly assault me, even with the intent to take my life, what would be the consequence according to our clan's regulations? Gu Qian was momentarily taken aback. Assuming Gu Wuchen sought to shift the matter of Gu Feng's interception of Xinzhou into the realm of assault. Responding to the Son of God, he stated, According to our clan's rules, anyone who attempts to murder the Son of God, if the principal offender is not slain on the spot, shall face the most severe punishment, and their direct lineage within 10 generations shall be eradicated. However, Gu Feng harbored no intention of attacking the Son of God, and thus this crime cannot be attributed to him. Excellent. Gu Wuchen clapped his hands. Indeed, as a member of the law enforcement hall, your knowledge of clan regulations is commendable. He then, like Gu Mo, raised his hand and waved, channeling the power of the Great Way, manifesting an image from thin air. Utilizing the mirror path, as employed by the Mirror King Yiling Long, it was even more complete and profound than Gu Mo's interpretation. As the saying goes, Outsiders marvel at the spectacle while insiders discern the nuances. Murong Yunj was astonished to discover that her son had comprehended 2 forms of the Great Way. And the 4th elder was similarly impressed, for he had been an emperor for many years and had only grasped 2 forms himself. As for Gu Jiushang, he detected certain nuances but chose to remain silent. Lastly, Gu Mo stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What did he behold? The entirety of the mirror path that he had longed for. In comparison, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly incomparable. His gaze involuntarily turned towards Gu Wuchen, the sole son of the Gu family. Terrifying, truly terrifying. No one within the Gu family understands better than he the difficulty and complexity of mastering the mirror path. It had been tens of thousands of years since he first grasped the mirror path, yet his understanding remained at a rudimentary level. His focus was entirely on the Great Way, while the others present were primarily engrossed in the content of the image. In the image, Gu Wu transformed into a shadowy dragon, launching an attack on Gu Wuchen, uttering phrases akin to "receive my strike." Gasp. Most of them had just arrived and were unaware of the circumstances. Now, having witnessed the replay, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Could anyone truly dare to assault the Son of God in such a public manner? To seek death in such a fashion is unthinkable. If you perish, what becomes of your family? As the playback concluded, the image dissipated. Gu Wuchen turned his gaze towards the still-dazed Gu Qian. I ask you, as the elder of Gu Feng and Gu Wu, are you not within the 10 generations above and below? His voice resonated like a thunderclap in Gu Qian's mind, leaving him stammering, unable to articulate a response. Was he not here to condemn Gu Wuchen? How had he suddenly found himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making? Meanwhile, Gu Mo, having regained his composure from the shock, quickly interjected, "To the Son of God, Gu Qian is indeed Gu Feng's biological grandfather, falling within this direct lineage of 10 generations. Very well, the matter is clear. How it shall be handled is entirely at the discretion of the master of the hall." Gu Wuchen said nonchalantly. Understood. Gu Mo Zheng nodded solemnly. If previously he had been compelled to lean towards Gu Wuchen due to Gu Jiushang's pressure, after witnessing his mirror path, he found himself genuinely aligned with him. He yearned for advancement, a progression in his mastery of the great Tao. "Come forth," he bellowed. And the members of the law enforcement hall responded promptly. Gu Feng, having attacked the current divine son Gu Wuchen, was fortunately vanquished by the valiant divine son on the spot. Although the perpetrator lay dead, clan regulations dictated the execution of Gu Feng's direct descendants for 10 generations, to be carried out immediately. Understood. With that proclamation, the enforcers dispersed, swiftly attending to the matter at hand. Before long, the law enforcement hall members had departed, leaving only Hall Master Gu Mo and the bewildered Gu Qian. "Hall Master, spare me," Gu Qian implored, but was met with indifference. "Gu Qian, for the sake of our past collaboration, I urge you to take your own life." Upon uttering this, Gu Mo disregarded him, an imperial pressure enveloping Gu Qian. Should he refuse to end his own life, Gu Mo would take matters into his own hands. A bitter smile crept upon Gu Qian's lips, his heart heavy with despair. Recognizing that there was no turning back, he severed his own lifeline and collapsed. Chapter 71. Rewards and Punishments with Gu Qian's Demise. The matter was conclusively settled. The onlookers scattered, eager to share today's events with their family and friends, chiefly the triumphant return of the Gu family's divine son, Gu Wuchen. Upon his return, he had obliterated all who dared to challenge him. Observing that the situation had settled, Gu Jiushang waved his hand, and he, along with Gu Wuchen, Mu Rong Yunj, the 4th elder, and Gu Mo vanished from the scene. Moments later, they found themselves within the grand hall of the Gu family. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxi attended to Gu Wuchen's 2 maidens, arranging accommodations for them. 4th elder, Gu Jiushang spoke calmly, not rushing to reunite with his son but instead focusing his gaze upon the 4th elder. Family head, the 4th elder's complexion was ashen, seemingly wanting to articulate something, yet ultimately refraining, releasing a long sigh. "Alas, this matter is my fault. I implore the family head to impose punishment." Humph. Gu Jiushang's cold scoff caused the temperature within the hall to plummet, and both the 4th elder and Gu Mo felt an icy dread rising from their cores. "So you finally acknowledge your fault? Previously, when you and the other elders came to my domain in a reckless manner, I chose to overlook it, considering today's joyous occasion. Yet, I never anticipated that your descendants would attempt to intercept or even slay my son. It seems I have refrained from bloodshed for too long, nearly forgotten my authority as clan leader." At that moment, The fourth elder was drenched in cold sweat. Though he was also a figure of imperial strength, he lacked the courage to meet Gu Jiushang's gaze. Gu Jiushang's frigid words continued to resonate. Fourth elder, when I first assumed the position of clan leader, you were but the fifth elder. Have you forgotten how you ascended to the rank of fourth elder? Upon hearing this, the fourth elder's expression shifted dramatically, involuntarily retreating a step as terrifying memories surged within his mind. In those days, when Gu Jiushang first took the helm, many within the clan were discontented, especially the former fourth elder, who boldly proclaimed that Gu Jiushang's daily conduct was excessively arrogant and autocratic. If he were allowed to assume the position of clan leader, would the Gu family not become his personal fiefdom? Moreover, the former fourth elder had gathered numerous formidable figures from the Gu family, seeking Gu Jiushang's abdication in favor of someone more capable. To their astonishment, Gu Jiushang did not engage in idle chatter. He decisively crushed the former fourth elder's head on the spot. A supreme being was thus slain with a mere palm strike, without any means of resistance. In the Gu family, such eminent figures were not as common as cabbages, but rather held in the highest regard. The inexplicable demise of one such individual sent shockwaves through the ancestral realm, stirring the elders from their slumber. Initially, many presumed that the elders would emerge to chastise Gu Jiushang for his hubris. However, the message that ultimately emanated from the ancestral grounds was one of unwavering support. In the Gu family, strength reigns supreme. Those who dissent shall be slain. These succinct 16 characters reverberated throughout the entirety of the Gu family. The elder's intent was unmistakable. The fourth elder, having perished at the hands of Gu Jiushang, had met his just fate, and they would not intervene, but rather endorse Gu Jiushang's actions. Following this incident, Gu Jiushang firmly secured his position as the family head, and no one dared to question him thereafter. Contemplating this, the fourth elder felt a chill coursing through his mind. He had no doubt that the current family head would treat him with the same ruthlessness as he had shown the former fourth elder. Gu Yuan, Gu Jiushang suddenly exclaimed. The fourth elder's spirit surged. Gu Yuan was his birth name, one that had not been uttered in many years. You have neglected your duty towards the younger generation, and your negligence nearly caused a calamity regarding one descendant's entry into the ancestral grounds. Given your evident fondness for the ancestral realm, you shall be sentenced to guard its gates. Without the elder's consent, you may never leave this place. Do you understand? Understood. I thank the family head for sparing my life, the fourth elder replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips, for he dared not voice any complaints. The position of guarding the ancestral gates, while seemingly trivial, was in reality akin to forfeiting half of his life. It effectively imprisoned him at the entrance of the ancestral realm, severing all connections to the outside world, a form of perpetual confinement. As for fleeing, such thoughts were utterly futile. Although most of the elders remained in a state of slumber, their consciousness roamed the entirety of the ancestral grounds, should he dare to escape. The consequences would be exceedingly brutal. The fourth elder departed, solitary and silent, making his way to the ancestral realm. No one accompanied him, and he did not dare entertain any rebellious thoughts, for Gu Jiushang's awareness was ever upon him. In the grand hall, having dealt with the fourth elder, Gu Jiushang turned his attention to Gu Mo, the head of the law enforcement hall. Family head, Gu Mo said, cupping his hands in a gesture of utmost respect. Today, he had witnessed firsthand how even an emperor-level powerhouse, a figure of great deterrence in the outside world, could be condemned to eternal imprisonment. In this moment, he became acutely aware of Gu Jiushang's terrifying authority, silently grateful that he had not opposed the family head's wishes during the enforcement proceedings. Gu Jiushang gradually approached Gu Mo, a rare smile illuminating his face. Gu Mo, you have performed admirably. As the head of the law enforcement hall, it is imperative to uphold justice. With you in charge, I am wholly reassured regarding the law enforcement hall. Master Xiao, rest assured. Gu Mo will not fail in his mission. Gu Jiushang nodded slightly, and with a flick of his hand, a pill appeared in his palm. The 9-pattern Emperor Grade Great Restoration pill? Upon its appearance, Gu Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his demeanor transforming into one of uncontainable excitement. This pill was discovered recently at an ancient site, and I believe it will be perfect for treating your wife's injuries. Today, I shall present it to you. Master. Gu Mo's voice quivered with emotion. Though it is said that a man does not shed tears lightly, his eyes had indeed grown moist. This 9-pattern pill was the ultimate emperor-grade elixir that could save his wife's life. He and his wife had known each other since childhood, united as husband and wife. Supporting each other through thick and thin, he had ascended to the realm of the emperor, while his wife had reached the brink of emperor status. merely a step away from the pinnacle. Yet, an unfortunate event had occurred during her breakthrough, resulting in severe injuries that left her in a state of unconsciousness. He had tried countless remedies and sought the expertise of numerous divine physicians, even exhausting the threshold of the Gu family's emperor-grade alchemists, only to receive a unanimous conclusion. Only a 9-pattern emperor-grade Great Restoration pill could save her. The rarity of the 9-pattern, the emperor-grade nature of the pill, combined with the fact that the formula had long been lost, meant that despite his extraordinary cultivation, he was powerless to save his wife's life. Yet now, the master had presented him with one, even offering it as a gift. Trembling, Gu Mo accepted the Great Restoration pill. He could not refuse it, even knowing its immense value. Master, stowing away the Great Restoration pill, Gu Mo bent his knees, preparing to kneel in gratitude. However, a pair of strong hands halted him midway. Gu Jiushang chuckled, saying, "It is merely a pill. There is no need for such formalities. What you must do now is save your wife, not kneel to thank me. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 72. Reunion, a great surprise. Supported by Gu Jiushang. Gu Mo, after a brief moment of dazedness, nodded solemnly. "Master, this kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. From this day forth, should you have any commands, I shall obey without hesitation, even if it costs me my life." Gu Mo's tone was resolute, and in his heart, he silently vowed to eternally support the Gu Jiushang family, regardless of whether their actions were right or wrong. Gu Mo took his leave, carrying with him the elixir and leaving behind unwavering loyalty. At this moment, only the family of Gu Wuchen remained in the grand hall. "Father, your discernment in rewards and punishments has taught Heir well." Gu Wuchen aptly flattered, eliciting another smile from Gu Jiushang. "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Today, upon your return from the lower realms, your mother has prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome you home. Let us go." As his words fell, the three figures swiftly appeared in a picturesque backyard. The scenery was exquisite. Every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree stood as treasures that would incite fierce competition in the outside world. Yet here, they merely served as decorative elements. 3 individuals settled in the courtyard. As a procession of maidens entered, each bearing a selection of delicately infused ingredients emanating a gentle spiritual essence. Before long, the table was laden to the brim. Indulging in exquisite delicacies had become a lifestyle for Ruyan since her marriage to Gu Jiushang. To be precise, it was a habit inherited from her father, the renowned sword god Murongfu of the upper realm. His approach to the path of swordsmanship diverged from the mundane, rather than adhering to a strict asceticism. He would partake in sumptuous feasts whenever time permitted, satisfying his palate. Thus, Murong grew up relishing gourmet meals at every turn. "Heir, come, taste this piece of venison and tell me how it is," Murong urged, offering a morsel to Gu Wuchen, who eagerly took a bite. It is delectable, melting in my mouth, and it seems my spiritual power has increased," Gu Wuchen exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Of course, Gu Jiushang interjected with a hint of pride. "Your mother specifically sent me to the Beast Mountain to slay a formidable stag for this very delicacy. Can you believe that your esteemed father would engage in such endeavors?" Before he could finish, Murong swiftly interrupted. "And what of you? Did you not vanish just a few days ago? I suspect you were preparing some surprise for our son. Were you not?" Coughing, Gu Jiushang nearly spat out the spirit wine he had just sipped, waving his hand dismissively. He replied, "I did prepare something for our son, but that can wait. Before anything else, I am more curious about the progress our son has made over this past year." Murong nodded in agreement. Since his return, he has demonstrated remarkable growth in both cultivation and understanding of the profound truths. Gu Wuchen merely chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, my progress is nothing extraordinary. You've seen everything I can do already. Is that so? Heir, how has your time in the lower realm been? Would you share your experiences with your mother?" Murong asked, her eyes wide with anticipation, having yearned for news of her son for a year, unable to resist his mother's earnestness. Gu Wuchen wiped the grease from his lips and began to recount his past year's adventures, albeit selectively, omitting any mention of the system. He spoke of encounters with provocateurs, whom he had effortlessly dispatched, discovering invaluable treasures within their spatial rings. This cycle continued, as he vanquished 3 foes, their spoils significantly contributing to his rapid advancement in both cultivation and understanding of the path. Such revelations left his parents in a state of confusion. Are there truly such treasures among the lower realm's inhabitants? They wondered. Yet, they believed Gu Wuchen's words. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jiushang postulated, in truth, it is plausible that individuals in the lower realm possess such treasures. Historical records from the Gu family reveal that many gifted individuals have, unnoticed, stumbled upon abundant opportunities, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. I conjecture that those whom Qin'er defeated may well have been fortunate enough to have encountered rare opportunities, as documented in ancient texts. Oh, so that's how it is, murmured Murong Yunj, nodding in a daze. Although she didn't fully comprehend the conversation, she could discern that her son was indeed remarkable. As for Gu Wuchen, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His father, the esteemed head of the Gu family, had astutely gathered the essence of the so-called child of destiny from mere fragments of his words. Clearly, Gu Jiushang was reluctant to linger on this topic, swiftly shifting the conversation. Huh? Regardless of all that, I'm genuinely delighted to see you make such significant progress, my son. Come, let us toast. In that moment, Gu Jiushang exhibited none of the usual authority associated with his position as the family patriarch. Instead, there was only the affectionate indulgence reserved for his son. Cheers. Gu Wuchen responded with a smile, raising his cup to clink with his father's before downing the contents in one gulp. Hey, don't just drink. Make sure to eat some meat and vegetables too, reminded Murong Yunj. Ha ha ha, right, let us eat. In an instant, the three were enveloped in laughter and joy. After several rounds of drinks and a meal nearly finished, Gu Jiushang wore a mysterious smile and spoke up. Wuchen, do you still remember the great elixir I gifted to Gu Mo? Of course, Gu Wuchen nodded. The 9-patterned imperial grade elixir was of immeasurable value. Indeed, it is precious. Gu Jiushang raised his cup for another sip. However, that elixir was merely a fortunate find when I was seeking another item. Another item? Gu Wuchen inquired, puzzled. Was his father implying that this item was even more valuable than the 9-patterned imperial grade elixir? Absolutely. Gu Jiushang revealed the item, placing it upon the stone table. It was a bone, a piece resembling exquisite jade, radiating a cool luminescence, inscribed with intricate runes. What is this? Gu Wuchen exclaimed. Supreme bone? Such exquisite supreme bone. Indeed, you have a keen eye, Gu Jiushang chuckled, pushing the supreme bone closer to Gu Wuchen. This is the surprise I've prepared for you. Find a time to meditate and merge with this supreme bone, and in the future, your achievements will surely surpass mine. As Gu Wuchen's hand rested upon the supreme bone, a warm and overwhelming power coursed through his body, instantly resonating with his devouring divine body. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a notification from the system suddenly rang in his ears. Beep. Supreme Bone of the Child of Destiny, by Su detected. Chapter 73. Merging with the Supreme Bone, Gu Wuchen's expression froze. He mused to himself that he was indeed the antagonist, having returned home without any effort. The Supreme Bone of the Child of Destiny was presented before him. The hatred value had instantly soared to its peak. Quickly, he stowed away the Supreme Bone and turned to his father, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the gift of the Supreme Bone, father. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Although, following the usual course of events, one could argue his father's acquisition of the Child of Destiny's Supreme Bone had somewhat dubious intentions, perhaps a trap for his son. He was unperturbed by this notion. In fact, he found himself more intrigued by the Child of Destiny, by Su, than by the Supreme Bone itself. The swifter the fusion of the Supreme Bone, the better. Once this meal concludes, you shall retreat to merge with the Supreme Bone. As for other matters, we shall discuss them upon your emergence. Gu Wuchen nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Approximately half an hour later, the family of three finished their sumptuous feast. Gu Jiushang, accompanied by Murong Yunj, prepared to depart, leaving Gu Wuchen to his seclusion. Before leaving, Murong Yunj expressed her reluctance, saying, Chun'er, once you emerge, let us find a time to visit your grandfather. He will surely be delighted to see your remarkable progress. Indeed, I too wish to meet grandfather, Gu Wuchen replied with another nod, albeit noticing that his mother's aura seemed unchanged since his departure a year prior, prompting him to jest. Mother, I believe you should visit grandfather first, so he may encourage you in your cultivation. Your current prowess is largely due to your innate talent, which must account for over 90%. Taken aback by her son's admonishment regarding her lack of diligence in cultivation, Murong Yunj raised an eyebrow and rolled up her sleeves, transforming from a nurturing mother into a fierce matriarch in an instant. Hey, you little rascal, are you lecturing your mother now? How audacious. Ha ha ha. No, I actually think Qin'er makes a valid point, Gu Jiushang interjected. Very well, if both of you concur, tonight's festivities are hereby cancelled. I shall retreat for cultivation. Wait, my lady, I was merely joking. After a bout of laughter, Gu Wuchen sat alone in the courtyard, the translucent supreme bone materializing before him. System. Why do I feel this supreme bone is remarkably fresh? Could it have been recently acquired? He inquired casually. Indeed, host. The supreme bone of Baisu became unclaimed 2 days and 6 hours ago. Gu Wuchen paused, momentarily taken aback. If it became unclaimed 2 days ago, it must have been extracted from its original owner only recently. This contradicted what his father had conveyed just before departing regarding the origin of the supreme bone. As this pertained to the child of destiny, he needed clarification from his father. According to his father, 2 days prior, the old sovereign of the Great Qi dynasty in the realm of all things had painstakingly contacted the Gu family to inform them of the supreme bone's existence and requested that the head of the Gu family personally deliver it. Upon receiving this news, Gu Jiushang did not hesitate to make the journey to the Great Qi dynasty, recognizing the immense value of the supreme bone warranted his presence. Upon arrival, the old sovereign, a decisive man, greeted Gu Jiushang with a box containing the supreme bone and the 9-patterned emperor pill gifted to Gu Mo. The old sovereign explained that this supreme bone was a relic of their founding emperor, intended for a descendant of exceptional talent to restore the glory of the Great Qi. However, no individual worthy of the supreme bone had emerged, and thus it had remained preserved until now. Coincidentally, he had sustained severe injuries, with his cultivation regressing. Although he could rely on pills to mend his wounds, the decline in his cultivation could not be remedied. Moreover, with the royal offerings being solicited by various princes, incessant infighting ensued, each solely intent on seizing the throne, completely disregarding all else. Amidst such internal strife and external threats, he resolutely presented the supreme bone and the elixir to the Gu family, hoping they would ensure the eternal preservation of the Great Qi dynasty. In response, Gu Jiushang promptly agreed, pledging the dynasty's everlasting existence before departing with the 2 treasures. As his thoughts settled, Gu Wuchen privately acknowledged the shrewdness of the Great Qi sovereign. By entrusting the supreme bone to his father, he ensured it would be shielded from any unforeseen calamities. After all, Gu Jiushang represented the entire Gu family, and should he attempt to seize the supreme bone without a promise to safeguard the Great Qi dynasty for eternity, no faction would dare to offer treasures in exchange for protection from the Gu family in the future. However, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but sneer. The old sovereign was indeed astute to a fault. He claimed the supreme bone as a relic left by the founding emperor of the Great Qi dynasty, yet in truth, it was something he had personally extracted from another's possession. As for the identity of the fated child, Baisu, he had surmised a general notion. The sovereign of the Great Qi dynasty bore the surname Bai, and Baisu was undoubtedly a descendant of his. In the name of so-called eternal protection, he had even unearthed the supreme bone of the most talented among his offspring. Truly, no family could be more ruthless than that of emperors. With this thought, he let out a soft exclamation. Morning dawned. In but a moment, Guchensi descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the courtyard. Have my 2 maidservants been settled? Rest assured, young master, all has been arranged. Very well, I must trouble you again. Please journey to the Wanxiang Dao domain of the Great Qi dynasty and inquire about a person named Baisu. Additionally, familiarize yourself with the general circumstances of their dynasty. Remember, you are to seek information only and not act recklessly. Oh, and do include Gu Yu, the stewardess, to accompany you. Understood, I shall depart at once. Gu Chensi nodded in agreement, and with that, his figure vanished. Gu Yu, a female steward of the Gu family, was of near-emperor rank. With the 2 of them dispatched to gather intel, Gu Wuchen felt quite at ease. Subsequently, he redirected his attention to the supreme bone before him. Time was of the essence. He must absorb and integrate it immediately. Activate the sky-devouring divine body. 2 days prior, in the Wanxiang Dao domain, Great Qi dynasty. At the rear mountain, a burial ground lay concealed. It was a place where royal relatives were interred after death. A custom established by the founding emperor of the Great Qi, and none dared to defy it. At that moment, beneath an unremarkable tombstone, a pale hand emerged from the grave, forcefully clawing at the earth, unveiling a considerable expanse of soil, as a frail figure abruptly sat up. Gasping for fresh air, he coughed violently before regaining his composure, the pallor of his face gradually returning to a shade of crimson. Yet, a gaping wound marred his chest, revealing a missing piece of bone. His eyes burned with hatred, his teeth clenched against his lower lip. You wretched ancients, you all deserve death. and those who dare to seize my supreme bone, I shall personally reclaim what is rightfully mine. Chapter 74. A visitor arrives. As Bai Su came to her senses, she gazed at her pale, feeble hands and the once vibrant dantian now devoid of spiritual energy. Her heart felt like a dying ember. She found herself incapable of action. The notion of vengeance was a distant dream. Given her current frail state, even the possibility of escaping this graveyard seemed uncertain. Enduring the pain in her chest, she struggled to rise, a wave of dizziness overtaking her as her body began to topple forward, head first. Closing her eyes, a bitter smile crept across her face, mocking the absurdity of her potential demise in such a manner. After a lengthy pause, she was unexpectedly spared the anticipated pain when she slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, a dark hand had grasped her, lifting her up. She raised her gaze, staring blankly at the owner of the hand. As an aged whisper caressed her ears, "Young one, do you yearn for power?" Time passed, minute by minute, and soon it was the following day. Gu Wuchen was nearing the completion of his fusion with the Supreme Bone. With a sudden, vigorous opening of his eyes, the integration was finalized. Instantly, his entire being radiated a dazzling light, emanating an aura that transcended all existence. He had succeeded. A smile adorned Gu Wuchen's face. His fusion with the Supreme Bone was unlike any other. He possessed the devouring celestial body, allowing him to absorb all the postnatal growth of the Supreme Bone, retaining only a fragment of its essence, which he integrated seamlessly into his body, devoid of any latent risks. In his mind, the records of the Gu family regarding the Supreme Bone surfaced. The texts narrated that after the chaos, at the dawn of creation, a multitude of beings emerged, each harboring a piece of the Supreme Bone within them. These beings required no cultivation, possessing terrifying prowess, truly favored by the heavens, recorded by future generations as the progenitors of the world. However, for reasons unknown, these progenitors gradually vanished, and subsequent beings no longer bore the Supreme Bone within them. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Bai Su's piece, deemed a divine oversight. With his thoughts settled, Gu Wuchen rose and stretched leisurely. Gu Chenxi had yet to return. He knew it was improbable for her to do so swiftly, as the distances between realms were vast, and the spatial order of the upper realm was firmly established. Only formidable emperors could tear through space. They had to rely on teleportation arrays to traverse to other domains for information, which would take several days. "Young master." A maid gently rapped on the courtyard door, cautiously speaking. "There is someone outside with a message claiming to seek you, and they insist on discussing urgent matters directly with you." "Oh, someone seeks me, and it pertains to my affairs?" Gu Wuchen's curiosity was piqued. Having just returned to the family, what could concern him? He promptly instructed, "Allow them to enter." "Understood." The maid replied and fell silent. After a time sufficient for incense to burn, footsteps echoed from outside once more. Given that a stranger was visiting the Gu family's divine scion, a series of rigorous checks regarding identity, background, and cultivation level were imperative. Entering were a man and a woman. The man exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably a scion of a prominent family. The woman possessed an innate charm that captivated men, her entire being exuding an allure that was simply irresistible. Adorned in a violet high-slit chi pao, she seemed to long for the complete exposure of her thighs. Even Gu Wuchen couldn't help but smirk slightly. What a provocative woman! Upon entering the courtyard, both bowed in unison to Gu Wuchen. Prince Bai Ji of the Great Qi dynasty pays his respects to the divine son. Su Mei from the Su family greets you. Young master, their demeanor was starkly different. Bai Ji was utterly respectful, his body trembling slightly, clearly anxious. In contrast, Su Mei appeared entirely at ease, exuding confidence as she exchanged flirtatious glances. With her gaze fixed on Gu Wuchen and her lower lip gently bitten, she seemed to await a command, ready to throw herself into his embrace. This scene made Gu Wuchen frown, struggling against the impulse to dismiss her, and inquired, "What brings you here?" At the same time, he accessed Bai Ji's profile. The moment they entered, the system alerted him to the presence of Bai Su, the fated child. Name, Bai Ji. Age, 102. Identity, fourth prince of the Great Qi dynasty, half-brother to the fated child Bai Su. Personality, ruthless, envious, lecherous. Realm, second level of transcendence. Constitution, none. Fate, a stepping stone for Bai Su. Recent activities, frequently humiliating Bai Su and directly involved in the extraction of her supreme bone, making him her first target for vengeance upon her rise. We traveled from the Wuxiang Dao domain upon discovering a matter most disrespectful to you, divine son, and have come to report it, Bai Ji declared. To which Sume interjected, "Indeed, and this matter is not one to be widely known. That is why we have made this special visit." In truth, their intention was never to meet Gu Wuchen directly. They would have been satisfied to encounter an outer steward. After all, both the Great Qi dynasty and the Su family were insignificant in the presence of the Gu family. However, when they informed the guards that their matter pertained to the divine son Gu Wuchen, the guard's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried off to report, neglecting even to guard the main gate. Ultimately, they were ushered directly here, only realizing just before entering that they would indeed meet the esteemed Gu Wuchen himself. In the courtyard, Gu Wuchen sat upon a stone chair as the two began to convey the purpose of their visit. "Young Master Gu, I am Sume. A few days ago, I happened upon Hua Liener from the Hua family, who was alone at a tea house, lost in thought. I approached her to inquire, only to discover that she was suffering from lovesickness, drinking alone." "Really?" Gu Wuchen paused, his gaze intensifying as he regarded Sume, surprised that their visit concerned Hua Liener. Reflecting on his return to the upper realm, he realized he had indeed forgotten her amidst the multitude of events. Sume continued, "The reason the Hua family can still thrive in the Wuxiang Dao domain is precisely because Hua Liener was selected by your esteemed family from a young age, ensuring her family's safety. Yet they remain ungrateful, allowing Hua Liener to clandestinely meet another man. This is a profound disrespect to the Gu family and a grave affront to you." In her impassioned discourse, Sume's voice trembled with emotion, as though genuinely incensed by the situation. Beside her, the fourth Prince Baiji, noticing Gu Wuchen's lack of reaction, assumed disbelief in Sume's words and hastily stoked the flames of the discourse. "My lord, you are unaware that Sume possesses a unique constitution, endowed with a special ability to discern whether a woman is still pure." He paused, leaving the implication hanging, confident that Gu Wuchen grasped the meaning behind his words. Chapter 75. Intent upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen fully comprehended the motives behind their visit. It was evident that Hua Liener was no longer pure. Indeed, this was the result of his own actions. The two before him clearly had not anticipated that the object of Hua Liener's affections was none other than himself. However, he found himself perplexed as to what advantage revealing this information would afford them. Did they truly expect him to express gratitude? In your opinion, how should I deal with her? Gu Wuchen inquired with an unperturbed demeanor, as if the matter bore no significance to him. Baiji was bewildered by Gu Wuchen's calmness. Though Hua Liener was merely a dispensable vessel to the Gu family's divine son, the weight of such a betrayal was substantial. How could he remain so composed in the face of such an affront? It seemed that the scions of prestigious families maintained a tranquility in crises that far surpassed those of lesser factions. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Sume interjected. "Young master," her voice was sweetly melodic, and she slightly bent at the waist, her charm evident, causing Baiji to involuntarily shudder. "Hua Liener, foolish and withered, is no longer worthy of being your woman. Should you not despise me, I am still a fresh flower, eager to serve you wholeheartedly. Eternally your devoted slave." She refrained from directly expressing her desire to be Gu Wuchen's woman, instead referring to herself as a slave. A strategic retreat designed to advance her position gradually. She believed that through profound interaction, even a high monk like Gu Wuchen would inevitably become enamored and unable to part from her. Gu Wuchen, upon hearing her declaration, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Recognizing that this woman was indeed extraordinary, he had to concede that Sume's allure was formidable. Her seductive prowess had undoubtedly reached a commendable level. Yet, with a discerning eye, he immediately perceived the fallacy of Sume's guise as a pure maiden. While she could ascertain another's purity, she could also masquerade as one herself. Such a woman held no appeal for him. However, she could serve other purposes. Disregarding the increasingly provocative Sume, he turned his gaze toward the visibly agitated Baiji. At that moment, upon hearing Sume's willingness to be Gu Wuchen's eternal servant, Baiji was rendered speechless. He had always regarded Sume as his own prized possession. How could he permit another to encroach upon what he deemed his? However, in the face of the formidable Gu family divine scion, even if he were to seize the position of the ruler of the Great Qi kingdom, he would merely appear as a slightly larger insect, easily extinguished with a mere flick of the finger. Thus, his complexion flushed crimson, yearning to voice his thoughts, yet daunted into silence. Baiji, a sharp reprimand jolted him back to reality. He turned to find the divine scion of the Gu family gazing at him, sending a chill through his heart. He had just entertained the audacious notion of wresting Sume from the grasp of the divine scion. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting on it. Otherwise, his life would have been woefully inadequate to pay the price. Gu Wuchen continued, Sumei's intention is to serve as my slave. May I inquire what your purpose is? His tone was calm, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority in their ears. Bai Ji immediately fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground. Cold sweat streaming down his face as he implored, My lord, I aspire to seize the position of the great Qi's ruler and serve you like a loyal hound. Oh, Gu Wuchen smiled faintly. The position of the great Qi's ruler, you say? A thought arose from the depths of my heart. Tell me, do you know of Bai Su? Upon hearing the name, Bai Ji paused, instinctively wishing to deny any acquaintance. Yet, as the words hung on his lips, he recalled the grim fate of deceiving the Gu family's divine scion, and hastily amended his response. Bai Su is my royal brother. I am the 4th prince. And he is the 9th prince. Alas, he has recently succumbed to illness and has been interred in the royal family's secluded mountains. Indeed, Gu Wuchen sighed inwardly. Bai Su was indeed a prince, and his burial in the deep mountains might more accurately signify being entombed in a place of opportunity. In light of the vital information you have provided, I shall assist you in claiming the position of the great Qi's ruler. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's expression transformed into one of elation, and he fervently bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. After a fervent series of bows, he lifted his head, excitement brimming in his voice. My lord, presently in the great Qi dynasty, only the crown prince and the 8th prince possess the capability to contest the ruler's throne. Once they are removed, the position shall be within my grasp. They pose no threat. Gu Wuchen shook his head, raising his teacup to drink it down in one swift motion. Your true adversary lies elsewhere. Elsewhere? Bai Ji was perplexed. Indeed, Gu Wuchen set down his cup and uttered several words with a nonchalant air. The 9th prince of the great Qi, Bai Su. Bai Ji departed, enveloped in confusion and astonishment. Having secured Gu Wuchen's promise to assist him in claiming the throne of the great Qi, he knew there could be no unforeseen circumstances. Like an elephant aiding an insect in moving a stone, it was merely a matter of a sneeze. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The reason lay in the fact that the Gu family's divine scion had declared his younger brother Bai Su was, in fact, alive. He would become the greatest obstacle to his ascension as ruler. No, his expression twisted into a snarl. He had accompanied the late monarch in unearthing Bai Su's precious bone. If Bai Su were still alive, he must have acquired some fortuitous opportunity. And it was he who would ultimately meet his demise. With a plan forming in his mind, he resolved to return immediately to the great Qi imperial city and unearth Bai Su's grave, to ascertain whether he still existed. Just before departing, he glanced back at the still-hidden Sumei, her expression subtly shifting. Moments ago, Gu Shensi had informed him that this woman, Sumei, would be bestowed upon him. However, prior to this, certain matters needed to be conveyed to her, allowing him to leave first. Gu Wuchen's intention was indeed to relay information, for he could never harbor feelings for a woman like Sumei. Yet, Bai Ji misinterpreted the situation, believing that this exchange of information was in fact a deeper interaction. In this regard, Bai Ji dared not voice any grievances. The opportunity to converse with Sumei was undoubtedly overshadowed by the importance of the throne. Moreover, he found himself inexplicably unopposed to this arrangement. He even felt a tinge of honor at the thought of having a more profound exchange with Sumei. Post-Gu family's heir's attention. In the courtyard, as Bai Ji departed, Sumei suddenly lunged forward, eager to throw her alluring figure into Gu Wuchen's embrace. Clearly, she shared Bai Ji's belief that Gu Shensi had summoned her for his favor, hence the dismissal of others. However, just as she made her move, a tempest struck, violently hurling her against the wall behind her. Stay away from me. I find you repulsive, Gu Wuchen declared, producing a jade vial. Within it lay the cursed insects of the heart prison spell. Chapter 76. The cursed Gu Wuchen opened the vial and poured out an ebony insect, grasping it within his hand. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, prompting him to speak. By the way, the Hua family, to which Huarlianer belongs, and your Su family have maintained a long-standing bond, correct? I recall that both of your families faced imminent doom some time ago, and it was through the protection of my Gu family that the Hua family was able to seek refuge, thus safeguarding your Su family. It is surprising that, not long after, you would come here to stab the Hua family in the back. No, my lord Shensi, that was not my intention, Sumei, now smudged with dirt from her collision, hastily clarified. I believe Huarlianer's actions betray the Gu family's kindness, and more importantly, your trust. That is why I came to report it. I know this may be wrong, but enough. Gu Wuchen interrupted, shaking his head. Your actions do not only meet with my disapproval. In fact, I find them somewhat commendable. After all, people perish for wealth, and birds die for food. You embody the mindset of a typical antagonist. At these words, Sume was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. Could it be that the Lord Shinsi appreciated her actions? However, before she could revel in her elation for long, a bucket of cold water was suddenly thrown upon her. Gu Wuchen continued, but while I can engage in such acts, you, in your desire to become mine, cannot apply your cunning in my presence. I cannot trust someone like you to remain by my side. With that, Gu Wuchen flicked his fingertip, and the cursed insect accurately shot into Su Mei's slightly parted lips. What is this? Su Mei's countenance paled. Even if she were foolish, she could discern that Gu Wuchen was not offering her anything benevolent. Her eyes gradually dulled and became vacant, and after a few moments, clarity returned to her mind. Your servant pays homage to her master. At that moment, Su Mei had been ensnared by the curse. The potency of this sorcery lies in its ability to render the victim's body and mind wholly submissive to the sorcerer, without impairing her own cognitive faculties, thus ensuring she does not become a mere puppet. Apart from acquiring an additional master, her existence remains unchanged. Indeed, the effects are commendable. Gu Wuchen, through the use of the Gu worm, gleaned a glimpse of Su Mei's recent memories and discovered that she is far from an ordinary woman. In a previous life, she would have been akin to a siren of the sea, a stunningly beautiful mermaid. With her enchanting allure, she has captivated countless young gentlemen, many of whom have squandered their fortunes merely for a chance to elicit a smile from her. Yet, most of these young suitors have gained little of substance, at best. They may have brushed against Su Mei's delicate hand or shared a single meal, with very few ever enjoying a night spent in her company. Su Mei, at your service. You will accompany Bai Ji back to the Great Qi dynasty. Should you encounter Bai Su, make sure to acquaint yourself with him well. Do you understand? I shall obey. Gu Wuchen was aware that the likelihood of Su Mei finding Bai Su was exceedingly slim, yet by remaining close to Bai Ji, there would certainly be a chance. After all, Bai Ji is one of the few who could potentially eliminate Bai Su. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Su Mei departed swiftly, soon catching up with Bai Ji, who had yet to leave the confines of the Gu family estate. Upon seeing Su Mei, disheveled and with her garments slightly torn, resembling someone who had just endured a beating, Bai Ji's expression changed dramatically. Ah, Gu Shensi, how could you be so violent towards a woman? The Gu family's teleportation array is spread across various locations, one of which leads to a reclusive ancient clan hidden within the realms of the Great Qi dynasty. When Bai Ji transported Su Mei to this site, he found himself in an unsettling state. As the fourth prince of the Great Qi, he was astonished to be unaware of the existence of this hidden clan. Moreover, this ancient clan possessed formidable strength. The elder guarding the teleportation array exuded an intensity of pressure greater than that imposed by the royal family. With no time to inquire further, and feeling too intimidated to ask, he was swept away by the elder's swift movements and deposited into the imperial city. Upon entering the city, Bai Ji and Su Mei temporarily parted ways. His foremost concern was to ascertain whether his dear brother Bai Su was truly alive. In the rear mountains, the burial ground awaited. Here, royal guards were always stationed, but as a prince, he was granted unrestricted access. Soon, he located Bai Su's gravestone. And just as he was about to unearth the grave, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The earth before the grave was noticeably disturbed, unlike any other tomb in the vicinity. This is bad, he exclaimed, and in an instant, Bai Su's grave was uprooted, revealing it to be completely empty. Where was his dear brother's body? Truly absent, genuinely absent. He murmured to himself, his entire being gripped by an icy chill. Bai Su was a prodigy endowed with supreme bones. Although those bones had been excavated alongside the former king, it was undeniable that Bai Su's talents were exceptional. Among the 9 princes, he was the youngest, yet possessed the greatest potential. At merely 30 years of age, he had ascended to the extraordinary realm. All this achieved without substantial cultivation resources. Had it not been for the irreversible enmity that Bai Su had forged with the former monarch, it is likely that the throne would have been his, with the potential to elevate the Great Qi to unprecedented heights. With this thought in mind, he turned and departed, determined to inform the former monarch, his father, that Bai Su was not dead, but had vanished. The Su and Hua families, though within the realm of the Great Qi, did not submit to its authority, as the Gu family overshadowed them, rendering them untouchable. As Su Mei traversed the path back to her family, her delicate brows were furrowed in concern. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of fulfilling her master's task. Yet she had never even encountered Bai Su. How could she possibly seek her out? At that moment, an extraordinarily refined young man approached her. Upon seeing Su Mei's disheveled state, he exclaimed with indignation, "Miss Su, what has happened to you? Who has dared to bully you? Your attire is in tatters. Tell me, and I shall ensure that scoundrel pays dearly." Su Mei lifted her gaze, recognizing him as one among the many affluent young gentlemen she often encountered. She possessed a number of his valuable belongings within her spatial ring. Thus, she adopted her usual demeanor, bowing slightly with a playful smile, and replied, "Oh, dear brother, it is nothing. I merely stumbled on the way, and I assure you, I am quite unharmed. However, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot linger. Shall we celebrate together another day?" Having said this, Su Mei attempted to depart, but the young man was unwilling to let her go. It was evident that her fall was not a result of misfortune. She was no ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Such a fall was improbable. The only plausible explanation was that she had been wronged by another. This presented him with a perfect opportunity to play the hero. If he could confront the one who had mistreated Su Mei, he believed tonight would indeed be a splendid evening. Stepping forward, he obstructed her path, his expression betraying his eagerness to impress. "Miss Su, please do not conceal the truth from me. I understand you are looking out for my well-being, fearing that I might be implicated. But rest assured, my master is nearby, a formidable sage at the pinnacle of strength. With him present, all matters can be resolved." Chapter 77. A hero saves the fair maiden. Su Mei could not help but twitch her lips in disbelief. A sage? In the outside world, perhaps such a figure would be considered powerful. Yet within the Gu family, one could simply pick up a stone and inadvertently strike down someone far stronger. Such individuals did not even qualify to meet the Gu family's young master. However, she could not voice these thoughts, so she offered a gentle apology, saying, "Dear brother, I truly have no troubles to speak of. Please, allow me to leave. Such a thing cannot be permitted." The young man clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest, once more blocking her path. This was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to display his gallantry before Su Mei. Meanwhile, at a nearby tea house by the window, a man and a woman sat across from each other, sipping tea and conversing. "Brother Bai Su, do you not think it wise to remain hidden? If the former monarch discovers you are alive, he may very well send someone to hunt you down." A fair-faced woman spoke, her brow furrowed with concern, and in her eyes, a deep affection for the man before her was evident. "It matters not. That burial ground is seldom frequented," she said dismissively, waving her hand. "Moreover, even if someone were to enter, as long as no one foolishly digs up my grave, they will not discover my absence." At this moment, his complexion was no longer pallid, but rather flushed, and his cultivation had returned to its peak. Aside from the loss of his supreme bone, he was as he had been before his remains were disturbed. The reason he revealed everything to the woman before him was that she was his most trusted confidant. Since his birth, she was the only one who had never looked down upon his awkward status, willing to converse and play with him, truly his childhood companion. Her identity was that of the daughter of the chancellor of the great Qi dynasty, Yintong. He owed his successful escape from the imperial city to her. She had taken great risks to bring him out. As they spoke, Yintong glanced out the window and chanced upon the sight of the ragged Su Mei being accosted by a young nobleman in the middle of the road. Puzzled, she remarked, "Oh, we are not far from the imperial city, yet someone dares to harass a common girl in broad daylight. How peculiar." "Let them be," Bai Su replied. "Under normal circumstances, with your standing, it would be fitting for you to intimidate such young lords. However, my current situation is rather precarious, so it is best not to interfere." "Yes, brother Bai Su, I understand," Yintong said obediently, nodding her head, fully aware of the gravity of the matter. The two resumed sipping their tea, for after this cup, Bai Su intended to leave the great Qi dynasty for other lands. Hence, he had risked lingering here a bit longer to bid farewell to his sister Yintong. Observing the reluctant expression on her face, Bai Su solemnly declared, "Yintong, rest assured, I shall forever cherish your kindness. Upon my return, having perfected my cultivation, I shall promptly take you as my bride." "Indeed, I believe in you, brother Bai Su," Yintong replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she shyly nodded and nestled back into her chair, continuing to sip her tea. Clearly, she felt bashful at Bai Su's forthright confession. With Yintong's affirmation, Bai Su felt elated. He was at the dawn of a transformative phase, firmly believing that he would return triumphantly, sweep through the great Qi, and wed Yintong. Just then, his gaze inadvertently drifted outside. where he beheld the scene of Su Mei being intercepted by the young nobleman. His expression froze, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. What a beautiful woman! His Yun Tong was petite and lovely, invoking a protective instinct within him. In stark contrast, Su Mei appeared like a ripe apple, inciting an irresistible desire to pluck. Her exposed thighs and proud curves struck a jarring note in Baisu's senses. At just over 30, he had never encountered such temptation. How could he possibly miss this golden opportunity to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Certainly not. With a sudden leap, Baisu stood up, startling Yun Tong, who was still shyly seated across from him. He spoke with firm conviction, "Sister Yun Tong, I have contemplated this matter, and since I must depart from the great Qi, why not perform a noble deed before I leave? Let us rescue the woman below from the jaws of danger, shall we?" Although framed as a question, he did not allow Yun Tong the opportunity to respond, turning instead to leave the tea house and hastily making his way to where Su Mei was located. Yun Tong remained in her seat, bewildered, unable to comprehend why her brother Baisu had undergone such a transformation. Just moments ago, he had claimed it was inconvenient for him to reveal himself. Yet, love often renders one blind. She trusted that Baisu's intentions were noble and devoid of ulterior motives. "Miss Su, I implore you, please tell me who has wronged you." The young master had already detained Su Mei for some time, and gradually, a crowd began to gather, whispering and pointing at them. Those unaware of the truth assumed he was the one bullying Su Mei. After he uttered this plea, a powerful hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. "How dare you accuse another while you yourself are the perpetrator? Who else, if not you, is tormenting this beautiful lady?" With that, Baisu unleashed a surge of formidable energy through his palm into the young master's shoulder. The disparity in their cultivation rendered the young master unable to resist. His eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed, lifeless. Thud. Having completed this, Baisu stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Su Mei, saying, "Miss, this place is not safe. Who knows what connections this man possesses? It would be prudent for you to leave with me to avoid potential retaliation." Su Mei hesitated, intending to decline Baisu's goodwill. She still needed to fulfill her master's task. She had no intention of going elsewhere. Moreover, she had not harmed anyone. So why should she be concerned? However, before she could voice her refusal, a voice resonated in her mind. "Miss, to be candid, I am Baisu, the 9th prince of the Great Qi dynasty, discreetly visiting incognito, and I happened upon this scoundrel harassing you. I possess the royal token of the Great Qi prince's proof." Baisu revealed his true identity to Su Mei to expedite her trust in him and persuade her to leave with him. After all, with a life lost. The crowd was swelling, and the news of his death was confidential, known only to a few, including other princes, so he harbored no fears of her skepticism. Indeed, after unveiling his identity, he observed a spark of recognition in Su Mei's eyes, her gaze now fervent upon him. She then gracefully bowed to him, proclaiming, "I, Su Mei, am willing to depart with you." "Excellent." With a grand gesture, Baisu swiftly took Su Mei away, not even pausing to bid farewell to Yun Tong in the tea house, for he sensed a powerful presence approaching. Chapter 78. The Eloquence of Baisu, the Fated Child. Before long, an elder radiating a terrifying aura descended from the sky, a saint-king presence that rendered the onlookers breathless. "Disciple, disciple." Upon the arrival of the elder, he cast a glance at his silent disciple, his expression shifting dramatically. "Damn it, they dare to slay my apprentice and yet flee. Do they truly dismiss me, the thunderous Holy King?" With that, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, pursuing the direction in which Baisu and his companion had departed. The mere utterance of the title Thunderous Holy King sent a collective shiver through the crowd. In the upper realm, it was not common to encounter saints in abundance, nor were emperors as plentiful as dogs. On the contrary, apart from formidable powers or families like the Gu family, those at the Holy King level were indeed rare in everyday life. Most ordinary individuals hovered around the ranks of the king or emperor realms, with only those of considerable influence, such as the Great Qi dynasty, possessing higher-tier warriors. The Thunderous Holy King was a renowned, veteran powerhouse within the Great Qi dynasty. His whereabouts were typically shrouded in mystery, and it was rumored that he had only recently emerged due to the ongoing strife among the princes of the Great Qi dynasty. With the thunderous speed of a tempest, he traversed several cities in the blink of an eye. Yet he found it peculiar that he had encountered no trace of the assailant who had slain his disciple along the way. Intriguing. Squinting slightly, he recognized that this was indeed the territory of the Great Qi dynasty, compelling him to exercise caution. Thus, He furrowed his brow and continued his pursuit. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Great Qi territory, he abruptly halted, his expression darkening as he regarded the two figures before him. "Are you waiting for me?" Before him stood Bai Su and the still trembling Su Mei, side by side in the air. Bai Su stepped forward, displaying no hint of panic, and smiled. "Lord Thunderous, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Might I request a word before you take my life?" "Humph." The Thunderous Holy King scoffed. "A mere ant of the extraordinary realm dares to engage in conversation with me? Seeking death." With that, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, imbued with the power to obliterate all, aimed directly at Bai Su and his companion. "Do not fear, I am here." Bai Su whispered to Su Mei as he produced a compass, placing it above his head. The moment the lightning made contact with the compass, it was swiftly absorbed, leaving the two unscathed. With his initial attack thwarted, the Thunderous Holy King refrained from launching a subsequent assault, pondering the composure of those before him. No ordinary individual of the extraordinary realm would dare maintain such calm in his presence. This young man must undoubtedly be of exceptional standing, he mused inwardly. At this juncture, Bai Su spoke again, still holding the compass aloft, ever vigilant against the Thunderous Holy King's onslaught. "Ah, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Bai Su, the 9th Prince of the Great Qi dynasty. You may have heard of me, though perhaps you have never laid eyes upon me. Given that you are a powerful ally drawn to my elder brother, the Crown Prince." At these words, the Thunderous Holy King paused momentarily, taken aback. The 9th Prince? He had indeed heard whispers of Bai Su, though the tales were scarce and primarily concerned a scandal involving the former monarch, long buried within the depths of the palace. In essence, he was known as the least conspicuous prince of the Great Qi dynasty. However, the Thunderous Holy King now realized that matters were far from straightforward. Not only did the young man before him remain unfazed, but he also clearly understood the backing he received from the Crown Prince. It is noteworthy that even the powerful 4th Prince and 8th Prince remain oblivious to this matter. Observing the Thunder King lost in contemplation, Bai Su realized that her objective was nearing fruition. Seizing the moment, she boldly asserted, "Oh no, esteemed King," rather than aligning with the Crown Prince. "I believe assisting me might be a far more prudent choice." A derisive smile escaped the Thunder King upon hearing her words. "You? Just moments ago, you killed my disciple and fled in disgrace, even refraining from revealing your identity as the 9th Prince. This indicates that you hold little favor within the royal court, and your very existence there is precarious. As a mere 9th Prince, devoid of powerful allies and influence, what gives you the audacity to contest the Crown Prince for power?" Bai Su faced his relentless inquiries with unwavering composure, a manic smile blossoming upon her face. For this, as her words resonated, a terrifying aura of demonic energy radiated from her being. Flames of darkness enveloped her, even causing the Thunder King to feel a tremor within his spirit. "You have succumbed to darkness? You seek your own demise." He could not suppress his ire. The 9th Prince before him was far more unhinged than he had anticipated. Succumbing to darkness was not merely a matter of cultivating demonic skills. It could signify the loss of reason, transforming one into a mere machine of slaughter. Yet, in an instant, Bai Su swayed, and the demonic energy vanished as swiftly as it had come. "You are correct, Thunder King. With my ordinary strength, vying for the imperial throne and eliminating other princes is akin to chasing phantoms. However, my ambitions have never been confined to the throne. I shall lead millions of demons back to reclaim what is ours, and at that time, not a single soul in the Great Qi dynasty will remain. I intend to make my so-called father regret his choices and pay a grievous price. And you, should you insist on ending my life today, feel free to try, provided you can indeed slay me. But should you fail, prepare yourself for the day when I may sever your head from your shoulders." Pausing momentarily, she shifted her tone to a much softer cadence. "Of course, esteemed King, I hold you in the highest regard, and I sincerely hope you will join my cause. Aligning with the Crown Prince would merely be an embellishment, as you would not be valued for your contributions. However, here with me, it would be akin to providing timely assistance. When we sweep through the Great Qi, I promise to elevate you to the position of Prime Minister, a figure second only to the Emperor, commanding the respect of millions." Bai Su's declaration plunged the Thunder King into deep contemplation once more. He could not deny that. Faced with Bai Su's overwhelming demonic flames, he lacked absolute confidence in vanquishing her. Moreover, his alliance with the Crown Prince was indeed motivated by the pursuit of superior resources. Otherwise, he would struggle throughout his life to advance further. Now, an opportunity lay before him. Should he take the gamble? After much deliberation, the Thunder King finally nodded. "Very well, I shall join you. but do not attempt to conceal anything from me, for I can withdraw at any moment. Bai Su erupted into laughter. Rest assured, your joining is an honor for me. In the future, you shall be grateful for the choice you have made today. Simultaneously, Bai Su released a breath of relief. She had indeed made the right wager. I had long heard of the meticulous nature of the thunderous Saint King, who shunned any semblance of recklessness. Yet today I found myself utterly deceived by him. In truth, he had hastily led Su Mei out of the great Qi dynasty, already drained of energy and vitality. The thunderous Saint King, should he choose to strike once more, would shatter his protective compass, leaving him with no chance of survival. However, the circumstances had transformed dramatically. Not only had he escaped the great Qi, but he had also garnered the support of a formidable Saint King. Furthermore, his gaze fell upon the alluring Su Mei beside him, causing him to swallow hard. Good fortune comes in pairs. Chapter 79. Companionship in his heart. Bai Su contemplated the prospect of becoming acquainted with Su Mei, yet he feigned politeness, saying, "Miss Su, the crisis has been averted. Might I escort you home?" Having long navigated the circles of the elite, Su Mei was acutely aware of Bai Su's ulterior motives. She smiled coyly, her enchanting fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating Bai Su's senses. How could a humble girl like me, indebted to your generosity, simply depart? I shall certainly host a grand feast for you. But we have ventured beyond the borders of Great Qi, and I am unfamiliar with this place. Alas, it seems I have overlooked this matter. Bai Su, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, "It is my honor to make the acquaintance of Miss Su, especially on such a fortuitous day, having gained the support of the thunderous Saint King. We must indulge in revelry. As for other matters, we can deliberate upon them after we have drunk our fill." He also extended an invitation to the thunderous Saint King. The thunderous Saint King furrowed his brow. While it was customary to drink and discuss matters together, aligning with the ninth prince necessitated a deeper understanding of the situation. However, with a woman of remarkable prowess standing beside the ninth prince, was he not concerned about potential hindrances? Thus, he kindly hinted, "While I have no reason to decline the ninth prince's banquet, might the sudden disappearance of this young lady from the great Qi dynasty not cause her family great distress? I would be glad to escort her back. With my presence, there would be no issues." Bai Su discerned the underlying meaning in the thunderous Saint King's words and found them to be quite reasonable. He was still in a state of escape, and bringing Su Mei along was not the wisest choice. Yet, just then, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder, and Su Mei pressed herself closely against him. Her breath fragrant as she whispered, "My lord, you spoke of confidential matters with the thunderous Saint King without reservation. I am aware that your aura is tainted with demonic energy. Should this be revealed, it might invite significant trouble. However, I, Su Mei, am ever grateful and would never betray a benefactor. If you do not mind, I wish to accompany you. I am willing to share in your grand aspirations." Her heartfelt declaration, coupled with Bai Su's earlier encounter with the thunderous Saint King, left him with little choice but to acquiesce. He embraced Su Mei tightly, declaring, "With your presence, what more could I desire? In the days to come, should I return to sweep through the great Qi, you shall be its future queen." "Indeed. I believe in you, my lord." Su Meijia nodded demurely, not forgetting to boast a little. "In truth, today, when the young master rescued me from peril, I fell in love with you at first sight. Surely you do not think I am promiscuous?" "How could that be?" Bai Su's heart blossomed with joy. There was nothing more delightful than such a confession from a beauty. "Rest assured, I shall not abandon you. We shall depart together. Not far away." The thunderous Saint King observed the unfolding scene, shaking his head involuntarily. Currently, he served the ninth prince Bai Su and found it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. He could only hope that the ninth prince would come to understand that a person of great ambition should not be encumbered by women. Thus, the three departed together. While the matter of the thunderous Saint King's disciple's death was long cast aside, after all, he was merely a newly accepted disciple. And what could possibly be more significant than his own future advancement? Shortly after their departure, individuals from the great Qi dynasty arrived, led by an elder accompanied by 5 cultivators of considerable prowess. The elder hovered in the air, scrutinizing the surroundings, and soon detected something amiss. The essence of thunder? It appeared to possess at least the might of a Saint King. The elder, a royal advisor aligned with the 4th prince, had been dispatched to pursue the fleeing 9th prince, with explicit orders to eliminate him upon discovery. However, to encounter the aura of a Saint King in the very location where the 9th prince had appeared warranted his utmost attention. Divide and search. But be cautious not to alert the enemy. Report any findings to me at once. Yes. The 5 individuals dispersed, leaving the elder behind to continue his observations. In a palace of the Great Qi dynasty, the former sovereign paced restlessly, his expression dark and troubled. Alongside him stood the equally grave Bai Ji. Are you certain that Bai Su is gone, no longer in the grave? The former sovereign suddenly turned, demanding an answer. He is indeed gone. I suspect he has already fled the Great Qi, Bai Ji stammered in response. Worthless fool. The former sovereign delivered a resounding slap, sending Bai Ji sprawling. What use are you? You should have buried him while he still lived. I cannot believe you could be so foolish. As he berated Bai Ji, the former sovereign inwardly regretted his decision. Bound by his status, he had refrained from personally dealing with the rebellious Bai Su and had entrusted the task to Bai Ji. Little did he expect the situation to escalate to this point. Reflecting on Bai Su's 30 years in the imperial city, had it not been for the commotion during his breakthrough to the transcendent realm, which caught his attention, he might have continued to regard him as an ineffectual being, oblivious to his true potential. Such cunning, such restraint. He felt a twinge of fear towards his own son for the first time. Yet suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Turning to gaze at the fallen Bai Ji. Wait a moment, you clearly did not know he was alive before. Why then did you dig up the grave to confirm it? Could it be you were already aware? And no, I had no knowledge. My grievances with the 9th prince are profound. How could I allow him to escape? Bai Ji hastily explained, further mentioning the matter about the divine offspring of the Gu family to the emperor. You say this information came from the divine offspring of the Gu family? The old sovereign's eyes widened as he seized Bai Ji's collar and demanded answers. Yes, he stammered. He also mentioned that Bai Su not only survived, but has grown even stronger. It may not be long before he returns to wreak havoc upon the Great Qi. Upon uttering these words, the old sovereign released his grip, causing Bai Ji to tumble to the ground. The sovereign himself collapsed, the strain exacerbating his injuries, resulting in a violent cough. Cough. It's over. The Great Qi is doomed. It's all finished. The news of Bai Su's survival, learned from the mouth of the Gu family's divine child, signified that they were now aware of the true origin of the supreme bone, which had been extracted from Bai Su. He had previously deceived the head of the Gu family, claiming it was a family heirloom. Had Bai Su perished, such a ruse would have posed no consequence, and the Gu family would not have sought retribution. Yet now, the predicament lay in the fact that Bai Su had not only survived, but had also escaped. Was he not essentially transferring an unresolved issue onto the Gu family? Unbeknownst to them, in an instant, his face turned ashen. Slowly rising, he made his way towards the door. Father, where are you going? Bai Ji inquired as the sovereign passed by him. We must go. Come with me to find Bai Su. The old sovereign barked, filled with frustration. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his body. Chapter 80, in the Land of Chaos. The mandate of heaven reappears. Far from the Great Qi dynasty lies a city known as the Land of Chaos. This place is unrestrained by any governing power, thus attracting a myriad of individuals. Upon arriving, Bai Su and his companions donned cloaks unique to this chaotic realm, rendering their faces imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Your Highness, this place is perilous. I believe it would be wise for us to limit our stay here, reminded the thunderous Saint King, sensing several auras within the city that rivaled or even surpassed his own. Fear not, for opportunity and peril often coexist. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable the rewards, Bai Su replied, dismissing the Saint King's concerns. His decision to venture here was motivated by the elder who had rescued him in the royal burial grounds. This elder, claiming to be the heavenly poison master from the Land of Chaos, had once boasted of poisoning several quasi-emperors at the height of his power. However, he had subsequently fallen victim to enemies and had sought refuge in the royal burial grounds of the Great Qi to recuperate. Furthermore, it was this elder who had aided in repairing Bai Su's grievous injuries, with the intention of facilitating his journey to the Land of Chaos to find someone. The elder, fearing Bai Su might not honor his word, had implanted a peculiar poison within him, vowing to lift it only upon the completion of their task. Come, let us proceed this way, Bai Su led, followed closely by Su Mei and the thunderous Saint King. Soon, guided by the elder's earlier directions, they arrived at a trading association. Knock, 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 knock. 3 short knocks followed by one long resonated melodiously, and the door swung open from within. A middle-aged man, appearing to be a steward, without a word of inquiry, ushered Bai Su and his companions into the association's courtyard and into the conference hall. Before long, an elderly woman entered the council chamber, leaning on a cane, and her eyes sparkled with remarkable clarity. Upon her arrival, her gaze fixed intently on the figure clad in a cloak. The figure immediately clasped their fists together and bowed. I am Baisu, here to pay my respects to the revered Qijue. At that moment, the Thunder King behind her visibly trembled, though he quickly regained his composure. Has Tiandu sent you? Without responding to Baisu, the old woman countered. Indeed, he instructed me to seek a precious item from you. Baisu did not conceal his purpose, as the poison within him left no room for deceit. Suddenly, the old woman erupted into a peculiar cackle. Who would have thought, after all these years, that the return of Tiandu would bring me such a magnificent gift? Truly, the heavens do not forsake me. As her laughter subsided, Baisu found himself uncontrollably propelled forward, only to be seized by the old woman, who swiftly sliced open his right arm with her fingertip, blood gushing forth. Indeed, this is the essence. The blood splattered across the old woman's face, igniting an expression of thrill within her. You. Baisu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this elderly woman would resort to such violence against him. Help me, he cried out to the Thunder King, yet he remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to intervene. Futile, my dear child, the old woman uttered in a chilling tone, her gnarled fingers gliding along Baisu's cheek, unable to suppress a lick at the corner of her mouth. You are but a mere sovereign in my presence, akin to an ant. Should he dare to act, he shall be the first to perish. You shall obediently become my blood slave, and I shall not treat you unjustly. A blood slave? Baisu gasped, fully aware of the implications. It meant that the old woman intended to extract his blood continuously, ensuring that though he would not die, he would live in perpetual torment. In that instant, he comprehended that the elder's intention to save him was not born of kindness, but rather a hidden agenda. Yet now, he had become a mere pawn in her grasp, unable to escape. At that moment, the Thunder King finally moved. Rather than rushing to rescue Baisu, he flung aside his cloak, revealing his true form. Qijue, it has been quite some time. The words struck the Qijue with astonishment, and she regarded the Thunder King with incredulity. Is that you, little Lei? Ha! The Thunder King scoffed, clearly displeased by the moniker. A dignified elder, or rather. You likely surpassed the sovereign realm by now, yet you still remember my childhood name. How truly lamentable. With a sudden motion, Baisu was cast aside by the Qijue, who leaned heavily on her cane as she approached the Thunder King, scrutinizing him closely until she confirmed his identity. It truly is you. Who would have thought we would meet again? Her expression shifted to one of guilt as she inquired, How fares your master? Humph, thanks to you. He has endured the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart for millennia, and finally, a century ago, he severed his own lifeline to attain liberation. The Thunder King enunciated with palpable hatred. Has he passed? With a gentle release of his cane, it clattered to the ground, and his once bright eyes now reflected a profound vacancy. He murmured to himself, lamenting that in his final moments, his master had never wished to see him. Fully aware of his presence in this chaotic realm, had he spoken of it, I would have hurried to find you, allowing you to guard my master's spirit in his passing. Alas, he sighed heavily, his gaze shifting to the still bleeding Baisu. What is your connection to him? You came together. Do you intend to protect him? Indeed, I not only wish to protect him, but also to take him away now. Should you obstruct me, I shall administer the same poison to you that was once used against my master. With that declaration, the thunderous Saint King strode toward Baisu, lifting him to his feet. We must depart. Wait. The cry of Qiju halted him. The thunderous Saint King's eyes flickered. Do you wish to detain us? No. Qiju shook his head, a hint of acceptance crossing his features. I owe your master a life debt. Today, you take my blood servant, and I shall not impede you, easing my own guilt. However, within this blood servant resides a peculiar poison, and only 10 individuals across the realm possess the means to counteract it. If you take him away now, he too shall perish within days, unaware of the poisoning. The thunderous Saint King turned to Baisu, who nodded, corroborating Qiju's words. Bring him here. I shall detoxify him. Remember to recount this matter before your master's grave upon your return. Inside the alchemical chamber, Baisu sat at the center, while Qiju worked to cleanse the poison, and the thunderous Saint King alongside Su Mei awaited at the entrance. As the detoxification progressed, Baisu's mind raced. He felt fortunate to have secured the thunderous Saint King's allegiance midway through this perilous journey. Without it, survival would have been impossible. From the exchange between the thunderous Saint King and Qiju, he sensed a deep remorse harbored by Qiju towards the thunderous Saint King's master. Even a life owed. Could this be an opportunity to enlist the formidable Qiju for his own purposes? Resolving his thoughts, he prepared to speak. Qi Ju. I have a word to share, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate. Chapter 81. Poison 9 in the Gu family. Gu Wuchen lay upon his bed, absorbing the intelligence relayed by Gu Chenxi. The Daqi dynasty stood as a quasi-first-rate power within the Wanxiang Dao domain, a testament to the presence of a formidable broken realm expert. This dynasty had remained relatively discreet, cultivating amicable relations with other factions, thereby avoiding conflict. However, recent battles involving the old monarch had left him severely wounded after vanquishing an opponent, significantly weakening his own position. As the adage goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Surrounding factions now eyed them with predatory intent. Just as the old monarch found himself at a loss, he discovered that his son, Baisu, the ninth prince, possessed the coveted supreme bone. Initially, this revelation should have brought joy, suggesting the imminent rise of a great emperor within their dynasty. Yet, Baisu bore a deep-seated enmity towards the old monarch. Baisu's mother was the younger sister of a prince from a rival lineage within the Daqi dynasty. This noble prince, endowed with extraordinary talent, transcended the realm of supremacy 25 years ago, achieving the broken realm and becoming one of the few formidable beings in the great Qi dynasty. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he inadvertently aroused the suspicions of the old sovereign, who had already harbored doubts during the prince's time as a supreme. To solidify their bond, he had married the prince's sister, yet now, with the prince's ascension, his dominion faced potential upheaval. Thus, he unhesitatingly incited the prince's mother, the very sister of the prince, to poison him, all unbeknownst to her. Trusting in his dear sister, the prince remained unguarded and fell victim to the treachery. Stripped of his powers, he was swiftly besieged by royal experts who fabricated charges against him, leading to his execution along with his entire clan. In the aftermath, the mother of Baisu languished in deep despair, burdened by the guilt of having orchestrated her family's demise. Eventually, she succumbed to her sorrow, leaving behind her daughter, Baisu, who was not yet 7 years old. Following her mother's death, young Baisu voiced her desire to avenge her family, vowing to make the emperor and those who had hunted her uncle pay for their actions. However, as a mere child, her threats went largely unnoticed, including by the old sovereign himself. Thus, she was cast aside like refuse, left to languish in a straw hut within the imperial city for a staggering 25 years. The old sovereign had almost forgotten the existence of his son. Yet, just days ago, a majestic and formidable aura erupted within the imperial city, infused with an enigmatic energy and hints of demonic essence, as if something long dormant was awakening. In the great Qi territory, nothing escapes the old sovereign's keen perception. He traced the source of this aura and discovered Baisu on the verge of breaking through to the extraordinary realm. This revelation left him profoundly astonished. At 30, a practitioner is still considered remarkably young, yet Baisu was poised to ascend to the extraordinary realm. His potential far surpassed that of his other sons, marking him as both a genius and a fool. As the old sovereign observed Baisu's breakthrough from the shadows, the latter remained oblivious to his presence. Pondering how to nurture this prodigious son, whether to cultivate him to mend past grievances or to extinguish him before he could pose a threat, the moment was interrupted by Baisu's declaration upon achieving his breakthrough. He intended to make his father answer for his past transgressions against his mother. This proclamation extinguished any thoughts the old sovereign had of nurturing his son. With numerous offspring, he felt no loss at the prospect of one less, especially one whose loyalties were misaligned with his own. Thus, the grim decision to dispose of him took shape. Seizing upon the bones of supremacy, he sought an alliance with the Gu family for protection. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen nodded slightly. Baisu indeed embodied the archetype of a destined child. As events unfold, it is anticipated that in a few years, this fated son will return, accompanied by countless powerful allies, to cleanse the great Qi and exact vengeance upon the old sovereign. Upon learning from the former sovereign that his supreme bone had been acquired by the Gu family, he resolved to use the Qi as a base for rapid development. He would endure in silence until he possessed the strength to confront the Gu family, at which point he would reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. However, the unfolding events had already been revealed to him, and this wretched creature was destined to be eliminated in advance. After Gu Chenxi spoke, she knelt behind Gu Wuchen, tenderly massaging his shoulders. "Young master, we have visited the site where Baisu was buried, only to find that his grave has been disturbed and the body is missing. Neither I nor Senior Gu you could find any trace of him. However, we did uncover another individual at the burial site." "Oh, a surprising development?" Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. "Indeed. On our way here, Senior Gu conducted a soul search on this person and discovered that he was responsible for reviving Bai Su. He is quite renowned in the Wanxiang Dao domain. As she spoke, Gu Chenxi clapped her hands, and an elderly man, exuding a feeble aura, was forcibly brought in. His cultivation had been entirely restrained, and his body bore numerous injuries, clearly indicating he had suffered greatly since his capture. Gu Wuchen immediately accessed the individual's profile. Name: Du Jiao, Heavenly Poison Sovereign. Personality: ruthless, cruel, sentimental. Realm: 9th level of fragmentation realm. Severely injured, sealed. Physique: none. Fate: aiding the destined individual. Identity: a poison cultivator from the City of Chaos. A future mentor and friend of Bai Su, the destined child. Circumstances: 730 years ago, provoked the Li family in the Wanxiang Dao domain. Subsequently pursued by 2 quasi-emperors of the Li family. Escaped into the Deqi Empire, relying on his terrifying poison techniques. He managed to poison one of the weaker quasi-emperors to death, ultimately hiding with his injuries in the royal burial grounds of Deqi. Recent movements: while concealed in the burial grounds, he learned that the 4th prince, Bai Ji, intended to kill Bai Su. So he orchestrated a false death to evade disaster. After his awakening, he healed Bai Su's injuries, intending to hand over the one with demonic blood and remnants of the supreme bone aura to an old friend in the chaotic lands as a blood slave. This is rather intriguing. The system summary is remarkably comprehensive. There is no need to extract further information from Du Jiao. Gu Wuchen was already aware of everything. The narrative continues to unfold classically, with Du Jiao initially seeking to exploit the destined child Bai Su and turn him into a blood slave, only to later be swayed by Bai Su's commanding presence and choose to submit. It is noteworthy that a poison cultivator at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm can be even more advantageous than a quasi-emperor, making Bai Su's acquisition akin to gaining the wings of a tiger. At that moment, Du Jiao was pressed to the ground, afraid to even breathe. Ever since being captured by the Gu family, his mind had been in a state of disarray. He had lost count of how many auras from the fragmentation realm and quasi-emperor realm had swept past him. Not to mention the dozens of presences stronger than quasi-emperors that meticulously examined him from head to toe. He was unaware that he was in the Gu family and pondered whether he had violated some celestial law by intruding upon the lair of an emperor. It was astonishing to see so many formidable beings gathered in one place. Chapter 82. Total Annihilation. Du Jiao. Gu Wuchen cast a fleeting glance at the feeble old man before him and spoke slowly. You are quite remarkable. Even a life on the brink of death, like that of the bone-excised Bai Su, can be salvaged by your hands. Just this alone showcases your medical prowess, or perhaps your alchemical skills, which would indeed classify you as a talent within our esteemed Gu family. Upon hearing this, the already weakened Poison 9 felt a sudden jolt of energy surge through him. The Gu family? Even in the vast realm of Wanxiang, the name of the Gu family resonated with thunderous clarity. He dared to provoke the Li family, who possessed a quasi-emperor, and even challenged the might of a faction with a single emperor. Yet the Gu family, he could not afford to entertain even a fragment of recklessness. No, I dare not, he stammered, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. He had utterly relinquished any hopes of escape, for now. His only chance of survival lay in the words of this evidently pivotal figure within the Gu family. Let us not speak of daring, since you have been brought here. It is undoubtedly due to your audacious actions. Henceforth, I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Do you comprehend? Why, yes, my lord, please ask, and I shall speak without reservation. Poison 9 replied, frantically ruminating on when he might have provoked the Gu family. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom. He had been in seclusion within the Great Qi for millennia, and apart from poisoning the quasi-emperor of the Li family. The last time he had attracted unwanted attention dated back over 10,000 years. Gu Wuchen continued to inquire, Bai Su, why did you choose to save him? Bai Su. Poison 9's pupils constricted, his gaze flickering. As he pondered how to respond, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. His breath growing even weaker. In his ears rang the voice of the female quasi-emperor who had captured him. When the young master poses a question, your response must not exceed a single breath's time. Should you harbor any deceit, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing her words, Poison 9 felt as though his mind might shatter. The female quasi-emperor who had ensnared him was of a caliber far superior to the 2 quasi-emperors of the Li family who had once pursued him. Before her, he scarcely had the opportunity to utter a word, let alone consider fleeing. My lord, I shall speak. I shall speak. In a rush to avoid further concealment, Poison 9 recounted the events leading to his revival of Bai Su. Initially, he had been in seclusion, nursing his wounds in the burial grounds of the great Qi royal family when, by mere chance, he witnessed Bai Su on the verge of being slain. Bai Su still bore a trace of the essence of a supreme bone within him, combined with the coveted calamity demon body that piqued the interest of powerful demonic practitioners. Igniting Poison 9's curiosity, the supreme bone and the calamity demon body, one righteous, the other wicked, manifesting within the same individual signified that this person would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. Although the supreme bone had already been extracted, the calamity demon body alone could elevate Bai Su to remarkable prominence. Thus, he chose to rescue Bai Su, viewing it as a preemptive investment in a future powerhouse. Having finished his account, he raised his head to meet the impassive countenance of Gu Wuchen, who revealed no trace of emotion, and nervously implored, "My lord, every word I have spoken is the truth. I do not know Bai Su. I beseech you to investigate thoroughly." He now fully understood that the very reason for his capture was indeed entwined with Bai Su. With a cold smile, Gu Wuchen shook his head, finding the current performance of Du Jiao utterly laughable. It was surprising to see that at his age, he still harbored romantic sentiments. Did he really need me to remind him that he sent Bai Su to Qiju, hoping she would acquire the body of calamity and escape the side effects of cultivating demonic arts? Upon hearing the name Qiju, Du Jiao collapsed backward, powerless and engulfed in profound panic. His strength was still a distance away from reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. When Gu Yu, the quasi-emperor, probed his soul, he had only felt dizzy and had no idea he had been soul-searched. Now, with his secrets laid bare and Qiju's name spoken aloud, he was on the brink of madness. "My lord, I beg you, this matter has nothing to do with Qiju. It was my own decision to deceive Bai Su into coming here. Please, do not apprehend her. She truly knows nothing." Despite having reached the late stage of the Shattered Realm, he now resembled a child, weeping and pleading for Gu Wuchen to spare his former lover, Qiju. "My lord, I am willing to comply with any of your demands. Truly, it has nothing to do with her." "What a romantic," Gu Wuchen remarked with an alluring smile. "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. You must return immediately to the burial grounds of Deqi and await Bai Su's return to seek you out." Meanwhile, chaos ensued throughout Deqi following Bai Su's escape. The three most powerful princes of the Deqi dynasty were the Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, and the Eighth Prince. Just recently, the Crown Prince and the Eighth Prince had mysteriously died at home, with no signs of foul play. The old ruler, having lost his sons, personally mourned them and vowed to exact vengeance upon their killer. Naturally, a nation cannot be without a crown prince. Thus, he promptly named the fourth prince, Bai Ji, as the new crown prince, attending the funeral of his two brothers alongside him. Kneeling at the funeral, Bai Ji felt a chill enveloping his entire body. No one understood better than he how his elder brother and younger brother had met their demise. It was his father, the old ruler, who had orchestrated their deaths. The reason behind this atrocity was the revelation that Bai Ji had garnered the support of the Gu family as divine son. To preserve the greater good, his father had made the ruthless decision to eliminate his own sons and secure Bai Ji's ascension to the throne, hoping to ensure the survival of the Deqi dynasty. Initially, Bai Ji felt no remorse over his father's fratricide or the betrayal of Bai Su. After all, the enmity between them had run deep, and their death seemed the best resolution. However, he was astounded that his father, who had always shown affection for the Crown Prince and Eighth Prince, executed them without so much as a blink. On another front, the Chancellor Yin family of the Deqi dynasty was dragged to the execution grounds, condemned by the old ruler for treason, facing execution 3 days hence at noon. The Chancellor's family faced such dire consequences because the old ruler had discovered Bai Su's escape from the burial grounds, with the shadow of the Chancellor's daughter, Yun Tong, implicated. Originally, Yun Tong's aid to Bai Su was inconsequential, as it was assumed that no one would discover Bai Su's survival, and as long as the matter remained concealed, she would not face repercussions. However, with Gu Wuchen's emergence, which clarified Bai Su's survival, the situation took a dramatic turn. Once the old ruler learned of Bai Su's existence, he embarked on a frenzied investigation into everyone associated with her, swiftly tracing the matter back to Yun Tong. Thus, in a fit of rage and in an attempt to provoke the appearance of Bai Su, he brazenly raided the residence of the Chancellor, taking his entire family to the execution grounds, awaiting the appointed hour for their execution. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have been unwaveringly loyal to the great Qi," the Chancellor cried out, yet no one paid him any heed. Instead, more and more of his former colleagues gathered to witness his humiliation. Beside him, Yuntong's complexion was pale, as she murmured to herself, "Brother Baisu, you will save Yuntong. You will rescue our family, won't you?" Chapter 83, The Execution Grounds. The news of the Yun family, the chancellor of the Great Qi dynasty, facing total annihilation spread like wildfire. It soon reached Baisu's ears. He had been feeling quite pleased with himself, having successfully garnered the support of the revered Lei Ming Saint King and the 7 Absolute Sage through his silver tongue. But upon hearing that his childhood companion, Yuntong, was to be executed in the afternoon, he was utterly dismayed. He knew without a doubt that this calamity was a result of his association with the Yun family, for the chancellor would never betray the late monarch, having been steadfastly loyal. However, with his current resources, attempting to return to the Great Qi dynasty to rescue Yuntong was nothing short of a foolish dream. Thus, he pondered various strategies. At that moment, a delicate voice reached Baisu's ears. "Brother, please don't concern yourself with Yuntong. I don't want you to get into trouble." Sume, standing nearby, cooed sweetly. The way she called him brother melted his resolve. "Mayor, do not be jealous. I wish to save her solely out of gratitude for her past assistance to me. It is purely a matter of repaying kindness, nothing more." At that moment, Baisu had completely forgotten the promise he had made to Yuntong about returning to the Great Qi dynasty to marry her. "I understand," Sume replied, her bare thighs tantalizingly exposed, her eyes glistening with affection. "I know you are loyal and truly a hero, but the Great Qi dynasty is in turmoil. If you return, it would be akin to courting death. I cannot allow you to go." Her playful antics left Baisu flustered, and as he gazed upon the increasingly revealing beauty before him, he found it hard to think of anything else. "You enchantress. Very well. I shall not concern myself with the Yun family, but today, you must keep me company." Of course, brother. Moments later, Baisu emerged from his chamber, his spirits lifted. Persuaded by Sume's endearing pleas, he had entirely abandoned the thought of rescuing the Yun family. Having just secured the support of the Lei Ming Saint King and the 7 Absolute Sage, it was a time for him to gather strength. If he were to involve them in this endeavor, when would he ever have the opportunity for vengeance again? 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, the entire Yun family was stripped of their cultivation and displayed for public derision in broad daylight. Among them, Yuntong endured great torment. She believed that Baisu would return to save her, not with the intention of leading him to his demise, but because she knew he possessed a means. Much like when he left the place of burial, if he were willing to take the risk, there was a chance he could rescue both her and her father. However, she waited, and 3 days passed without any sign of rescue, not even a whisper of hope. Yet, she clung to the belief that her brother, Baisu, might appear at the last moment to save her from the gallows. Time ticked away, and noon soon approached. On the execution platform, the figure seated was not the sovereign of the Great Qi dynasty, but rather a young gentleman clad in white robes. The former monarch bowed and scraped before him, his face awash with respect. This young gentleman was none other than Gu Wuchen, who had come to witness the spectacle and reap the fortune of the destined child. His gaze was fixed intently upon Yuntong. How intriguing it was that the destined child would have such an extraordinary childhood companion. As thoughts swirled, the executioners at the gallows readied themselves, awaiting the monarch's command to execute the Yun family. With the arrival of noon, the order was given to commence the execution. A court official's loud proclamation echoed, and the executioners infused their long blades with spiritual energy. Their weapons were unlike those of ordinary men. When they struck, they would sever not only the head but also obliterate the soul, leaving no chance for survival. "Brother Baisu, where are you? Come save me and father." Yuntong's face was already streaked with tears, her lips trembling incessantly. According to the order, her father was to be the first to face the axe, and in mere moments, she would lose the man who cherished her dearly. "Please, come quickly." As Yuntong's cries echoed, the executioner wore a cruel smile. Relishing the honor of executing the chancellor of the realm, the axe lifted. The blade fell. Crack. Thud. A head rolled away, devoid of any hindrance. The chancellor of the Great Qi dynasty, Yuntong's father, had been beheaded. No. Yuntong let out a frantic scream, her breath becoming erratic. She witnessed the death of the one she loved most. Feeling the weight of her own burden, there was no agony greater than this. "Ah, return my father to me. You shall all perish." Her fury surged, her long hair rising as if propelled by an unseen wind, her visage contorted in rage, and the restraints within her shattered effortlessly. In an instant, the executioners stood wide-eyed, as if gripped by some horrific presence, but soon fell, blood streaming from their orifices. This sudden turn of events shocked the former monarch and the onlookers alike. She had succumbed to madness, a seemingly unremarkable girl from the Yun family. Upon witnessing her father's execution, had transformed into a being of fury. Above, dark clouds of malevolent energy gathered, infusing Yuntong's body, causing her power to ascend like a rocket. Her garments began to disintegrate, revealing not skin but chilling white bones. Has he arrived? At that moment, only one person in the crowd appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Gu Wuchen once again opened Yuntong's profile. Name: Yuntong. Age: 27. Realm: Ascendant Sovereign in progress. Physique: Great Nirvana demon body, heavily damaged. Fate: Protagonist of destiny. Childhood companion by Su. Identity: daughter of the Prime Minister of the Qi dynasty, reincarnation of the Bone Demon Emperor. Previous life: Bone Demon Emperor. A formidable presence in the 3,000 demon realms, who fell in love with Bai Su, a human, after an unexpected encounter. Subsequently, due to conflict, Bai Su was gravely injured, her essence irreparably harmed, leading the Bone Demon Emperor to choose a path of dissolution, dividing his great Nirvana demon body to save her. He planned to reincarnate as a human, completely shedding his bone form, to rekindle his past connection with Bai Su. On the execution ground, Yuntong, transformed into the Bone Demon, stood alone at the center. Countless royal worshippers surrounded her, initially appearing relaxed, even though Yuntong had succumbed to darkness. Her low cultivation posed little threat to them. However, as the demonic energy in the sky intensified, Yuntong's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Ascendant Sovereign. This was merely the beginning, for soon her presence surpassed that of every individual present from the Qi dynasty. Chapter 84. What is a demon lord? How can this be possible? This utterly transcends their understanding. The phenomenon of falling into darkness, though rare, was known to many. Typically, once one descends into darkness, their realm experiences a certain elevation. Yet not excessively, for otherwise, every individual who succumbs would yield another terrifying demon in the upper realm, leading to chaos. Yet now, the royal worshippers, esteemed as sacred kings and supreme beings, felt insignificantly small before Yuntong after her transformation into the Bone Demon. Upon the high platform, beside Gu Wuchen, a shadow subtly emerged. Young master, this individual not only harbors demonic energy, but also conceals monstrous essence within. Her current realm appears to be at the 3rd tier of the quasi-imperial level. However, this state evidently drains her life force, suggesting that this descent into darkness could lead to her demise. The speaker was Gu Mo, the head of the law enforcement hall, accompanying Gu Wuchen. Even though Gu Wuchen, as the chosen one of the Gu family, was on this journey, it was unusual for the hall master to accompany him, given his numerous obligations. However, out of deep gratitude for Gu Jiushang, when he learned of Gu Wuchen's intent to venture into the realm of all manifestations, he actively volunteered to serve as a protector. Moreover, Gu Wuchen possessed a more profound understanding of the mirror path, and Gu Mo had long sought an opportunity to inquire about its intricacies. Do not worry, merely observe. The target of this bone demon is not me. Gu Wuchen remained unfazed, calmly watching the unfolding events, while simultaneously sensing the changes in the cursed insects he placed on Su Mei, revealing a knowing smile. Yuntong's cultivation had stabilized at the 3rd tier of the quasi-imperial realm, a level that the Qi dynasty could only revere. The old monarch's face displayed astonishment. Upon learning from Gu Wuchen that she had reached the quasi-imperial level, he was left utterly speechless. A mere daughter of a prime minister conceals such immense power? Swiftly, Yuntong, dragging her colossal skeletal form, soared into the sky, disregarding the insignificant offerings of the ants below, and directly approached the old sovereign and Gu Wuchen. She had initially intended to crush this nemesis who had slain her father with a single strike, yet upon noticing Gu Mo's presence, the flames within her bony eye sockets flickered slightly. An even mightier adversary. Despite succumbing to demonic influence, Yuntong had not lost her sanity. Rather, she had awakened fragments of her past life's memories, comprehending her former identity and the sacrifice she made for Bai Su, relinquishing her imperial cultivation to reincarnate and rebuild her strength. Naturally, she bore no resentment towards Bai Su for failing to save her. On the contrary, she excused him in her heart, believing that some unforeseen circumstances had prevented his timely arrival. Now, she intended to utilize the remaining time of her semi-imperial cultivation, lasting the span of a mere incense stick, to clear the obstacles for Bai Su. However, Gu Mo's sudden appearance evidently disrupted her plans. He hovered in the air, his gaze uncertain, seemingly caught in a dilemma. At that moment, Gu Wucheng spoke. Yuntong, Bai Su's childhood companion. Upon learning that Bai Su had not perished in the burial grounds of the back mountain, you risked everything to rescue him, only for it to lead to calamity for your family, resulting in the demise of the Prime Minister, your father. Silence. My affairs are of no concern to you, came the chilling voice from the skeletal mouth. She had integrated the memories of both her past and present lives, fully aware of the circumstances. Yet, she felt no regret. Even knowing that the consequences could lead to her father's death, she would still strive to save Bai Su. After a moment of contemplation, Yuntong attempted to speak. It appears, my lord, that you are not from the Deqi Empire. The Deqi Empire could not possibly possess a formidable figure such as yourself by your side. Might I request, in consideration of the demon lord's esteem, that you depart today? I assure you, I shall express my profound gratitude on a later date. Demon lord? Her words did not shroud any ears. Those present heard them distinctly. The demon lord, the absolute sovereign of the 3,000 demon realms, possessed unparalleled prowess, commanding countless demonic cultivators beneath him. Even those from powerful factions dared not provoke them. This is disastrous. She is indeed affiliated with the demon lord. It seems today's events will escalate significantly. We must retreat. Retreat? Let me see you attempt to flee. Why can't I move? My spiritual energy cannot connect. What is happening? The onlookers gradually shifted from a state of curiosity to one of panic, as they realized they were utterly immobilized. It turned out that when Yuntong transformed into her skeletal form, she had utilized demonic energy to freeze everyone in place. Her original intention was to ensure that all present would accompany her father in death. Demon Lord, Gu Mo, standing beside Gu Wucheng, appeared to find amusement in the situation, shaking his head with a smile. It seems you indeed belong to the 3,000 demon realms. Why not summon your demon lord? Let us see if he dares to act recklessly before the Gu family. You are of the Gu family. This time, it was Yuntong's turn to be astonished. How could she possibly have not heard of the Gu family before her previous life was shattered? She had already known that the former demon lord, in his arrogance, boasted of his profound mastery of the dark arts, declaring to the world that the Gu family, the foremost clan, would surrender. Yet, on the very next day following his proclamation, the head of the demon lord was found hanging from the flagpole erected by the Gu family. The Gu family even declared that they welcomed anyone who wished to surrender to them, but they must be prepared to offer their heads in return. From that moment onward, the practitioners of the demonic realm seldom ventured beyond its borders, and the rampant era of demonic cultivation came to an unexpected end, thanks to the Gu family's subtle maneuvering. Yuntong felt somewhat bewildered. She was at a loss for what to do. She was no match for them in combat, and threats only resulted in her being threatened in turn. What was the purpose of her burning her essence to forcibly awaken a portion of her past cultivation? Just as she was questioning her existence, Gu Wucheng slowly spoke. I must admit, I truly admire those who are deeply emotional, willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of a beloved, forsaking their cultivation to be reborn alongside their beloved. How do you know? Yuntong exclaimed in astonishment. For this was her greatest secret, one she had only just discovered upon awakening her past memories. How could the Gu family be aware of this? Had they become so powerful that they knew of every reincarnation in the myriad realms? Ignoring Yuntong's question, Gu Wucheng continued, in light of your profound devotion, I might assist you in observing what your little beloved has been up to lately. With that, a vivid image appeared in the sky, visible to all present. It was the Path of Mirrors. Gu Mo sighed inwardly, his breath quickening. He wished he could immediately become Gu Wucheng's disciple, hoping to gain some insights. In the image, a rosy-cheeked young man sat in a room, cradling a disheveled woman in his arms. Impossible! Yuntong shrieked upon seeing the scene. This cannot be my brother Bai Su. You're lying. He would never be with another woman. Chapter 85, Live Broadcast of the Chosen One. Yuntong, fearing disbelief from others, raised her voice. Even if brother Bai Su did not come to rescue me, he could never be at ease embracing another woman. This image is clearly fabricated. Though she spoke thus, her heart was in turmoil. It was evident that the young master of the Gu family, accompanied by a guardian of imperial strength, had no reason to deceive her. Yet, she could not bring herself to believe it. After all, she had sacrificed everything for Bai Su. To her surprise, Gu Wucheng nodded. Indeed, your dear brother was not embracing another woman when your family was being executed. This was not a recent occurrence. Upon hearing this, Yuntong felt a slight relief. She could not accept betrayal, especially not from Bai Su. However, Gu Wuchen continued, but at the moment when your Yun family faced annihilation, it was precisely when the Qi dynasty and surrounding forces were converging. Do you truly believe Bai Su would let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? What do you mean? Yun Tong's colossal skeletal form trembled gently, an unsettling feeling brewing within her heart as she listened to the words spoken by the other party. Gu Wuchen did not respond to her. Instead, he presented a brand new projection, a live broadcast featuring Bai Su. The imagery revealed a grim burial ground, replete with tombs as far as the eye could see. The royal cemetery? Yun Tong would not forget this place, for it was here that she had recently extracted Bai Su, an act that had entangled her father's fate in this life. Soon, three figures entered the scene: Bai Su, Su Mei, and the old woman known as the Seven Absolute Sovereign. That vixen, a surge of nameless fury ignited within Yun Tong, enveloping her skeletal frame as her gaze fixated intently on the hands of Bai Su and Su Mei intertwined. The scene progressed, revealing Bai Su standing before a grave, gently calling out, "Heavenly Poison Sovereign, Heavenly Poison Sovereign." Before long, an elder emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the Seven Absolute Sovereign, a flicker of surprise illuminated his eyes. He seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately succumbed to a deep sigh. "Ah, Seven Absolute, you should not have come. Am I unwelcome?" The Seven Absolute's brows knitted together, clearly taken aback by the unexpected words of an old friend not seen for millennia. Nonetheless, it was too late for regrets. Further discourse seemed futile. The Heavenly Poison Sovereign, wishing to end the topic, turned his inquiry towards Bai Su. "I observe that the poison I inflicted upon you has been dispelled. What means did you employ to persuade the Seven Absolute to join your cause? And what brings you to bring her here today?" In response to the Heavenly Poison's inquiry, Bai Su bowed respectfully and replied, "I have come to beseech the Heavenly Poison Sovereign to emerge from seclusion and join me in a grand endeavor, striving together towards the path of enlightenment and imperial ascension." His voice resonated loudly, unafraid of the restrictive energies that permeated the burial ground, ensuring that outsiders might overhear. As his words echoed, the Heavenly Poison Sovereign erupted into a thunderous laugh, a sound that blended mockery with despair. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ants, mere ants." His heart churned tumultuously, for the words uttered by Bai Su mirrored precisely those anticipated by the young master of the Gu family. It was laughable to speak of enlightenment and imperial ascension. Perhaps merely surviving this day was an extravagant hope. After a fit of laughter, the Heavenly Poison Sovereign stifled his mirth, yet his visage remained etched with hopelessness. In a daze, he reverted to the inquiries previously instructed by Gu Wuchen. "This place is heavily guarded, although the royal family of Qi possesses only moderate cultivation. How did you manage to infiltrate without detection?" What the Heavenly Poison Sovereign did not know was that Bai Su chuckled softly and replied, "At this moment, the Sovereign of Qi, my esteemed father, is observing executions at the gallows, targeting the loyal family of the Chancellor. They pay no heed to this burial ground, thus I deliberately chose this day to solicit your aid. Prior to this, the Seven Absolute Sovereign has already acknowledged my worth. Once more, I implore you to emerge from your retreat." As he spoke, Bai Su performed a profound bow, recognizing the significance of the Heavenly Poison Sovereign, capable of vanquishing a near-imperial power to his aspirations. He had even envisioned the scene of returning to the great Qi dynasty in the future, where poison would run rampant. Meanwhile, at the execution ground, Yun Tong felt a thunderous roar in her mind, as if her brain were about to explode. The adage "hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing" rang true. She had witnessed, with her own eyes and ears, everything that Bai Su had said and done. Not only did he have no intention of rescuing her, but he had also taken advantage of the massacre of her entire family to sneak into the burial grounds and summon a master. He had completely regarded her as mere refuse, something to be discarded once used. In her anguished state, 2 streams of blood tears slowly fell from Yun Tong's skeletal eyes. Her life, sustained at the threshold of the Emperor realm, began to dissipate at an accelerated pace. On the other side, indeed, the Heavenly Poison. The Seven Absolute Venerable leaned on his cane and stepped forward to advise. Bai Su harbored many hidden depths. I believe he possesses the aura of an emperor, and his future achievements may rival those of the human sovereign of yore. Our paths in the realm of poison have led us into a dead end. Without some fortuitous encounter to catalyze change, it will be challenging to advance further. I believe Bai Su is a worthy choice." Despite such earnest counsel, the Heavenly Poison Venerable remained unmoved. Whether or not he bore the aura of an emperor had become irrelevant. Even the ability to comprehend the path of poison was inconsequential. He only wished to fulfill the young Master Gu's request and pose his questions, hoping to safeguard both his and Qijue's lives. A massacre of the entire family? Although I have remained in this burial ground, I am still aware of certain matters from the outside world. The family of the Prime Minister targeted in that massacre included the young girl who had once risked entering the burial ground to lead you out, did it not? Upon hearing this, Baisu was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting. Outside the scene, Yintong held her breath. This question was of utmost importance. Deep within her, she still hoped Baisu would claim ignorance, that he was entirely unaware of her impending execution, despite the self-deception it entailed. In the unfolding scene, Baisu wrestled with inner turmoil. He had chosen to selectively forget the matter of his childhood friend Yintong's impending beheading. But now, brought to light, his conscience stirred, and he felt a pang in his heart, as though he were about to lose someone of great significance. Amidst his intense conflict, Su Mei by his side stirred. She gently rested her head on Baisu's shoulder, her hands gripping his arm tightly, pressing her entire being against him. Brother, please don't concern yourself with that Yintong any longer, all right? You promised to love only me in the future, to treat only me well. The power of her allure was not to be underestimated. Baisu was instantly rendered incapable of thought, even neglecting the pain in his heart as he nodded repeatedly. Mei, you are right. Yintong pales in comparison to you. I will not risk my safety for her. Upon hearing these words, Yintong, far away at the execution ground, could no longer suppress the sorrow and fury within her. She had been willing to sacrifice herself for Baisu, relinquishing her status as a mighty emperor. But what had she received in return? Baisu, you deserve to die? Chapter 86, From Friends to Foes. With her skeletal form emanating an ominous presence. Black blood seeped between her bones, and her aura surged mightily, soaring to the heavens. Young Master, Gu Mo inquired of Gu Wuchen, asking if he needed to take action to apprehend the individual on the spot. No need. There is an intriguing spectacle to unfold, Gu Wuchen replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively as he vanished alongside Gu Mo, following closely behind Yintong. In the burial ground, Baisu, having devised a plan, clasped his hands and remarked, indeed. Among those executed at the gallows, there was a young girl who aided my escape from this place. However, our current position is precarious. Attempting to assault the execution site would be exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser to deliberate further. I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for Yintong in due time. Pausing briefly, he turned his attention to the seemingly hesitant heavenly poisoned sovereign and continued, Esteemed sir, I have heard from the Seven Absolute Sovereign that your presence here is to evade the pursuit of the Li family's quasi-emperor. I possess an item that can effectively conceal your aura. As he spoke, he produced a pitch-black hooded cloak. This cloak, far superior to a mere ordinary garment, had been discovered in a hidden location years prior. It could successfully mask one's presence, even from quasi-emperors and formidable emperors alike. It was this very cloak that allowed him to navigate the imperial city without drawing attention to his rapid cultivation progress. Ah, what an extraordinary treasure! The heavenly poisoned sovereign could not help but exclaim upon receiving the cloak. It emanated a profound power of the great Tao, incomprehensible even to him. Holding it, he felt as if his own arm had ceased to exist. Now, he understood why the young master of the Gu family, who could easily send someone to capture Baisu, had opted to wait for him instead. If Baisu were to don this cloak, it would be exceedingly challenging to detect him. After the initial shock, the heavenly poisoned sovereign refrained from wearing the cloak, choosing instead to stow it away in his spatial ring. Senior, what are you doing? Baisu was taken aback, perplexed by the sovereign's actions. Could it be that the other party refused to accompany him and intended to take his treasure instead? Yet, prior to this, the Seven Absolute Sovereign had assured him that while the heavenly poisoned sovereign was adept in the arts of poison, he was not a petty individual. Moreover, she was present and would prevent any such occurrence. Now, Baisu's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the Seven Absolute Sovereign, seeking her assistance. The Seven Absolute Sovereign also appeared confused. She had sensed something unusual about her old friend today, but she could not pinpoint what it was. Heavenly Poison, what is your intention? Baisu has taken such a significant risk to bring this cloak here for your use. You refuse to wear it, opting instead to place it in your spatial ring. Are you to be deemed untrustworthy? Seven Absolutes, you do not understand, the Heavenly Poison Sovereign replied, shaking his head without further explanation. He surmised that the young master of the Gu family would soon arrive. As if to confirm his suspicions, The prohibitions of the burial ground were suddenly assailed from the outside. The entire burial site trembled, and many royal ancestral bones were dislodged. What was happening? Why were there outsiders here? Had they not all remained outside to witness the execution? Baisu's face was etched with anxiety. The tremors emanating from the burial ground indicated that the intruders were far from benevolent. Moreover, the formidable presence capable of shattering the restraints was beyond their capacity to withstand. Heavenly poison, 7 absolute elders, we must withdraw. This place is no longer safe. Baisu exclaimed, grasping Su Mei's hand as she prepared to flee. However, in the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated as the barriers of the burial ground were completely breached. A colossal, fearsome figure, a skeletal form drenched in black blood, advanced step by step towards them. Be cautious. 7 Absolute immediately shielded Baisu and Su Mei behind her, launching a poison needle aimed at the creature's eye. Yet, her hopes were swiftly dashed. The eyes, typically a vulnerable point for any being, proved no weakness against this monstrosity. The poison needle penetrated the eye without hindrance. Emerging from the other side, inflicting not a trace of harm, the group continued to retreat as the skeletal figure relentlessly pursued them. This is not right. Its aura surpasses my own. 7 Absolute's expression grew grave, although the creature did not deliberately emit any aura. The overwhelming malice and vengeful energy emanating from it struck terror into her very soul. Clearly, it had come seeking vengeance. But against whom, and for what grievance, remained a mystery to her. At that moment, the skeletal figure, known as Yun Tong, finally spoke. Her voice was hoarse and exceedingly grating. Baisu, I ask you, who is the woman beside you? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry and the peculiarity of the question, Baisu momentarily faltered. However, recovering swiftly, she realized that this abomination was beyond her capacity to confront. Bowing respectfully with clasped fists, she answered without a hint of deception, This is my wife, Su Mei. May I inquire why the esteemed elder asks this? Ah, your wife? Yun Tong's skeletal visage wept blood tears anew. Even at this juncture, she yearned to hear a different answer from Baisu. Yet, in truth, she was merely deceiving herself. Since your life is a gift I bestowed, I shall reclaim it. You shall have no grievances, will you? These words, spoken in Yun Tong's voice, were immediately recognized by Baisu, who had known her since childhood. What? You are Yun Tong. Baisu's eyes widened in shock, her head shaking in disbelief. It is impossible. Yun Tong is kind-hearted and could never transform into this monstrosity. Moreover, she possesses limited cultivation. How could she have become so powerful? Powerful, interjected the heavenly poison elder. Her aura exceeds that of the 2 quasi-emperors who once hunted me. And I surmise she is not far from truly attaining the great emperor realm. Quasi-emperor. The term echoed in Baisu's mind, a concept so distant from her reality. It was known that within the entire Qi dynasty, not a single quasi-emperor existed. How could Yun Tong possibly be one? In that moment, she became increasingly convinced that the entity before her was not Yun Tong, yet she remained perplexed as to the reason behind this deception. As Yun Tong drew ever closer, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot forth, striking both the heavenly poison elder and the 7 absolute elder. Puff, puff. As the 2 individuals simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, their chests were pierced by a gaping hole. The overwhelming might of a peak quasi-emperor was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, this was not the end. Yun Tong extended her hands, gripping the heads of both men. Unleashing a terrifying force of suction, the 2 venerable figures struggled, their legs flailing helplessly in the air, but their efforts proved futile. Their bodies rapidly withered, and within mere moments, they were drained to mere husks, turning to dust and dissipating in this forsaken burial ground. Chapter 87. Exposing Hypocrisy, Qianju Venerable and Tian Du Venerable. Baisu's eyes widened in anguish. These 2 were pivotal for his plans to restore the Qi dynasty. Now, witnessing them turn to mere husks by the skeletal monstrosity before him, his heart was filled with sorrow. As for his own predicament, he felt little concern, for he was confident in his ability to escape, even in the face of a quasi-emperor. After absorbing the full cultivation of the 2 venerables, Yun Tong's aura stabilized significantly, her eyes glowing with fiery intensity, fixated on Baisu, who still clutched Su Mei's hand. Do you remember, after your mother's demise, who stealthily retrieved elixirs from your home to aid your cultivation? Who, amidst the suppression from the other princes, implored your father to advise restraint upon them? Have you truly forgotten all of this? At her words, Baisu's spirit surged. These deeds were indeed the work of Yun Tong, a secret shared between them. How could this creature before him possibly know? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could Yuntong truly be this skeletal monster? Just then, Yuntong pointed a finger, sending a stream of radiant light into Baisu's mind, flooding him with a torrent of memories. A tale of romance between humanity and the skeletal demon emperor unfolded, featuring none other than himself and Yuntong as the protagonists. Baisu found himself utterly bewildered as the memories of his past life were awakened within him, and he comprehended everything in an instant. The bone demon before him could only be Yuntong. She was the one he cherished most in his former life, and the one who had loved him dearly. Yet now, he had entangled himself with another woman after his reincarnation. It was no wonder that Yuntong was driven to such fury. Simultaneously, he regretted coming to this burial ground today. He should have gone to the execution ground instead. With her capabilities, Yuntong, as a reincarnated demon emperor, would not meet her end so easily. Conversely, had he gone to rescue her, she would have surely been moved. Yuntong, it is not as you think. You must allow me to explain. I was left with no choice. He attempted to clarify, believing that if he could win her back, the deaths of the two venerables would be of no consequence. With a former demon emperor by his side, his future path would be unobstructed. Do not speak. Yuntong gazed skyward, seemingly reminiscing about their past life together. In your previous life, you relied on your silver tongue to enchant me to the point of losing my bearings, even sacrificing your own imperial cultivation to aid my reincarnation. Looking back, I realize how naive I was. No, you were not naive. That was merely a manifestation of your love for me. Seeing Yuntong's tone grow increasingly desolate, Baisu hurriedly exclaimed, "You love me, Yuntong, and I, too, love you. It is precisely because of our mutual love that we have become childhood companions in this lifetime. Our fates are not yet fulfilled. As long as we join hands, we shall undoubtedly become the mightiest emperors in existence." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. The moment those tears fell, they stirred something within Yuntong, who stood on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Gu Wuchen and Gu Mo observed the unfolding scene. Unable to contain himself, Gu Mo remarked, "This youth must be the owner of the supreme bone that the young master mentioned. It is evident that he is extraordinary, with mere words. He can subdue the venerable ones and is on the verge of winning over this skeletal demon. In my opinion, it would be more fitting to call him the Emperor of Eloquence." "Haha, you speak true," Gu Wuchen replied with a gentle smile. Secretly acknowledging that this was the hallmark of the destined child, they often transform imminent peril into their own opportunity. Just like the thunderous Saint King and the 7 absolute venerables, for instance. Now, he has even brought about hesitation in Yuntong, the destined heroine, who is teetering on the edge of fury upon discovering Baisu's betrayal. It can be said that any powerful individual who has encountered Baisu has had their intellect forcibly diminished several notches. However, with this formidable villain present, he would not allow the destined heroine to be ensnared in folly. A voice echoed from his lips, reaching the ears of the 3 below in the burial ground. "TSK, TSK, TSK, such deep affection. I must commend you. Yet, if you claim to love Yuntong, why do you still protect the woman behind you? I suggest you eliminate her at once to absolve yourself. Who knows, she may genuinely forgive you." "Who is it? Who speaks?" Baisu exclaimed, startled, unable to discern the source of the voice. Moreover, the speaker clearly possessed intimate knowledge of his relationship with Yuntong. In an instant, he felt a chill run through his limbs, his vigilance heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Upon hearing Gu Wuchen's words, Yuntong found them quite reasonable. "Since you profess your love for me, then prove it." She then directed her gaze towards Su Mei, standing behind Baisu, pointing a finger at her. "Baisu, do you dare to kill her?" Having merged the memories of his past and present lives, Baisu naturally could not bring himself to harm Su Mei. So he attempted to divert the conversation. "Yuntong, do not listen to this person's nonsense. He lurks in the shadows, fearful to reveal himself. He is certainly no good. Do not be swayed." However, before he could finish, Yuntong interrupted him. "I ask you, can you kill her? Show me." Her tone turned grim, as if Baisu's failure to harm Su Mei would lead her to make this pair of treacherous lovers deeply regret their existence in this world. At that moment, Su Mei curled up like a kitten in Baisu's embrace, adopting a coquettish tone. "Brother, this skeletal demon is hideous and repugnant. Please take me away. Do not heed its words, for I am the one who loves you. Once we leave, I will bear you a whole brood of children. How does that sound? Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Baisu communicated soothingly to Su Mei, his current plan being to persuade Yuntong without causing her any harm. After all, in his eyes, it is quite normal for someone as exceptional and promising as himself to possess multiple women in the future. Even if he relies on Yutong to attain rebirth and reconstruction, he can simply compensate her more in this lifetime. Yutong, please do not be willful. Come with me. Will you? I harbor no desire to kill Su Mei, nor to oppose you, for both of you are my women, and I shall treat you sincerely. In his perspective, merely expressing these sentiments was sufficient. He did not believe that Yutong would harm him without fully understanding the circumstances. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the treacherous words he had previously uttered to the heavenly poison sovereign had already been skillfully conveyed to Yutong by Gu Wuchen. At that moment, upon hearing that Bai Su wished to possess another woman besides herself, Yutong was filled with rage and laughter. Ha! Very well. In my past life, I must have been blind to have sacrificed my essence for your rebirth, disrupting my own foundation. Today, I shall take your life and unveil the true color of your heart. With that, an endless wave of demonic energy enveloped Bai Su, and a sword forged from bone floated ominously at his chest. Chapter 88. The cursed demon scripture. You have gone mad, Yutong, Bai Su exclaimed in shock. Recognizing that the Yutong he knew, whether from this life or the last, should not act so impulsively. How infuriating. He now deeply regretted that such a powerful ally as Yutong was meant to be his own. But why did she stand on the opposing side and seek his demise? He felt as though an unseen hand loomed over him, one he could neither see nor comprehend, rendering everything exceedingly bizarre. As the bone sword threatened to pierce his chest, he had no time for further contemplation and dared not conceal his intentions any longer. He whispered to Su Mei behind him, "Hold on tight to me, Mayor." Su Mei nodded, pressing her face tightly against Bai Su's back, her hands gripping his clothing with all her might. This scene deeply provoked Yutong. She could not bear to witness this pair of infatuated lovers for even a moment longer. Just then, Bai Su made his move. He produced an ancient tome from seemingly nowhere and turned to a specific page. A brilliant gray light erupted from the ancient text. At last, it has arrived. Gu Wuchen murmured from above, casting another glance at Bai Su's profile. Name, Bai Su. Identity, 9th Prince of the Great Qi Dynasty, abandoned. Former lover of the Bone Demon Emperor, holder of the cursed demon scripture, age, 30, personality, vengeful, opinionated, ruthless. Realm, Transcendent Stage 2, physique, cursed demon body. Great Nirvana demon body, rendered useless after reincarnation, supreme bone, already extracted, residing within the host. Fate, child of destiny. Treasure, cursed demon scripture, indestructible demon mirror. Demon spirit, cloud walking boots. Future trajectory, before the host appears supreme bone extracted, narrowly escaping, subsequently subduing the Thunder Saint King, the 7 absolute sovereign, and the heavenly poison sovereign, before overpowering the Leaf family emperor 5 years later, making a powerful return to dominate the Great Qi dynasty. Evidently, the ancient tome in Bai Su's possession was none other than the cursed demon scripture. It must be said that Bai Su, this child of destiny, is significantly more advanced than the 3 he had previously slain. The supreme bone and the devil body of calamity inherently possess the devil scriptures. Each alone is an invincible entity. Yet, astonishingly, Bai Su possesses both. Fortunately, his father, ruthless as he is, had extracted his supreme bone in advance to offer it to the Gu family. Below, as Bai Su perused the devil scriptures, a hint of joy surfaced on his countenance. This scripture manifested after the extraction of his supreme bone, awakening the devil body of calamity within him. He surmised that the purpose of the supreme bone within him was to suppress the devil body of calamity, balancing the righteous and the malevolent forces in a mutual restraint. Now that the supreme bone had been extracted, it was, in fact, not a misfortune for him. Instead, it allowed him to fully awaken the devil body of calamity, which is his most crucial trump card. Lost in thought, he activated the devil scriptures, and the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding him, and Su Mei was instantly absorbed. Even the bone sword before him shattered in the process. Subsequently, his expression darkened, and with a sinister tone, he addressed Yutong. Yutong, I have no desire to engage you today. Out of respect for our past lives, I shall overlook the fact that you pointed your sword at my heart. After some time, perhaps months, perhaps years, I will seek you out again. By then, I hope you will come to understand that my intentions towards you are sincere. Having said this, he invoked the blood escape technique within the scriptures, spitting a mouthful of blood onto them. In an instant, a vast expanse of crimson enveloped the entire burial ground, reducing visibility to a terrifyingly low meter. Even relying on divine perception could not extend beyond that distance. Young master, this is quite peculiar. Baisume proved difficult to capture, Gu Mo remarked in astonishment, for he was surprised to find that even he, an emperor, could not penetrate the blood-red veil. Its strangeness was unprecedented. Fear not, he cannot escape, Gu Wuchen replied with a relaxed smile. He had prepared extensively to capture Baisu. Should he allow him to flee, he might as well abandon his role as a villain. It seemed to validate Gu Wuchen's assertion, for at the very moment his words fell, the overwhelming crimson began to dissipate, revealing 3 figures below, Yuntong, Su Mei, and Baisu. However, at that moment, among the 3, only Su Mei remained relatively intact, while Yuntong's skeletal body had shattered in half, leaving but a fragment standing. Baisu also fared poorly. Blood oozed from every inch of his skin, and his cultivation had regressed to the Emperor realm, his aura extremely feeble. He struggled to remain upright, incredulously gazing at Yuntong, cursing, "You mad woman. With such an act, we are doomed." You. Baisu's finger trembled as he pointed at Yuntong, unable to comprehend her recent actions. He had intended to escape with Su Mei using the blood escape technique. Yet, at the very moment of departure, Yuntong had unexpectedly self-destructed her own great nirvana devil body. In their past life, Yuntong had divided her great nirvana devil body and infused a part into Baisu's being. Now, with her self-detonation, it would inevitably trigger the explosion of his other half as well. Thus, he initiated a blood escape technique, only to be forcibly interrupted by an uncontrollable self-detonation. At this moment, Yuntong had long ceased to resemble a human, or rather, she had lost even the semblance of bones. Half of her body floated in the air, supported only by a single leg, as she approached Baisu. With her right hand, which now bore only 2 fingers, she gently traced the contours of Baisu's face. "Ah, Baisu, I cannot wait for you for mere months, or even years. Today shall be the day of our final parting. Do not think you will survive, for I do not wish to live either. On the road to the underworld, we shall accompany one another once more. Who knows if, in the next life, we shall have the chance to be childhood sweethearts again?" Upon uttering these words, Yuntong let out a laugh, a hint of black mist escaping from her skull. "Oh, how could I nearly forget? The reincarnation of the great nirvana demon body can only be used once. After its use, the demon form becomes useless, serving no purpose but self-detonation. Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother?" "Bah, you mad woman." Baisu forcefully swatted Yuntong's fingers away and retreated several steps with Su Mei. "If you wish to die today, do not drag me into it. My abilities extend far beyond this." He had discerned that after Yuntong's self-detonation, she was in a state of utter exhaustion. To attempt to stop him now would be akin to a fool's errand. He clutched the magic scripture tightly and flipped to the last page. At the same time, he cautioned Su Mei, "Mayor, once we leave, I will fall into a coma. Do not be afraid. We will reach a safe place. There, remember to look after me. Within a month, I shall awaken." Having said this, he prepared to activate the magic scripture once more. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A searing agony surged through him, rendering him rigid and immobile. He glanced down to find the tip of a dagger protruding from his chest. This was not merely a piercing pain. His heart had truly been pierced. "You, Mayor, you!" Baisu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Su Mei, whom he had cherished as his beloved, had betrayed him at such a critical moment. He could not fathom her motives. There was no reason for such treachery. For Su Mei, he had inadvertently forsaken Yuntong, a formidable reincarnated emperor. The dagger had pierced through his heart, its blade inscribed with strange runes, binding his entire body in place. Countless needles pierced his limbs and bones, sealing off all his spiritual and demonic energy. Even the cursed demon form could not be summoned. Any slight movement would subject him to the excruciating agony of 1,000 needles. "Ha ha ha! Baisu, oh Baisu, is this truly the woman you hold dear?" Yuntong cackled with manic glee at the sight. No one could be more delighted than she. The one who had betrayed her stood before her, now betrayed by another. Truly, the cycle of karma is a wondrous thing. Meanwhile, after stabbing Baisu, Su Mei, seemingly unsatisfied, withdrew another dagger, intent on piercing his dantian. Enough. With a cold rebuke, Yuntong, despite her frail condition, could effortlessly obliterate Su Mei with a mere utterance, especially in the absence of Baisu's protection. Su Mei fell. Faced with a formidable contender of imperial caliber, she had no means of retaliation, yet she had fulfilled the task assigned by her master. Upon realizing Su Mei's demise, Baisu's countenance regained a flicker of hope. He opened his mouth, intending to seek assistance from Yuntong. mistakenly believing that her slaying of Su Mei was an act of aid. However, Yuntong soon approached him, her voice hoarse as she declared, "She is not worthy to take your life. This existence is a gift from me, and thus, it demands my personal reclamation. But before that, I must ascertain the true color of your heart." With a swift motion, a skeletal hand plunged into Bai Su's chest, extracting a still-beating heart, marred by a gaping hole. To her astonishment, it was red, why not black? Yuntong tilted her head in confusion. As for Bai Su, though he had not succumbed immediately to the loss of his heart, his consciousness grew increasingly nebulous. With the remnants of his awareness, he barely managed to utter a single syllable of Yun, but the remainder of her name eluded him. At that moment, Yuntong had embraced him, forcing the multitude of sharp needles embedded in his body to penetrate deeper, inflicting an excruciating pain that threatened to shatter his very psyche. In his twilight moments, he dimly perceived two figures descending from the heavens. One was a young man clad in white robes, while the other was a middle-aged guardian. He did not recognize either of them, yet he sensed a profoundly familiar aura emanating from the robed youth. Was it the essence of his own supreme bone? A cataclysmic explosion erupted, engulfing the entire burial ground. Yuntong, cradling Bai Su, detonated the remnants of her magical energy. In his final moments, Bai Su comprehended that a colossal hand had always loomed over him, belonging to the very individual who had seized his supreme bone. Yet, this realization came far too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the Chosen One, Bai Su. Reward: 200 consecutive draws in the system shop. Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward. The Chosen One and his destined counterpart become adversaries. Yuntong slays two significant figures, the Seven Extremes Venerable and the Heavenly Poison Venerable, perishing alongside Bai Su. Title awarded: 3 seconds of true manhood. Cooldown: 3 days. Acquired all items of the Chosen One Bai Su, the demonic cannon of misfortune, the indestructible mirror, and the demon spirit cloud-treading boots can be recycled in the shop for currency. Ding. Remaining opportunities of the Chosen One Bai Su: 5. Awakened past memories. Recognized by the Chosen One's counterpart Yuntong, now destroyed. Inheritance of the 3000 demon domains demonic body of misfortune. Heavenly chessboard of the heavenly chess game. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wuchen had yet to revel in his fortune before noticing an anomaly. Wait, system. This reward cannot be distributed recklessly. 3 seconds of true manhood has not yet been bound to me, has it? Of course not. Without the host's approval, no title or ability can be casually bound. Well then, could you enlighten me on the meaning of the 3-second true man title? Currently, he possesses the title of a destined great villain. This title does not confer any substantial enhancements. Rather, it merely grants some treasures upon promotion. Now, with the addition of the 3-second true man title, which has a cooldown period of 3 days, does that imply he transforms into this 3-second true man every 3 days? That is certainly unacceptable. Ding. Do not panic, host. This system does not impose negative rewards. Title: 3-second true man. Description: the host may trigger it at any moment, once every 3 days. When activated, the host's realm reaches the pinnacle of this world for a duration of 3 seconds. For example, if the host triggers it now, he will instantly possess the peak cultivation of an emperor for 3 seconds. Wuchen. System, please bind this title immediately. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding. The host may trigger it at will. After the system's prompt, Wuchen felt a profound sense of relief. The peak cultivation of an emperor, even for just 3 seconds, is extraordinarily formidable. Once one reaches the emperor realm, the differences between each tier are akin to heaven and earth. This can be demonstrated by his father, Gu Jiushang, who effortlessly suppressed the 4th elder, also of the Emperor realm. In those fleeting 3 seconds at the peak of the Emperor realm, there is an abundance of possibilities. For instance, one could easily overturn an imperial power or tear apart the void to seize and crush an intended victim. Additionally, it could aid the human emperor in locating the corpse of a female powerhouse of at least the 7th level in the Emperor realm for the Mirror King, Yi Linglong. Among other things, young master, Gu Mo, standing nearby, observed his master lost in thought, chuckling to himself, and felt somewhat perplexed. Given the circumstances, shouldn't we be heading back? Gu Wuchen came to his senses and nodded. Yes, it's about time. However, no sooner had he spoken than the heavens suddenly tore apart, revealing a blood-red fissure stretching across 100 miles, grotesquely blossoming amidst the clouds. A dense wave of demonic energy surged forth. far surpassing the previous magical energies of Baisu and Yuntong. From the depths of the fissure emerged a mournful chorus of ghostly wails, and a blood-red eyeball gradually materialized within the sky's rift. His gaze fixated on the burial ground after the explosion, and he immediately locked onto Gu Wuchen and his companion. At this moment, a significant portion of the Wanxiang Dao domain could witness this ominous blood-red eye, plunging countless individuals into panic. What is this? Such powerful demonic energy. Could it be that the 3,000 demon domains have invaded? This is bad. Quickly hold your breath and steady your mind. Do not let this demonic energy affect you. Several powerful beings broke through their confines, soaring skyward, their faces grave as they gazed at the heavens above, not daring to move an inch. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from the blood-red eye shrouded in demonic energy. The aura of the Bone Demon Empress. Was it you who killed her? Chapter 90. The Descent of the Demon Lord. Countless powerful beings, upon hearing this proclamation, displayed expressions of horror. Though they may not have known the Bone Demon Empress, the title of Demon Empress signifies that she is a formidable being of the Emperor realm. Who possesses such audacity to slay the Demon Emperor of the 3,000 demon realm? At this moment, the blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Gu Wuchen and his companion, as if awaiting their confession, ready to unleash divine retribution to obliterate them. Young master, this individual appears to be a demon general from the 3,000 demon realm. While his cultivation may not rival that of the demon lord, he is not to be underestimated. I shall confront him. With that, Gu Mo ascended into the sky, the mirror path swirling around him, closing the distance to mere yards from the blood-red eyes. He cast a disdainful glance at the ominous orbs, a smirk escaping his lips. What a display of theatrics. The 3,000 demon realm continues to indulge in such pretentiousness. It is nothing more than a fade of empty bravado. As for your so-called Bone Demon Emperor, one of them just self-destructed, leaving behind only a few remnants. Why do you not attend to that instead of questioning the Gu family? His voice resonated powerfully, clear even to the distant strongmen. The Gu family? Is there a noble family of that name within our myriad realms? Hush, tread carefully. Another interjected urgently. You may not recognize the Gu family, but do not speak recklessly, lest you implicate us all. The Gu family exists solely in the eternal realm, known as the Chongqing Gu family. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The Chongqing Gu family is at odds with the 3,000 demon realm? They had heard tales that the previous demon lord met his end at the hands of the Gu family, and now, as the two factions converge once more, what sparks might ignite? Meanwhile, the blood-red eyes were poised to unleash their wrath upon this audacious challenger. Yet upon learning of his identity as a member of the Gu family, a flicker of apprehension colored his gaze. He shifted his focus downward, to where Gu Wuchen stood. Even the Gu family, with their ability to command such imperial protectors, must possess an extraordinary lineage. Could it be that he is the scion of a prominent figure within the Gu family? He chuckled sinisterly, as if pondering something deeper. You seek death, Gu Mo. Observing that his mention of the Gu family had failed to intimidate his opponent, grew weary of further discourse. The mirror path surged once more, and suddenly, dozens of Gu Mo manifested in the skies above. This was the terrifying aspect of the mirror path, the ability to temporarily replicate oneself, with each mirage possessing the same prowess as the original. Among them, two Gu Mos flanked Gu Wuchen, serving as his guardians, while the remaining multitude launched a coordinated assault on the blood-red eyes. Mirror, slash. The void shattered, fissures erupting forth, each unleashing shards of spatial debris aimed directly at the blood-red eyes. Merely a trivial skill. The blood-red eyes roared, unleashing a crimson beam from within, countering Gu Mo's onslaught. Boom. In an instant, the earth quaked and the sky trembled. Half of the great Qi dynasty laid to waste in a heartbeat. Such is the might of an emperor. Even the slightest residual force could annihilate countless lives. After the clash of their forces, neither emerged victorious. They continued their aerial skirmish, their movements so swift that none could discern the events unfolding, only feeling the increasingly potent aftershocks spreading throughout the entirety of the great Qi dynasty. Young master, let us depart. In the past, the name of the Gu family would elicit either reverent bows or sincere apologies throughout the 3,000 demon domains. Yet this time, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere feels unusual, suggesting that a disturbance may be at hand. We ought to return and report to the family head, remarked the mirrored figure of Gu Mo to Gu Wuchen. That is not an option, replied Gu Wuchen, gently shaking his head. The authority of the Gu family is not to be trifled with. In fact, I would welcome the presence of a prominent figure from the 3,000 demon domains today. Ah, by the way, what is the cultivation level of that large eye above? Noticing Gu Wuchen's reluctance to leave, Gu Mo hesitated to press the matter and instead discreetly informed the family, continuing, "Young master, it is at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, like myself. Capturing it will not be an easy feat. The 7th level does seem rather weak," Gu Wuchen mused softly. Initially, he had intended to employ the ability of a true man for 3 seconds, but with the opponent merely at the 7th level, it felt somewhat excessive. This thought caused Gumo's lips to twitch in disbelief. Weak? A 7th level emperor is not something one encounters every day. In their domain, the Wanxiang domain, it is unlikely there exists even a single emperor above the 7th level. In other words, a 7th level emperor possesses the power to unify the entire Wanxiang domain. Above, the battle raged on. Utilizing the formidable mirror path, Gu Mo gained the upper hand against the odds, pushing the blood-red eye back. At that moment, it had shed its earlier arrogance, replaced instead with shock and urgency. As one of the top entities in the 3,000 demon domains, it had remained in seclusion for years, only to venture out today upon sensing the aura of the former general, the Bone Demon Emperor, only to encounter someone even stronger than itself. "Demon Lord, please arrive swiftly," it cried out within, its blood-red eye marred with wounds. As Gumo's subsequent assault carved a deep, crimson gash across it. After being forced back for hundreds of miles, it suddenly halted. Looking up at the sky with a glimmer of hope in its eye, it sensed the Demon Lord's imminent arrival. Daring to fight while distracted, such folly. Gu Mo noted the sudden lack of defense from his opponent, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from delivering another strike, leaving yet another scar on the blood-red eye. Ignoring its pain, the blood-red eye emitted a raspy, discordant sound. "Haha. Demon General Qitong welcomes the arrival of the Demon Lord." As soon as the words left its mouth, the entire Wanxiang domain dimmed significantly, and from the heavens above came a heavy sigh. "Ah, Gu family, you have crossed the line." Following this, a colossal, pitch-black hand descended from the ominous clouds, fingers outstretched, casting a shadow over a vast expanse of sky. Its target was clear, reaching directly for Gu Wuchen, accompanied by a somber voice. "In the past, I overlooked minor skirmishes for the sake of our two families' greater interests. Yet today you have slain my Bone Demon Emperor and injured my Demon General Qitong, showing a blatant disregard for the 3,000 demon domains. Now, I shall seize this child and return to inform the head of the Gu family, urging him to personally lead a rescue into the 3,000 demon domain." This final remark was directed at Gu Mo. Upon finishing his words, he clenched his massive hand, intending to capture the insignificant Gu Wuchen, along with everything within 100 miles, in a single grasp. Chapter 91. Frantic torment. The two mirrored images guarding Gu Wuchen shattered simultaneously. Gu Mo's true form, engaged in combat with the crimson-eyed demon general from afar, yearned to return for assistance. However, the overwhelming pressure from the demon lord rendered him immobile, forcing him to helplessly witness the apprehension of the young master. The powerful observers in the distance stood dumbfounded. The demon lord, such a term, both foreign and familiar. The absolute sovereign of the 3,000 demon domain, it was rumored that within less than a millennium of the last demon lord's demise, the current one ascended to power through ruthless means, instilling greater terror than his predecessor. Everyone shook their heads in despair. The Gu family was formidable, yet it was impossible to shield every individual at all times. Moreover, with the demon lord personally present, the white-robed Gu family scion evidently had no hope of escape. Should he be taken to the 3,000 demon domain, his fate was all too predictable, either maimed or rendered utterly helpless. Even if the head of the Gu family went to retrieve him personally or launched an assault on the 3,000 demon domain, the white-robed scion would undoubtedly face grim prospects. As the massive hand loomed over Gu Wuchen, onlookers anticipated witnessing the despair etched upon the Gu family's young master's face. For it was a rare opportunity to witness the Gu family in distress. However, they were suddenly taken aback, for upon Gu Wuchen's countenance, they beheld a smile of sheer delight. How could this be? Was it true that in moments of extreme panic, one might instead break into laughter? Indeed, Gu Wuchen was smiling. He had finally awaited a grand opportunity. With a mere thought, the 3 seconds of true man activated. A surge of indescribable comfort coursed through his entire being. His cultivation skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the worldly realm, achieving the apex of the Emperor's realm. Yet, Due to the abrupt surge in power, he struggled to control it. The unintentional aura he radiated rippled outward like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. Those onlookers with slightly lower cultivation levels fell lifelessly, while even those on the verge of becoming emperors were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Even a few hidden emperor-level experts were forced to spit blood, their faces contorted with shock. An emperor-level expert in the late stages? No. Could it be a peak emperor? At the 10th level of the emperor's realm? They were utterly astounded. As emperors themselves, they had encountered late-stage emperor-level experts before. Yet the young man before them was as incomparable as a mayfly to a towering tree. Feeling the surging power within him, Gu Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. The pathways of strength, slaughter, and even the rudimentary mastery of the passage of time all enveloped him with an awe-inspiring ferocity. Clearly, the activation of the 3 seconds of true man title was not merely a matter of enhancing cultivation. It had also elevated his mastery of the laws to a terrifying degree. From his side, a phantom emerged, the Mirror King, Yi Linglong. She awakened from her slumber long before the arrival of the Demon Lord. Initially, she contemplated utilizing her mirror path to create a false self that would aid Gu Wuchen in his escape. However, to her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, he had become remarkably powerful. In fact, he was now stronger than she had ever been at the peak of her own prowess. The most shocking of all was the Demon Lord himself. Positioned high above in the heavens with his formidable strength and status, he deemed it beneath him to reveal his true form. Instead, he merely extended a colossal hand to seize her. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the being he regarded as insignificant exuded an aura that even instilled fear within him. Moreover, he sensed that he had been firmly locked onto by a pair of piercing eyes. Following his instincts, he looked down to find Gu Wuchen gazing upward, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. How could this be? His concealment techniques were far more terrifying than his cultivation level, as long as he wished to hide. Even those stronger than him would be unable to detect him. But now, why did he feel as though escape was impossible? At that moment, Gu Wuchen finally made his move. He brought his fingers together, transforming them into a sword, and with a casual flick, unleashed a terrifying beam of sword light that shot directly at the massive hand enveloping him. It sliced through the hand as easily as a knife through tofu, cleaving it in two. Following the severed palm, the arm was also neatly bisected. Yet, this was not the end. He suddenly reached out, grasping the severed arm and yanking it downward with tremendous force. The hidden demon lord above felt an unyielding might pulling him down from the heavens. The speed was so swift that even he could not react in time. Thud. His entire form was smashed into the small mountain before Gu Wuchen, obliterating it instantly and leaving behind a deep crater. Gu Wuchen wasted no words. He was aware he had only 3 seconds. Thus, he channeled the power of his path into his fingertips. The great desolation prisoning heaven finger. The ethereal image of divine beings emerged behind him, markedly different from when he had first descended to the mortal realm. It could be said that there was an immense disparity. The divine phantoms were almost tangible, their size overwhelmingly vast, rendering it impossible to discern where their heads might be. Boom. With a single gesture, he commanded the mountains and rivers. The demon lord was rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the radiant beam of light pierced his brow. In an instant, he exploded. His essence dissipated in an instant. He was utterly incapable of withstanding such a terrifying strike. He believed that not only he, but anyone from the upper realm, would be unable to endure this blow. The demon lord was dead. Yet, Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. He suspected that this demon lord was not the true body, but rather a puppet or an avatar. Puppet avatars were quite common among demonic cultivators, who rarely descended in their true forms to avoid exposing themselves to danger. With this realization, Gu Wuchen let out a cold laugh. He understood that the demise of the puppet avatar would significantly wound the true body. With less than 2 seconds remaining, he might not have enough time to locate the demon lord's true form within the 3,000 demon domains and slay it. However, he could certainly inflict torment upon this puppet avatar. Time, rewind. The passage of time resembles an unyielding chain, firmly binding the locations where the demon lord's avatar had recently appeared. Time reverted to the moment before his demise, when he was being dragged down by Gu Wuchen and hurled into the mountains. With a resounding crash, the demon lord's avatar struck the earth, creating a profound indentation just as before. The great wilderness prisoning heaven technique. The avatar was obliterated once more, leaving not a trace behind. Time rewound. With a thud, The surrounding awakened powerhouses were utterly bewildered. As Gu Wuchen had only reversed time at the location of the Demon Lord's avatar, they were all witnesses to an unforgettable spectacle. The terrifying Demon Lord of the Abyss was killed again and again, only to be resurrected repeatedly in a scene of unparalleled brutality. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 demon domains, the Demon Lord sat within a shadowy hall, flanked by 2 kneeling demon generals. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Before he could utter another word, another spurt of blood escaped him. Then came yet another. Chapter 92. The numbed Demon Lord. In a mere 3 seconds, the Demon Lord had vomited blood a staggering 101 times, his expression shifting from shock to astonishment, then to fear, ultimately culminating in a numbing realization. He could not comprehend why a single avatar outside had wreaked such havoc upon him over 100 times. Could it be that his avatar had been slain 100 times? But that was impossible. He distinctly remembered being killed only once. His thoughts were no longer consumed by the formidable strength of a junior member of the Gu family, but rather by the bewildering circumstances that had befallen him. The 2 demon generals beside him were already in a state of shock. They stared blankly at the Demon Lord as he continued to expel blood, mistakenly believing it to be a result of some cultivation technique gone awry. They dared not intervene, for the Demon Lord's temper was capricious, and any misstep could cost them dearly. After a long while, the Demon Lord managed to rise from the ground, his breath exceedingly unstable. With faint signs of regression in his cultivation, he cast a sidelong glance at the demon generals beside him. I require a period of seclusion. Do not disturb me. If anyone comes to attack, do not seek me out. Having said this, he vanished from the hall, leaving the 2 bewildered generals behind. On the other side, Gu Wuchen's 3 seconds of true manhood had finally elapsed, and he had slain the Demon Lord's puppet avatar 100 times. Initially, he employed the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven technique continuously, but soon found it cumbersome and opted for a single decisive strike to end it. Thus, in the fleeting moments, he had dispatched the Demon Lord's avatar numerous times. With a sigh of relief, Gu Wuchen felt rejuvenated. The benefits of those 3 seconds of true manhood extended far beyond mere combat prowess. During that brief interval, his comprehension of the Tao had significantly deepened, particularly concerning the Tao of time, leading to considerable breakthroughs. While previously he could only halt time in a small area, now that area had expanded several-fold, and he could control the flow rate to a greater extent. At that moment, Gu Mo approached, looking dazed. Young master? Among the assembly present, only Gu Mo and the crimson-eyed demon general possessed a true understanding of the events that transpired. The Demon Lord descended with the intent to capture Gu Wuchen, yet was effortlessly slain, as if butchering livestock. At that moment, Gu Mo distinctly sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Gu Wuchen. Such an aura he had only previously encountered in one individual, the head of the Gu family, Gu Jiushang. However, Gu Jiushang had cultivated for countless years. Though he appeared to be in middle age, he was, in truth, several millennia old. Yet, how old was Gu Wuchen? 19? Or perhaps 20? A peak Emperor Realm cultivator at the tender age of 20? It seemed implausible that one could cultivate so swiftly since birth. He suddenly felt that his efforts to protect Gu Wuchen might have been superfluous, if not slightly misguided. Gu Wuchen's expression elicited understanding from Gu Mo, who merely smiled faintly and remarked nonchalantly, "It was merely a trivial act, not worthy of mention." A trivial act? Gu Mo could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. If this was a mere act, then nothing in the heavens could be deemed significant. However, since Gu Wuchen was disinclined to elaborate, Gu Mo refrained from probing further. The burgeoning strength of their divine progeny was, for him, advantageous in every regard. At that moment, in the far reaches of the horizon, a blood-red eye was moving slowly. The crimson-eyed demon general was desperately seeking to escape this terrifying young master, wishing to flee from his presence. Even as a demon cultivator, he had never encountered such cruelty. The death of the Demon Lord's avatar was one matter, yet the relentless resurrection and torment through the path of time was another. Is this truly how one of the most powerful paths in existence, the path of time, is wielded? Where do you think you're going? Gu Wuchen's gaze fell upon the fleeing demon general. Since you're here, why not join me for a visit to the Gu family? His words echoed in the ears of the crimson-eyed demon general like a descent into hell. The demon general wished to flee, but dared not to do so. If even the formidable demon lord had been killed over 100 times, what chance did a mere demon general have to escape? In an instant, A tempest swept through the blood-colored clouds surrounding him, and soon a figure, nearly human in form yet devoid of features save for a singular crimson eye upon its face, fell to its knees before Gu Wuchen. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beseech your great mercy, do not hold it against me, and allow me to go free. In that moment, he had shed all dignity of an Emperor Realm cultivator, kneeling before Gu Wuchen, whose prowess barely surpassed the extraordinary realm, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Just as Gu Wuchen was preparing to speak, a rift suddenly tore open in the adjacent space. An elder, his beard speckled with gray, stepped forth from the breach. Upon his arrival, he emanated an aura of authority, huffing coldly. A mere demon domain dares to offend the Gu family? It seems the current demon lord ought to be replaced. His voice was thunderous and resounding. Had his proclamation been made prior to Gu Wuchen's display of might, it would have carried great weight. Yet now, the only response came from Gu Mo. Great Elder, the demon lord did not come in person. Rather, his puppet avatar has been vanquished, so all is well now. The elder of the Gu family raised an eyebrow, perplexed at the sight of only one demon cultivator repeatedly bowing, wondering where the demon lord had gone. It turned out he had been repelled. However, he quickly regained his composure, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he scrutinized Gu Mo from head to toe. Remarkable. It was astonishing to see how much he had progressed, capable of slaying even a fragment of the demon lord. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. As he spoke, the elder patted Gu Mo's shoulder heartily, while also nodding in greeting to Gu Wuchen. The elder held a significant status, far surpassing Gu Mo in generations. And considering Gu Mo's age, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a youth in his presence. In response to the elder's praise, Gu Mo could only shake his head helplessly. It was not my doing. I do not possess such formidable strength. This was all the work of the young master, who personally vanquished the demon lord's avatar. What? The elder exclaimed in surprise. Do not jest about such matters. I am aware of Gu Shenxi's exceptional talent, rivaling even that of our former family head. Yet, having practiced for less than 20 years, how could he possibly defeat a peak emperor-level expert? He paused for a moment before continuing. Well, since there is nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. The audacity of those from the demon domain to attack our family's divine son emboldens them to ride upon the neck of our family head next time. I will return to convene with the other elders. It is high time we ventured to the demon domain. After confirming that Gu Wuchen was unharmed, he prepared to depart, only to be suddenly halted by Gu Wuchen's voice. Elder, wait a moment. Please take him with you. A demon general may prove invaluable for your future endeavors in the demon domain. Oh, very well. The elder had already taken note of this demon cultivator, sensing that he was no ordinary individual based on his cultivation level. To discover he was a demon general was unexpected. Thus, he effortlessly lifted the crimson-eyed demon general as if he were a mere chick. There are indeed some matters I need to interrogate him about. So I shall take my leave now. Indeed. Chapter 93. The abandoned daughter of heaven watching the elder depart. Gu Mo was filled with mixed emotions. The crimson-eyed demon general had been taken away, and the so-called interrogation would surely not be a simple QA, but rather a straightforward and brutal soul search. Following the soul search, the elders would learn the truth of the day's events, realizing that it was not Gu Mo who had slain the demon lord's avatar, but rather Gu Wuchen, who had shaken it to death hundreds of times. He shook his head, curious about the astonished expressions of those ancient beings. However, since he had accompanied Gu Wuchen, he felt it inappropriate to leave first. It was time to return, as this matter had been decisively resolved. We should head back, Gu Wuchen said. He had just slain a destined child, or rather, it was more accurate to say he had done so by the hand of the destined daughter. The rewards from the system had yet to be claimed, and he was eager to find a quiet place to receive them. Yes, young master, follow me. With Gu Mo present, Gu Wuchen naturally did not need to travel on his own. Gu Mo's cultivation was sufficient to tear through space and return directly to the Gu family, just as the elder had arrived. But at that moment, Gu Wuchen suddenly recalled something and hastily called out to Gu Mo. My father once vowed to the great Qi dynasty, promising that it would endure for eternity. Such a promise is indeed difficult to breach. Gu Mo paused momentarily. He had heard of this matter before. However, now, with the arrival of the denizens of the demon realm, the great Qi dynasty has nearly been reduced to rubble. The former sovereign and the royal offerings have long since perished in the aftermath of the battles between the powerful entities of the imperial realm, and as for the princes, they were utterly annihilated. This presents quite a conundrum. Gu Mo found himself in a state of perplexity. Supporting a faction, especially one as inconsequential as the Great Qi dynasty in the presence of the Gu family, would typically be an effortless endeavor. Yet the crux of the issue lies in the fact that all of its members have perished. Who, then, is left to support? Surely, one cannot simply establish a new Great Qi dynasty and indiscriminately recruit individuals to fill its ranks. Would that truly embody the promise of eternal protection? In the future, who would dare to emulate the former sovereign, willingly offering treasures to the Gu family in exchange for sanctuary? Gu Mo, you must search meticulously once more. See if there are any survivors, Gu Wuchen instructed after a moment of contemplation. Very well, Gu Mo acquiesced, extending his consciousness to envelop the entirety of the Great Qi dynasty. The perception of a being in the imperial realm is formidable. Despite the considerable expanse of the Great Qi dynasty, even the tiniest trace of an ant would be easily discernible to him. After a long while, he shook his head in disappointment. Master, none of the royal family survived. Only a handful of fortunate commoners remain, and they are of no use. Is that so? Gu Wuchen furrowed his brow and, with a spirit of experimentation, activated the binding detection function of the Child of Destiny system. Within a mere second of activating the system, the radar indeed responded. It indicated that beneath the palace, there was an individual deeply intertwined with the Child of Destiny, albeit this person's aura was faint, clearly on the brink of death. Without further ado, Gu Wuchen soared downward, arriving at the ruins of the Great Qi Palace, with Gu Mo closely trailing behind. Following the radar's guidance, Gu Wuchen swiftly discovered a passageway beneath the palace. At the very bottom of this passage lay the corpse of a woman, beneath which was the body of a small girl, approximately 5 years of age. However, the woman appeared to have died several days prior. Not as a result of the recent clashes among the emperors. Is there truly a living soul here, and I failed to sense it? Gu Mo found it utterly astonishing that within the diminutive Great Qi dynasty, there existed a place he had overlooked. Gu Wuchen, however, exhibited no surprise. Even for an emperor-level powerhouse, detecting anything associated with the Child of Destiny is exceedingly challenging. He relied solely on the system to make this discovery. He lifted the woman's corpse, revealing the true visage of the young girl, her face smeared with dirt, streaked with tears, and her small hands clenched tightly, seemingly striving to hold onto her last breath. A pill was promptly flicked into the girl's mouth by Gu Wuchen. Name, Bai Jianjia. Age, 5. Character, clear sense of gratitude and vengeance. Repays even the smallest kindness with immense favor, yet annihilates an entire clan for the slightest grievance. Realm, 3rd level of Qi Si realm. Physique, 9 calamity, curse veins. Cursed blood flows within her, invoking heavenly retribution with each significant breakthrough. Fate, the abandoned daughter of heaven, identity. Princess of the Great Qi dynasty, abandoned. Circumstances, born with the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi. Initially cherished by the old monarch, but upon discovering her unique physique, which harbors cursed blood, she was shunned by the monarch. A month ago, upon breaking through to the Qi Si realm, she triggered heavenly retribution that resulted in the demise of 2 esteemed royal guardians, leading to the old monarch's wrath, imprisoning her and her mother in this place to fend for themselves. The abandoned daughter of heaven? Gu Wuchen felt a flicker of curiosity upon encountering such a fate for the first time. It seemed to be the antithesis of the Child of Destiny, did it not? The little girl, Shui, gradually awoke, struggling to lift her heavy eyelids and uttering a call. Gu Wuchen gently touched her, allowing a stream of clear water to flow into the child's mouth. Gulp, gulp, she drank voraciously, pausing only after several breaths. Eventually, she fully opened her bright eyes and gazed at Gu Wuchen, exclaiming astonishingly, "Daddy." Both Gu Mo and Gu Wuchen were momentarily taken aback. Gu Wuchen was astonished that the little girl dared to utter such a bold claim, while Gu Mo was preoccupied with the thought of how the young master could have such a daughter abandoned in the world, appearing only 5 or 6 years old. Did this mean the young master had left the seed behind at the tender age of 13? After calling out Daddy, Bai Jianjia then noticed the woman beside her, tears gushing forth like a spring. Mother, Wu. The woman had long since passed away, and no amount of crying or shouting could alter that fact. After a prolonged moment, Bai Jianjia finally ceased her weeping, and a palpable resentment surged within her. Clenching her tiny fists, she uttered words far beyond her tender years. Father, my dear brothers, you all deserve to die. One day, I shall make you pay for my mother's life. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow. This sentiment sounded strikingly familiar. Wasn't this precisely what a child of destiny would say? Would she not then experience a sudden epiphany, leading to a tremendous surge in her cultivation? Under Gu Wuchen's curious gaze, Bai Jianjia's aura indeed began to shift. Her original third level of Qi-Si realm instantly transformed into the second level. Before Gu Wuchen could react, her aura continued to diminish, plummeting to the first level of Qi-Si realm. With this abrupt decline of 2 levels, Bai Jianjia's body became unsteady, and she collapsed directly onto her mother's lifeless form, unconscious. What does this mean for the young master? Even the well-versed Gu Mo found himself at a loss. This little girl, presumably the young master's daughter, dropped in cultivation upon becoming enraged. Truly an unprecedented occurrence. Chapter 94, Transformation of Fate, 200 Consecutive Draws. System, what is the meaning of this? What does it mean to be the abandoned daughter of heaven? Host, this is your great supplement. The forsaken daughter, Bai Jianjia, brings misfortune to those close to her, and she herself is ensnared in a web of calamity. Yet, to the host of a villain, she is indeed a substantial boon. Do not utter such nonsense, system. I am not a man-eater. Gu Wuchen remarked with a twitch of his lips, although he was indeed a villain. The thought of devouring the young girl before him was utterly beyond him. He was no beast or monster. No need for the host to consume her. It suffices for the host to employ the art of creation to establish a master-servant contract with her. Should Bai Jianjia's cultivation regress, the lost cultivation will be transferred to the host. The system elaborated. However, Bai Jianjia's current cultivation is rather feeble, and thus the return on investment is minimal. We must await her growth to truly benefit from this arrangement. Gu Wuchen frowned slightly. The system's explanation was clear. Bai Jianjia indeed had the potential to aid in his ascension, but that would require time for her to mature. Moreover, burdened with a cursed bloodline, each ascension to a significant realm would invite divine retribution, making her growth a formidable challenge. As he extended a stream of light into Bai Jianjia's forehead, the master-servant contract was effortlessly established, requiring no consent from her. At that moment, Bai Jianjia slowly awakened, stubbornly wiping away her tears with her hands and unsteadily approaching Gu Wuchen. Father, stop! I am not your father. Gu Wuchen promptly interrupted her. Your father has perished, and not a single one of your royal brothers remains. You are the last scion of the great Qi royal lineage. As per our agreement, we shall ensure your survival for millennia. Thus, you shall be the next emperor of the great Qi dynasty. Upon hearing these words, the expression of hatred on Bai Jianjia's face transformed instantaneously as she fixed her bright eyes upon Gu Wuchen. Benefactor, thank you for avenging me. I shall repay you in the future. With that, she knelt down and prostrated herself 3 times with a resounding thud. After her kowtows, Bai Jianjia rose, and her aura shifted dramatically, from the second realm of the Qi-Si to the 5th realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had plummeted from the 3rd to the 1st realm, only to ascend again to the 5th, a spectacle akin to child's play. The system's notification chimed in his ears at the perfect moment. The host has successfully established a master-servant contract with Bai Jianjia. The identity of the forsaken daughter has undergone a transformation to the contrary, daughter of destiny. Contrary, daughter of destiny in contrast to those truly destined. She will regress in cultivation amidst despair and anger, yet will flourish in happiness and indulgence. Oh, Gu Wuchen now found himself compelled to regard this little girl with newfound seriousness. In the future, she might indeed provide him with formidable cultivation in return. Yet, her current frailty made it inconvenient for her to remain by his side. Seeing the young master lost in contemplation, Gu Mo spoke up. Young master, should we send a few of the peripheral disciples of the Gu family to assist her in rebuilding the great Qi dynasty? Gu Wuchen pondered for a moment and deemed it unwise. Peripheral disciples? Perhaps it would be best to refrain. After all, Bai Jianjia possessed a cursed bloodline. Sending the outer disciples of the Gu family could very well result in divine retribution, leading to their demise. I recall that the elder guarding the armory has been engrossed in the study of puppetry, filling much of the armory with an array of diverse puppets. Indeed. Gu Mo nodded in affirmation, as he was well acquainted with the elder. He remembered that the elder had once placed a puppet of the emperor realm within the armory, leading the family head to reprimand him, asserting that the armory was not a repository for any and all debris, and that puppets beneath the emperor realm should not be crammed within. Thus, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Bring back some unused puppets, ideally those of the emperor realm, to assist Bai Jianjia in the reconstruction of the great Qi dynasty. The Gu family vows to protect its people for eternity. Understood. The affairs concerning Bai Jinjia and the Great Qi dynasty have reached a conclusive juncture. Gu Mo acted swiftly, arranging everything within the span of half a day. 10 discarded puppets unfit for the armory, yet adequate to aid Bai Jinjia in the resurrection of the Great Qi dynasty. With such formidable combat power at hand, countless strong individuals flocked to join the Great Qi, as everything was poised for revival. As for whether these strong individuals would incur divine retribution upon arriving at the Great Qi, it was of no concern to Gu Wuchen. He had returned to the Gu family, within his own courtyard, ready to tally his spoils. Let us commence a series of 200 consecutive draws. Preparing the lottery for the host. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pieces of Starfall Iron Yellow. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 heart-locking pills, red. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Clear River map, red. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unknown hairpin, gold. Following a cascade of notifications, the system's marketplace was enriched with a plethora of items, and the marketplace gold accumulated to nearly 800,000. Although only one golden item was procured, the abundance of gold coins was substantial. Coupled with some items reclaimed from the fated child by Su, it was sufficient for a generous expenditure in the system's marketplace. Ah, the difficult demonic scripture, I shall exchange for it. This wretched mirror shall also be traded, for its defensive capabilities are utterly inferior to my netherworld battle armor, rendering it useless. Adhering to the principle of wasting neither clothing nor resources, the marketplace gold surged to an astounding 2.5 million. Finally, Gu Wuchen shifted his gaze to the remaining opportunities of Bai Su, heavenly chessboard of the heavenly game. He recalled that when he vanquished Ji Yun, a residual opportunity was bestowed upon him, namely, the heavenly chessboard, although he had only received a pair of chess pieces. To his astonishment, Bai Su had even appropriated the chessboard of the heavenly game. Did this imply that, less than a year hence, the once-in-a-millennium secret realm of the heavenly game would be open for the final time? Contemplating this, Gu Wuchen felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps other fated children would also partake in that chess match. As for the present, Gu Wuchen sensed it was time to elevate his cultivation, utilizing this too. 5 million gold coins. System, assist me in exchanging for items conducive to my practice, ones devoid of any side effects, yet maximally effective. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. 2 months, in the realm above, are but fleeting moments, like a galloping steed crossing a narrow bridge. For the past 2 months, Gu Wuchen has been in seclusion, yet he has not forgotten to instruct the Gu family to gather intelligence from the outside. The information sought primarily revolves around 2 matters. First, he wishes to know if there have been any prodigious talents emerging in various domains recently, particularly those who, after facing early setbacks, have made remarkable comebacks. Second, he is keen on uncovering the remaining fortunes of the destined child from the lower realms, Ouyang Qingyun, as well as the matters concerning the auspicious Dao fruit of the ancient clans. According to the specifics of the fortune, this Dao fruit is expected to manifest shortly after his retreat ends. It is prudent to investigate in advance. Chapter 95, Emergence and the Sword Path. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Gu Wuchen abruptly opened his eyes. He had entered the first stage of the Saint Realm. His physical prowess and mastery over the 3 great paths had notably advanced, marking a comprehensive breakthrough. Throughout his cultivation journey, he faced several hurdles, one of which was the transition from the extraordinary realm to the Saint Realm. There exists an unwritten consensus that attaining the Saint Realm before the age of 50 qualifies one as a genius, and achieving it before 40 is considered the rarest of prodigies. Now, Gu Wuchen, having surpassed others, entered the Saint Realm at the tender age of 20, comparable only to the exceptional Gu Chenxi in the entire upper realm. As fate would have it, Gu Chenxi arrived just in time to check on the young master's status, unexpectedly witnessing his breakthrough. Particularly upon realizing that the young master had ascended to the Saint Realm in merely 2 months, her delicate figure involuntarily trembled, and her voice softened. Young master, you have emerged. Unaware of Gu Chenxi's unusual demeanor, Gu Wuchen inquired, how did your inquiries fare? In the span of 2 months, he was confident that the Gu family's strength would yield substantial findings, especially concerning the destined child. Young master, there is an abundance of information, albeit rather chaotic. Many talents have emerged across the various domains, yet it remains to be seen who precisely meets the criteria. This requires your discerning judgment. Very well. Please bring the materials to me. I shall take a look. After issuing his command, Gu Wuchen noticed that Gu Qinci remained still, appearing hesitant to speak. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. What is it? Is there something else? Gu Qinci's cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted. Young master, you have broken through to the Saint Realm. Congratulations. I was merely wondering if you would like me to stay and assist you in consolidating your cultivation. Gu Wuchen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, raising an eyebrow. According to his mother, after his breakthrough, it was indeed time for Gu Qinci to aid him in his training. Gu Qinci, whom his mother had raised since childhood and regarded as her own disciple, had received countless resources, all ultimately for his sake. With the fair maiden extending an invitation, how could he possibly refuse? In the past, fearing his mother's reprimand, he and Gu Qinci had refrained from taking that final step. Now, the moment had arrived. Ha ha, let us go. Follow me inside. With a hearty laugh, he swept Gu Qinci, the usually aloof female sword immortal, into his embrace and strode confidently towards his chamber. 2 days swiftly passed. One must acknowledge that Gu Qinci, as a paragon of talent, exhibited exceptional aptitude in every aspect, grasping concepts with remarkable clarity. Moreover, Gu Wuchen finally comprehended the reason behind his mother's fervent efforts to cultivate Gu Qinci, aiming to assist him in his spiritual journey. The way of the sword. The grand path of the sword. Countless sword cultivators yearned to glimpse even a fragment of this profound path, yet Gu Wuchen, under such circumstances, found himself directly entering its realm. It was utterly absurd. Yet, such is reality, he had experienced the essence of force, slaughter, time, and the fourth great path. Although there exists a notion that one can bite off more than one can chew, Gu Wuchen remained unfazed. Within his system's marketplace, treasures that aid in comprehending the great paths awaited him. Once he grasped a new path and achieved mastery, success was virtually assured. Young master, raise your arm. Gu Qinci said with a charming smile as she assisted Gu Wuchen in removing his garments. After 2 days of fervent practice, she realized her own understanding of the sword path had deepened as well. In the future, she resolved to remain by the young master's side as much as possible. Young master, I came here for another reason. My master asked me to inquire if you plan to attend the birthday banquet of the Blade Emperor, Huangfuren. In 3 days? Huangfuren. Gu Wuchen raised an eyebrow. He indeed had some recollection of this so-called Blade Emperor. He could be considered one of the most ostentatious and domineering sovereigns of the upper realm. Some even compared him to Gu Wuchen's grandfather, the sword god, drawing parallels between the blade and the sword, reminiscent of the legendary talents of the past. However, Gu Wuchen was acutely aware that such comparisons were utterly unfounded. Before the sword god, the Blade Emperor appeared as a mere child. On ordinary days, the Blade Emperor's requests for an audience would be met with rejection, as his grandfather deemed his resolve insufficient to merit a meeting. Contemplating this, Gu Wuchen inquired with a hint of perplexity, why is this old man hosting a birthday banquet? What reason does my mother have for sending me there? Does he truly possess such standing? As the scion of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen feared that attending the Blade Emperor's banquet might be beyond his capacity. It's like this, Gu Qinci explained with a laugh. My master heard you have been inquiring about the news of some extraordinary individuals recently. The Blade Emperor's banquet will gather many of these elite figures, which would indeed be convenient for you. Ah, that makes sense. My mother is quite thoughtful, Gu Wuchen nodded. Then let us attend his banquet and see if I can find the person I seek. Indeed, the Lingxiao domain, where the Blade Emperor resides, is quite distant from us. We shall travel by divine vessel and enjoy the scenic views along the way. This journey, naturally, would not see Gu Qinci as the sole companion of the young master. An elderly woman would accompany them, tasked with ensuring Gu Wuchen's safety. However, her reclusive nature meant she did not sit aboard the vessel but rather concealed herself in the shadows. On the boat, it was solely Gu Wuchen cradling Gu Qinci as he listened to her recount the trivial events of the past 2 months. Young master, you cannot imagine how astonished the elders of the family were on the 2nd day of your retreat. They were practically itching to storm into your residence to see if you had been possessed by some powerful being. Gu Qinci nestled within Gu Wuchen's embrace, feeding him spiritual fruits as she spoke. Oh, what do you mean by that? Gu Wuchen grasped Gu Qinci's other restless hand, realizing that since she had tasted the delights of the spiritual fruits, she had become quite insatiable. Since the arrival of the divine vessel until now, half a day has passed, and he has remained fixated on her, claiming that he possesses the sword path and that she wishes to comprehend its essence. Gu Wuchen intervened to halt her invasive actions. Gu Chenxi gently pursed her crimson lips and, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Isn't it all due to the matters concerning the 3,000 demon domains? The incident involving the Crimson-Eyed Demon General. After the soul-searching of the Crimson-Eyed Demon General, the elders became aware of the events that transpired that very day. They witnessed you, young master, showcasing your formidable prowess, slaying a demon lord with a mere gesture, which left them pale with fright. This is why they feared you might be possessed by a powerful entity and came to investigate. Why then did they not approach?" Gu Wuchen inquired, intrigued. He had not been disturbed during his seclusion, leading him to believe that the elders had been obstructed. As expected, Gu Chenxi continued. They were intercepted by the family head. The family head asserted that no one knows better than him about the well-being of his son. It was merely a trivial encounter. Nothing to make a fuss about. Thus, the elders had no choice but to relent. With the head of the family declaring that all was well, they naturally felt reassured. "Ah, I see." Gu Wuchen nodded, acknowledging that his father had always been this way, unconditionally trusting and confident in him. Even if one day he were to tear the heavens asunder, his father would likely remain unfazed. "Has the family dispatched anyone to the demon domain?" Gu Wuchen subsequently inquired. "Of course, they sent someone who returned after about a month," Gu Chenxi responded, led by the Grand Elder himself. "They swept through numerous demon domains and eradicated over a dozen. However, that demon lord was evidently terrified by you, young master, and along with his subordinates, has vanished without a trace. The 3,000 demon domains are vast, and since it is their territory, locating them is exceedingly challenging." After scavenging some treasures, the Grand Elder and his team returned. In the leisurely atmosphere of chatting and flirting with Gu Chenxi, 2 days swiftly elapsed. They had now entered the sphere of influence of the Rift Sky Dao domain, and within a few hours, they would reach the territory of the Sword Emperor, Huang Fu-Ren. After further discussing the sword path with Gu Chenxi, Gu Wuchen ventured alone onto the deck and casually perused the information collected by the family regarding the prodigies of the heavens over the past 2 months. Li Wen, age 49, at the first level of the Saint Realm, once defeated an opponent at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, serving as the current divine son of the Li family. Zhao Qin, age 82, having reached the Saint Realm at 43, now at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, a descendant of an emperor's bloodline. Wang Xiao, age 32, at the 1st level of the Extraordinary Realm, the only son of the Wang family Patriarch. All rather ordinary. Gu Wuchen mused, slightly furrowing his brow. From the data, these prodigies exhibited a degree of talent, yet they fell short of being deemed children of destiny. Take Zhao Qin, for instance. Entering the Saint Realm at 43 is commendable, yet at 82, achieving only the 7th level of the Saint Realm is indeed rather slow. While it is true that once one reaches the Saint Realm, breaking through each subsequent level becomes significantly more arduous, often ensnaring prodigies for decades. One would expect a child of destiny at 82 to perhaps already be at the Emperor level. Amidst the plethora of materials regarding the prodigies, Gu Wuchen continued to sift through the records and indeed found one individual who piqued his interest. Mo Tianji, the illegitimate son born 20 years ago from the union of the leader of the Tianji Pavilion and a daughter of the Mo family, is now 20 years old and possesses extraordinary prowess at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Initially, he was not well received within the Mo family due to his mother's failure to disclose the identity of his father, leading the family to regard him as a mere bastard. However, Mo Tianji subsequently demonstrated remarkable talent in cultivation and an intellect that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, repeatedly alleviating the Mo family's troubles, which ultimately earned him their recognition. Consequently, he and his mother managed to live relatively well within the Mo family. Yet, recently, the lawful wife of the Tianji Pavilion's leader has learned about the existence of this illegitimate son, which could pose a threat to both mother and son. Upon realizing this, Gu Wuchen felt a significant certainty that Mo Tianji is indeed a child of destiny. His status as an illegitimate child alone solidifies half of that claim. Regarding the influence of the Tianji Pavilion, Gu Wuchen had some understanding. The Tianji Pavilion is a formidable force in the upper realm, not necessarily at the pinnacle of power. Yet few dare to provoke it. This is because each leader of the Tianji Pavilion possesses the ability to predict the fates, averting calamity and transforming misfortune into fortune. Whenever any force considers challenging them, they are often forewarned and can thus prepare accordingly. Moreover, the current leader of the Tianji Pavilion is notably different from his predecessors. He is a son-in-law who rose to prominence through marriage to the sole daughter of the previous leader. It is rumored that prior to entering seclusion, the old leader divined something of great significance and unexpectedly passed the leadership to his son-in-law. Ostensibly, the current leader holds the title of power, but the true authority lies with his wife, the old leader's daughter. This explains why the esteemed leader of the Tianji Pavilion dares not acknowledge the existence of an illegitimate son. How fascinating! Gu Wuchen could not help but clap his hands in delight. Logically, both the old leader and his wife should have foreseen the existence of the current leader's illegitimate son. It is indeed intriguing that they allowed him to grow to the age of 20 without interference. The name Mo Tianji was etched in Gu Wuchen's mind, as he planned to personally visit the Mo family after the emperor's birthday banquet. In the Rift Sky domain, a colossal divine vessel suddenly appeared, hurtling forward without any sign of slowing down. Many onlookers paused, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this person, so oblivious to decorum?" Unaware that during the days leading up to the emperor's birthday banquet, flying beyond 1,000 zhong is prohibited, this vessel must be over 30,000 zhong high. TSK. It seems to me that some young scions wish to attract the emperor's attention, not realizing that the emperor detests such behavior. The last young master who attempted this ended up dragging his entire family into trouble. Hiss. Speak cautiously. Do not speak ill of the emperor behind his back. My lord, something seems amiss. On the divine vessel, Gu Chenxi suddenly remarked, "Now that we have entered the Rift Sky domain, why haven't we seen a single divine vessel?" Logically, while the emperor may not be significant within our Gu family, he is certainly a great emperor in the outside world. Countless individuals must be attending the birthday banquet. Could it be that they have all refrained from using any mode of transportation? Perhaps. Gu Wuchen shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the matter. At that moment, a sudden blaze appeared on the horizon, hurtling directly towards their divine vessel, accompanied by an irate snort. Who dares to soar so high, disregarding our esteemed Blade Emperor? Just as the words fell, the fire struck the vessel. The divine ship, which the Gu family scion occupied, was not merely a means of transportation, but possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Upon impact, the blaze vanished as if it had sunk into the ocean. Within a breath, a similar fire erupted from the vessel, launching towards the source of the attack. What? The assailant gasped, hastily evading, for even he was unwilling to withstand his own full-force strike. In doing so, he revealed himself, clad in golden armor, standing over 2 meters tall, wielding a massive blade, with a fierce visage glaring menacingly at the divine ship of Gu Wuchen. "Young master? I leave this to you. Do not waste time." Understood. Upon receiving the young master's consent, Gu Chenxi's expression turned cold as she stepped out of the divine vessel. Just moments ago, she had been comfortably nestled in the young master's embrace. And now someone dared to disturb her? Surely, they were courting death. As Gu Chenxi stepped forward, the image of the ethereal female sword saint was unveiled before the crowd. Almost simultaneously, the burly man blocking the path, along with the onlookers, collectively held their breath. The strong man quickly retracted his long blade, his face flushed. She is breathtaking. Influenced by the Blade Emperor, countless sword cultivators sought to train in the Rift Sky domain, hoping one day to receive the Emperor's guidance. This led to an abundance of sword cultivators in the Rift Sky domain, each aspiring to unite with a female sword practitioner as their partner, one coarse and one delicate. A blade and a sword forming a perfect complement. Now, with Gu Chenxi in her white robe and long sword, coupled with her flawless beauty, they found themselves utterly captivated. Chapter 97, The Blade Sharpening Youthmas. The man in golden armor, after sheathing his long blade, clasped his hands together in salute. Initially, he had assumed, like others, that a reckless young master had flown too high, drawing the attention of the Blade Emperor. However, upon witnessing the exquisite sword saint, his previous ire dissipated. "I apologize for any offense. However, during the Blade Emperor's birthday celebration, it is prohibited for anyone to ascend beyond 1,000 feet. You must be here to attend the Emperor's celebration. Allow me to guide you, so you may first pay respects at the Blade Tomb." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Ba Kuan, a disciple of the Blade Emperor specializing in blade tempering." Upon hearing this, all the sword cultivators displayed envy. And moments later, they sighed in resignation. The towering figure before them was an unattainable existence. And since he extended an invitation, this cool and graceful female sword saint was beyond their reach. The disciple of blade tempering was regarded as a half-apprentice of the Blade Emperor Huang Furen. And it was rumored that before attaining the title of emperor, the Blade Emperor possessed 108 treasured blades. After he ascended to the throne, Emperor Cheng selected 108 sword cultivators, each tasked with a single blade, tirelessly refining them day and night, thus earning the title of Disciple of Blade Refinement. These disciples were granted the privilege of receiving personal guidance from the Blade Emperor and could partake in his teachings. It can be said that their future achievements were destined for greatness. Many families rose to prominence simply because they produced a disciple of blade refinement. In stark contrast to the onlookers, Wuchen wore an expression of unrestrained pride. Since being chosen as a disciple of blade refinement, he had basked in such attention on numerous occasions. However, this moment was particularly gratifying. To shine before the woman he admired was a sight he greatly relished. He then gestured for silence, commanding the crowd to hush. "Now, let us turn our gaze towards Gu Chenxi," he said, his eyes alight with fervor. "My dear lady, shall we depart at once? Fear not, for with my presence, the Blade Emperor shall not hold you accountable for soaring to such heights today." Disregarding the rules of the banquet, his words were a blend of both persuasion and intimidation. To disregard the emperor's decree could bear light consequences, such as a reprimand, or severe ones, leading to death. He could not discern Gu Chenxi's realm and suspected she might be using some artifact to conceal it. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. She was undoubtedly a prodigy of the sword path, and he believed that she would weigh the benefits and would not refuse his well-meaning invitation. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the chilling sound of Gu Chenxi's laughter reached his ears. She shook her head, feeling as though she had not encountered such a quintessential fool in ages. "I had no intention of engaging with you further. But to think that a mere child responsible for sharpening blades for the Blade Emperor would dare to threaten me? Seeking death." Clang. The audience barely caught a fleeting sound of a sword unsheathing before witnessing Wuchen's expression abruptly freeze. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, his body shattered into countless thin fragments, akin to slicing a piece of meat into delicate strips. As the pieces fell, blood cascaded, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, a deathly stillness. Such power! Moreover, to kill a disciple of blade refinement on the Blade Emperor's territory, and to utter such words about a mere child sharpening blades beforehand? Was this not an insult not only to Wuchen, but also to the Blade Emperor himself? Such reckless folly was unimaginable. The crowd slowly began to retreat, eager to distance themselves from the sight, fearing that if they lingered too long, the Emperor's men might turn their wrath upon these innocents. Yet, their apprehensions were unfounded. The cold and ethereal Sword Maiden, after dispatching her foe, returned silently to her divine vessel, as though nothing had transpired. Would she flee? Indeed, she must. This was the Blade Emperor's domain, and to remain would only lead to a path of demise. Yet, the direction of her divine vessel defied all expectations once more. Instead of retreating, she soared higher, heading deeper into the Rift Sky domain, towards the realm of the Blade Emperor himself. As Gu Chenxi returned, she leaped into Gu Wuchen's embrace, having long since cast aside her former reservations after their final breakthrough. "Young master," she exclaimed, "the matter has been resolved. It was merely a fool seeking his own demise. I suspect those who practice with blades may not be entirely sane. No wonder our esteemed ancestor has repeatedly barred the Blade Emperor from entering." Ha ha ha. I heard his words just now. They sent shivers down my spine. I wonder if the Blade Emperor himself is of the same ilk? As he spoke, Gu Wuchen could not resist playfully pinching the delicate nose of the enchanting figure in his arms, feeling a rush of silkiness. Who can say? We shall find out upon our meeting. Gu Chenxi narrowed her eyes slightly, her small hands growing restless. They were still a distance away from the Mingdao mountain range, where the birthday banquet was to be held. "Why don't we, How audacious!" Gu Wuchen exclaimed, startled. As a maid, how could she dare to tease her master so boldly? Undeterred, Gu Chenxi bit her fingertip lightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection. "My master trained me for this very purpose. Young master, don't move. Let me handle this." Bang! Within a grand hall of the Mingdao mountain range, a youth shattered a nearby table in fury. "Investigate! How dare someone openly provoke on such an important day for my master, killing a disciple of the blade refinement? I don't care who she is. I will ensure she suffers beyond imagination." The speaker was none other than Huangfu Song, the most favored disciple of the Blade Emperor, even bestowed with the surname Huangfu. He was in charge of organizing his master's birthday banquet, inviting various powerful factions to celebrate. Furthermore, it was his decree that no one should fly above 1,000 zhang during the festivities. He understood that his master was an imperious figure, thus he deliberately established this rule to both please him and showcase his authority. Yet, just as the banquet was about to commence, an incident had occurred. A disciple of blade refinement had been slain in broad daylight by a swordsman. Was this not a blatant insult to the prowess of blade practitioners? Effectively slapping his master's face? Though he was indeed his master's favorite disciple, he was acutely aware that incurring his master's displeasure could have dire consequences. With that thought, he could no longer remain seated and abruptly rose to his feet. This will not do. I must seek the culprit myself. Summon the remaining 107 disciples of blade refinement. We must apprehend this miscreant before the celebration. Chapter 98. The Shock of Huangfu Ren. Meanwhile, deep within the knife tomb of the Mingdao mountain range, an emaciated old man with a terrifying aura slowly awoke from his seclusion. Upon opening his eyes, the entire Mingdao mountain range resonated with the sound of blades, as if celebrating the old man's further enlightenment in the way of the sword. The Blade Emperor, Huangfu Ren. Strangely, there was no trace of joy upon his face. Instead, his brow furrowed, and his gaze wandered. Why have I been so unsettled of late? Could it be that some misfortune is about to unfold? This feeling was not something he could ignore. At his level of cultivation, such intuitions were rarely unfounded. Perhaps something truly ominous was imminent. Before him, 3 jade slips floated, which were meant to convey significant news during his seclusion. He opened the first slip and nodded to himself upon reading its content. Indeed, many esteemed guests would attend his longevity banquet. Wang Fusang had performed admirably. He then opened the second slip, and his expression changed dramatically. The disciple of the blade refinement, Bakuan, had perished. His apprentice was investigating the murderer, ensuring that the culprit would be apprehended before the master's banquet. These 2 slips had been sent by his disciple, Huang Fusang, who evidently feared incurring his master's wrath, and thus conveyed good news first to placate him. This tactic proved effective. Although Huangfu Ren initially felt anger rising within him, he reconsidered, acknowledging that his disciple had been preoccupied with the banquet preparations, and with the influx of guests from the Rift Sky domain, unforeseen incidents were bound to occur. Moreover, the one responsible for slaying his disciple was likely a mere rogue. It was unnecessary for the Blade Emperor himself to seek out the perpetrator. Such matters were best left to his apprentice. Crushing the jade slip, he turned his attention to the final slip. Just as he was about to open it, a soft gasp escaped his lips. What was this? This slip appeared different from the usual communication slips. Although puzzled, he did not dwell on it for too long, as this was his domain, and he was confident that no one but himself could convey a slip in such a manner. With a mental command, he opened it. Instantly, his pupils constricted. It was as if he had glimpsed an unfathomable horror. The content of the slip was succinct. The divine son of the Gu family would attend his longevity banquet. At the bottom of the slip was stamped a golden character for Gu. The aura of the Blade Emperor became unstable, and the entire mountain range resonated with the sound of blades. This slip was undoubtedly not sent by someone from his own circle, but rather delivered by the Gu family. It had arrived at his doorstep while he was utterly unaware and in seclusion. Did this imply that if the slip were replaced with a blade, the Gu family could stealthily drive it into his forehead without his knowledge? He could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He was not ignorant of the Gu family. On the contrary, he understood their formidable nature all too well and would never dare provoke them. However, his Rift Sky domain was far removed from the Gu family's eternal domain, and they had little interest in the path of blades, resulting in almost no interaction between them. Today marked his first encounter with the Gu family's methods. Alongside shock, there was profound fear, a deep, unsettling fear. He sprang to his feet and strode outside. He was uncertain why the Gu family had sent someone, but he knew precisely what he must do. The divine son of the Gu family, one of their most significant figures, was coming to his banquet, and he needed to personally greet him. He feared that any moment of neglect could lead to irreparable consequences. Master. Outside the seclusion area, 2 young men, each bearing longswords, bowed respectfully to Huangfu Ren. Have any notable figures recently arrived in the Rift Sky domain? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, a hint of confusion evident in their expressions, yet they respectfully replied, Master. Recently, there has been an influx of visitors coming to celebrate your birthday. We are unaware of what the esteemed individual referred to, having remained here. We cannot be privy to such information. Return and inform your senior brother to maintain a low profile for the time being. This birthday banquet will attract individuals that even I cannot contend with. He should refrain from engaging in frivolous endeavors. With that, Huangfu Ren prepared to depart to welcome the guests from the Gu family. However, he suddenly noticed a distinct change in the countenance of the 2 disciples after his words. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he cast a stern gaze upon them. inquiring gravely, "What trouble has your senior brother stirred up now, Master?" During his extensive invitations to various powers, he mentioned our Liatian Dao domain, imposing a restriction that no one may fly higher than 1,000 feet. Otherwise, it would be a grave disrespect to you. What? Huang Furen nearly choked on his own blood. His eldest disciple had taken it upon himself to act. Previously, the absence of superpowers at his birthday banquet was tolerable, but now that the Gu family was sending someone, he dared to impose such a restriction? Was he implying that this Blade Emperor looked down upon the Gu family? You two, dispatch orders immediately to abolish this rule. All guests are our friends. What nonsense is this height restriction? With that, he swept away, leaving the two disciples in disarray. They recalled that this rule was initially established by their master himself. Yet, they dared not delay and immediately soared into the sky to carry out their master's commands. On Gu Wuchen's side, in order to avoid further disturbances, he activated the hidden function of the divine vessel, completely shielding his presence. Thus, only a powerful emperor could detect him. This decision led to the continued elusiveness of the perpetrator who had slain the disciple of the killing blade, Bakun. Huang Fusong, like an ant on a hot stove, relentlessly assembled a team to track down the murderer, yet the assailant and the divine vessel appeared to have vanished into thin air, remaining elusive despite his efforts. He had also learned of his master's emergence from seclusion and the subsequent abolition of the height restriction, yet he was too weary to delve into the reasons. All he desired was to capture the culprit. The Liatian Dao domain, particularly the vicinity of the Ming Dao mountain range, became rife with anxiety. As even the prominent forces arriving to celebrate dared only venture out as the time for the Blade Emperor's banquet approached. Soon, the hour of the banquet arrived. The Blade Emperor, having found no trace of the Gu family scion, assumed he had yet to arrive and, letting out a sigh of relief, prepared to take a break. Huang Fusong, still without leads on the murderer, flew towards his master's banquet with trepidation. Atop the main peak of the Ming Dao mountain range, countless guests poured in, each bearing lavish gifts, eager to forge connections with the Blade Emperor. From the Ziji Dao domain, the Qianhua sect arrived to extend their birthday wishes to the esteemed Blade Emperor. In the realm of Xiaoyun, at the Valley of Thunder, and within the domain of the Heavens Veil, the esteemed Tiangui Pavilion beckons for commendations from the patrons. The author yearns for elevation in their craft. Chapter 99. Seize it for me. Perched atop the summit, the host, Huang Furen, sat serenely upon a mat, observing everything with a smile. As one of the rare and flamboyant emperors, he was known for his grand feasts, held every few centuries, such as birthday celebrations, the birth of great-grandchildren, and apprentice gatherings. These events attracted numerous factions, not only to curry favor but also to partake in the profound discourses delivered by the emperor. The teachings of an emperor, particularly those of the Blade Emperor, were invaluable. Even those who did not practice the sword would gain great insights from his words. The main peak was bustling with attendees. Yet there was an uncanny tranquility amidst the throng. Soon, a resonant bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the birthday banquet. Instantly, silence enveloped the peak. All eyes fixated on the figure clad in a dark robe, with a long sword resting across his knees. Many present had never laid eyes upon an emperor in their lifetime, and the sight filled them with astonishment and delight. Huang Furen slowly opened his eyes, his countenance stern and his gaze profound, as if he could penetrate the very essence of existence. The Gu family did not attend? A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Logically, since the Gu family had informed him in advance, they would have no reason to deceive him. Could it be that they were delayed by circumstances? As this thought crossed his mind, he rose, stepping forward with a powerful aura that distorted the surrounding space. In the entire Mingdao mountain range, countless treasured swords soared skyward, emitting a harmonious resonance, seemingly celebrating the Blade Emperor's birthday. Such formidable sword intent radiated from him. If directed at an enemy, it would likely send them into a state of utter despair in an instant. The Blade Emperor, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Emperor's realm, needed not unsheath his sword to instill fear in his adversaries. Unperturbed by the whispers below, he spoke slowly. On this occasion of my birthday, your presence here shall be etched in my memory. At the outset of the banquet, I shall impart teachings aimed at guiding you to glimpse the mysteries of the great path and to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. His voice resonated powerfully, like thunder in the ears of the audience, eliciting expressions of joy. They had come. At every banquet, the Blade Emperor would first share his insights, after which the distinguished youths from various factions would enter a state of enlightenment. The longer one comprehended, the greater their rewards. The last 3 to awaken would receive personal guidance from the Blade Emperor himself. Almost in unison, the gifted youths from each faction settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the Emperor's teachings. Each countenance radiated determination as they vied for the coveted top 3 positions. Huang Furen surveyed the crowd below and nodded inwardly. This gathering attracted even more forces than before. He signaled to his disciples. Nearly 100 young men, each bearing a long sword, simultaneously sat in meditation, ready to absorb the teachings. Subsequently, Huang Furen gracefully waved his sleeve, and a stream of Taoist essence flowed around him. The path of the blade, intended for his discourse, was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound emanating from beyond the Ming Blade mountain range. The crowd instantly awakened, their expressions transforming into astonishment as they gazed outside. A divine vessel appeared, obscuring the sun, as if it had traversed into a realm devoid of mortals. Who dares? The disciples of the Blade Emperor soared into the sky, their gazes fierce as they glared at the celestial craft. How audacious it was for anyone to intrude during such a pivotal moment of their master's teachings. Others shared the same sentiment, donning expressions of spectatorship. From the vessel descended a man and a woman. The man bore a stern visage and an extraordinary presence, unmistakably a scion of nobility. The woman possessed a beauty that could topple nations, yet she evidently stood half a stature behind the gentleman, clearly adopting a subordinate role. The visitors were none other than Gu Wuchen and Gu Chenxi, who had only recently concluded their prior engagements. In truth, he had not intentionally arrived late. Rather, it was the enchanting Chenxi's clinginess that had delayed him, as he could not possibly disrupt their moment to attend the banquet. Thus, this tardy entrance transpired. However, he felt no remorse over it. The privilege of attending the Blade Emperor's birthday celebration was an honor for the Gu family. He even chastised the Blade Emperor in his thoughts. How could he commence the banquet without the Gu family present, as if they were inconsequential? Upon landing, Gu Wuchen smiled and proclaimed, "From the eternal Tao domain, the Gu family extends their birthday wishes to the Blade Emperor. We wonder if the esteemed emperor was in such haste to commence the festivities that he did not receive our advance notification." At this declaration, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. How could there be a sense of the guests overshadowing the host, even bordering on a threat? As for the so-called Gu family, most were oblivious to their true standing. Firstly, the Gu family was too distant for them to have any acquaintance with. Secondly, the disparity was immense. It was akin to the relationship between an ancient emperor and commoners. While the commoners were aware of the emperor's existence, they would scoff at the notion of ever encountering him in person. Thus, they collectively refrained from considering the Gu family as a powerful force. Only the Blade Emperor himself felt